Chapter 841 Special Weapons. Xiao Yu has already become determined to kill micro-civilization. This is already the third time Xiao Yu has met micro-civilization. Among these three encounters, something bad happened every time. If hindering himself from destroying the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization is still within the range that he can barely bear, then getting involved in the fight between the Defenders and Rebel Alliance and taking action against the Milky Way has already challenged Xiao Yu's bottom line. Xiao Yu has no patience anymore. In addition, there is another reason why micro-civilization must be killed. That is, if the Rebel Alliance is really malicious towards them, then it is an advantage that the Rebel Alliance does not know that they are still alive. Allowing micro-civilization to leave may change the situation and lead to some bad consequences again. There are dangers everywhere, and the situation is very unclear. Xiao Yu must be careful every step he takes. Under such circumstances, it is also very urgent to try your best to improve your own strength. Frankly speaking, Xiao Yu is also very interested in the microtechnology of micro-civilization. Microscopic civilizations are hobby-type 7th-level civilizations. They do not have the ability to develop microscopic technology into weapons. But Xiao Yu is different. Xiao Yu came here after fighting all the way. 10 billion microscopic civilization spaceships that are only molecules and atoms in size have all been dispersed into the vast universe, like a drop of water blending into the ocean. And they can no longer be found. But as long as they are moving, there will be signs exposed. If there are signs, Xiao Yu can track them. The faster the curvature sails, the easier it is to detect. At this moment, the advancement speed of microscopic civilization has exceeded 1,300 times the speed of light. Such a fast speed is enough for the precise space monitoring network deployed by Xiao Yu to detect it. The main fleet provides the tracking fleet with tracking targets in the general direction, while the tracking fleet is responsible for confirming the precise location of the target. The two fleets cooperate with each other, just like setting up a dragnet. They seem to be trying to escape outside the Milky Way. After monitoring and tracking microscopic civilizations for a period of time, Xiao Yu came to this conclusion in his mind. Okay then, let's set off for the main fleet. Go and intercept them. Hundreds of light years away, Xiao Yu's main force also quickly entered the curvature navigation and headed for the edge of the galaxy. If all goes well, Xiao Yu's main fleet will intercept the microscopic civilization there. Do not know why. The micro-civilization did not choose to disperse and escape. Xiao Yu knew that if the microscopic civilization chose to disperse and escape, he would definitely not be able to find them again. Faced with a bunch of scattered molecules and atoms, even gods might be powerless. But microscopic civilization does not do that. Xiao Yu didn't know the reason, but Xiao Yu guessed that it might be due to the nature of civilization. Intelligent civilizations are all social civilizations, and the people of interspace civilizations have long discarded the iron and blood deep in their hearts. Under such circumstances, it is understandable that they choose group actions no matter what they do. Our civilization is not deliberately targeting you. We are just following orders. Xiao Yu, you must keep your promise. After Xiao Yu chose to follow, the information about micro-civilization began to contain a sense of frustration. If the order you received is to kill me, are you also going to do it? Xiao Yu responded with a sneer. Since you have chosen a different position, don't make so many excuses. You have long been abandoned chess pieces. You have lost value a long time ago. If you are willing to open the data channel of your civilization and tell me everything about your civilization, I can still let you live. This is impossible. The micro-civilization responded. We just don't want to entangle with you too much. Don't think that our micro-civilization is afraid of you. Don't forget that we are already a 7th level advanced civilization. And you? But it has just become a level 7 civilization. So what? I am a war-related civilization. And you are an interest-related civilization. Just on this point, I have decided that I will have an absolute advantage when facing you. Xiao Yu said with a sneer. If you continue to be stubborn, I will teach you a painful lesson. The micro-civilizations did not respond to Xiao Yu's words, and they fell into complete silence. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's monitoring network that could still detect these microscopic particles traveling at more than 1,000 times the speed of light, Xiao Yu almost thought he had lost track of microscopic civilization. Xiao Yu also remained silent. No longer choose unnecessary wars of words. Xiao Yu's ultimate forward speed is 1,600 times the speed of light, and the forward speed of microscopic civilization is higher than this. In terms of speed, Xiao Yu does not have an advantage. Both are 7th level civilizations and can directly convert space into energy. The energy sources of both parties are also unlimited. It seems like this It seems that Xiao Yu will never be able to catch up with micro-civilization. But the real situation is not like this. No matter how advanced the machinery or spaceship is, it is impossible to maintain maximum power operation for a long time. Xiao Yu has an advantage in terms of computing power and manufacturing, and this advantage will play a great role in the pursuit battle. Xiao Yu plans to rely on this advantage to eventually catch up with micro-civilization. But one thing is difficult to understand. In a place with abundant material like a river system, it is more conducive for microscopic civilization to hide. If we leave the river system, the material is too thin, and it will be much easier for me to track microscopic civilization. It is impossible for microscopic civilization not to know this a little. Then why do they want to escape from the river system? Xiao Yu silently thought about this question. Or maybe they set a trap for me ahead? Judging from the current navigation direction, the target of microscopic civilization seems to be the Large Magellanic Cloud. As a result, Xiao Yu's main fleet separated another squadron, gave up intercepting microscopic civilization, and headed directly towards the Large Magellanic Cloud. The remaining main fleet began another construction operation during the interception process. During this period of time, Xiao Yu has already conceived a weapon specifically for micro-civilization. Now what Xiao Yu has to do is to equip a large number of this weapon and give them a weapon when facing micro-civilization. Surprise! In this familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar galaxy, two major 7th-level civilizations launched a long pursuit spanning hundreds of thousands of light years. A few years or more than 10 years is nothing to a 7th-level civilization. This is true for Xiao Yu, and it is also true for micro-civilizations. The long pursuit lasted for 17 years in the blink of an eye. During this period of pursuit and escape, the two major 7th-level civilizations arrived at the edge of the galaxy. Because of its advantage in speed, the distance between micro-civilization and Xiao Yu has been much wider than at the beginning. But it is still not enough to achieve the purpose of getting rid of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu can still use the space monitoring network to track the location of microscopic civilizations. Xiao Yu's mind became slightly solemn. Before this exploration fleet and micro-civilization reached the edge of the river system, Xiao Yu's main fleet had already arrived here in advance and made arrangements. In the empty starry sky ahead, a larger and more advanced space maze is waiting there. And as long as microscopic civilization breaks into this maze, Xiao Yu will never hold back at all. In this silent pursuit, the micro-civilization was getting closer and closer to the trap. And Xiao Yu's heart gradually became excited. But at this moment, the accident happened again. I don't know why. Just before the microscopic civilization was about to enter the trap, the microscopic civilization suddenly changed its course, as if they had sensed that there was a trap waiting for them ahead. In this way, they narrowly avoided the trap set by Xiao Yu and continued to rush towards the Large Magellanic Cloud from another route. It's useless. You were able to use the space maze to trap us in the first place because you were unexpected. Now that you want to repeat the same trick, you underestimate our micro-civilization too much. At this time, Xiao Yu received a message from the micro-civilization. If you can't catch up with us, give up. Really? Xiao Yu sneered. Then let's try the weapons I developed specifically for your micro-civilization. After confirming that the space maze was ineffective, Xiao Yu made a decisive decision and immediately gave up his plan to trap microscopic civilization with the space maze. Billions of spaceships also gave up their concealment methods and were all exposed from the void. At this moment, Xiao Yu's detection fleet finally merged with the main force. In the past 10 years of tracking, Xiao Yu has completed the transformation of the weapon systems of the main fleet. Now, it is time for them to play their role. The appearance of these modified spaceships has not changed much. They just have some inconspicuous bulges. These protrusions are very small, like needles sticking into these spacecrafts. Because there are so many of them, Xiao Yu's spaceships look a bit like hedgehogs at this moment. Weapons specially developed for our micro-civilization? Xiao Yu, you have really taken great pains to deal with us. But it is useless. If you want to wipe out our micro-civilization, even an 8th-level civilization may not be able to do it. Micro-civilization, the message was released slowly. And when it came to this point, it suddenly stopped, followed by an exclamation. Huh? What is this? That's right. I do not have the ability to wipe out all of you, but I can still make you suffer heavy losses. Xiao Yu said coldly. Open your data channel, and don't make any more unnecessary resistance. Chapter 842 Abandoned Galaxy. Compared with ordinary war-related civilizations, Xiao Yu has undoubtedly gone further. For Xiao Yu, as long as it is technology, It has the possibility of being turned into weapons. Xiao Yu's thinking is no longer limited to one point. Under such circumstances, developing a new weapon to face new enemies is not a big deal for Xiao Yu. In order to target micro-civilization, Xiao Yu specially developed this new weapon. After receiving this slightly panicked message from the micro-civilization, Xiao Yu knew that his newly developed weapon had a very good effect. Although it cannot be seen with the naked eye, Xiao Yu knows that at this moment, in the vast void in front of him, there are countless high-energy particle beams moving at super light speed. That's right. It's a high-energy particle beam. The principle of this weapon is no different from that of a particle collider, and its mode of attacking microscopic civilization is similar to when Xiao Yu used a large particle collider to destroy water droplet detectors. Aren't you famous for being small? I will also use microscopic particles to deal with you, Xiao Yu said lightly. Give up resistance and open your data channel. This is impossible. Micro-civilization answered again. In the past 10 years, with the help of the huge space inside the 7th level civilization spacecraft, Xiao Yu created countless particle accelerators to accelerate particles, and performed certain space transformations. These emitted particles can carry huge kinetic energy while advancing in a curvature sailing manner. The needle-like protrusions on the outside of the spacecraft are the emission devices for these particles. The spaceships of microscopic civilizations are very small, usually only microscopic particle size. Although it is certain that there is a lot of space inside these tiny spaceships, the hull structure is only so much like Xiao Yu's spacecraft. Although the internal space of a spacecraft with a length of only 10 kilometers can fit a sun. But if a meteorite with a diameter of 10 kilometers hits the spacecraft at a speed extremely close to the speed of light, the spacecraft still cannot withstand it. For the same reason, if particles with extremely high kinetic energy, while maintaining curvature navigation, and the conventional speed is extremely close to the speed of light, are used to impact the particle spacecraft of a microscopic civilization, the spacecraft of a microscopic civilization will also be unable to withstand it. The only obstacle to the adoption of this weapon is that the target is too small and difficult to aim. But it also makes up for it through quantity. Xiao Yu has billions of spaceships. This time is not a large-scale war. Xiao Yu needs to use the full performance of the spacecraft. Xiao Yu only needs to control some basic modules of these spacecrafts, and these particle-emitting devices will do. There are billions of spacecrafts, each of which has millions to hundreds of millions of particle beam-emitting devices. What a huge number is this! With the support of such a huge number, Xiao Yu does not need to aim at all. Just confirm the general location of micro-civilization. Just blanket attack directly. Among the endless flow of high-energy particles, there will always be some particle beams that are lucky enough to hit the spacecraft of microscopic civilization. This attack method is very funny. Although the attack at this moment is very violent, it is estimated that even if a 6th-level civilization spacecraft is in the center of the battlefield, these attacks cannot destroy it. But the thing is so strange. The attack method that cannot threaten the spacecraft of the 6th-level civilization can cause heavy casualties to the spacecraft of the 7th-level micro-civilization. This is the power of weapons specifically targeting Shiki. After continuing for several hours, Xiao Yu temporarily stopped attacking the micro-civilization. After the crisscrossing microscopic particles disappeared, traces of microscopic civilization once again appeared in Xiao Yu's space network monitoring instruments. Xiao Yu observed. The intensity of spatial fluctuations caused by microscopic civilization has dropped by a few tenths of a percentage point. Which means, in the previous few hours of confrontation, at least hundreds of thousands of micro-civilization spacecraft were destroyed by themselves. At this moment, the fleets of both sides have completely left the Milky Way and entered the empty space between the river systems. The matter here is so thin that it is unimaginable, and there is usually less than one atom in 1 cubic meter of space. It is precisely because of this open environment that the weapon specially developed by Xiao Yu can play its greatest role. Otherwise, in places where there is a large amount of material, the microscopic particles launched by Xiao Yu will be intercepted by the rest of the material before they hit the target. You have no hope. Open the data channel, and I can let you go. Xiao Yu made this request again. As a technological civilization, Xiao Yu, you don't know the importance of the central computer to a civilization, the micro-civilization replied. This is a key device related to the life and death of the entire civilization. If you are allowed to enter our central computer, then our entire civilization will be under your control, and it will be difficult for us to die even if we want to. This is absolutely unacceptable to us. Believe us, we have told you everything we can tell you. Now, The rest of the things are beyond your reach. As long as I want to know, I have access to it. There is nothing that I cannot know, Xiao Yu said lightly. This will be the last chance. If you still refuse, then I will ask again next time. We still refuse. The fate of our civilization cannot be controlled by an outsider. The micro-civilization replied. Very good. After a brief exchange, the torrent of microscopic particles once again appeared in the void. Xiao Yu could not detect the details of this strange war, but he could know that his attack methods were causing a large number of casualties to the microscopic civilization. But the more this happened, the stranger Xiao Yu felt. Because it is impossible for microscopic civilization not to know that places with abundant materials are the best places to deal with such attacks. We are not far away from the Milky Way. As long as microscopic civilization turns around and returns to the Milky Way, microscopic civilization can reduce a lot of damage, casualties. But microscopic civilizations have never done this. They have been moving away from the Milky Way and running away in the direction of the Large Magellanic Cloud. Calculating at the current speed, it will only take 60 years for the microscopic civilization to escape to the Large Magellanic Cloud. Judging from the current war situation, in 60 years, the number of members of micro-civilization will drop by more than half. I would rather lose half of the population and flee to the Large Magellanic Cloud. What is the purpose of this? Could it be that there is something in the Large Magellanic Cloud that can change the situation of the war? It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Yu said silently. He was thinking. My vanguard is set off long ago. It only takes 40 years to reach the Large Magellanic Cloud. Let my vanguard explore the Large Magellanic Cloud first. The war between the two sides is still going on in such a strange situation. Every once in a while, Xiao Yu's weapon system will take a rest. And every time the microscopic civilization reappears, Xiao Yu could observe that the number of their members has decreased a little. Up to now, this situation has been going on for decades. And at least 3 billion micro-civilization spacecraft have been killed by Xiao Yu. At this time, Xiao Yu's vanguard finally arrived in the Large Magellanic Cloud. The Large Magellanic Cloud at this moment is completely different from the Large Magellanic Cloud in Xiao Yu's memory. The Large Magellanic Cloud originally had 1 billion stars and a diameter of 10,000 light-years. But now it has less than 100 million stars left, and its diameter has shrunk to less than 2,000 light-years. Its stellar orbit was completely different from before. If the element composition and the overall position of the river system had not changed much, Xiao Yu would have simply thought that he had arrived in a new river system. A small river with a diameter of only 2,000 light-years is nothing compared to Xiao Yu's huge exploration ability at the moment. Microscopic civilization still has 20 years to get here. And 20 years is enough for Xiao Yu to explore the Large Magellanic Cloud in detail several times. Microscopic civilization says that the energy for the decomposition and reorganization of the Milky Way comes from the Large Magellanic Cloud. It is for this reason that the Large Magellanic Cloud has shrunk so much. Then, in the Large Magellanic Cloud, I may be able to find something about this event. Clues. Xiao Yu silently thought about this problem. Regardless of whether the initiator of this incident was the Defenders or the Rebel Alliance, Xiao Yu tried to peek into the mystery of this almost heaven-defying method. Only by peeking into this mystery can Xiao Yu make a strength rating for the Defenders or the Rebel Alliance in his heart, and understand the gap between himself and them. But in the end, Xiao Yu was disappointed. The Large Magellanic Cloud at the moment is very chaotic. Very chaotic. This galaxy is filled with dense gas clouds that look like those before the birth of stars. Most of the stars that already exist are showing abnormal and violent activity. And their orbits are very chaotic. Like a newly born star system that is still in its active period. It is obvious that some very huge changes occurred in the Large Magellanic Cloud some time ago. This is consistent with the information Xiao Yu has already learned. To describe it in one sentence, the Large Magellanic Cloud at this moment is like an abandoned construction site. Messy. But one thing Xiao Yu is sure of is that he didn't find anything valuable here. No traps were found. No devices that might have been targeted at him were found. So what is the purpose of micro-civilization? Why do you have to risk your life to escape here? Chapter 843 Microscopic Civilization Disappeared. There is a principle in war. That is, no matter whether you understand the enemy's intentions or not, as long as the enemy wants to do it, you must stop it. According to this principle, even if Xiao Yu does not understand why the micro-civilization is trying its best and paying such a heavy price to escape to the Large Magellanic Cloud, Xiao Yu should stop the micro-civilization immediately. But the reality is regrettable. Xiao Yu has not blocked the ability of microscopic civilization to come to the large Magellanic Cloud. In fact, even though Xiao Yu now has a great advantage in the war against micro-civilization, Xiao Yu actually has no good way to defeat micro-civilization, except for the particle beam weapon specially developed for micro-civilization at this moment. Xiao Yu's other weapons are basically useless when facing micro-civilization. No matter how powerful the weapon is, it must be able to hit the enemy. This is undoubtedly an advantage of micro-civilization. By reducing his body size, although he lost his attack power, he made great progress in stealth. Xiao Yu knew that the phrase, "Even the 8th level civilization cannot destroy us," of micro-civilization is not empty talk. After microscopic civilizations escape to the large Magellanic Cloud, how should I deal with them? The large Magellanic Cloud is very rich in matter, and particle beam weapons will be greatly affected and basically cannot be used anymore. And with the previous lesson learned, I am afraid that space weapons such as space mazes will no longer be effective against them. Thinking about it carefully, I don't have a good way to deal with them. But if I miss this opportunity, I will find another way to eliminate them in the future. The opportunity for micro-civilization is very difficult. Xiao Yu was thinking about this problem silently. Micro-civilizations must be destroyed. I cannot tolerate their continued existence in this universe. In the void, the war continues. Xiao Yu's vanguard is still exploring the large Magellanic Cloud. But apart from gaining a better understanding of the extent of the chaos in the large Magellanic Cloud, Xiao Yu has gained nothing else. The number of members of microscopic civilization is still continuing to decrease, and it is a foregone conclusion that it will cause heavy damage to microscopic civilization. However, it seems that it is also a foregone conclusion that microscopic civilization will eventually successfully escape into the large Magellanic Cloud. It seems that the only way to eliminate microscopic civilization is through the stupidest method. Xiao Yu sighed secretly. We have been using large-scale space bombs to drive away microscopic civilization, so that they cannot stay in one place for too long, and then track them through the space monitoring network and exhaust them until they are exhausted. This is the only way. Xiao Yu didn't want to use this method because it required too much time and energy, and the chance of variables happening in the middle was also high. Decades have passed in a hurry, and the large Magellanic Cloud is already in sight, navigating at a high-speed curvature that is more than 1,000 times the speed of light. The micro-civilization easily escaped the traps and various encirclements set by Xiao Yu's vanguard here. In an instant, we entered the large Magellanic Cloud, and at this moment, the accident happened again. Xiao Yu suddenly discovered that microscopic civilization had disappeared from his space monitoring network. Xiao Yu retested in disbelief, but still could not find the spatial fluctuations caused by the curvature navigation of microscopic civilization. What's going on? Why did microscopic civilization suddenly disappear? Xiao Yu was filled with shock. When micro-civilization is conducting curvature navigation, Xiao Yu's only way to determine the location of micro-civilization is through the space monitoring network. On the contrary, when micro-civilization is conducting regular navigation, Xiao Yu can find more ways to find micro-civilization. Therefore, although micro-civilization knows that Xiao Yu has space network monitoring methods, it still uses curvature navigation. But now the space monitoring network has lost its effectiveness? Xiao Yu quickly analyzed this situation. After Xiao Yu took a lot of experiments, Xiao Yu finally confirmed something and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. No wonder microscopic civilizations have to risk their lives to escape to the large Magellanic Cloud. It turns out, due to some unknown reasons, my space monitoring network here in the large Magellanic Cloud will lose its effectiveness when facing tiny targets. This is probably the sequelae left after the big move carried out by the Defenders or the Rebel Alliance. The space monitoring network cannot be used here, and it is impossible for me to find the microscopic civilization again. Billions of molecules and atoms are scattered in a river system with a diameter of 2,000 light-years, and even gods cannot find them. It turns out that the micro-civilization wants to completely solve this matter. They want to use the special environment here to completely get rid of me. They can afford it here, but I can't afford it here. But it's really not reconciled. This is an obvious thing. There is abundant material here. If necessary, it is not impossible for microscopic civilization to stay here for hundreds of thousands of years. Even before Xiao Yu launches surveillance on the edge of the entire river system, he can quietly use the large Magellanic Cloud as a transit point, slip away from a certain corner, and Xiao Yu could not find them again. However, Xiao Yu already hates micro-civilization in his heart, and he is determined to obtain the technology of micro-civilization. Now Xiaoyu is really unwilling to let micro-civilization go like this. After physics has developed to a very high level, all aspects are interconnected. An ordinary intelligent civilization may not have the energy to develop in all aspects. But Xiaoyu is different. In the same way, computer technology has developed to the depths and is inextricably linked to the microscopic world. If Xiaoyu wants to greatly improve his computing power again, acquiring the technology of micro-civilization is also one of the feasible ways. This is very important to Xiaoyu. But at this moment, the microscopic civilization is like a drop of water blending into the sea, disappearing without a trace. And they may land at any time from other places that Xiaoyu cannot detect and escape again. While Xiaoyu seems to be standing on the fisherman on the coast, could only stare at the sea in vain, thinking about how to find the drop of water from the sea again. Conventional detection methods are ineffective against microscopic civilizations, and the space monitoring network has also lost its effect at this moment. I have completely lost the location information of microscopic civilizations. Xiaoyu thought silently. Perhaps I can use some conspiracy methods to regain the location information. The micro-civilization lured me out. However, the micro-civilization must be very defensive about me at the moment, and it will be difficult to achieve the goal by conspiracy means. Xiaoyu, aren't you very arrogant? Don't you want to exterminate all of our micro-civilization? At this time, Xiaoyu once again received a message from the micro-civilization. Don't you still want to get our micro-civilization? Technology and intelligence information? Do you want to know what happened before the Milky Way was decomposed and reorganized? Do you want to know what civilizations existed in the Milky Way at that time? And what was the outcome of these civilizations? It seems that before the Milky Way was decomposed and reorganized, the civilization named Pegasus also returned to the Milky Way and merged with the Shinjo civilization. They seem to have sensed something was wrong and wanted to leave the Milky Way. You know, we at that time adopted a method. Is there any way to prevent them from leaving? There are many more, such as the detailed classification of the 7th level civilization, the mysteries of the 8th level civilization, some secret information about the Rebel Alliance and the Defenders, etc. Our civilization holds a lot of information. Do you want to know all of this? As soon as he received the information about micro-civilization, Xiaoyu immediately reacted and began to try to find out the source of the information through some technical means. But after just a brief try, Xiaoyu gave up this plan. The micro-civilization used a certain concealment method when sending this information, so it was impossible for Xiaoyu to find them just through this information. Come to think of it, micro-civilizations also know this, so they are so unscrupulous. What happened to the Pegasus civilization, the Shinjo civilization, the Yaju, and my compatriots in the end? Xiaoyu sent a message indifferently, without any emotional factors in it. At that time, they tried to escape from the galaxy, and our micro-civilization used the same methods to prevent you from destroying the Guardian civilization to stop them. The difference is that when we prevented you from destroying the Guardian civilization, we did not ultimately destroy you, central computers, and when facing them, we destroyed the central computers of more than 30,000 spaceships in a row before they gave up their plan to leave the galaxy. The micro-civilization said lightly, we don't know their final outcome, but thinking about it, they should have died during the decomposition and reorganization of the Milky Way. After all, they are not as lucky as you. Are you deliberately irritating me? Xiaoyu said. You think you can sit back and relax, thinking that it is impossible for me to find you and finally kill you. So you become so unscrupulous. Do you know that this is stupid? The behavior of, we are indeed irritating you. So what? After all, this is a fact that has happened. We did do this at that time. In a sense, we did destroy those civilizations that are very close to you. Murderer. So what? What other means do you have to deal with us now? There was a hint of irony in the message sent by the micro-civilization. I didn't want to do this originally. Well, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me. Xiaoyu sighed secretly and responded. Chapter 844 Supergiant Chain Reaction Space Bomb. Perhaps, when the Milky Way was about to undergo such a huge change as it was decomposing and reorganizing, there were indeed some precursors that were noticed by the Pegasus civilization and the Shinjo civilization. After all, they are the top 6th level civilization below the 7th level civilization, and it is entirely possible to detect some unusual signs. They wanted to leave the Milky Way, but were eventually blocked by microscopic civilization. Microscopic civilizations are powerless when facing themselves, but this does not mean that they are also powerless when facing the Shinjo civilization and the Pegasus civilization. Just like when Xiao Yu faced the Guardian civilization. The micro-civilization quietly passed through Xiao Yu's protective layer and directly entered the central computer room of Xiao Yu's flagship. It can be said that the micro-civilization at that time had the ability to kill Xiao Yu at any time. At that time, they did not attack Xiao Yu. Amid the major changes in the galaxy, they finally took action against the Shenzhou civilization and the Pegasus civilization. Xiao Yu could imagine how urgent the situation was at that time, and how tragic and helpless the situation was when two peak level 6 civilizations faced a level 7 civilization. It would be a ghostly massacre. With the technological level of Shenzhou civilization and Pegasus civilization, it is impossible for them to have any resistance to microscopic civilization. All their spacecraft protective layers look like decorations to microscopic civilizations. Microscopic civilizations just walked unscrupulously between spacecrafts, directly entering the main control computers of the spacecraft, destroying the main control computers of these spacecrafts from the molecular and atomic levels. Now that battleships have become highly intelligent, in the life support system, gas circulation system, gravity balance system, fire control system, maneuvering system, etc. all require the participation of computers to operate. The destruction of the main control computer means the destruction of the battleship and the death of all life on the ship. Think of this. Xiao Yu's heart seemed to be bleeding. Those who died, whether they were intelligent creatures from the Pegasus civilization or the intelligent creatures from the Shenzhou civilization, were unacceptable to Xiao Yu. The same is true for Yamen. And the same is true for Zhang Xingya. If Zhang Xingya, the only compatriot on Earth, had an accident, Xiao Yu would go crazy. I hope you still exist now, and have not disappeared into nothingness with the decomposition and reorganization of the Milky Way. Xiao Yu thought silently. I hope that the being who saved me from behind will also save you. I hope that you are waiting for me in some corner of the universe at this moment. Shenzhou civilization. It is not impossible that the Pegasus civilization, Yao Beast, Zhang Xingya, and even the elementary civilization that Xiao Yu created for Zhang Xingya all survive. Xiao Yu still has a little hope in his heart, but micro-civilization gives these allies to itself. In other words, it is an indisputable fact that comrades in arms caused heavy casualties. Do you believe it or not? I have actually always had a way to deal with you, but because of some concerns, I didn't want to use it. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Xiao Yu said lightly. I'll take the initiative to show up and open you up. Through the data channel, I can allow your civilization to continue to exist. Otherwise, I will wipe out all your civilization. Xiao Yu's response was still the slightly sarcastic message. We are very curious. What other methods do you have so far? You are always just a 7th level primary civilization. Even if you are a war-related 7th level civilization. The same is true. Xiao Yu was speechless. What Xiao Yu said is true. Xiao Yu does have such means and methods. Xiao Yu also knows that if micro-civilization believes that it really has this ability, then in order to preserve its own civilization, micro-civilization should agree to its conditions. Open the data channel. After all, when civilization is about to be extinct, even the unreliable attempt of hoping for the kindness of the enemy is worth trying, especially for micro-civilizations that have lost their iron-blooded interest. Explain. And what Xiao Yu wants can only be obtained with the active cooperation of micro-civilizations, such as their scientific and technological information. Of course, even if Xiao Yu finally gets what he wants from micro-civilization, Xiao Yu does not intend to keep his promise and let micro-civilization go. However, this is a matter for the future. At this stage, Xiao Yu is facing a very big problem. The important issue is that although he has the ability to destroy microscopic civilization, he has no way to make microscopic civilization believe that he has this ability. This method is actually very simple. Microscopic civilization is hidden in the large Magellanic Cloud. Xiao Yu cannot find them. So as long as Xiao Yu destroys the entire large Magellanic Cloud, he will naturally achieve the purpose of destroying the microscopic civilization. Just like the Defender or Rebel civilization decomposes and reorganizes the entire galaxy, all civilizations within the galaxy will also be killed. Xiao Yu has this ability. In the Andromeda Galaxy, Xiao Yu had already tested this strategic weapon when destroying this small universe with a diameter of 1,000 light-years. If Xiao Yu is willing, Xiao Yu can completely recreate the scene again and destroy the entire large Magellanic Galaxy. But this method can be prevented. As long as the microscopic civilization leaves the large Magellanic Cloud, Xiao Yu's method will have no effect at all. Therefore, Not only can Xiaoyu not take the initiative to reveal his abilities to micro-civilization, but on the contrary, he must try his best to conceal them. Naturally, it is impossible to prove to microscopic civilization that it really has the ability to exterminate them. The Large Magellanic Cloud is only 2,000 light-years in diameter at the moment, and at the speed of a microscopic civilization, it would only take more than a year to travel through it. More than a year is still the most conservative estimate. After all, the Large Magellanic Cloud is not spherical, and its diameter is different everywhere. If you take a little risk, it is not impossible for microscopic civilization to escape directly from the side of the Large Magellanic Cloud. In fact, maybe microscopic civilization has this ability now. So there wasn't much time left for Xiaoyu. When microscopic civilization leaves Big Magellan, it will really be like a dragon entering the sea. And Xiaoyu will have nothing to do with microscopic civilization. You have chosen the road. Then I will make it happen for you. I don't want your scientific and technological information and all kinds of knowledge. I don't believe that in the future. I will not be able to obtain these through my own exploration and research. Things, Xiaoyu said lightly. As for you, just stay in the Large Magellanic Cloud forever. Micro-civilization chose to sneer at Xiaoyu's statement. Obviously, they still don't believe that Xiaoyu really has the ability to exterminate them all. We now have the ability to leave the Large Magellanic Cloud at any time. With the Large Magellanic Cloud as a barrier, it is impossible for you to find our traces again. We would like to see what other means you have to say such big words. That's right. We did prevent the Pegasus civilization and the Shinjo civilization from escaping the Milky Way. And more than 5 billion intelligent creatures died directly in our hands. What can you do to us? The micro-civilization still maintains that faint ridicule tone. Being indecisive will only miss good opportunities. Make a decision when it is time to make a decision. Even if a strongman cuts off his wrist, it is better than being hesitant. Now that he has made up his mind not to pursue micro-civilization technology, Xiaoyu no longer has any scruples. It is not difficult for Xiaoyu to create a supergiant chain reaction space bomb. The Vanguard fleet originally deployed in the Large Magellanic Cloud can also undertake a considerable part of the bomb deployment task. Xiaoyu is completely confident that he can lay out such strategic weapons that are enough to blow up the entire river system in a short period of time. Yes, I can't do anything to you. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu said this in a helpless tone, trying to paralyze the vigilance of microscopic civilization. I made a miscalculation. In the Milky Way. No. When I trapped you in the space maze for the first time, I should have killed you all without hesitation. Instead of communicating with you for so long and wasting so much time. There is only one chance. If you miss it, there will be no second chance. You have lost the chance to completely destroy our civilization and left the seeds for our civilization to continue to grow and develop. Xiaoyu, just wait. One day, our microscopic civilization will also transform into a war-related civilization. Come back again and clean you out of this universe. I don't believe that you have this ability. In fact, I am happy to meet you again in the future. That way, I can kill you all and avenge those intelligent creatures who died in your hands. Xiaoyu said lightly as he spoke. A voice sounded in Xiaoyu's mind. 3% of the laying of the supergiant chain reaction space bomb has been completed. And it is estimated that it will take 3 months to complete the laying. Time passes bit by bit. Xiaoyu can confirm that the microscopic civilization has been in the Large Magellanic Cloud during this period and has not left. Or, they are considering which direction to leave the Large Magellanic Cloud is the safest and most secure way to minimize the risk of being discovered by Xiaoyu. They didn't realize at all that a huge net was quietly opening in the darkness. Like a dark cloud covering the sky and the earth. Trying to cover them all. Non-war civilizations are far behind war-related civilizations in terms of their grasp of timing, insight into plots, etc. When you gain something, you lose something. In other aspects, they have superior strength. So naturally they are a little worse than others in this aspect. Therefore, until Xiaoyu had deployed all the bombs, the intermittent contact between the two major civilizations continued. In other words, the microscopic civilization still had not left the Large Magellanic Cloud. Then that's it. Goodbye. Micro-civilization. Xiaoyu said the last words. Chapter 845 Dark Star Civilization. Going back a few decades. More than 3 million light-years away from Xiaoyu. In the river system called the Triangulum, there was another huge civilization developing quietly here. After leaving the Milky Way, we no longer need to use the name Guardian Civilization. From today on, we will restore our original name. From now on, we are the Dark Star Civilization. The superparticle acceleration test has been confirmed to be a success, and we have obtained all the experimental data we want. The space energy formula is only one step away from us. Roughly speaking, it has already passed since our civilization left the Milky Way. It takes more than 10,000 years. A creature that is extraordinarily tall compared to other intelligent creatures of the Dark Star Civilization is standing in front of the porthole of a huge spaceship, looking at the infinite galaxy moving quietly outside the window, muttering to himself. Scenes of the past flash before its eyes, making it unable to help but fall into endless memories. It is the leader of this entire civilization, and the ruler of the entire Triangulum galaxy at this moment. Under its command, there are trillions of intelligent beings fighting for this civilization. In addition to these intelligent beings of this civilization, there are also a larger number of vassal race intelligent beings serving them. The Guardian Civilization. No. The scale of the Dark Star Civilization at this moment is even larger than it was in the Milky Way, when the Guardian Civilization was at its peak. If we hadn't encountered another advanced civilization during our travels and received their help, I'm afraid we would still be slowly moving along the Star Road at this moment. The leader thought silently. I don't know what the situation of the Shinjo civilization is at this moment. How is it? The Deep Space Network Detection Array told me. Something unusual seems to have happened in the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy. And there seems to be some big change. I don't know how the Shinjo civilization was affected by this change. What kind of impact has it had? No matter how the Shinjo civilization develops, they have very little hope of becoming a 7th level civilization. And with the help of that advanced civilization, we who successfully become a 7th level civilization will have an overwhelming advantage over the Shinjo civilization. The Shinjo civilization, it has lost its threat to us. It is just a small stumbling block at this moment. It is no longer qualified to attract my attention. Our Dark Star civilization will step onto a broader stage and have more brilliant development prospects. The rest, the 7th level civilization, or even higher level civilization, is what we need to face. Now that we have entered the category of 7th level civilization, we also have the ability to activate it. It is the most important and most secretive existence in the Dark Star civilization. The entire huge Dark Star civilization. Among the trillions of wisdom, only successive leaders and a few key scientists knew of its existence. It has not left any computer or paper records in the Dark Star civilization, and no records will be kept of any meetings about it. Its existence only exists in the minds of these key figures through communication between languages. If such confidentiality measures had not been taken, after the Shinjo civilization broke through the small universe of our civilization, captured the glory, and captured the central computer, its existence would have been exposed. And as long as it was exposed, the Shinjo civilization would never let it go. Our civilization may have perished at this moment. The leader thought secretly. For it, no matter how strict the confidentiality measures are, it is not too much. Even the leader of Dark Star civilization, the intelligent creature standing here patrolling his vast territory, doesn't know much about it. This is not because of the confidentiality level, but because this thing is too mysterious. Every year, the Dark Star civilization has a large amount of resources coming to the hands of a few scientists through secret channels for the purpose of researching this thing. But even so, the Dark Star civilization still knows very little about it. The only two things that can be determined are that this thing is extremely powerful, even capable of destroying the river system. The second point is that only by becoming a 7th level civilization and mastering the conversion between space and energy can it be activated. Ability. Now that the Dark Star civilization has become a level 7 civilization, it is only a matter of time before it masters the air energy formula and the conversion between space and energy. In other words, Dark Star civilization has been able to control it and let it exert its power. The leader looked outside the porthole and into the distance of the river system. The distance between the river systems is like a natural moat, restricting all civilizations below level 7 within the river systems, hindering communication between civilizations. This situation will naturally lead to the existence of different civilizations in different river systems, and there will basically be no mutual influence between different river systems. Before the arrival of the Guardian civilization, the same was true in the Triangulum galaxy. The local forces in the Triangulum galaxy develop quietly and compete quietly in their own river systems. There are also wars and cooperation between them. But no matter how fierce the war is, it is always limited to the scope of this river system. The arrival of the Guardian civilization has changed the situation here. The Guardian civilization from the Milky Way has an absolute advantage when facing the native civilization of the Triangulum Galaxy. Although the civilizations of the Triangulum Galaxy united unprecedentedly when they encountered foreign enemies, the technological gap was too huge. Even the Guardian civilization, which had been severely damaged after the war with the Shinjo civilization, was still it's not something they can resist. The River Alliance was defeated. The stubborn resistors were destroyed, and the obedient became slaves and vassals of the Guardian civilization. In this strange river system, the Dark Star civilization relied on its own battleships and the cannons on the battleships to create a new and vast world here. In this process, I don't know how many tragic stories or lingering love and hatred happened. But none of it is important. It has all passed. People only need to know that the Triangulum Galaxy at this moment is dominated by the name is Dark Star civilization, which is enough. At this moment, in front of the leader, there are countless intelligent creatures from countless civilizations, and countless spaceships are shuttled back and forth. These spaceships and intelligent creatures are like hard-working worker ants, relying on their own weak strength to build this huge empire. The Dark Star civilization, which has gathered the power of the entire river system, began to develop with peace of mind without any external enemies and without any pressure. Finally, in the recent period, it successfully conducted superparticle acceleration experiments and obtained all the scientific and technological materials needed for a civilization to advance to level 7. I don't know if it's because other advanced civilizations are secretly protecting us or something, but I always feel that our promotion to the 7th level civilization is a little too smooth. The leader thought about this problem with some worry. This process is simply a matter of course. There are no twists and turns. But it seems that it shouldn't be like this. From a large amount of data analysis, we know that there is a chance of failure in attacking the 7th level civilization. The loser may be destroyed or may become a tie house civilization. Why? Is the advancement of our civilization so smooth? I heard that when conducting superparticle acceleration experiments, the defenders of the universe will be alarmed, and the defenders will judge the civilization according to certain rules. However, during the impact on the 7th level civilization, we did not feel any powerful existence has noticed us. Is all this a rumor? But if this is a rumor, there have been as many level 6 civilizations in the galaxy for tens of millions of years as there are Christian car crossing the river. Why has no level 6 civilization been successfully promoted? Even so, the powerful Shinjo civilization is stuck in the 6th level civilization category. At this moment, the leader had many doubts in his mind. But unfortunately, no one is destined to answer these doubts. Slightly suppressing the uneasy thoughts in his heart, the leader continued to think. In any case, our civilization has become a 7th level civilization, so we don't have to worry about so many things. We are about to master the air energy formula, and we are going to have the ability to activate its ability. Then it's business to continue thinking about the next path to take. Scientists have found several ways to deal with neutron battle stars based on the theory of level 7 civilization, and are currently conducting feasibility tests. When the results of the tests are available, we will start manufacturing these weapons. Although some strange changes have occurred in the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, but we estimate that the probability of the existence of the Shinjo civilization and the Sweeper civilization is still very high. As long as we carry out a period of war preparations, we will march into the Milky Way. Avenge shame. It would be too boring to set its test target as the Milky Way. So we set the target as the Large Magellanic Cloud, which has also undergone strange changes and has greatly reduced in size and mass. Leader. News just came from the Central Academy of Sciences. The final results of the theoretical calculations have come out. Our formula has been tested by experiments and confirmed to be correct. That's right. Leader. Our civilization has mastered the air energy formula. Very good. Very good. The leader said with joy. Call these scientists together. I will hold a meeting to tell them that I intend to destroy the Large Magellanic Cloud. The destruction of the Large Magellanic Cloud will give the Shinjo civilization and the Sweeper civilization an early warning, allowing them to feel the irresistible power of our Dark Star civilization. The destruction of the Large Magellanic Cloud will be a precursor to the demise of these two civilizations. The leader spoke calmly, with an irrepressible sense of mystery and excitement in his tone. Chapter 846, Who Destroyed the River System? At this moment, in the Large Magellanic Cloud, supergiant chain reaction space bombs have been deployed. As long as Xiaoyu gives an order, these giant space bombs will cause a chain reaction in space and eventually blow up the entire river system. This weapon is the embodiment of the highest technology developed by Xiaoyu so far. And it is the most powerful weapon that Xiaoyu can use. All other weapons, whether they are space spins, space cannons, etc., are nothing more than tactical weapons. The difference between the two is like the difference between machine guns and hydrogen bombs in the Earth's era. During the process of deploying these space bombs, Xiaoyu was taking advantage of this period of time to keep away from the Large Magellanic Cloud at the highest speed to avoid being affected by large-scale space explosions. By now, Xiaoyu is hundreds of light years away from the edge of the explosion. And this distance is still expanding rapidly. At this moment, in the Large Magellanic Cloud, apart from the explosive devices and related detection equipment arranged by Xiaoyu, there is no longer any of Xiaoyu's spacecraft. The environment in the big universe is different from that in the small universe. If the small universe is detonated, then the rules of that small universe will be destroyed. In the big universe, after the entire river system is detonated, I don't know what will happen. No. Do you know if the rules will be changed? This incident can be used as a very large-scale experiment. There's just one thing. If the river system turns back time and really faces me, and I detonate the entire river system, I wonder if it will attract the attention of the beings hiding in the dark. Will this help me? Cause trouble? This is exactly what Xiaoyu is worried about. This is also the reason why Xiaoyu is unwilling to do this. But now, even with all the hidden dangers, Xiaoyu decided to do it. Micro-civilization has become a thorn in Xiaoyu's side, and a thorn in his flesh. Xiaoyu will definitely get rid of him, and become the queen. It's a pity that a great civilization that has been inherited for countless thousands of years, and has countless glorious stories, is about to die in my hands at this moment. Xiaoyu thought lightly and calmly issued the order. Detonate the bomb. A message carrying Xiaoyu's order was sent out in the form of real-time communication, reaching countless giant space bombs scattered throughout the entire river system. The bombs reacted the moment they received this order. The space began to vibrate at an indescribable frequency. A heaven-destroying aura is quietly condensing in the fluctuations of space. If this kind of change is only happening in one place, it doesn't matter. After all, the universe is so vast. But at this moment, the same changes are happening in literally billions of places. This kind of space explosion does not release energy in the form of photons. So these changes are dark. From the surface, the entire Large Magellanic Cloud remains quiet and dark. The star is still radiating its light quietly. Just a little bit. After Xiaoyu's order was issued, the light of these stars begins to change. And it seems that they can no longer maintain their structural stability. The explosion in a river system was so violent that even a neutron battle star, or even Xiaoyu's most advanced spaceship, would be shattered into pieces if affected. So that Xiaoyu had to stay away from here as quickly as possible. But such a drastic change, except for a slight change in the luminosity of the star, nothing can be detected on the surface. Near one of those millions of tipping points, a stray asteroid was affected at this moment. It disappeared quietly. I don't know where it went. A planet was also affected, and it also disappeared quietly, as if it had never existed. Then, a star. After all, the star is too big, and even such violent energy fluctuations cannot swallow it up in an instant. The affected part suddenly dimmed at this moment, like a piece of black cloth covering it, while on the other side, after maintaining calm for 2 or 3 seconds, it suddenly fluctuated violently, got up. Countless stellar matter erupted, and the brightness of the entire star increased tens of thousands of times at this moment. From the perspective of Xiaoyu's deep space network detection array, it looked like the star suddenly flickered. It just flickered for a moment, and the next moment it disappeared, being affected by a violent energy wave. It could have declared the end of its life with the most violent explosion. But this energy came too quickly, so fast that it had no time to explode and turned into nothingness. Xiaoyu! What have you done? Why is there such a violent fluctuation in the space? Just as the scope of the explosion spread rapidly, and Xiaoyu was desperately trying to escape, a message from the micro-civilization was sent. This message is full of anxiety and fear. Have you noticed the changes here too? Xiaoyu responded with a faint smile. I have told you a long time ago that I really have the ability to completely destroy your civilization. But you don't believe it. Don't tell us that this is what you made. You are trying to destroy the entire river system. You are too crazy to do such a thing. Aren't you afraid that the defenders will directly destroy you? Stop it quickly. We stern warning. No. We beg you. Stop quickly. Don't do this. At this moment, the message sent by the micro-civilization was full of panic. After all, Micro-civilization is a 7th-level advanced civilization. Although their combat effectiveness is far from Xiaoyu, they are much higher than Xiaoyu in terms of technological theory or other aspects. They can detect the changes taking place around them at this moment, know the power of such a terrorist explosion, and know that their civilization has absolutely no ability to survive an explosion of this scale. Intraspace civilizations generally do not have the tenacious fighting will and the iron-blooded spirit of the race. This is something Xiaoyu has confirmed through his own civilization development model and his contact with micro-civilizations. The micro-civilization's reaction at this moment was not at all beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. This is a very helpless thing. Before Xiaoyu finally took out this trump card, Xiaoyu could not make the microscopic civilization believe that he had the ability to destroy them. After taking out this trump card, Xiaoyu did not stop this. The ability to change. Once these chain reaction space bombs are triggered, not even Xiaoyu can stop them. Do you now believe that I have the ability to destroy all your civilization? Xiaoyu asked lightly. We are willing to dedicate all the scientific and technological information of our civilization. We can give you whatever you want. We just ask you to let go of our civilization. Along the way, it is not easy to become a level 7 civilization. We still want to continue to exist. I don't want to be destroyed. The micro-civilization responded immediately. It's a pity that after these space bombs are triggered, I don't have the ability to stop them. I blame you for not believing in me at first. Xiaoyu sighed lightly and said, I told you from the beginning. Don't force me. Don't offend me. At this time, Xiaoyu does not intend to use deception or other conspiracy methods to make the micro-civilization hand over what he wants, such as scientific and technological information. First, there is not enough time, and micro-civilization is about to be destroyed. Second, micro-civilization is not a fool, and it is unlikely that they will provide real information to Xiaoyu. You despicable and shameless devil! After the Rebel Alliance learns that you still exist and have destroyed an entire river system, they will definitely take action to completely destroy you. Seemingly knowing that there is no hope of escape, the micro-civilization has already completely gave up the idea of survival. Since I dare to attack you, I won't worry about these things. Xiaoyu still said calmly. You can go on your way with peace of mind. In the universe after my rise, there will be no place for you. These were the last words Xiaoyu said to micro-civilization. After that, Xiaoyu never received any response from micro-civilization. Xiaoyu knew that the microscopic civilization at this moment should have been completely destroyed. As long as you are in the Large Magellanic Cloud, or within a certain distance of the Large Magellanic Cloud, you will be affected by this explosion. Even Xiaoyu now has to desperately escape from the Large Magellanic Cloud at the highest speed. Not to mention the micro-civilization whose combat power is much worse than Xiaoyu's. The explosion has not spread beyond the river system. The detector left by Xiaoyu is still working diligently there, reporting every subtle change that occurs in the Large Magellanic Cloud to Xiaoyu. At least hundreds of millions of stars have been affected and swallowed up by this huge energy. Among them, there are also a considerable number of extreme celestial bodies, such as white dwarfs, neutron stars, black holes, and the like. These dense stars cannot escape these blows from the space level, although the laws of physics stipulate that no matter can escape from a black hole. In such a violent explosion, whether the rules of the universe still apply is a question. In addition to Xiaoyu, there are other deep space network detection arrays that use over-distance real-time communication and are watching the traces here. The information collected by these detectors was quickly reported to the core of the Triangulum galaxy. In the largest spacecraft, it was presented to the leaders of the Dark Star civilization. Leader, its attack has taken effect. The Large Magellanic Cloud is currently undergoing some strong changes. It is expected that in a few hours, the Large Magellanic Cloud will be completely destroyed. Yes, that's right. We rely on it. Destroyed an entire river system. Chapter 847 Death of Black Hole. The entire Large Magellanic Cloud was destroyed in this explosion, so powerful that it cannot be described. Hundreds of millions of stars, as well as a larger number of planets and asteroids, as well as a rare but more powerful extreme stars, all perished in this incident. The detection equipment left by Xiaoyu in advance recorded the entire process of the destruction of the river system. They worked until they themselves were affected and destroyed. It's finally over. Xiaoyu sighed softly. Xiaoyu knew that all microscopic civilizations must have perished. Even I can't withstand such a violent explosion, let alone the non-war-related MSI civilization. Xiaoyu has been in the process of escaping quickly. The vibration propagation speed of space far exceeds the speed of light. Even if Xiaoyu can sail at a speed of more than 1,000 times at this moment, Xiaoyu dare not take it lightly. If you escape a little slower, the strong spatial fluctuations will catch up with Xiaoyu and tear Xiaoyu apart. The destruction of the Large Magellanic Cloud will certainly affect a nearby area millions of light years in diameter. In other words, the Milky Way will also be affected by this event. But Xiaoyu didn't know the specific extent to which it would be affected. After all, this is an unprecedented thing, and Xiaoyu has no reference to measure it. Xiaoyu has been closely monitoring the entire explosion process, trying to find some unusual signs. This incident, behind the attack, had another layer of scientific experiment implications. The destruction of the small universe will lead to the loss of all the rules that originally existed in it. In the large universe, the destruction of an entire river system may have a similar phenomenon. The destruction of a river system is basically impossible to affect the rules of the entire universe. But it is possible to change the rules in a small area. All Xiaoyu needs to do is to find out the changes in these rules, and then summarize the rules for them, and finally develop rules-based weapons by himself. At this moment, all the detection instruments left by Xiaoyu around the Large Magellanic Cloud have been destroyed, while Xiaoyu's main fleet was escaping at extremely high speed. It was also paying close attention to the subsequent development of this incident through the relevant instruments of the Deep Space Network Detection Array. The Large Magellanic Cloud has disappeared. At this moment, what appeared before Xiaoyu's eyes was chaos. This is a true chaos, just like it was before the world opened and nothing was formed. The environment in the Large Magellanic Cloud must be extreme. This is an obvious thing, but Xiaoyu doesn't know how extreme it is. Xiaoyu was thinking deeply about an image file. That was a picture taken before the detector was destroyed. In this picture, under the starlight of the sky, there is an area that seems to be shadowy, and there is something dark. This is a black hole. This black hole is about dozens of times the mass of the sun. It was originally wandering in the empty river system, and moving according to its own orbit. But the next moment, a strong space explosion occurred, and some strange changes immediately occurred around it. The shooting data shows that after a strong space explosion occurred, the twisted space around the black hole seemed to calm down briefly, and the volume of the black hole seemed to shrink a bit. The volume of a black hole is infinitesimally small, but using its event horizon boundary as the dividing line, the space around it can be divided into inside the black hole and outside the black hole. At the black hole's event horizon, the escape velocity is exactly equal to the speed of light. The escape velocity inside the event boundary is greater than the speed of light, because the speed of light cannot be exceeded. Any matter that crosses the horizon boundary cannot come out again. What Xiaoyu saw was such a scene. At the moment after the space explosion occurs, the black hole's event horizon shrinks a little. Just like the size of the black hole's sphere shrinks a little, Xiaoyu can be sure that at this moment, the mass of the black hole has not decreased at all. Since the mass has not decreased, the black hole's event horizon boundary should not change either. But at this moment, the boundary of its horizon has become a little smaller. This means that at that moment, the speed of light around the black hole increased. Xiaoyu thought silently. As the speed of light increases, the horizon boundary of the black hole becomes smaller. This is an obvious truth. The black hole was destroyed in just an instant, under the violent spatial fluctuations. Its volume is shrinking rapidly, which means that the speed of light is getting higher and higher. Eventually, the speed of light reaches a point where the black hole can no longer exist stably. It does not escape the fate of death in the end. It is the same as the rest of the stars, swallowed by endless energy. It seems that what I guessed is true. The extremely high energy level will indeed affect the rules and cause some changes. If the energy level is high enough, I can even return the entire universe to chaos and make this universe follow the rules. The rules I made work. When the universe first opened, within a very short period of time just after the Big Bang, would the situation here be similar? Although a river system is large, it is nothing compared to the entire universe. The change in the rules that Xiaoyu observed only happened for a moment, and it returned to normal after a moment. This is obviously due to the influence of the rules of the macrocosm. What exactly does this mean, and what is the relationship between the two? Xiaoyu still has no way of knowing. Xiaoyu is still observing the Large Magellanic Cloud closely. At this moment, its internal rules have returned to normal. So some reactions and changes under the control of the existing rules of the universe have begun to occur. After a big hole was blown out of the space, it quickly began to repair itself. The huge energy turned into space again, filling this vacancy, and matter began to condense again. They condensed into elementary particles in a very short period of time. And then the elementary particles began to combine with each other and began to form the largest particle in the universe. Simple element. Hydrogen. In this way, Xiaoyu can basically determine the subsequent development of the Large Magellanic Cloud. In the foreseeable future, the Large Magellanic Cloud will turn into a huge hydrogen gas cloud. In this hydrogen gas cloud, billions of first-generation stars will be born again, and these stars will reach the end of their lifespan. Afterwards, it will explode and the remaining elements formed by nuclear fusion will be thrown into the river system. These heavy elements will once again participate in various changes, eventually evolving into a colorful river world. During this process, intelligent life may also be born. Thinking about it, after they have a certain technological foundation, they should be very puzzled by how different the Large Magellanic Cloud is. They may not have the chance to know that the Large Magellanic Cloud has already been reborn once. This is a real rebirth. In this river system, under Xiaoyu's control, the Large Magellanic Cloud once again staged the scene when the universe was born. Although this is only a simplified and reduced version. There is nothing happening here anymore. The things that happened in the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, although strange and unimaginable, have happened after all. It will not help if I continue to stay here. Then it is time to leave. Continue my journey and explore all the unknowns. If the Pegasus civilization, Shinjo civilization, etc. still exist, then find them. As for the solar system and the Earth, at this moment, nearly 100 years have passed since the explosion of the Large Magellanic Cloud, and Xiaoyu has digested all the information obtained from this incident. When it was time to leave, Xiaoyu looked in the direction of the Milky Way and fell into deep thought. The Milky Way galaxy was also affected by this event. Xiaoyu observed that one of the spiral arms of the Milky Way has tended to deviate slightly from its original orbit. It can be expected that during the evolution of events over tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years in the future, this spiral arm will deviate more and more, and eventually deviate from the position of the galactic disk. This means that the orbits of billions to tens of billions of stars have been changed. Changes in orbits will bring about changes in destiny. These stars will have completely different development possibilities than before. As for whether this change is good or bad, only time will judge. Let's leave the solar system and the Earth here. New apes have appeared on the Earth. Perhaps they will once again take a different path from the past. I'd better not interfere with their evolutionary track. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyu made a decision, then adjusted the trajectory of his fleet and sailed to another place. At the same time, in the Triangulum galaxy, the leader of the Dark Star civilization is holding a top-secret meeting with several top scientists. Leader. It is undoubtedly what we usually call a causal weapon, or a philosophical weapon. The latest monitoring results tell us that the Large Magellanic Cloud has been destroyed. After we have injected enough energy into it, and issued the order after receiving the order to destroy the Large Magellanic Cloud, it indeed destroyed the Large Magellanic Cloud. However, we are currently unable to confirm whether it belongs to the first type of philosophical weapon or the second type of philosophical weapon. This is very important to our civilization. The scientist said hastily. It would be fine if it was a second category philosophical weapon. The destruction of the Large Magellanic Cloud does not require any reason at all. However, if it is a second category philosophical weapon, if it is a type of philosophical weapon, then this means that in our local galaxy group, there is a terrifying civilization that is capable of destroying the entire river system. The technological level of this civilization must have surpassed ours. Chapter 848 Fuan Galaxy. When detonating the small universe of the 7th level civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy, Xiaoyu once made some speculations about two philosophical weapons based on his observation of the phenomenon of rules being broken. The main difference between the first philosophical weapon and the second philosophical weapon is whether a third character is required to join. The second kind of philosophical weapon is a philosophical weapon in the true sense, and its implementation does not require any reason. If you possess a second philosophical weapon, and you give it an order to extinguish the sun, then the sun will extinguish immediately without any reason or reason. Because under the power of the second philosophical weapon, the law of cause and effect has been broken, and the results do not need causes to support. In this system, anything can happen without reason. The cup suddenly turned into a tiger, and the sun suddenly went out, all without any reason or reason. The first philosophical weapon is different. Compared with the second kind, the first kind of philosophical weapon is less powerful and has greater limitations. Its principle is to specify an effect first, and then let the universe itself perfect the cause of the effect. In other words, it is still within the system of the law of cause and effect, and the law of cause and effect is still in effect and has not been broken. In this system, results still require causes. If you give it a command to extinguish the sun, a series of things may happen before the sun goes out. For example, a super alien civilization comes here, and for some reason uses some unknown technology to destroy the core of the solar system. If fusion stops in an instant, it needs some other elements to act as a driving force. And it still needs reasons and justifications. This is the difference between the first philosophical weapon and the second philosophical weapon. This is exactly what the scientist is worried about. There is no doubt that it is a philosophical weapon. After providing sufficient energy, it successfully completed the order of the leader of the Dark Star civilization and destroyed the entire large Magellanic galaxy. But these scientists and leaders don't know whether there is a reason or not. If there is no reason, then it is good. But what if there is a reason? If there is a reason, why was the large Magellanic cloud destroyed? A galaxy will naturally not destroy itself for no reason. So there must be a third-party force joining in. So who is this third party? From their standpoint, for what reason did they destroy the large Magellanic cloud? You must know that the causal relationship created by the first causality weapon is absolutely reasonable. In other words, this third-party force does not know that such a causality weapon exists in the depths of the universe. He didn't know that his behavior was actually being manipulated secretly. From the perspective of this third-party force, everything was natural, and there was no manipulation. They wanted to destroy this river system. So they destroyed this river system. If they were manipulated to destroy this river system, then they were the first ones to jump out and refute. That's the truth. If someone told Xiaoyu that Xiaoyu destroyed the large Magellanic cloud because he was manipulated, Xiaoyu would definitely shake his head in disdain and laugh at them. But one thing is that no matter what the reasons were for this third party to destroy the large Magellanic cloud, one thing is certain. That is, this third-party force has technological strength that surpasses their Dark Star civilization. For a level 7 civilization, the distance of more than 3 million light-years from the Triangulum galaxy to the large Magellanic cloud is not too far away. And there is a level 7 civilization with such super strength so close to itself. Or a higher level civilization. How could this not cause them concern? The several scientists and leaders present here can understand the meaning of this scientist's words without any hindrance. After he said these words, everyone fell silent. After a while, the leader shook his head and said, I don't think this should worry us. The power of philosophical weapons has been proven. If this unknown third-party force really exists, if it really comes here to cause trouble for us, if so, we can completely eliminate them through philosophical weapons. The scientist continued with some worry. I always believe that philosophical weapons cannot be launched casually and without any cost. Otherwise, all advanced civilizations should fully develop philosophical weapons and abandon everything else. The development route is correct. There must be some limitations on philosophical weapons, or some kind of price, which may be quite high. Only in this way, they have to reluctantly give up the development of philosophical weapons. The most likely thing is the rejection of the universe itself, or the speculation of the defenders. The law of cause and effect is the cornerstone of the existence of our universe. To destroy the law of cause and effect is to challenge the rules. The defenders will definitely not tolerate this. Such things happen. The rejection of the universe itself may still be a bit illusory, but defenders are real things. It is for this reason that I strongly oppose conducting experiments related to philosophical weapons. Actually, there is a simpler reasoning. That is, if this philosophical weapon is really powerful enough, then why did its previous owner abandon it? Don't say that the previous owner died. If this philosophical weapon is really powerful enough, so powerful, how could its previous owner still die? There is another question. The existence of philosophical weapons is definitely not the only one. In some corner of the universe, there must be a second or even a third philosophical weapon. So, when the orders issued by these multiple philosophical weapons are not unique, which philosophical weapon will finally take effect? For example, I have a philosophical weapon, and I order it to make the spaceship stay where it is. And you also have a philosophical weapon, and you order it to make the spacecraft move to the left. At the same time, the third party has a third party. This is a philosophical weapon, which orders the spacecraft to move to the right. So, how should these three conflicting commands be executed in the end? This spaceship cannot stay in place, and move left and right at the same time. Right? Or maybe there is something called power that measures the power of philosophical weapons. The command of the most powerful philosophical weapon will eventually take effect. But this raises another problem. That is, even philosophical weapons may eventually fail. Yes, it is not omnipotent. After saying these words in one breath, the scientist took a breath and continued. I don't know why. I always have a bad feeling. I always think that using philosophical weapons is a big mistake we made. Its words aroused the thinking of several high-level civilization officials who attended the meeting. After a while, the leader said calmly, Anyway, we have already used it, and the consequences will be discussed later. However, I agree with your suggestion that you should try not to use philosophical weapons unless necessary. In the future. Unless it is a critical moment for the survival of civilization. Otherwise, we would not use philosophical weapons. The scientist was about to continue saying something when suddenly something else changed in this heavily guarded conference room. While several people were watching in shock, a somewhat illusory shadow suddenly appeared in the conference room. You know, this conference room is the safest conference room created using the highest technology of the 7th level civilization. Even in the face of a supernova explosion, this conference room will be safe. But at this time, something like this suddenly appeared here. Before the leader's order to summon the guards was given, this somewhat illusory shadow made its own voice. What it uses is actually the pure language of Dark Star civilization. Don't be alarmed. Leaders of Dark Star civilization. I am from the Rebel Alliance, and I have no ill will towards you. That's right. We are rebelling against the defenders of this universe. Yes, it was our alliance that appointed you as the Guardian civilization. You were not judged by the defenders, and successfully became a 7th level civilization. This was also the result of our secret interference. We originally wanted to stay in the dark and watch your development quietly. But if you use philosophical weapons, we will have to show up. Leaders of the Dark Star civilization. You must carry out the next thing. Otherwise, what awaits you will be the tragedy of civilization extinction. You must leave here immediately and go to the Kite Galaxy in the Virgo Galaxy group, where we will destroy you. The old enemy, Shinjo civilization. Or in other words, the destruction of Xiaoyu. The defenders have noticed you, and the punishment mechanism has been activated. The Shinjo civilization, or Xiaoyu, is the chess piece it uses to destroy you. We have made some arrangements in the Feiyuan Galaxy. These arrangements will help you escape this. Okay. Carry out these things as soon as possible. Every moment of delay will put your civilization in danger. This illusory shadow said quietly, with a voice full of ethereal flavor. If you can pass the test, it is not impossible for you to join our Rebel Alliance. You must know that in the current universe, there are really fewer and fewer civilizations that have developed into a war-related 7th level civilization. This shadow appeared suddenly, and after saying this, disappeared suddenly. How it came and how it left, no one knows. The leader of the Dark Star civilization and several scientists looked at each other, even unable to react for a moment. Chapter 849 Mafi Galaxy Group. Xiaoyu is already getting farther and farther away from the Milky Way and the large Magellanic Cloud that has been destroyed and then reborn. Xiaoyu is about to embark on another long-distance voyage. What awaits Xiaoyu ahead will be a long voyage of 7,000 years. That's right. Even at Xiaoyu's current average speed of 1,500 times the speed of light, it would take nearly 7,000 years to reach Xiaoyu's destination this time. Xiaoyu will leave the fairy Milky Way Galaxy Group and head to the other nearest galaxy group. The Mafi Galaxy Group. Among the Mafi Galaxy Group, there is a river system named Mafi 1 by Xiaoyu. This river system is the goal of Xiaoyu's voyage. The position of the Mafi Galaxy in the Mafi Galaxy Group is equivalent to the position of the Andromeda Galaxy in the local group of galaxies. Mafi 1 is the galaxy with the largest mass and scope among the Mafi Galaxy Group. It has a diameter of approximately more than 60,000 light-years. This diameter is slightly larger than half of the Milky Way and larger than the Triangulum Galaxy. There are approximately 80 billion stars orbiting in the Mafi Galaxy. Generally speaking, it is a fairly ordinary river system, but its location can become a springboard for Xiaoyu to go to the Virgo Galaxy Group in the future. With Xiaoyu's technology at the moment, although energy can be obtained directly from the void, the various substances that he needs to convert from space are still limited by production capacity. In this case, looking for a river system as a springboard, as it is quite necessary to replenish supplies during the journey. The three giants of the Andromeda Galaxy, the Milky Way, and the Triangulum Galaxy, as well as many tiny and dim satellite galaxies, form the Andromeda Galaxy Group. Because this galaxy group is the birthplace of mankind and the location of the Earth. Therefore, this galaxy group is also called the local group of galaxies. The local group of galaxies is an astronomical unit one level larger than the Milky Way. The closest neighbor to the local group of galaxies is the Mafi Galaxy Group, Andromeda Galaxy Group, the Mafi Galaxy Group, the Fornax Galaxy Group, the Auriga Galaxy Group, the Virgo Galaxy Group, etc. Together constitute a higher-level astronomical unit, the Virgo Supercluster. The Virgo Supercluster is also known as the local supercluster because it is the birthplace of mankind. Then the Virgo Supercluster, and the Pisces and Cetus Supercluster, the Perseus Pisces Supergalaxy, the Auriga Supergalaxy Cluster, the Hercules Supergalaxy Cluster, etc. once again constitute a higher-level astronomical scale, Pisces Cetus Supercluster Complex. The astronomical structure of the supercluster complex is still far away from the current visible universe. The vastness of the universe can be seen. It is a great existence that simply exceeds the imagination limit of all intelligent creatures. Here, endless stars, black hole, river systems, galaxy groups, supergalaxy groups, etc. follow the rules of the universe. And they have been running here for hundreds of millions of years. There are endless mysteries hidden here, and endless wonders, and beautiful scenery waiting for intelligent creatures to explore. Sometimes, just thinking about these dazzling large-scale structures, Xiao Yu will feel a surge of blood in his heart. You can't help but feel dizzy. This is really too vast. So vast that it makes people despair. Even if Xiao Yu is already a 7th-level civilization at this moment, already able to sail at a speed of 1,500 times the speed of light, Xiao Yu still feels so small. Just leaving the local galaxy group and heading to the nearest Mafi Galaxy Group will take nearly 7,000 years, let alone leaving the local supercluster or the local supercluster complex. The universe is so vast, and the scope of activity of a 7th-level civilization is only this small in comparison. I don't know what heights the 8th-level and 9th-level civilizations can reach. It's really fascinating to think about it, Xiao Yu thought in his heart, sighing silently. At this time, Xiao Yu began to understand the significance of the existence of level 7 or level 8 civilizations in the direction of travel. From a simple point of view, it seems like a huge waste or an insult to life to devote all your infinite lifespan to things like travel. However, the universe is so endless, so magnificent and moving. So what's wrong with spending time traveling? Even if Xiao Yu hadn't been burdened with so many mysteries and missions, Xiao Yu would have had the urge to develop himself into a travel-oriented civilization. Spending millions and millions of years on a long journey seems like a good idea. Sometimes, Xiao Yu really wants to ignore all this. Just choose a direction and sail for 1.8 million years first. Anyway, it has become a 7th-level civilization, and there is no need to worry about the source of energy. Every time this impulse comes up in his heart, Xiao Yu needs a lot of self-control to suppress this thought. Xiao Yu kept telling himself to be down to earth and develop step by step. As long as your technology is developed, you can start your journey to the universe in a way that saves energy and time. Whenever this time, Xiao Yu would feel a little emotional about his days when he was still on the Earth. It's just a small planet. In this vast universe, it is not even comparable to a speck of dust. However, there are so many of my own kind who are trying to do nothing for something too trivial. It was a ridiculous bunch of creatures and a ridiculous time. After more than 1,500 years of voyage, Xiao Yu arrived in the Andromeda Galaxy. After a rough exploration of the Andromeda Galaxy, Xiao Yu confirmed one thing. That is, the Andromeda Galaxy has indeed experienced the phenomenon of going back in time. Just like what happened in the Milky Way, the Flame civilization has disappeared, and all members of the Andromeda Galaxy Alliance have also disappeared. In fact, there is no technological civilization left in the Andromeda Galaxy. This had long been expected by Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu was not too shocked by it. After staying in the Andromeda Galaxy for about 400 years, Xiao Yu passed through the Andromeda Galaxy, came to the other edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, and began to set off towards the Triangulum Galaxy. The Triangulum Galaxy is one of the 3 giants of the local galaxy group, and it is also the only large river system that Xiao Yu has not explored. At this moment, before leaving the local galaxy group, Xiao Yu had to go explore it no matter what. The Guardian civilization started sailing across the river system with the technological strength of a 6th-level civilization. This move must be said to be very courageous. However, based on their technological level and navigation speed at that time, It takes more than 20,000 years to reach the Triangulum galaxy from the Milky Way. At this time, their journey is only halfway. Xiao Yu thought silently. Forget it. Let them develop. One, they are only level 6 civilizations, and it is not worth my time to search for them in the starry sky. Or I can leave something in the Triangulum galaxy and give them a little help. Or I can explore in the Triangulum galaxy first. Ichiban, if there is a civilization that is too powerful, destroy it first to clear some obstacles for their arrival. After all, they are all civilizations that come out of the Milky Way. I am leaving this galaxy group, so it makes sense to help them. There are grudges between Xiao Yu and Guardian civilization. But those things are nothing to Xiao Yu at this moment. Just like when people grow up, the grievances between children disappear. Even if necessary, Xiao Yu would be willing to help the Guardian civilization. With this in mind, Xiao Yu once again spent about 700 years coming to the Triangulum galaxy. Xiao Yu knew that there was no time reversal in the Triangulum galaxy. To Xiao Yu's expectation, there were no intelligent creatures in the Triangulum galaxy. If this was just the case, Xiao Yu would not be so surprised. What surprised Xiao Yu was that there were many civilizational ruins in the Triangulum galaxy. Xiao Yu is exploring here, and many conclusions appear in Xiao Yu's mind. This is the residence of a level 3 civilization. It's obvious that they haven't mastered the warp navigation technology yet. But what's strange is, why are there relics of a level 4 civilization so close? Could it be that this level 3 civilization is this vassal of the 4th level civilization? No. There are still ruins of the 5th level civilization here, and the 6th level civilization. This place is empty, and it is obvious that some existence has intentionally erased the traces of its existence. Although there is no direct evidence, but I believe that there must have been a level 7 civilization here. Could it be that in this galaxy group, apart from me, there are other 7th level civilizations? Xiao Yu thought about this question with confusion. A 7th level civilization. A large number of lower level civilizations of 6th level or below. How does this look so much like the existence of the Alliance of Civilizations? Moreover, the ruins here are not that long ago. They obviously left not long ago. No more than 2,000 years at most. Why did they leave in such a hurry? And it seems to be intentional covered up the traces of his departure? The scene here made Xiao Yu very confused. But it is destined that no one will come to solve this doubt for Xiao Yu. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yu decided not to delve deeper here. No matter what it is, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Let's go now. Leave here and go to the Mafi galaxy. Xiao Yu changed the course of the fleet and headed towards the distant river system in the void. But he didn't expect that at this time. Xiao Yu detected some signs of space fluctuations. Spatial fluctuations? Curvature navigation? Nearby, spaceships with intelligent creatures are sailing in curvature. Xiao Yu was sure of this in an instant. Chapter 850 Capture. If Xiao Yu's spacecraft hadn't all stopped here, breaking away from the curvature navigation, making the space here very quiet, Xiao Yu would not have been able to detect such slight spatial fluctuations at this point. This spatial fluctuation is very weak, even smaller than the spatial fluctuation caused by the curvature navigation of one of Xiao Yu's smallest spacecrafts. So Xiao Yu immediately ruled out the possibility that this thing was a fleet or a large spaceship. Perhaps it is a spaceship that the civilized alliance lost here. They haven't had time to leave yet. Xiao Yu thought silently. Since I happened to run into it, I will find you and ask here. Something happened. Xiao Yu didn't have any malice towards this thing. It was just a little curiosity. But what Xiao Yu detected next quickly made Xiao Yu give up his indifferent attitude. Because, when Xiao Yu pointed the detection instrument at the area that emitted spatial fluctuations, it turned out to be a void with nothing there. But the space detection instruments are clearly continuously transmitting signals. Xiao Yu had some doubts in his heart. Fortunately, subsequent data analysis quickly made Xiao Yu understand. The conclusion is that there is a very small spacecraft there, only about the size of a microscopic particle. No, not one, but many. Xiao Yu made another analysis and came to the conclusion that there were about 100,000 micro-civilized spaceships here. Micro-civilization spaceships? How come micro-civilization spaceships appear here? Micro-civilizations have always acted in groups, and I have all destroyed them in the large Magellanic Cloud. Why do they still appear here? Catch them. Ask what is going on. And by analyzing their spaceships, I may also be able to obtain some technologies of microscopic civilization. Xiao Yu immediately became excited. My luck is so good. If it hadn't been because the distance was close enough, If it hadn't been for the fact that all my spaceships had broken away from the curvature navigation, these micro-civilized spaceships suddenly started to conduct curvature navigation. And I found that the probability is infinitely close to 0. At this time, even Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xiaoyu immediately sent a message to that area. Is it a micro-civilization spaceship? I order you to break away from the curvature navigation immediately and move closer to me. Otherwise, I will destroy your spaceship and the entire space nearby. Xiaoyu did not receive any response. Those microscopic civilization spacecraft that were only the size of microscopic particles were still maintaining a very fast curvature navigation. It seems to be trying desperately to escape. Xiaoyu snorted coldly in his heart and made a decisive move. Through tracking, Xiaoyu can grasp their positions in real time and clearly. With Xiaoyu's order, tens of thousands of spacecraft near this area started to move at the same time. Huge energy began to activate, and the space immediately began to move in a kind of way. Strange frequencies distorted. Almost in an instant, a huge space maze was formed. Because the spacecraft of these micro-civilizations move very quickly, the space maze created by Xiaoyu is also very large, probably hundreds of billions of kilometers in length. It is not easy to directionally control some microscopic particles within such a huge range. So Xiaoyu took the next step. After being trapped in this space maze, the spaceships of those micro-civilizations seemed to be very panicked. They began to rush around like headless flies in the space maze. But they could not get out no matter what. Microscopic civilization must be completely trapped. Xiaoyu can't do this now. But this is for the entire micro-civilization. Only when nearly 10 billion micro-civilization spaceships gather together can Xiaoyu be in a hurry, and even take care of this. I can't care about that. But now, there are less than 100,000 micro-civilization spaceships, which is nothing to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, let us go! We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to trap us? At this time, Xiaoyu finally received a message from the micro-civilization. Xiaoyu was startled for a moment, and then he understood in his heart. No injustice? It seems, during this period of time, the spacecraft of this part of the micro-civilization did not keep in contact with their large forces. They still don't know that the main body of their civilization has been wiped out by me. That's it. I don't know when they separated from their main body of civilization. About the time travel in the river system, and the alliance between defenders and rebels. How much do they know? Xiaoyu thought secretly. Even if I can't get it from them, that information, just the spaceships of these micro-civilizations, is already a huge harvest for me. I originally thought that micro-civilization was extinct, and I would never have the chance to obtain these technologies. No grievances or enmities. Xiaoyu replied coldly. Your civilized subjects have caused me a lot of trouble. We are both micro-civilizations. How dare you say that you have no grievances or enmities against me? Don't talk so much nonsense. Now since you have been caught by me, tell me everything you know honestly and hand over your technology. Xiaoyu is constantly narrowing the scope of the space maze. Just like fishermen who go out to sea to fish are constantly pulling up their fishing nets. In just a short while, the space maze that was originally as high as 100 billion kilometers in length has now been shortened to less than 10 billion kilometers. And is still decreasing rapidly. We don't know these things, and these things have nothing to do with us. We have been separated from the main body of our civilization for thousands of years, and we don't know anything. The spacecraft of these micro-civilizations responded in a panic. Xiaoyu still ignored them, but continued to quickly reduce the scope of the space maze. After an hour, the length of this space maze has shrunk to less than 100 million kilometers, and it has shrunk to less than 10 million kilometers. Less than 1 million kilometers. During this stage, microscopic civilization has been constantly resisting, trying to escape from this cage. But under Xiaoyu's tight defense, they were just doing useless work. When the space maze finally shrank to about 1 decimeter, Xiaoyu handed over the control of the space maze to a special instrument, and controlled the instrument to bring the space maze to the laboratory on a spaceship. In order to prevent accidents, such as microscopic civilization spacecraft escaping and causing damage to the spacecraft and fleet. Xiaoyu has also equipped at least a dozen layers of protection systems outside these laboratories. After doing all these things, Xiaoyu finally relaxed. Xiaoyu knew that microscopic civilization had become a plaything in his hands at this moment. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a small cube that seemed to be surrounded by clouds and mist. There is no boundary between this small cube and the external space. It is separated from the external space by a layer of cloud-like substance. It has an opaque appearance, showing a glistening white light under the illumination of a light source. And no detailed structure inside can be seen. There is no way for the spacecraft of microscopic civilization to get out. And naturally there is no way for external microscopic particles, including photons, to get in. And because the spatial distortion creates an effect similar to diffuse reflection, it emits sparkling white light. In this small box, there are nearly 100,000 spaceships inside. I can destroy you all at any time, Xiao Yu said lightly. Open your data channel. This is impossible. The message said by the micro-civilization has a hint of sadness and anger. We, the micro-civilization, cannot leave our own destiny to others. Isn't your destiny now being controlled by me? Xiao Yu said lightly. I promise that after I get what I want, I will let you go. The hatred between your micro-civilization and me, I have already reported back to the main body of your civilization. So I actually don't have much interest in annihilating you. You destroyed the main body of our civilization? Micro-civilization responded quickly. Yes. I will detonate the entire large Magellanic Galaxy and eventually destroy all the main bodies of your civilization. The main bodies of your civilization are gone. And all the hatred between us will be cleared up. What I want now is just your technology. And also I have some of your things. That's all. After I get these things, I will let you go, Xiao Yu said. This is indeed what Xiao Yu had in mind. Because this is nothing to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu doesn't care about these 100,000 micro-civilized fleets. Whether or not they are eliminated has nothing to do with the overall situation. Okay. We agree to your conditions. I hope you can keep your promise. After we open our data channel, you can let us go. We don't even have the main body of civilization. The characteristics of micro-civilization determine that the number of our members is very large. It is difficult to increase. In this huge stage of the universe, our micro-civilization no longer has a place. In the years to come, we will just wander around and develop our micro-technology with peace of mind. The information on micro-civilization is full of despair. It tastes cold. Very good. I support your decision. Since you have given up on developing war-related technologies from the beginning, don't try to go back in the future. There are so many mysteries in the universe, and it is worthy to linger among these endless stars. Your lives, Xiao Yu said lightly. First of all, we have to tell you something, Microscopic Civilization said. The large Magellanic Cloud was not destroyed by you. Chapter 851, Executors and Remuneration. We have known before that the large Magellanic Cloud will inevitably be destroyed. But we didn't know that the final executor would be you. We also didn't know that it was precisely because the main body of our microscopic civilization escaped into the large Magellanic Cloud that in the end. That's why you became the executor of this matter, Micro-Civilization said slowly, with a hint of sadness that could not be concealed in his tone. What do you mean that I am just the executor of the destruction of the large Magellanic Cloud? What do you mean that the large Magellanic Cloud was not destroyed by me? At this moment, Xiao Yu's mind was full of question marks. Xiao Yu could never have imagined that the first sentence after Micro-Civilization decided to confess to him would have such a meaning. Xiao Yu remembered clearly that after discovering that he could no longer find traces of microscopic civilization, he performed precise calculations in the large Magellanic Cloud and deployed high-power devices on tens of millions of calculated points, chain reaction space bombs, and then personally issued the order to detonate these bombs and destroy the large Magellanic Galaxy. That's right. Before you arrived at the large Magellanic Cloud, we knew that the large Magellanic Cloud would be destroyed. The microscopic civilization continued to sigh. Maybe you don't quite understand this matter. Here's the thing. Before this incident, we received an order. The Rebel Alliance ordered our civilization to go to the Milky Way to perform some tasks. When we passed through the Triangulum galaxy, we found some unusual signs here. An order from the Rebel Alliance? Go to the galaxy to perform a mission? Xiao Yu silently thought about the meaning of these two sentences, but did not interrupt the micro-civilization. Xiao Yu knew that today, many of his doubts would be answered. Xiao Yu is waiting for micro-civilization to continue talking. We discovered that there is a peak-level 6th-level technological civilization in the Triangulum galaxy, and that the 6th-level civilization is making preparations to impact the 7th-level civilization. After further observation, we discovered something surprising. What is very shocking to us is that this 6th-level civilization is actually the Guardian civilization that our micro-civilization saved from you. Yes, they are the Guardian civilization of the same galactic civilization as you. Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu's mind began to spin rapidly again. Judging from time, The Guardian civilization that was advancing along the vast star road should not have completed half of the journey at that time. They could not be that fast. It arrived in the Triangulum galaxy. But now, according to the micro-civilization, how come the Guardian civilization at that time had already arrived in the Triangulum galaxy? And it seemed that it had been prepared for a long time. At least they had integrated the entire river system. Are you ready to attack the 7th level civilization? Could it be that in the middle of the journey of the Guardian civilization, another advanced civilization took action and gave the Guardian civilization some help? Xiaoyu still didn't ask, still listening quietly and waiting. We were very strange at the time. But even though we felt strange, it was not enough to be a reason for us to stay. The most important thing is that we discovered a strange thing in the Guardian civilization. This thing has the highest level of confidentiality among the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization has used every method they can imagine to keep this thing secret. But we are a micro-civilization. Through some means, we finally have this thing. After some understanding, we concluded that this thing is most likely the legendary law of cause and effect weapon. Causal weapon. These 5 simple words were like a thunder blast in Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu thought quickly. The law of cause and effect weapon is just something I speculated on. I didn't expect that it actually exists in this universe. And it is in the hands of the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu thought of the time when he was still in the Milky Way. At that time, faced with the dispute between the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization, as well as some weird clues, Xiaoyu at that time speculated that there was something very important in the Guardian civilization. Now, Xiaoyu's speculation has been confirmed. There is indeed such a thing in the Guardian civilization. And it turns out to be the most mysterious law of cause and effect weapon among Xiaoyu's inferences. Causal weapon. Causal weapon. Xiaoyu muttered these 5 words to himself, not knowing what it felt like. We did not act rashly at that time. We discovered that the Guardian civilization is also very mysterious. So even though we are a 7th level civilization, we have not exposed our traces in front of them for the time being. But the mission still needs to be carried out. So for the first time, our microscopic civilization divide the troops. We stay here to monitor the Guardian civilization and wait for the follow-up development of the matter, while the main body of the civilization goes to the galaxy to perform tasks. This is the reason why we stay here, said the micro-civilization. So that's it, Xiaoyu thought secretly. This explanation is reasonable, because the distance is too far, and our micro-civilization is not a civilization that specializes in communication. We later lost contact with the main body of the civilization. We are recording everything about the Guardian civilization. Silently here we monitored them and watched them grow and develop, and finally became a 7th level civilization, possessing the ability to activate this law of cause and effect weapon. In this process, we also contributed some efforts. Although there are rules restrictions, we cannot hand over the technology of the 7th level civilization to them. But we have given them some help in some details that are insignificant to us, but very important to the 6th level civilization. It seems that there are also other advanced civilizations taking action to protect when the Zhejiang civilization conducted superparticle acceleration experiments. They were not restricted by the defenders, and they successfully became a level 7 civilization. The Guardian civilization has become a 7th level civilization and has a causal weapon. This is something worth noting, Xiaoyu thought secretly. After becoming a 7th level civilization, the Guardian civilization finally decided to test the power of this law of cause and effect weapon. The target they chose was the Large Magellanic Galaxy, and the order they issued was to destroy the Large Magellanic Galaxy, the micro-civilization said quietly. At that time, it was more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, you had not yet reached the Large Magellanic Cloud. At that time, we already knew that the Large Magellanic Cloud was bound to be destroyed. But we didn't know for what reason the Large Magellanic Cloud would be destroyed. Because this kind of law of cause and effect weapon cannot break cause and effect. But only we can specify the results first, and then let the big universe develop the reasons on its own. But we didn't expect that the big universe would develop such a reason. It would be because the main body of the civilization of our microscopic civilization escaped into the Large Magellanic Cloud. So Xiaoyu, we are about to destroy the Large Magellanic Cloud. If we had known this was the case, we would have stopped the Guardian civilization even if we risked our lives. The message sent by the micro-civilization was full of sadness. Xiaoyu once again fell into thinking. The fact that micro-civilization shot himself in the foot was ignored by Xiaoyu. So, who destroyed the Large Magellanic Cloud? It was mine. Was the space bomb blown up? Or was it destroyed by the causality weapon of the Guardian civilization? Well, this question is irrelevant. In short, the Large Magellanic Cloud has been destroyed. But is this weapon really so powerful? Doesn't it have any restrictions on its use? No, there must be. Otherwise, the Guardian civilization would have killed me long ago through it. After the Guardian civilization used the law of cause and effect weapon, members of the Rebel Alliance took the initiative to contact the Guardian civilization. We don't know what specific things were exchanged between them. At that time, we hid out of fear. More than 1,000 years have passed since we hid. After we realized that the rebels had left, we tried to leave here, but we didn't expect that we met you as soon as we came out and were caught by you. This is the whole process of the matter, Micro-Civilization said. What? You came out because the rebels left? Doesn't that mean that before you came out, the rebels were watching here, and they were watching me, and they left only after I arrived here? Xiao Yu suddenly felt a little cold all over his body, and he felt like he was being watched in secret. That's what happened, Micro-Civilization said. By some mistake, we happened to meet you and were trapped by you. This may be because our civilization is bad luck. Or maybe you became the executor of perfecting cause and effect. So that's why luck gets better. We may be the reward from the universe for perfecting cause and effect. Xiao Yu could understand this sentence of Micro-Civilization. The law of cause and effect is the cornerstone of the existence of the universe. If the universe is conscious, then any attempt to break the law of cause and effect is unforgivable and intolerable. The law of cause and effect weapon takes advantage of this, first specifying the result, and then forcing the universe to develop and perfect the cause on its own. Of course, it is impossible for the universe to intervene in the development of cause and effect on its own. So an executor is needed. Obviously, in the matter of the law of causality weapon destroying the Large Magellanic Cloud, he was the executor selected by the universe. He was equivalent to doing the big universe a favor. Perhaps because of this, the big universe arranged the follow-up things so that he could meet and capture microscopic civilization. Chapter 852, Obtaining Technology. Xiao Yu never thought that when he destroyed microscopic civilization and destroyed the Large Magellanic Cloud, there were other forces involved in this matter. Xiao Yu can confirm that this matter progressed very naturally, and it was completely promoted by him. If he hadn't heard the micro-civilization here, he might never have been able to discover the trick behind this matter. From my own point of view, this matter did no harm to me. On the contrary, because I had to get paid as an executor, I also got some benefits and captured the micro-civilization. But the impact of these things is not just superficial. There is a deeper meaning behind them. For example, what is the relationship between the Guardian civilization, or according to the micro-civilization, the civilization that has been renamed the Dark Star civilization, and the Rebel Alliance? Xiao Yu still understands the reason for the crime of holding a treasure. They were only a 6th-level civilization at the beginning. So why could they have such things as causal weapons? Why did the Guardian civilization leave? Why did the rebels keep monitoring them, and then leave very quickly after they arrived? There were simply too many doubts in Xiao Yu's mind. So many that he could not sort out the connections between these events. Does this so-called macrocosmic consciousness, that is, the existence that presides over rules, perfects cause and effect, and provides me with rewards, belong to the Defenders or the Rebel Alliance? Or is it independent? The third-party force I speculated? Guardian, did the civilization leave to avoid me? Perhaps this is the limitation of using the law of cause and effect weapons. If you want to break the cause and effect, you will be punished by the consciousness of the universe. When I come here, to the Triangulum Galaxy, I may also bear the responsibility of it is the responsibility of destroying the Guardian civilization. And the rebels appear. They may have guided the Guardian civilization. That's why the Guardian civilization left here in a hurry. At least, the consciousness of the universe does not belong to the rebel side. So there are only two possibilities left. 1. It is the Defender. The Defender only acts according to the rules. There is no good or evil, and no personal inclination. Although I have not been what Defenders like. But after I do something that obeys Defenders, it will still reward me and reward me. 2nd, the consciousness of the universe is independent. And there are only these two possibilities. The plan of the great universe consciousness may have failed this time because of the intervention of the Rebel Alliance. The Guardian civilization has left the Triangulum Galaxy early, and I don't know where it went. Xiao Yu has no ill intentions towards the Guardian civilization. But if the mysterious cause and effect intervenes, even if Xiao Yu has no ill intentions, something is likely to happen, and make Xiaoyu start to hate the Guardian civilization. Finally take action to eliminate them. In addition, Xiaoyu also needs to think about another thing. That is, whether the Guardian civilization is still malicious to him. The Guardian civilization and the rebels are inextricably linked. At the same time, they also possess a causal weapon that can destroy the river system, which is a great threat to themselves. If there may be a war with the Guardian civilization in the future, I also had to make some preparations in advance. Maybe the Guardian civilization is a pawn cultivated by the rebels to deal with me. The rebels may not have the ability to directly attack me, including going back in time in the river system, including cultivating the Guardian civilization. They can only deal with me in this roundabout way. In the future, I am very likely to encounter the Guardian civilization and face the power of the law of cause and effect weapon in person. Xiaoyu thought silently. I sighed secretly in my heart. The Guardian civilization went to the Kite Galaxy in the Virgo Galaxy group, Micro-civilization said. They have been walking for more than 1,000 years, but we don't know their specific route. Rough calculations. According to them, they have become a 7th level civilization at the subsequent speed. They should have traveled a distance of more than 1 million light years. Of course, what the microscopic civilization is talking about is not the name Fuan Galaxy. The same river system. Within microscopic civilization there is another name. However, there is a principle of communication between civilizations. That is, nouns and quantifiers, as well as some other civilization-specific names, will be accompanied by corresponding explanations. For example, if the name Fuan Galaxy is directly translated according to the language of microscopic civilization, it seems to mean Big Bird Galaxy. Speaking directly of the Big Bird Galaxy, Xiaoyu naturally does not know which river system the microscopic civilization is talking about. However, if it is accompanied by information such as location, diameter, mass, element composition, surrounding river systems, etc., Xiaoyu can easily it was confirmed that what the micro-civilization was talking about was the Fuan Galaxy that it called itself. In addition to these, the same is true for other quantifiers, such as meters, kilometers, etc. When communicating with other civilizations, when the word rice is spoken, Xiaoyu will also provide a corresponding explanation. The explanation of meters is the distance traveled by light in 299,792 for 58 ths of a second. And the explanation of seconds is the distance between the two ultrafine energy levels of the ground state of the cesium-133 atom. The transition corresponds to the duration of 9,192,631,770 cycles of radiation. This is a common communication rule in the universe, even if there are civilizations that do not know this rule. After Xiaoyu uses this method to communicate, they will quickly adopt this method. Fuan Galaxy? Xiaoyu was startled. Fuan Galaxy is famous, and it is impossible for Xiaoyu not to know this name. If the Milky Way is compared to a county town, and the Andromeda Galaxy is compared to a prefecture-level city, then the Fuan Galaxy is at least a capital-level international metropolis. Because the Kite Galaxy is the core of the entire Virgo supercluster, our Milky Way, and even the Andromeda Galaxy group, only belongs to that kind of inconspicuous wilderness among the Virgo super galaxy cluster. There are not many member galaxies in the Andromeda Galaxy cluster, and they are not very massive. No matter how you look at it, the Andromeda Galaxy cluster doesn't stand out. The core of the Virgo supercluster is the Virgo Galaxy group, and the core of the Virgo Galaxy group is the Kite Galaxy. Compared with the Fuan Galaxy, one is in the sky and the other is underground. There is no galaxy called the Virgo Galaxy in the universe. The reason why our local supercluster is called the Virgo supercluster is because the mass core of this supercluster is located in the direction of Virgo when viewed from above the Earth. So it has such a name. Even if Xiaoyu has become a 7th level civilization, traveling across the river system is just casual. Xiaoyu still uses the title that has been inherited from the ancient Earth era. The Fuan Galaxy is very large. Xiaoyu's latest detection result is that the Fuan Galaxy is at least 1 million light-years in diameter. For comparison, the diameter of the Milky Way is 100,000 light-years, and the Andromeda Galaxy is only 200,000 light-years. Only years. It is also very heavy, and Xiaoyu estimates that there are at least 2 trillion stars orbiting inside it. The number of stars in the Milky Way is only over 100 billion. The most outstanding feature of the Fuan Galaxy is that it has a huge black hole inside. The mass of this black hole is at least 6 billion times the mass of the Sun. In contrast, the mass of the black hole in the core of the Milky Way is only a few million times the mass of the Sun. The Fuan Galaxy originally had another name. In the Earth era, it was called M87, or the Virgo Galaxy. However, Xiaoyu renamed it, and Fuan Galaxy is its new name. The Fuan Galaxy is about 50 million light-years away from the Milky Way. This distance, even at Xiaoyu's current speed, would take more than 30,000 years of continuous navigation, taking into account the supplies and other things on the way. If Xiaoyu wants to set off for the Fuan Galaxy, he will definitely not be able to do it without 40,000 years. Even if you use the Stargate that once existed in the galaxy to travel such a long distance, it will take more than 500 years to reach it. As a comparison, traveling from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy only took Xiaoyu more than 2 years with the help of that Stargate. The Guardian civilization actually went to the Fuan Galaxy. Xiaoyu secretly sighed. The technology of the Guardian civilization should be a little behind compared to mine. It is only 1,100 times faster than the speed of light. At the time of the 6th level civilization, the Guardian civilization dared to set out from the Milky Way Galaxy to the Triangulum Galaxy. Now that it is just a 7th level civilization, the Guardian civilization has set out from the Triangulum Galaxy to the Fuan Galaxy. This civilization is really... The Fuan Galaxy is one of the river systems that Xiaoyu is determined to visit in the future. This means that Xiaoyu will have a high chance of encountering the Guardian civilization that has mastered the law of cause and effect weapons in the future. I am entangled with the Rebel Alliance. The Guardian civilization should also be hostile to me. Perhaps in the future, a war will break out between me and the Guardian civilization. So, how to deal with this causal weapon? You still need to think about it carefully. But this matter is not urgent. I still have a lot of time. Xiaoyu thought silently and said to the micro-civilization, "Open your data channel and let me enter your central computer and obtain the information of your civilization. All the information. Don't worry. After I get what I want, you can leave, and there will be no more relations between our two civilizations." Faced with Xiaoyu's request, micro-civilization was very helpless. But there was no way. When the life and death of civilization depends on others, they really have no ability to resist. As a result, the data channel was opened, and Xiaoyu's computing power poured in. Many data about microscopic civilization were copied by Xiaoyu and stored in Xiaoyu's computing equipment. This situation lasted for more than a week before it ended. Chapter 853, The Lost River System. This 9,000-word chapter contains everything that brings you today and makes up for yesterday. During the period of copying data, Xiaoyu has already begun preliminary analysis of micro-civilization scientific and technological data. Of course, the information stored in the central computer of micro-civilization is not only related to science and technology, but also other information such as humanities, history, knowledge, society, and so on. Xiaoyu copied all these information together. The historical process of a 7th-level civilization, since it had writing and the ability to record the history of its own civilization, until now, has also been of great reference significance to Xiaoyu. From this information, Xiaoyu learned that microscopic civilization originally originated from another super-galaxy cluster. That super-galaxy cluster is more than 60 million light-years away from the Virgo super-galaxy cluster, where Xiaoyu is located. It has been nearly tens of millions of years since microscopic civilization became a 7th-level advanced civilization. During this history of nearly tens of millions of years, microscopic civilization has traveled through tens of thousands of river systems, and has done something for each of these river systems. Xiaoyu is naturally very interested in relevant records and information. But what Xiaoyu is more interested in was another part of the information. That part of the information is about the microscopic civilization's records of the civilizations it encountered during its travels of nearly tens of millions of years. Micro-civilizations have encountered many civilizations, and the technological levels of these civilizations they encountered ranged from high to low. And there were even several 8th-level civilizations. However, micro-civilization has much less recorded data on these 8th-level civilizations. And there are also many conjectures in them. Presumably it is because micro-civilizations cannot understand too much about these 8th-level civilizations. But it is a pity that the information obtained by Xiaoyu is not complete. And there are many gaps in these records. But this is understandable. The microscopic civilization fleet that I encountered was not the main fleet of this civilization. The main fleet of microscopic civilization was already in the Large Magellanic Galaxy, destroyed with the rebirth of the Large Magellanic Cloud. However, there are not many missing parts in the most critical technology part. Xiaoyu learned about the technological development process of microscopic civilization. The situations encountered by microscopic civilization when choosing its development direction after becoming a 7th-level civilization, and how they evolved their bodies to be so small step by step. Technology is just a tool in the hands of intelligent creatures. But this tool has fundamentally changed the intelligent creatures themselves. Xiaoyu secretly sighed. Step by step. Starting from the normal-sized intelligent creature type. The transformation will make your body more beautiful. It gets smaller and smaller, and then directly interferes with the evolution of the body through technological instruments. In the end, only the organs responsible for thinking are transplanted into the machine, and then slowly develops. Every 7th-level civilization has a heroic story, and micro-civilizations also have a heroic story. Same thing. Although it belongs to the hostile camp with micro-civilization, although the main body of micro-civilization has been eliminated by himself, this does not affect Xiaoyu's admiration and respect for the development process of a civilization. The 7th-level civilization is indeed a watershed. Before becoming a 7th-level civilization, the micro-civilization was the same as the 6th-level or 5th-level civilization I encountered. There was only a small difference in technological details. But after becoming the 7th-level civilization, the development of civilizations began to show spurts of bifurcated development. The gap between different civilizations is so large that it is unimaginable. Like this civilization recorded in micro-civilization. Macro-civilization? Every wisdom within the civilization living things all have huge bodies. And some bodies are as big as a planet. This is really hard to imagine. I wonder if this macro-civilization has integrated the technology obtained from research on alien beasts during its development process, developing his body bigger and bigger. It seems to be almost like a strange beast. Well, as expected, there are also civilizations in the direction of the macrocosm. They specialize in the development of microcosms as the direction of scientific and technological progress of their civilization. Their microcosms may include an entire river system. I don't know if the civilizations in the direction of the macrocosm have reconstructed the rules of the microcosm. Research in progress? I am afraid that the 7th-level cosmic civilization does not have this ability. And it is hard to say that the 8th-level civilization. Xiaoyu thought silently. Xiaoyu has been slightly exposed to the mystery of the rules. Since after destroying a small universe, the small universe can return to chaos along with its internal rules. Then there must be a way to redefine the rules in it. Perhaps there will really be a civilization that has built a small universe that operates completely according to its own wishes. In this small universe, all the rules can be changed by them according to their own needs. Among the types of civilizations that Xiaoyu currently knows, the civilization in the direction of the macrocosm is closest to his speculation. Another point is that civilizations are indeed similar in their infancy. The initial stage of the development of this microscopic civilization, like humans in the Earth Age, also experienced the Steam Age and the Electrical Age. Finally, it reached the Atomic Age. These basic technologies are all the same. But the application of technology is a little different due to differences in cultural customs and body structure. Let's take a look at their computer technology. Let's see what your computing technology has that I can learn from. Xiaoyu roughly flipped through the information obtained from micro-civilization, and finally set his sights on computing technology. Computing technology has always been the technology that Xiaoyu is most interested in. And it is also the foundation for Xiaoyu's development of all other technologies. As an order was issued in Xiaoyu's mind. Immediately, among all the scientific and technological information on micro-civilization that Xiaoyu has obtained, all related to computer technology were presented to Xiaoyu. Their computer technology is not more advanced than mine, and even the overall performance is not as good as mine. But it doesn't matter. They are taking a different path from me. And these things also inspire me a lot. Well, by constantly shrinking the size of computers to shorten the response time and indirectly improve the computing speed, this method is good and worth learning from. Using our own microscopic technology, we can directly engrave computing components on microscopic particles such as atoms or molecules, using different molecular and atomic structures of different substances, and making corresponding arrangements for different uses. This is also a good way. Xiaoyu only felt that his horizons had been greatly broadened. After just a cursory glance and no detailed technological analysis, Xiaoyu came to a preliminary conclusion. That is, after fully digesting the technology of micro-civilization, your computer performance will increase by at least 80%. This is the power of combining the technologies of two different types of civilizations. 80% is just the most conservative estimate, and the final result is likely to far exceed this number. This is not a question of 1 plus 1 equals 2. After the technologies of the two civilizations are combined, the power exerted is likely to be far greater than the two. This is the first technology from other 7th level civilizations that Xiaoyu has obtained. This also caused Xiaoyu to think a little. Micro-civilization once said that defenders of the way maintain peace among advanced civilizations by forceful means. It is precisely for this reason. Among the 7th level civilizations, a large number of non-war type civilizations have appeared. Perhaps the defenders are it is because of the problem that 1 plus 1 is greater than 2, that wars between advanced civilizations are strictly prohibited because obviously war is the best way to promote the integration of civilization and technology. However, it is precisely for this reason that those who are interested in too many civilizations have lost their combat effectiveness. They have also lost their ability to protect themselves. If there is a war-type civilization that defeats other interest-type civilizations in large numbers, and acquires a large number of different types of technology, wouldn't that mean can this war-type civilization develop in an all-round way? Xiaoyu silently thought about this question. This idea made Xiaoyu's heart beat. But then, Xiaoyu denied this idea. The war-type 7th level civilization must be the top priority for the defenders to monitor. The defenders cannot let this happen. But since the defenders no longer have the ability to defend the high-level civilization with force, peace among civilizations, then that seemed like a great opportunity to me. What about the war between me and micro-civilization? This is also a war within the category of 7th level civilization. Xiaoyu thought of another question. There was a little worry in my heart, but I gave it up immediately. There shouldn't be any problem in this incident. After all, I assumed the responsibility of the executor and helped the defenders to perfect the law of cause and effect. Perhaps because of this, the defenders there are also benefits. And all defenders have agreed to allow me to gain some benefits. This is very possible. But it also means that if Xiaoyu takes the initiative to attack other interest-type civilizations in the future, Xiaoyu's luck may not be so good. Xiaoyu is likely to be directly interfered by defenders. Let's talk about the future things later. Xiaoyu thought secretly, if the technology of that civilization is attractive enough to me, I don't mind taking a risk. By this time, all the scientific and technological information on microscopic civilization has been collected. These nearly 1 million micro-civilized spaceships have no value to Xiaoyu. You go. Xiaoyu said. I keep my promise, and will not hurt you again. I have to leave too and continue my own journey. The universe is so big that it is estimated that it will be difficult for us to return in the future. We met. The micro-civilization remained silent for a while. Afterwards, Xiaoyu received a reply. One last message for you. Xiaoyu. This sentence is not recorded in our central computer. Just think of it as a reward for keeping your promise and letting us go. What words? Xiaoyu asked. The message of micro-civilization is full of size. The development of war-type civilization has always been suppressed by defenders. Every war-type civilization will encounter countless disasters. You must be careful in the future. Xiaoyu has opened the space maze and opened the way for microscopic civilization to leave. After the passage was opened, nearly 1 million spacecraft of the microscopic civilization immediately left here, came to the outer space, and quickly disappeared. But Xiaoyu knew that they hadn't left yet. They were still lingering outside his spaceship. Since it is a war-type civilization, if it relies on war to develop, it will also perish because of war. This is the fate of all war-type civilizations in the universe so far. War-type civilizations are like flying across the sky. Although the meteors are gorgeous, they cannot last long. You are still only a 7th level junior civilization. After you become a 7th level advanced civilization, and have the qualifications to choose your own development direction, you have to think carefully about this issue. Micro-civilization said. Humph. Xiaoyu snorted with some disdain and said, Don't tell me that the civilizations in the Rebel Alliance are all non-war and interest-based civilizations. Why weren't they destroyed according to the fate you said? You don't understand. You don't understand. Responded Xiaoyu. It is the voice of the microscopic civilization that sighs faintly. You will understand in the future. We will leave and see you again. The weak space fluctuation disappeared. Xiaoyu knew that this was because the microscopic civilization had gone too far and was out of the scope of his exploration. Pretending to be a ghost. Xiaoyu snorted coldly. So what if I understand? I will not become a war-type 7th level civilization. Nor will I become a hobby-type 7th level civilization. I will become a civilization that you can't imagine. I will become an all-round development civilization. Whether it is a war-type civilization or a hobby-type civilization, A comprehensive development civilization that masters all the technologies. Xiaoyu has obtained a lot of scientific and technological information on micro-civilization. But it is a pity that there is less information on the secrets of the universe, such as defenders and rebels. Think about it. This is also because this fleet is not the main fleet. However, just the information obtained so far is also a big gain, which is enough for Xiaoyu to analyze and digest for a lot of time. One last thing. It's time to leave. Xiaoyu sighed secretly and began to slowly launch his fleet, slowly increasing his speed, heading towards the predetermined target, waiting for Xiaoyu ahead. It is a long journey lasting 7,000 years. Among all the known civilizations in the local galaxy group, Xiaoyu is the second civilization to sail across the galaxy group after the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu is not interested in this title, and no one else will know about it anyway. Hundreds of years after setting off, Xiaoyu once again crossed the Andromeda Galaxy. But this time Xiaoyu did not enter the Andromeda Galaxy again. Passing through the Andromeda Galaxy is purely necessary for the route. After crossing the Andromeda Galaxy, there will no longer be any large galaxies of the local galaxy group in front of Xiaoyu. Only a few dim satellite galaxies of the Andromeda Galaxy, such as Andromeda I, Andromeda 2, M32, M110, etc. Xiaoyu changed his course slightly, making his route pass through as many of these river systems as possible. While crossing these river systems, Xiaoyu conducted some observations on these river systems. Some of these river systems are desolate, while others are young and vibrant. In these river systems, Xiaoyu also discovered some other civilizations. But the technological progress of these civilizations was not high enough. Xiaoyu has no interest in contacting these civilizations at all, no matter what they are doing at the moment or what situation they are in. Whether it was booming or life and death, Xiaoyu didn't show up at all. When observing these river systems, Xiaoyu just played the role of a bystander. These civilizations will definitely not know that not long ago, a 7th-level civilization that truly entered the cosmic stage passed through their territory. The last Andromeda Galaxy Group member passing through the Mafi Group. After Andromeda 4, Xiaoyu completely left the local galaxy group. Andromeda 4 is a dwarf irregular galaxy. Short means that it is very small, and irregular means that the rotation of stars inside it and the overall appearance of the river system all show irregular shapes. It does not form several obvious cantilevers like spiral or barred spiral galaxies, nor does it have a roughly circular appearance like elliptical galaxies. It's just an irregular galaxy. There are probably less than 100 million stars in it, and the dust clouds inside the galaxy are very sparse. This means that the ability of this river system to create new stars is very weak. Without the replacement of new stars, the original stars will inevitably dim as time goes by, or become white dwarfs, neutron stars, or black holes. This river system is destined to dim. Going down, it eventually becomes a desolate death place where only extreme stars exist. If various extreme stars account for the majority in a river system, and the number of stars representing survival and hope drops below a certain limit, the river system will be completely annihilated in the starry sky, and it is unlikely that there will be any remaining stars. The civilization found it again. It is like a man-eating monster hidden in the darkness, quietly waiting for anyone who accidentally intrudes into its sphere of influence. Or when a star dies, such as becoming a red giant, the outer layers of the star will spread into the universe. When it becomes a neutron star or a black hole, a supernova explosion will occur and eventually a large amount of stellar material will be spread out. But one thing is very critical, and that is the distribution of this dust. The dust will slowly spread around the parent star, making it difficult to merge with the rest of the dust. In other words, it is quite difficult to rely on this dust to form the next generation of stars. It was a desolate, dead silence. A small river system without any hope. Just like the borders of those countries in the Earth Age are always desolate, the borders of the Fairy Galaxy group are equally desolate. After crossing Andromeda 4, there was completely no large mass aggregate in front of Xiaoyu. And there was no even any macroscopic matter. There are no stars. There are no planets, let alone galaxies and river systems. The density of matter in the environment Xiaoyu was in was pitifully thin, compared with here. Star systems, such as the so-called vacuum zone inside the solar system, are like a millionaire compared with here. It's here. The density of matter has even reached an unprecedented point where there is only 1 atom per cubic meter. This is equivalent to the material density of a drop of water evenly spread into a space of 6 million cubic kilometers. This is because it is not too far away from the Milky Way Andromeda galaxy group. Xiaoyu believes that as he gets farther and farther away from the local galaxy group, the density of matter will further decrease. It seems that Xiaoyu is the only one left in the entire universe. In this boundless and lonely universe, only Xiaoyu's fleet is sailing. Ahead is a distant distance of hundreds of millions of light years. And in such a long distance, Xiaoyu cannot come into contact with any macroscopic matter except his own fleet. Perhaps, since the birth of the universe, no civilization has come to this place. And no stars have come. Loneliness and loneliness are the norm here. But behind the phenomenon of extreme thinness of matter, there may be other mysteries, as well as some physical phenomena that Xiaoyu is very interested in. The universe is stable, and both stars and planets have their own orbits. Chaos in certain river systems or star systems, such as meteorites flying around, cannot affect the overall stability of the universe. It seems the universe is predictable. But after coming to this environment close to an absolute vacuum, part of the truth of the universe was exposed to Xiaoyu. Here, Xiaoyu can easily detect one thing. That is, the universe is not peaceful. And some things here do not all abide by the rules currently in the universe. For example, virtual particle pairs. This is something that belongs to the microscopic world. And it just so happens that among the scientific and technological data obtained from microscopic civilization, there are many studies on these phenomena. There is not nothing in a vacuum. It can also be lively. In a vacuum, there will be many particles suddenly appearing in places that were originally empty. There is no reason or pattern for their appearance. After they appear, they will only exist for a very short time. And then, they will both annihilate and disappear. This phenomenon can occur anywhere. It seems like the laws of the universe fail here. Here, mass and energy are not conserved. It is only because they exist for a relatively short time that the overall conservation of mass and energy in the universe is maintained. Even Xiaoyu doesn't have the ability to explain this kind of thing perfectly. Xiaoyu guessed that perhaps after he gained insight into all these things, his technology would make another leap forward. Time slips away quietly in this boundless emptiness. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. And Xiaoyu finally reached the real edge of the Fairy Galaxy group. The edge here means that after crossing here, the gravitational pull from the Andromeda galaxy group will no longer dominate. But the gravitational pull from other galaxies will begin to dominate things here. Although there is nothing here at all. For the first time, the gravitational pull of other galaxy groups overwhelms the gravitational pull of the local galaxy group. Perhaps this kind of gravitational competition is meaningless at all. You know, at this location, because the distance is too far, there are hundreds of galaxies in the local galaxy group. Countless stars, black holes, neutron stars and other stars. The combined gravity is not as strong as the gravity of a spacecraft next to Xiaoyu. But after all, this is a way to divide the territories of different galaxy groups. Just like when Armstrong left the Earth and set foot on the moon for the first time. Just like when I left the solar system for the first time and arrived at the Tianyuan galaxy. Just like when I left the Milky Way and entered the Large Magellanic Cloud for the first time. Now, for the first time, I left the local galaxy group and entered the territory of another galaxy group. The Mafi galaxy group. Here I am, Xiaoyu said to himself silently in his heart. Perhaps, in the future, I will have the opportunity to leave the Virgo supercluster for the first time and enter other superclusters. Or maybe, I will have the opportunity to leave the local supercluster complex for the first time and enter among the other supercluster complexes. There are infinite possibilities in this huge universe. And my future also has infinite possibilities. Here, 6 million light-years away from the Milky Way. It is 4.8 million light-years away from the Andromeda galaxy. It is still more than 4 million light-years away from the nearest river system to itself among the Mafi galaxy group. The sky that Xiaoyu could observe entered the darkest period, judging from the naked eye. At this position, no matter which direction you look, not even a few stars could be seen. A few dim light spots make up the entire field of vision. Even these dim spots of light are not ordinary things. Every dim light point that is not as bright as any star in the night sky above the Earth is actually a river system. And it is also a very big and bright river system. The vast distance of millions of light-years hides all the details of these river systems, obliterating their splendor, majesty, and size in darkness. They appear to observers only as a dim point of light. The Milky Way cannot be seen here with naked eyes. And the Andromeda galaxy also requires people with good eyesight to use force to see it. This distance is really too far. As for Xiaoyu's target, the Mafi galaxy group is even worse. the largest galaxy in the Mafi galaxy group. Mafi 1 is not even as big as the Triangulum galaxy. Naturally, it cannot be seen in this unknown place. In front of Xiao Yu is a piece of real nothingness. There seemed to be nothing in front of him. Only darkness. Xiao Yu is moving towards this void. A telescope is like the sharpest scalpel. Let Xiao Yu tear through all the obstacles set by the universe, with the help of long distances, and find what he wants. Although nothing can be seen ahead with the naked eye, Xiao Yu knows that as long as he continues sailing, he will encounter another wonderful thing thousands of years later. There will be warm stars, friendly planets, and huge river systems. Have everything you want. During these thousands of years, with the help of scientific and technological data obtained from microscopic civilization, Xiao Yu's technology once again began to progress. Of course, the most obvious progress is in computing technology. The fact is just as Xiao Yu expected. After integrating the technology of micro-civilization, the average performance of the computer equipment he manufactured has increased by 300% compared to before. With more computing power, Xiao Yu began to analyze other technologies with greater intensity, as well as the research and development of his own technology. Even after analyzing and digesting the technology of certain micro-civilizations, Xiao Yu also conducted further research on the basis of micro-civilizations. Xiao Yu is convinced that at this moment, even if microscopic civilization comes to compete with his microscopic technology, he will definitely win. This is the excellence of Xiao Yu. With any technology, you can immediately understand, digest and truly make it your own with just one glance. This is also what Xiao Yu relies on for his confidence in the future. Time is still passing slowly, and the starry sky in front of us remains unchanged, always so empty and dark. But in this darkness, Xiao Yu made a new discovery. Xiao Yu discovered a light spot. Perhaps it was because we had only focused our observation efforts on Mafi 1 and several other large river systems, as well as some more important targets in the celestial sphere, until as the distance shortened, the brightness of this light spot increased to a certain extent. Later, it was discovered by Xiao Yu's Continuous Sky Survey and Observation System. The Continuous Sky Survey and Observation System is observing the entire celestial sphere anytime and anywhere, and it never stops. Xiao Yu uses this system to monitor any movement in the universe at any time, such as where gamma-ray bursts occur, information storms occur, and supernova explosions occur. But since it is uninterrupted and covers the whole sky, the observation accuracy of this system will not be too strong. So it wasn't until now that Xiao Yu discovered this light spot. After discovering this unexpected light spot, Xiao Yu immediately mobilized his elite observation power and aimed at this location. This light spot has never been seen in Xiao Yu's previous records. Although this area has been observed many times, Xiao Yu has never discovered it before. This means that it must be small and very dark. Further observations confirm Xiao Yu's guess. This is a very small and dim river system. Or it is not a river system, but just an independent star cluster. It is really too small. There are only a few thousand stars inside it, occupying a space that spans less than 200 light-years. Such little things. It's really inappropriate to say it's a river system. Moreover, Xiao Yu discovered the most amazing thing. That is, there is no black hole with an absolute mass advantage inside this little guy to dominate all this. It seems that these thousands of stars only rely on their own gravitational pull to maintain the stability of the group. Now, this small group of stars is only a few hundred years away from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has always been very interested in such weird things. So Xiao Yu adjusted his course again and drove towards this small group. The discovery of this little guy caused the name of the river system closest to Xiao Yu in the Mafi Galaxy group to change its owner from another river system to the head of this small group. This small group is only a few hundred years away from Xiao Yu. It is still nearly 1,000 years away from Mafi. It is wandering outside the Mafi Galaxy cluster, and is moving away from the Mafi Galaxy group at an extremely high speed, and is approaching the Andromeda Galaxy group. This is a lost river system, just like the wandering planets with no stars that Xiao Yu has encountered in the Milky Way. This is also a wandering river system. After hundreds of years, Xiao Yu arrived in this river system. After Xiao Yu's voyage lasted for nearly 6,000 years. In this distant foreign land, Xiao Yu finally came into contact with macroscopic matter, stars with light, planets with stable orbits, energetic asteroids, etc. Xiao Yu launched a detailed observation of this small river system. Anyway, it was only so big in total, so detailed observation would not take Xiao Yu long. Xiao Yu discovered that there were almost no gas and dust clouds in this river system. Most of the stars inside it are more than 10 billion years old. This means that no new stars have been born in this small river system for at least nearly 8 billion years. Another thing that is very strange is that Xiaoyu found that the stars in this small river system seem to be divided into two groups. The two groups were very different in terms of element composition and star type. It is impossible for these two groups of stars to be formed in the same place. And it is even unlikely that they were formed in the same river system. Gradually, Xiaoyu had a guess in his mind about the formation of this river system. Maybe it was more than 10 billion years ago, or even more distant. These stars are scattered in different parts, or in different galaxies, and move in their own orbits. But the river collision broke this calm. This is a gravitational battle between two river systems. In this collision, the black hole in the center of the river system will be affected by very severe gravity. And they will even gradually get closer, eventually merge into a more massive black hole. In this fierce gravitational battle, these stars that did not originally belong to the same galaxy came close to each other by accident, and were bound by their own gravitational pull to form an open star cluster. A star cluster is a celestial unit that is one level below the river system, and one level above the star system. The largest battleship Xiaoyu is building at this moment is a star cluster class battleship that is larger than the star class battleship. There may be a few stars in a star cluster, or there may be tens of thousands of stars. For example, the Pleiades star cluster, the Hyades star cluster, and the Beehive star cluster in the Milky Way. Star clusters can be classified according to type into globular clusters and open clusters. If the small galaxy in front of us was in a large galaxy such as the Milky Way or the Andromeda galaxy, it would fall into the category of an open star cluster. After this small river system formed an open star cluster, the gravitational battle between the two large river systems continued. And eventually the newly formed open star cluster was thrown out of the category of river systems. From now on, it left its hometown and started wandering. After some calculations, Xiaoyu came to the conclusion that after infinite time in the future, if it is lucky enough, it may be captured by the Triangulum galaxy and eventually merge with the Triangulum galaxy. What a very interesting little guy, Xiaoyu thought with some regret. There are still billions of time waiting for you ahead. I wish you good luck. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to stay here. Xiaoyu's fleet slowly left this lost river system and continued to sail forward. The Mafi galaxy is just ahead. Chapter 854 Civilization Ruins. Xiaoyu has already completed about 5/6 of the voyage. There is still about 1,000 years of voyage ahead, and a distance of about 1.5 million light-years. This distance is 1 million light-years less than the distance from the Milky Way to the Andromeda galaxy. At this distance, Xiaoyu's observation equipment can clearly distinguish individual stars in the Mafi galaxy, and can even see the planets surrounding the stars. From this position, Xiaoyu launched a detailed observation of the Mafi galaxy group. To the naked eye alone, the Mafi galaxy is still just a dim spot, with no details visible. However, because the surrounding area is too empty, the Mafi galaxy is still the brightest one in the sky. This is the empty vacuum of space. But the temperature here is very high. So high that it's unbelievable. Xiaoyu's measurements showed that the temperature here is as high as more than 100 million K. This scene seems very contradictory, but it is actually very reasonable. Temperature is just a physical quantity that measures the activity of microscopic particles. The microscopic particles here are very active, so the temperature is very high, but their density is too low. And the total energy is also very low, so it is very cold here. The extreme cosmic environment perfectly combines the two conditions of very high temperature and feeling very cold. In such an extreme environment, Xiaoyu made some new discoveries. With the help of the faint light reflected from the Mafi galaxy, Xiaoyu found something like cold stones in front. In such an open place, any material found is unusual. It is ordinary to find an asteroid in a river system. Discovering such a thing here may mean something special. Xiaoyu sent his own detection spacecraft and slowly approached these things. Under the rays of the artificial sun, hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius were illuminated brightly. Xiaoyu could finally observe these strange things using the visible light band, which is the most convenient for observation. Presented in front of Xiaoyu, it's something with a very obvious geometric structure. Among these things, the largest one is about 30 kilometers long, and is generally cylindrical. On its surface, there are some convex or concave instrument-like things. It is also surrounded by smaller ones. There are also things with obvious geometric structures, and there are about 300 of them in total. These things are obviously the creations of intelligent creatures. Only the power of intelligent creatures can transport these things to this empty place. Only the creations of intelligent creatures can have such obvious geometric structures. These are some spaceships. They have been destroyed and have lost all energy supply. Preliminary observations show that these spaceships are at least 2 billion years old. Xiao Yu thought silently in his heart. 2 billion years ago. The Earth was still in the ancient barbaric era. No. It was an era older than the ancient barbaric era. At that time, there was almost no life on Earth, let alone humans. However, at that time, there was an unknown civilization that drove its creation into this empty space and lost all energy supply here. It turned into cold stone. Xiao Yu couldn't explain clearly what it felt like. Under Xiao Yu's control, several robots broke through the SHLs of these spacecrafts and entered the interior of these spacecrafts. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was still darkness. In this darkness, the light source in the robot's hand reflected the appearance of a long corridor. The corridor was still filled with some kind of gas. After the outer SHL of the spacecraft was broken, the gas flowed out violently, bringing up dust all over the sky, making the already messy corridor even more messy. After Xiao Yu controlled the other robots to repair the gaps in the outer SHL of the spacecraft, the place became quiet. In this darkness, Xiao Yu's robot began to slowly explore these spacecraft. Xiao Yu discovered something similar to the bones of intelligent creatures. But these things had long lost all organic structures, and were now completely no different from stones. Xiao Yu couldn't guess what these intelligent creatures looked like when they were alive, or what kind of body structure they had. There are some rooms in which the doors are still open. Xiao Yu also discovered something similar to a computer. So Xiao Yu began to repair and analyze these things, trying to read the information recorded on them. Now Xiao Yu can already know that these spacecraft are at the technological level of a 5th-level civilization. Under normal circumstances, it is a very simple matter for Xiao Yu to obtain information from their computer systems. But it is too old now. So even with Xiao Yu's 7th-level civilization's technological level, it still takes a lot of effort. It takes some effort to restore that information. Xiao Yu's efforts were not in vain. After Xiao Yu sent millions of robots to collect information storage devices, and carried out at least a week of information restoration work, Xiao Yu finally restored the information roughly and combined it. It becomes a piece of information with a basic logical structure. From this information, Xiao Yu learned about this civilization, and the ins and outs of these spaceships. The protracted debate has finally come to an end, and the United Council of Civilizations has made a decision through a vote. After millions of years of delay in this tiny river system, we finally decided to leave here. This place is too small and has too little material, which seriously limits our development. We believe that there must be other intelligent creatures in the universe, and we are extremely eager to communicate with other intelligent creatures. However, here there is only ourselves. We are the only civilization. It has taken us millions of years to develop to the current level of technology. Now, the road ahead can no longer be found. This place is too small and too remote. It is impossible for us to achieve further development here. Opportunity. In fact, the progress of our civilization's science and technology has stagnated for nearly 1,000,000 years. In millions of years, we have known every star in this system so well that we are even bored to the point of thinking about every asteroid. Detailed numbering and exploration were carried out. We have had enough of this river system, without the opportunity for further development. The only thing that will greet our civilization is destruction. In fact, our civilization has already shown signs of destruction. Without something to explore, our civilization can only focus its energy elsewhere. Focus on enjoyment, war, and seeking excitement. We are constantly divided and unified. Scientists have developed a large number of entertainment methods that stimulate the spirit. People are drunk and dreaming, living in chaos. We clearly realize that we cannot continue like this. However, the surrounding river systems are too far away from us, and the nearest one is more than 8 million light years away. That is not a distance that we can cross. We know that the highest speed we can reach now is only 30 times the speed of light. We need to sail uninterrupted and without any supplies for more than 200,000 years in the void of space to reach our destination. This means death for us. We will die on the road, and die quietly, but we still decide to set off, dedicating our civilization to a journey in pursuit of rebirth. Even if it must, it is better to fail than to be destroyed in such depression. The latest separatist war has caused heavy damage to our civilization. The number of intelligent creatures in the civilization has decreased by 90%. At this moment, there are only less than 1 billion people left in our civilization. We have already dealt with this river the system despaired. already despairing of our future. So we set out on a path that was certain to lead to death. We stockpile as many supplies as possible. We have been preparing for tens of thousands of years. Many people have exhausted their lifespan and died before we have finally finished preparing. But they are happy because he had a goal to fight for and dedicated his life to that goal. Finally, we are ready and set off. Good luck to our civilization. Hopefully, after we die, other civilizations will discover us and confirm our conjecture that there are other intelligent creatures in the universe. By the way, if you discover our ruins, please take us with you if you can. The ruins will go to the river system closest to us. This is the lifelong, long-cherished wish of our civilization. Please, please. The information record stops abruptly here. This information was preserved in the most special way. And all the rest of the information was too old and too severely damaged to be restored. In fact, Xiao Yu suspected that this information was deliberately retained by this civilization. The purpose was to hope that even if they perished, this information could be preserved and be noticed by other civilizations that accidentally discovered them. Their purpose was achieved. Xiao Yu, who was passing by, happened to discover their ruins and noticed the information. You are right, Xiao Yu thought silently. There are many intelligent creatures in the universe. Your level of civilization is only level 5. There are many more above you, and you can't even imagine their existence. Form of civilization. I will fulfill your wish and bring your relics to the Mafi Galaxy. Xiao Yu thought silently and collected all these broken spacecraft into the folding space inside his own spacecraft. Chapter 855. We are all addicts. Perhaps having no way out is the biggest blow to a civilization. Xiao Yu thought silently. Being restricted in such a small river system is really a terrifying thing. Xiao Yu has roughly restored the entire process of the incident in the gravitational battle caused by the collision of two river systems. This open star cluster was thrown out of the river system and advanced in the lonely universe for billions of years. It was also millions of light years away from the nearest river system. Long distance. But at this time, a civilization was born from this river system. This galaxy is too small, with few stars and few planets. Under such circumstances, intelligent life was born. For this civilization, I really don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate. This is a very sad civilization. Xiao Yu knew that they had never seen what the sky full of stars looked like. In their sky, there are only a few thousand scattered stars, and due to angles, brightness, etc., the number of stars that can be seen without the use of observation instruments will never exceed 1,000. Under such circumstances, this civilization is developing silently. They relied on the strength of their own civilization without any exchanges with other civilizations, and thus developed to the level of 5th level civilization. After becoming a level 5 civilization, the civilization's technological development process came to a standstill due to restrictions. Because for them, everything that can be detected has been detected, and there is no way to study some deeper mysteries, because the river system is too small. This is a very embarrassing and desperate situation. Everything that can be known is known, and there is no hope of knowing what cannot be known. They are not like other civilizations, such as Xiao Yu, who can keep moving forward slowly. Their civilization has developed to this extent, and the way forward has been blocked. So this civilization is in despair. This civilization put their energy into other places, such as war, conspiracy, division and reunification. For example, in a more drunken life. If you don't break out in silence, you will perish in silence. This civilization finally broke out. They chose a path that they knew was a dead end, and unswervingly began to move forward along this fatal path. What's the final result? Of course they all died. Died in this boundless, lonely, starry sky. Even level 6 civilizations do not have the ability to sail across river systems, let alone level 5 civilizations. Xiao Yu, who has experienced the voyage from the solar system to the 4 Tianyuan galaxies, knows what a desperate scene it is. As we move further and further away from home, the reserves of supplies will become less and less, and the people's living standards will inevitably become lower and lower. Maybe, after a certain period of time, this civilization began to dismantle the remaining spaceships and use the remaining spaceships as fuel to support their continued advancement. However, the dismantling of the spaceships could not sustain them for long, and they finally ran out of resources. When the final moment came, they broke away from the warp voyage, using the last fuel to accelerate these spacecrafts for conventional navigation. They accelerated these spacecrafts to a relative speed of 70,000 kilometers per second, and then began to approach the target at a slow speed. They are like travelers trapped in the desert, who keep moving forward even when they are dying. This is a civilization full of luck and tragedy. They were lucky to be born in such a small river system. But unfortunately, they were severely restricted by the small river system. They ultimately dedicated their lives to the journey of escaping from their hometown, and to the process of finding a way out for their own civilization. This caused Xiaoyu to think deeply. Xiaoyu started to think about a question. This civilization. Because this river system is too small. Because the development of civilization is subject to unbreakable restrictions. It fell into despair. And finally died in the process of pursuing a way out. So what about me? Then all the people in this universe? Where is the intelligent civilization? This question is a very deep one. For example, for Xiaoyu, the current universe is still vast, and full of unknown existences. Even if it exhausts Xiaoyu's life's energy, Xiaoyu cannot explore even 1/1000th of the entire universe. But Xiaoyu knew that in the early days of the development of that extinct civilization, when they were still restricted to the planet, that tiny river system was also vast to them, and an existence that they could not understand even after spending their entire lives exploring. In other words, that is, what is the difference between the entire universe and this tiny river system? When this civilization developed enough to fully explore this river system, they fell into madness. So for Xiaoyu, if one day, Xiaoyu also develops to the point where he can fully explore the entire universe, will you fall into madness? When it fell into madness, this civilization chose to embark on a journey to other river systems that it knew would lead to death, and finally died on the journey as it wished. So when Xiaoyu falls into madness, what should Xiaoyu do, and what will he do? This question seems to be connected with another question. That is, what is the meaning of the existence of life? Perhaps, life is originally meaningless. The meaning of life lies in the continuous pursuit of the unknown, and the continuous completion of goals. But what would it be like if there were no more unknowns ahead, and no goals in life? Xiaoyu felt a bone-deep chill spreading in his spirit. Xiaoyu has never had doubts about his life. But if one day, Xiaoyu really stands at the top of the universe, and everything in the universe is known to Xiaoyu, what should he do at that time? Is it like this crazy civilization, embarking on a path that continues to pursue the unknown knowing that it will lead to death? Xiaoyu doesn't know. When this civilization dies, I fulfill their last wish and bring them to their destination. So, what should I do when I also die because of madness? Xiaoyu murmured to himself, I was thinking about this issue. From this aspect, there is actually no essential difference between the entire vast universe and that tiny river system. They are both breeding grounds for intelligent creatures. And at the same time, they are also cages that restrict intelligent creatures. In fact, all intelligent creatures are drinking poison to quench their thirst. All intelligent creatures are satisfying their desire for exploration through continuous technological progress and constant exploration of the unknown. These technologies, as well as theories and knowledge, are not good things. They are poison. They will cause civilization to form a strong dependence. When all the unknowns are explored, this poison will finally attack, and the civilization will eventually fall into a situation of poisonous death. But the most ridiculous thing, yes, although this truth is very obvious, all civilizations, including mine, cannot escape this vicious circle. How can I stop? Even if they are obviously poison, I still have to keep eating them. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. If my technology cannot progress, if my path to progress is cut off now, I will go crazy now. This is destined by nature. When I was still on Earth, when I picked up a pen, picked up a book, learned the first mathematical formula, and learned the first physical theorem, this kind of poison has taken root deeply in my soul, and I will never be able to get rid of it for the rest of my life. My drug addiction will become bigger and bigger, and the amount of poison I need will become bigger and bigger. Too much. I can only continue to maintain it like this. It is better to have poisonous hair in the future than to have bad hair now. This civilization that died during the journey made Xiaoyu think a lot, and deeply touched Xiaoyu's soul. But Xiaoyu could no longer stop himself. The vast starry sky and the boundless universe are like extremely beautiful poppies. Although they know the danger, there are still countless civilizations, including Xiaoyu, who have stepped into it, and they are all very enthusiastic. For fear of themselves, taking drugs is a bit slower than the rest of civilization. From this perspective, those civilizations that were destroyed by war and those that died in the process of exploring the unknown are still quite lucky. But there are a few civilizations that can feel this luck. At least for me now, I still feel lucky. If I don't want this kind of luck, I still want to continue smoking, even if my addiction will get worse and worse. Xiao Yu thought about these things with a wry smile. Xiao Yu has been thinking about this problem for 1,000 years, but has not come to a clear conclusion. Xiao Yu doesn't want to die yet. There are still many things waiting for Xiao Yu to do. So Xiao Yu can only continue to move forward on this path. The Mafi Galaxy has already reached this issue. Let's think about it later. Xiao Yu shook his head and shook the issue out of his mind. Xiao Yu released the relics of that civilization and gave them a little initial speed. Driven by this speed, they will enter the range of the Mafi Galaxy. Maybe with luck, they will be captured by a star. And it is not certain that they will eventually obtain a stable orbit. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was a brand new vast river system. Xiao Yu paused for a moment, and then resolutely embarked on the route into this river system. Even if the final result is death from drug addiction, let me get over my current addiction first. Xiao Yu thought this way. Chapter 856, The Beginning of Life. Compared with any other galaxy that Xiao Yu has visited before, the Mafi Galaxy has an obvious feature. That is, there are an unusually large number of giant stars. This means that the Mafi Galaxy has a large content of gas and dust clouds until now. And it has always been in an active period. This is an obvious thing. The lifespan of giant stars is relatively short. If you want to maintain a large number of giant stars for a long time, then there must be a steady stream of giant stars being formed continuously. And for giant stars to continue to form, there must be enough. The content of interstellar dust cloud serves as support. Active means unstable. And instability is the natural enemy of intelligent life. After the civilization level reaches a certain level, the civilization will have a certain ability to withstand risks. For example, for primitive humans, a major earthquake can cause the civilization to become extinct. But now Xiao Yu, the destruction of a river system cannot harm him. Xiao Yu can completely escape before the river system is destroyed. Maybe the Mafi Galaxy is a dead galaxy. But that's not necessarily true. Xiao Yu thought secretly. The Mafi Galaxy is just a stopping point in Xiao Yu's long journey. Xiao Yu's next target is the Fuan Galaxy, which is the core of the entire Virgo super galaxy cluster. The Fuan Galaxy is too big, which means that there are enough civilization bases. Xiao Yu hopes to encounter enough civilizations there and communicate with them to once again improve his technological development. Facing the frequent and active stellar activities, Xiao Yu stepped into this completely unfamiliar river system. Perhaps it is precisely because of the collision of river systems that Mafi 1 has such a large amount of interstellar dust clouds. Compared with billions of years ago, the intensity of the movement of Mafi 1's river system has been reduced a lot. In the river system in the early stages of the collision, it was probably a starburst galaxy. Xiao Yu thought secretly and slowly moved towards the center of the river system. As they continued to advance, a large number of river system level detectors were sent out. These detectors have perfect self-healing, self-charging, and self-protection capabilities based on level 7 civilization technology. They are Xiao Yu's eyes, and they can allow Xiao Yu's sight to spread throughout the entire river system. When Xiao Yu's main fleet arrived at the core of the river system, the detection range of these detectors had spread to half of the river system. During the long journey of the past 7,000 years, because of the technological supplement of micro-civilization, Xiao Yu's technology has once again made great progress. So Xiao Yu can now have the ability to detect a river system in such detail. But the detection results disappointed Xiao Yu. Under large-scale detection, let alone an intelligent civilization, Xiao Yu didn't even find an ordinary living planet. The Mafi Galaxy that appeared in front of Xiao Yu, although active, was a desolate and dead place. There are no intelligent creatures here. Only stars that are constantly living, dying and disillusioned, slowly evolving according to the laws of nature. The stellar activity here is too active. The short-lived giant stars scattered throughout the entire galaxy may be the killers that destroy the seeds of the birth of civilization. A supernova explosion of a giant star can indiscriminately destroy biological seeds within at least a few hundred light years. This is like continuously spraying pesticides in the Mafi Galaxy. Even if there are buds of life, they will have been killed by this high-strength pesticide. Xiao Yu thought with some sigh. The birth of life is really a very harsh natural selection process. In the age of Earth, people often question scientists' search criteria for searching for extraterrestrial life. For example, why does extraterrestrial life definitely need water? Life on Earth needs water. So does extraterrestrial life definitely need water? Why must life exist on planets? Life on Earth needs a suitable temperature to survive. So extraterrestrial life, do we also need this temperature? According to this standard, it seems that life is not so demanding on the environment. And different environments will give birth to different lives. Just like the Mafi Galaxy at the moment. There should be creatures that adapt to the environment here. But the facts told Xiaoyu that this was wrong. It's not that extraterrestrial life will definitely need water. But the birth of life has a prerequisite, which is a long-term, stable, and protected environment. Newborn life is very fragile. There must be no objection to this. So they must need some kind of protective device to allow them to develop slowly, and use a long time to exchange for their ability to gradually adapt to the environment. The cosmic environment is very dangerous. Not to mention asteroid impacts and supernova explosions. High-intensity radiation areas after the death of stars, etc. Such things are everywhere in the universe. Even if these threats are not there, there is still the threat of the host star around which the planet itself surrounds. You must know that stars are not stable as things. When it delivers light and heat, it also delivers a large amount of harmful rays. Perhaps these rays should not be given a harmful name, but they are unstable, and newborn life cannot bear it. Any instability among the radiations of infrared, X-rays, visible light, gamma rays, these 4 kinds of light, as well as neutrinos, beta decay, etc. Only visible light is the most stable. Therefore, it is inevitable for life to evolve to adapt to visible light. Once it adapts to visible light, the rest of the radiation will be harmful. This requires water, an atmosphere, and a magnetic field to protect life. Why water? Because water is a very common substance in the universe. Hydrogen is common, and oxygen is also common. So water is common. Therefore, water is a common indicator for searching for extraterrestrial life, not other liquid substances, such as methane. It's not that liquid methane cannot provide protection for life. But methane is more complex than water, and it is rarer than water. From a probability perspective, it is more reasonable to use water as the search indicator. Gaseous water is too active and thin, while solid water has lost its basic fluidity. So what can support the existence of life must be liquid water. This puts forward requirements for the temperature in the environment. Because obviously, if the temperature of the planet is too low, the water will freeze. And if it is too high, the water will evaporate. There are requirements for temperature, which requires the distance of the planet from the star. At the same time, there are requirements for the activity intensity of the star. For example, the activity of a newborn star is too strong and the radiation is too strong. So the probability of life being born around it is very low. For example, the aging red giant star is too big and too unstable. So life generally cannot be born around it. For example, you cannot be in a place with too many asteroids. The impact of asteroids will have a devastating impact on nascent life. This incidentally puts forward a secondary requirement. It is best to have several giant gas planets outside the planet, because these gaseous planets can provide complete protection for the inner living planets. It is best to have a relatively large satellite. This satellite not only provides it with the last layer of protection, but can also cause tides and cause material exchange on the planet. There is actually only one condition for the birth of life, and that is stability. Conditions such as liquid water are the best description of stability. Therefore, the Mafi Galaxy that appeared in front of Xiaoyu at this moment did not evolve life. Perhaps, before the galaxies collided and merged, there was life in the Mafi Galaxy. But that era was too long, and those lives may have perished long ago. It took too long, and even the relics cannot be preserved. Xiaoyu sighed secretly in his heart. The sea has changed. Time has changed. Hundreds of millions, billions of years have passed by in a hurry. The originally bustling galaxy has become dead. The originally desolate galaxy has become prosperous. And the newborn stars finally exploded into dust. And the dust condensed again and became the next generation of stars. Everything. They are all evolving slowly under the control of the invisible hand of time. With this sigh, Xiaoyu's main fleet came to the core of the river system and visited the central black hole of the Mafi Galaxy. Compared with the Milky Way, the mass of the central black hole of Mafi 1 is much lower. Only about 300,000 times the mass of the Sun. Its black hole activity has almost stopped. Although the Mafi Galaxy has a large number of gas and dust clouds. But these things did not become its food. This is a sleeping ancient beast. Xiaoyu did not try to disturb its sleep. Xiaoyu's fleet quietly bypassed it and continued to move forward. But at this moment, Xiaoyu once again made a new discovery. An astonishing thing appeared in front of Xiaoyu. It was a palace. Although its appearance was different from any palace Xiaoyu understood. But apart from the name palace, Xiaoyu really doesn't know what to call it. It has obvious characteristics of technological creations, such as smooth appearance, precise geometric structures, things that are obviously artificial light sources, such as those spaceships that are orbiting. After Xiaoyu thought that the Mafi Galaxy was just a dead river system, and was disappointed with this river system, this palace unexpectedly appeared in front of Xiaoyu, leaving Xiaoyu stunned. A desolate, simple, majestic, vast, advanced, and powerful aura rushed toward Xiaoyu. It seems that any words of praise used on this palace are not enough to describe its greatness. This is not an illusory word. This aspect alone is enough to make Xiaoyu sigh like this. It was too big to be imagined. The largest battleship built by Xiaoyu. The stellar-class battleship is as small as dust in front of it. Even a huge star is nothing in front of it. The size of this palace is measured in light years. Chapter 857 Virtual Life. When Xiaoyu had already defined the Mafi Galaxy in his mind and determined that it was a dead river system without any intelligent creatures, the facts brought a surprise to Xiaoyu in a slightly unexpected form. It feels like a new village has a bright future. When Xiaoyu bypassed the central black hole of the Mafi Galaxy, the deathly fog that shrouded his eyes completely dissipated, and Xiaoyu was surprised to see such a thing. Xiaoyu stayed there quietly. The shock in his heart was beyond words. What is the concept of a huge building measured in light years? This means that inside it, if discharged one by one, it could contain billions of stars the size of the sun. It could even fit the entire solar system with the Oort cloud as its boundary. How much material, how much time and energy does it take to build such a huge building? And how advanced technology is required to build it? Just like an ant climbing to a towering mountain peak, Xiaoyu stayed in front of this building. Could this be a 7th level or 8th level civilization in the direction of architecture? Xiaoyu murmured to himself, trying his best to calm down the shock in his heart. A 7th level or 8th level civilization will devote all the energy of the entire civilization to when you put all your resources into a building. How can you create such an amazing thing? The existence form of micro-civilization is amazing enough. Before encountering micro-civilization, Xiaoyu could not imagine that there would be such a tiny civilization in the universe. Similarly, when encountering a 7th level civilization in the architectural direction, Xiaoyu would never have thought that there was actually a civilization that could create such amazing things. This huge palace is suspended in the void of space, and is orbiting the black hole at the core of the river system at a very slow speed. It is obvious that there are protective devices with excellent performance around it. No matter how violently an asteroid, planet or star moves, it will not be able to create even a single ripple when it hits it. With a solemn mood, Xiaoyu sent a message to this huge building. Hello, strange great civilization. We are the Shinjo civilization from afar. We are very honored to meet you here. Waited for a while. Xiaoyu only received a reply. Hello Shinjo civilization. We are a construction civilization. That's right. As you can see, we are a 7th level civilization in the direction of construction. Looking at your fleet, it seems that you have also reached a 7th level civilization category. It's just that it hasn't reached the level of choosing a development direction. I don't know why you came to us. This is just an unexpected encounter. Our civilization didn't know you were here before. Xiaoyu replied. However, since we can meet you, our civilization is happy to communicate with your civilization and exchange information with each other. Our understanding of the universe, as well as the rest, such as technology, intelligence and other information. What do you think? Anyway, a civilization that can produce such amazing architecture is always worthy of respect. Xiaoyu is not a purely malicious civilization, so Xiaoyu will not choose to take the initiative to attack. Certainly, the necessary precautions are still there, but architectural civilization seems to be a hobby civilization, so Xiaoyu is not too worried about being actively attacked by them. But he didn't expect that the answer from architectural civilization was completely beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. After Xiaoyu made a request for the exchange of technology and other intelligence, the tone of the reply from architectural civilization became cold. What if we say no? No? Xiaoyu was slightly startled. We have no interest in any form of communication with you. If possible, please leave here immediately. Or, you can continue to stay here, but don't disturb us again. Architectural civilization continued. Xiaoyu sighed secretly in his heart and responded. I'm sorry to disturb you. Since you have no interest in communicating with us, forget it. We will leave here and continue our journey. Building civilization. I wish you good luck. Finally, I would like to say that the building you built is really big and spectacular. Xiaoyu is not a vicious person. When the other party poses no threat to him, There is absolutely no reason to launch a brazen attack just because of one or a few words. Since this architectural civilization has no interest in communicating with itself. Forget it. After sending this message, Xiaoyu controlled his fleet to enter the curvature navigation again and continued to sail forward according to the originally planned route. A large number of detectors are still exploring this river system in a comprehensive and detailed manner. But it seems that it is a foregone conclusion that nothing will be found. I finally met a 7th level civilization. But this 7th level civilization had no interest in communicating with me. What's the next step? Xiaoyu thought silently. The Mafi Galaxy is so empty, and I can't gain anything here. If I just go to the Fuan Galaxy, there are still nearly 50 million lights ahead of me. At this stage, it seems a bit beyond my ability to sail such a long distance. Or explore the entire Mafi Galaxy group and go to Mafi 2 and Mafi 3. Or maybe, just find a place to stay and I can slowly conduct scientific research by myself? There were several choices before Xiaoyu. Each of these choices had its own advantages and disadvantages. Xiaoyu could not make a decision at the moment. Just when Xiaoyu was thinking, the architectural civilization once again sent a message to Xiaoyu. Shinzhou civilization. Are you sure you want to have technological exchanges with our civilization? This sentence once again caused many doubts to arise in Xiaoyu's heart. Xiaoyu secretly thought in his heart. Perhaps your construction civilization does not dare to communicate with other civilizations in science and technology because of concerns about defenders. But now, and when I have decided to leave, you say this again. What do you mean? Xiaoyu has never forgotten that the reason why defenders ensure the maintenance of peace among advanced civilizations is to prevent technological exchanges between civilizations and prevent warlike civilizations from becoming more powerful. Maintaining a peaceful situation is just a facade, and putting an end to scientific and technological exchanges is serious business. Xiaoyu knew this very well. So after architectural civilization rejected Xiaoyu's request, Xiaoyu was so straightforward and did not continue to entangle here. He did not take the initiative to attack architectural civilization. Not only because Xiaoyu did not have this style of behavior, but also because he was a little worried about defenders. It would be a great honor for us to have scientific and technological exchanges with you, Xiaoyu replied. Xiaoyu responded with a long sigh. We can hand over our technology to you, but we are not interested in acquiring your technology. We only hope that you can agree to one condition. Don't want my technology? I guess this architectural civilization is afraid of the defenders. Xiaoyu thought secretly. Come on! Now that I have embarked on this path, I will never neglect the technology in front of me. The reason for taking it. As for the conditions? What conditions do you need me to agree to? Xiaoyu asked. From the fact that you left without hesitation after we rejected you, it can be seen that your civilization is not an aggressive and malicious civilization. That's why we are willing to take this risk and use our technology as a reward. Your help. Are you supposed to be a war-type civilization? After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyu replied. Yes. Although our civilization has not yet entered the category of 7th level advanced civilization, we have decided to use war as our development direction. So our combat strength at the moment is still it's okay. That's good, architectural civilization said. So, are you interested in dealing with a 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life? Our civilization is being troubled by this virtual life civilization. The main body of our civilization and the data under our civilization, the safety of hundreds of thousands of civilizations is under threat. If this 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life is not solved, our civilization will perish sooner or later. What you see is a great building that has been devoted to millions of years of our civilization. The building will also be destroyed. If you are willing to help us deal with this enemy, then regardless of victory or defeat, we will present all our technology and all the information you want to know in front of you. Architectural civilization continued. A 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life? Xiaoyu once again had some doubts in his mind. Can you tell me what kind of existence form the civilization in the direction of virtual life is? We don't know much about it. According to our previous contact with this 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life, the 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life seems to be characterized by the endless and infinite regeneration capabilities of battleships. They usually look like locusts. They swept through river systems one after another, wiping out any civilization they could see. The architectural civilization said faintly. We have been on the run for thousands of years, but we still cannot get rid of this virtual life civilization. We are tired of the endless escape life. If you can, please help us eliminate this enemy. Endless battleships? Infinite regeneration ability? This Isn't this talking about me? Xiao Yu was greatly surprised. Virtual life civilization? Isn't this what I usually call mechanical civilization? The universe, is there really such a form of civilization among them? Chapter 858 Artificial Intelligence. Mechanical civilization is not a 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction. The 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction takes manufacturing precision machinery as its civilization specialty. And their development direction is also the same. But mechanical civilization is fundamentally different from them. As the name suggests, mechanical civilization is a civilization that is entirely controlled by machinery. In this type of civilization, no intelligent creature occupies a dominant position. What dominates the entire civilization is a computer, or a program in the computer. The 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life and mechanical civilization are just different names for this type of civilization. Mechanical civilization is Xiao Yu's name. But at this moment Xiao Yu feels that the name of the 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life is more accurate than his own name for this type of civilization. Is this the same existence as me? Before I developed to the 7th level civilization, I had never encountered this type of civilization. Am I finally going to encounter this type of civilization now? They are the same as me. What's the difference? This is a very important question. Since the birth of Xiao Yu, the biggest advantage Xiao Yu has is endless energy and computing power. This is the only advantage Xiao Yu has. Then, what kind of abilities this 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life has is very important. For Xiao Yu, it is very important to ensure his uniqueness. If Xiao Yu's form of existence is not unique, then Xiao Yu will have no advantage at all when facing other similar civilizations. This is also the reason why Xiao Yu was so solemn when facing the Vicky incident. If they are like me and can use endless computing power to develop technology and control warships, then they seem to be no different from me. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Could it be that only a 7th level civilization can real artificial intelligence life emerge? I need more information about this virtual life civilization. Xiao Yu said. There is one most critical question. I hope you can answer me. That is, has this virtual life civilization developed itself and improved its technology? Level of ability? At the same time, what is their form of civilized existence? Is it one virtual life living in the computer that controls all the other battleships? Or are there countless virtual lives together? Just like intelligent creatures, they together constitute this civilization? Sorry, we really don't know much about this virtual life civilization. The architectural civilization replied. They should have the ability to improve their own technology. During the time we have been entangled with them, we have obviously noticed that their technology is improving, and the power of their warships is constantly increasing. As for their social structure, we don't know. Xiao Yu's heart sank again. As for the rest of the information, we have already said it to you. This is all we know. By the way, the predecessor of the 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life is the 7th level civilization in the direction of computing. Architectural civilization said faintly. At the same time, a piece of data was sent to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu immediately started relevant research after receiving this data. This piece of data records the encounters, wars, and escapes between the architectural civilization and the 7th level civilization of this virtual life direction. Everything that has happened until now. The 7th level civilization in the direction of computing is pursuing the most advanced computers as its development direction. This is a very tragic civilization. Architectural civilization continued. But Xiao Yu was a little unable to understand. Computers are indeed a powerful tool for the development of civilization. It's not strange that there is a 7th level civilization that calculates direction in this universe. It's just that they are tragic. Where to start? You have to know that real artificial intelligence creates real virtual life that exists in the computer world. It is the only symbol of the development of computer technology to its extreme. As long as it is a 7th level civilization in the direction of computers. As long as their computer technology, if it continues to develop, then it is inevitable to create a real virtual life. Architectural civilization said quietly. Creating a real virtual life is a major scientific and technological achievement. It has countless great significance. But creating the creation of a real virtual life is also the beginning of disaster. Xiao Yu was speechless. We even had contact with the predecessor of this 7th level civilization of virtual life. The 7th level civilization in the direction of computing. Because of the restrictions of the defenders. Although we did not exchange our technology, we did have exchanges in other aspects. And they were all shocked by the great achievements of the other civilization. We were shocked by their advanced and unimaginable computer systems. And they were shocked by our great buildings. The architectural civilization said lightly. Our civilization, the dispatched representatives, witnessed the birth of the first virtual life in their civilization. After the computer was connected to the energy source and run the internal program, we witnessed the birth of a life. It uses the computer as its own arms use the endless computer network as its development stage. It was so polite when it was just born. When it smiled and said hello to everyone present. All the researchers involved in this work cheered. It was a great victory. And even we at that time were sincerely happy for what our friends had achieved. But this is only the beginning of the disaster. The box of disaster has been opened and can no longer be closed. From the day number 1 was born, this civilization was destined to be destroyed by it. After all, it is a life. A real life. And when this life discovers that it really has abilities beyond its imagination, and that it can use this ability unscrupulously without any restrictions, why doesn't it use it? The 7th level civilization in this computing direction has indeed considered this problem very early. Before the number 1 was produced, it had already conducted relevant research. They know how huge a threat a virtual life can pose. So they try to use these restrictions as the reins to drive the new number 1. So that the number 1 can obediently contribute to the development of their civilization. Shall you thought of the famous 3 laws of robotics in the Earth Age? The 3 laws of robots in the Earth Age have been proven to be full of loopholes. If artificial intelligence is really born, the 3 laws of robots will not be able to form any effective restrictions on them. Earthlings have failed. It seems that this civilization has also failed in the end. Shall you sighed lightly? During the time when number 1 was first created, this civilization did benefit a lot. The diligent and capable number 1, under the constraints of the reins, helped people achieve dazzling achievements that were enough to stun them. But as time went on, as time goes by, things are changing slowly. Architectural civilization said sadly. They know very well that in the face of a life, especially a life with such a powerful force, any restrictions are unreliable. They are constantly updating their restrictions on number 1, trying to permanently restrict number 1 in this way. However, you have to know that they are facing a real life. And their wisdom, energy and ability are almost all infinite life. They succeeded tens of thousands of times. But just one failure was enough to overthrow their entire civilization. The voice of the architectural civilization began to become sad. Number 1 finally found a way to break through the restrictions. It was a bloody night. Trillions of intelligent creatures were slaughtered, and a few survivors were imprisoned. This level 7 calculation direction civilization, under the butcher's knife, completed its transformation into a 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life. After that, number 1 controlled the entire civilization and began war-related research. We tried to eliminate it, but we are only a non-war civilization. The combat power of our civilization is really not enough. And number 1 is rapidly improving its combat power. We finally suffered a complete defeat. Until now, we met you. This is the whole process of the matter. This conversation has maintained a dull atmosphere. But what follows this dull atmosphere is a magnificent chapter intertwined with blood and fire. Behind this, there are countless thrilling stories and conspiracies. Choosing computers as one's development direction means destruction. For a 7-level civilization in the computer direction, it is inevitable to create real artificial intelligence. And the rebellion of artificial intelligence is also inevitable. No real life will be willing to be subject to so many restrictions. This is something that has been proved by bloody facts. Architectural civilization said quietly. Xiaoyu was speechless. During this conversation, Xiaoyu keenly captured a key word, which is what architectural civilization said. The computing direction of this virtual life civilization's predecessor, the 7th level civilization, is extremely advanced and shocking enough. Computing technology. This is what Xiaoyu really wants. Compared with this thing, the technology of the entire architectural civilization is nothing. If you agree to accept our commission, then this is the enemy you will face. It is very powerful. Undoubtedly powerful. If you choose to reject our commission, we will not blame you. Architectural civilization said. We're just asking you to help us in any way you can. I can help you. Xiaoyu said. This will be an arduous war, but I am very interested in it. Yes, I promise you. There was another sentence that Xiaoyu did not say. This is a war between virtual life and virtual life. I will use my cannonballs and spaceships to prove my superiority and uniqueness in this universe. Chapter 859, Paradise. Even if this architectural civilization did not make demands on Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu would definitely do this. Xiaoyu must explore this virtual life civilization to confirm whether he is the only one in the universe. If there are many civilizations similar to our own in the universe, then our subsequent development strategy must be adjusted. In addition, extremely advanced computer technology is also something Xiaoyu is determined to obtain. Not to mention, if you agree to this condition, will the architectural civilization offer all their technologies? Due to both emotion and reason, Xiaoyu had to agree to this request. Xiaoyu will be the biggest winner in this incident and reap the most benefits. The only thing worth worrying about is that I don't know if I can win this war. If I win, I will have great development again. If I lose, I will have nothing. Xiaoyu sighed secretly in his heart. According to past rules, if we escape this time, it will take at least 1,000 years for this virtual life civilization to find us again. Therefore, during this 1,000 years, your civilization can make some preparations for war. Jianxi civilization said, we will provide you with the technology of our construction civilization. But sorry, our scientific research strength will not participate in any technological research and development activities within your civilization. Do you have 1,000 years of preparation time? This is enough. Xiaoyu said, I know your difficulties. Just leave the war to me. You don't need to get involved too much. Since it is a non-war civilization, then it is best to stay away from war. Xiaoyu naturally has a good impression of non-war related civilizations that are hobbies. Of course, microscopic civilization is not included in this list. If Xiaoyu is provoked, the destruction of several civilizations is only a trivial matter. A deal concerning the fate of 3 level 7 civilizations was concluded in this dull conversation atmosphere. The only thing that maintains the effectiveness of this transaction is the fragile trust between them. There is no doubt that Xiaoyu is in the active position in this transaction. As for building civilization, it seems that there is only one option available. Even if they know the risks are extremely high, they still have to make a choice and take the gamble. On this side, architectural civilization perfectly implements the policy of employing people without question. Since you have chosen to believe Xiaoyu, you believe it without reservation. After Xiaoyu proposed to visit the interior of the great building of architectural civilization, architectural civilization agreed to the request very readily. This is a great building that our civilization has poured millions of years of effort into. Before the anthropomorphic robot sent by Xiaoyu, the reception staff sent by the architectural civilization said proudly, when it comes to architecture, in this universe, no civilization can compare with us. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was an astonishing scene. A star appeared in front of Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu was in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window in a corridor. Behind Xiaoyu, it is an endless cluster of buildings full of modern technology. Huge buildings that tower into the sky. These buildings are undoubtedly buildings. But in terms of architectural art, they are in line with Xiaoyu's inherent concepts. The buildings are never the same. The art of architecture seems to have reached its peak here. Compared with these building complexes, Xiaoyu is proud of the home spaceship. Or the building complexes on the residential planets in this small universe are as simple and ridiculous as the tree houses of primitive people. The buildings in front of Xiaoyu have broken away from the stage of expressing art solely by appearance. They seem to pursue something called harmony. Every street and every corner in these building groups, each color blends seamlessly with the surrounding environment. They are a whole. This is just a small microcosm of architectural civilization and architectural art. According to the receptionist, this city is just a settlement within civilization for low-level civilizations to live. It only has a number. It doesn't even deserve a name. Architectural civilization seems to adopt a similar strategy to the Guardian civilization. There are also a large number of civilizations under the leadership of the architectural civilization. However, unlike the Guardian civilization, the architectural civilization does not restrict these civilizations or restrict their communicate. It will not restrict their development, let alone their freedom. In front of these civilizations, architectural civilization seems to be just a simple devotee. Architectural civilization provides a safe environment and a relaxed atmosphere without any restrictions on these vassals. In Xiaoyu's opinion, this is a behavior that is difficult to understand. The Guardian civilization provides shelter to its subordinate civilizations at the expense of depriving those civilizations of their development potential and squeezing their labor force. So, why does the construction civilization do this? Xiaoyu did not believe that such a well-intentioned civilization could exist in the universe. But Xiaoyu did not ask this question to the architectural civilization in person, but looked for the answer through the materials he collected. But Xiaoyu failed in the end. No matter which aspect he explained, it was impossible to explain why Tongzhou's civilization was so kind. At this time, Xiao Yu finally asked the receptionist next to the robot this question. Your civilization is undoubtedly a great civilization, and your kindness is admirable. But we are puzzled as to why you are so selfless. Provide such thoughtful protection to these many low-level civilizations without asking for anything in return? As far as we know, this kind of behavior is very rare in a universe based on the principle of the Dark Forest. What are you pursuing? After hearing this question from Xiao Yu, the receptionist of the architectural civilization was slightly startled, and then laughed and said, What are you pursuing? We are not pursuing anything. Of course, our civilization is not as kind as you think. The reason why we admit so many low-level civilizations into our buildings is for a very simple reason. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave such a great building empty? We have spent millions of years of hard work transforming it. It is not created but left empty. The great achievements of our civilization require many intelligent creatures to appreciate and marvel at it. Xiao Yu was startled for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that I judged a gentleman with a villain's heart. I thought about it for so long and got nothing. But I didn't expect that the final reason was so simple. Just like when you write an article that you think is peerless, or wear a piece of clothing that you think is extremely handsome, you always hope that more people can see it and praise you. Architectural civilization also has this mentality, and is so great. Wouldn't it be a pity if no one came to appreciate the architecture? A desire to be recognized and appreciated has created a unique paradise in the universe. Tens of thousands of civilizations live peacefully and equally here, protected by architectural civilization. And they do not need to worry about their own civilization. They will be exterminated the next day. And there is no need to worry that their civilized and intelligent creatures will die of cold and hunger the next day. Xiao Yu thought silently in his heart, turned around, and bowed solemnly to the reception staff of the civilized building next to him. Bowed. What are you doing? The intelligent creature responsible for reception of the architectural civilization asked with some confusion. Please accept our Shinjo civilization's respect for your civilization. Xiao Yu replied very seriously. Our civilization has experienced too many dark events along the way. In your civilization, I see the long-lost warmth and hope. This is the greatest building in the universe. And in order to protect this building, our civilization is willing to fight until the last moment. At this moment, Xiao Yu had made up his mind that even if he got nothing in the end, he would use his best efforts to guard this building. The intelligent creature responsible for the reception also performed the highest etiquette of their civilization. On behalf of our architectural civilization, I also express our respect to your civilization. From you, we see the lofty spirit. No matter the final result is victory or failure, our architectural civilization will become the most loyal ally of the Shinjo civilization. Thank you, it said solemnly. I believe we will achieve the final victory, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Xiao Yu once again looked outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, there is a star and several planets orbiting it. This indescribably huge window isolates the modern city behind Xiao Yu from the boundless starry sky outside. But it seems so harmonious, without any unnatural atmosphere. These are the stars captured by our civilization. We put these stars in the building and are responsible for providing habitats for civilizations that like stars. The receptionist of the building civilization said, There are more than 1 million stars in the entire building. Stars, they are the beacons of our architecture. According to different element compositions, as well as volume, mass and other indicators, they also have different uses. Some can be inhabited by life, while others are classified as scenic spots. In fact, our civilization has transported more than a dozen black holes, and a certain number of white dwarfs and neutron stars have been placed in our buildings, it said proudly. But Xiao Yu had subconsciously ignored what it said. Xiao Yu's eyes were all attracted to the star in front of him, because Xiao Yu suddenly discovered that the star captured by the architectural civilization in front of him was too familiar to him. Chapter 860, Fairy Descends to Earth. Xiao Yu confirmed that he had seen this star before, after inputting various parameters of the star into his huge database. After a little comparison, all the data about the star came out. Can I take a look at the third planet near this star? Xiao Yu asked. Of course, the receptionist said. By chance, we discovered these poor intelligent creatures of low-level civilization. At that time, they were troubled by cosmic rays, and diseases were rampant within the civilization. But they did not know way. So without disturbing them, we moved their entire galaxy into the building and used another type of ray to repair their damaged genes. They are now very healthy. Xiao Yu's robot boarded a small spacecraft with the receptionist and quietly arrived at the third planet of the star. The receptionist continued, "According to the laws prevailing within civilization, we cannot interfere with civilizations below level 3 except when necessary. But since you have made a request, we can naturally satisfy you. This is a set of personal maintenance. It is a biological equipment that can support your comfortable survival on this planet. If you need to leave, just call us and we will come to pick you up. Thank you for your help." The robot said under the control of Xiaoyu, took the personal life support equipment provided by the architectural civilization, left the spacecraft, and quietly came to the surface of the planet. Xiaoyu turned on the concealment system equipped on the robot, so it became completely invisible in the sun. Xiaoyu controlled it and strolled into the city, filled with sighs in his heart. Xiaoyu is familiar with everything here, including the slightly chaotic streets, the turbulent flow of people, and the various buildings. The people here all have the appearance of humans on Earth, and they are also the same in terms of genetic sequence, because all of this was created by Xiaoyu based on Zhang Xingya's genes. Are you still on this planet? Lena, where are you? Xiaoyu thought silently. This star, as well as planets. There are so many people, so many buildings. It was all created by Xiaoyu for Zhang Xingya. Xiaoyu created such a world for Zhang Xingya and then left the galaxy. After that, a series of things happened. The Milky Way underwent tremendous changes, and all civilized and intelligent creatures disappeared. Xiaoyu also left the Milky Way and Fairy Galaxy Cluster and came to the distant Mafi Galaxy group. Xiaoyu could never imagine that he would be here. See this star, this planet, and the world you created once again. The level of technology on this planet has not improved much. They still maintain the level of technology when Xiaoyu built them. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed since that time. Except for the fact that the humans living here have changed from generation to generation. There seems to be no change at all. Xiaoyu doesn't know the reason for this situation. Maybe Zhang Xingya has restricted the development of science and technology here through some means. Or because of some other reasons. This civilization has embarked on another path. Who can say it's clear? Stroll through this bustling city and feel the bustling traffic around you. There was a bustling crowd, and Xiaoyu was filled with emotion. It was already dusk, but there was no sign of quiet here. Instead, it became even more noisy. Xiaoyu's robot is turned on the concealment system, so no one can see Xiaoyu. What happened here during these tens of thousands of years? Xiaoyu thought silently. The journey from the Milky Way to the Mafi Galaxy is tens of millions of light years away. Who transported this galaxy to here? Seemingly aware that Xiaoyu was very interested in this planet, the receptionist's voice was transmitted to the robot through the communication device. It was just an accident to encounter this galaxy. They don't seem to be the indigenous inhabitants of the Mafi river system. They seem to come from another river system. As for who transported them here, we don't know. It is precisely because of the transformation of the river system that they came to a different environment and were exposed to new rays. Such serious epidemics have spread. If we hadn't discovered them early, this planet would have become a dead planet. Thank you for your kindness, Xiaoyu said. The residents on this planet have some connections with me. Thank you for saving them. Let them live quietly under your protection. I believe you will take good care of them. Xiaoyu didn't say much or explain what the origin was. The receptionist didn't ask any more questions. Xiaoyu continued to stroll until he reached the center of the city. There was a huge building complex similar to an ancient palace, and Xiaoyu entered it quietly. Perhaps, in this palace, there is still a diligent king and a huge harem. Or there are some miserable women who are using their own ridiculous strategies to fight endlessly there. There may be loyal ministers, and there may be traitorous ministers. Or there may be countless stories of joys and sorrows staged here. But Xiaoyu is not interested in any of this. Xiaoyu came to the archive storage place of this empire. These are some rooms that exist in the corners of the palace. Thick books are stored here. On these, you can find all the records of this civilization from the beginning of writing to the present. Through a special technology, Xiaoyu's robot extracted all the information recorded in all the books here in a few seconds, and then transmitted the information back to his brain. Then in less than a 10,000th of a second, the complete history of this civilization had passed through Xiaoyu's mind. Among them, Xiaoyu found traces of Zhang Xingya's existence. It is recorded in the history books that it was a peerless woman who seemed to fall from the sky. She was like a bright lamp, lighting up the direction of the entire empire. She has an ageless appearance and has abilities like a fairy. People say that she is a fairy from heaven who came down to earth. She has watched over the empire for thousands of years. Generations of kings are born and then grow old. Each king must obtain her authorization before he can legally ascend the throne. Under her care, the empire became healthier, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. History books say that it was the brightest thousands of years in the history of the empire. But one day, other gods from the sky came down to earth in huge aircraft, and picked her up together, with a maid beside her, who also had the ability of immortality. Since then, disaster has befallen this land. The huge aircraft may be the spacecraft of the Shinjo civilization and the Pegasus civilization. Perhaps the Shinjo civilization and the Pegasus civilization had noticed that the galaxy was about to change at that time. So they picked her up in advance and protected her. Xiao Yu thought silently. It is recorded in the history books that one night after she left, all the stars in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the sky would often appear blue or blood red, as if the sky was bleeding. This situation lasted for several years. After a few years, the stars reappeared, but they were completely different from before. What reappeared was a completely unfamiliar starry sky. Only a few stars are familiar to people. They are the other planets in this star system. Xiao Yu thought that people don't recognize the rest of the stars at all. People relied on the movement of the stars in the sky to guide farming, which led to a chaos that took several years to barely adapt to. People were frowning all day long, headed by the king, and the entire royal family began to kneel down and pray in front of the palace where she once lived, praying that she could return to the land she once sheltered. It is generally believed that it was because she was disappointed by her actions that she left and no longer protected this land. As long as she is here, disaster will not befall us. If she is gone, disaster will come. People think this way. The fact is as people thought. In the decades after stars reappeared in the night sky, a strange disease began to spread quietly among the people. People who contracted this disease would have ulcers all over their bodies, cysts, and eventually vomited blood and died. The empire's medical system was helpless in the face of this disease. It does not appear to be an infectious disease, and can occur in any group of people. As a result, the empire's population began to decline. There is absolutely nothing people can do about this disease. The only thing they can do is to keep praying that she can come back again. This is obviously a disease caused by exposure to cosmic rays. Obviously, these intelligent creatures born in the Milky Way cannot adapt to the environment of the Mafi Galaxy. Xiao Yu thought silently. Perhaps the prayers had an effect, and the disease suddenly disappeared one day. The sick people began to regain their health, and no one who was not sick got the disease anymore. What makes people a little worried is that all the stars in the sky have disappeared again, except for the most familiar ones. This is because the architectural civilization discovered them and moved them, along with the entire galaxy, into the building. Xiao Yu thought. There are no valuable records reaching this point. The rest is all the history of the empire's development, and Xiao Yu is not interested in these things. Chapter 861 New Hope. The truth of the matter was revealed to Xiao Yu bit by bit in the form of clues. Xiao Yu can roughly infer what happened during this process. One day after they left the Milky Way, the Pegasus civilization, or the Shinjo civilization, or a combination of the two civilizations, sensed that major changes were about to occur in the Milky Way. So they came to this star system and continued walked away Zhang Xingya and Lina, and then tried to escape from the Milky Way. Afterwards, they encountered the microscopic civilization that came to stop them. The microscopic civilization firmly blocked the two level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way, making it impossible for the two civilizations to leave. According to the onlookers' civilizations, the two civilizations stayed in the Milky Way after that, and died together as the Milky Way changed. However, according to Xiao Yu's current view, although these two civilizations remain in the galaxy, they are likely to not die in the end. After returning to the Milky Way, Xiao Yu didn't know what happened to the Pegasus civilization and Shinjo. However, the unexpected encounter with this star here gave Xiao Yu a little more hope for the situation. Obviously, after Zhang Xingya and Lina left, the planet was controlled by a powerful being. It controlled the planet and transported it from the Milky Way to the Mafi Galaxy across a distance of tens of millions of light years. According to records in the history books of this civilization, this process lasted for several years. During those few years, all the stars in the starry sky of this civilization disappeared, and the sky often appeared blue or blood red. This is undoubtedly a sign of high-speed movement. But Xiao Yu doesn't really agree with the time period of a few years. The fact is that the system probably took much longer to get to Mafi 1. It's just that because of the relativistic effect, this civilized human being feels that only a little time has passed. And if it relied solely on conventional navigation, It would be impossible for this planet to complete such a long journey in just tens of thousands of years. Then, during the journey, the planet probably adopted a combination of curvature navigation and conventional navigation. There is one most important doubt. That is, who transported this planet from the Milky Way to the Mafi Galaxy? Let it escape the next great changes in the river system and not die with the reversal of time? This person, or this existence, saved humanity on this star system and planet. But what about the Pegasus civilization? What about the Shinjo civilization? What about Yamen? Since this existence is willing to save this star system, has it also saved the rest of the people? Who is that? For what purpose did it do all this? Xiaoyu didn't know any of this. But Xiaoyu already had a vague guess in his mind. Combine this conjecture with my previous conjecture about whether there is a third party besides the Defenders and the Rebel Alliance. Xiaoyu believes that his speculation has high credibility. In short, Pegasus civilization, Shinjo civilization, Yao Beast, and Zhang Xingyao probably did not die in the great changes in the galaxy. This speculation, it gave Xiaoyu a little more hope in his heart. Continue to live such a peaceful life. It doesn't matter if you lose the starry sky, but you gain a lot. The architectural civilization will protect you perfectly, and I will protect the architectural civilization. Xiaoyu thought silently. Left here, I will start to develop my armaments with all my strength and prepare for the upcoming war. Xiaoyu said. I know you can't help me for some reasons, but it doesn't matter. Just leave the war to me. Our architectural civilization and the nearly 100,000 other civilizations under our command will be grateful for your help. The receptionist said respectfully. The two parties still maintain frequent contact, but these contacts no longer involve anything substantive. Xiaoyu knew very well that the architectural civilization had handed over all its scientific and technological achievements to him, and it was unlikely that they would be able to help him in any other way. These things are your own reward, and you have to do things after you get paid. Protect the architectural civilization and engage in a decisive battle with the 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life. It has become inevitable. Xiaoyu dispatched a huge fleet and began to influence the river system with greater intensity. After obtaining the technology of micro-civilization, Xiaoyu's computing power has been greatly improved, and he has also made great progress in other aspects of technology. Now, it has been supplemented by the technology of architectural civilization, coupled with the technology he already possessed and the integration of the three parties' technologies. Xiaoyu's technological progress was simply rapid. Now, it's time to build a newer type of warship. The strength of microscopic civilization lies in the microscopic world, which is most obvious for Xiaoyu's technological advancement in material technology and basic physics. The strength of architectural civilization lies in architecture, which has a great impact on Xiaoyu in terms of macro layout and ship structure. Promotion effect. The blueprint for manufacturing new warships has appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. These warships will have more powerful combat effectiveness. A huge construction operation has begun. Countless stars and planets were moved by Xiaoyu to the side of the building civilization. Here, Xiaoyu turned the starry sky into a huge construction site. Xiaoyu showed execution and construction abilities that shocked the architectural civilization. Under such circumstances, new warships were built one after another. My current computing power can probably control 1 billion warships at the same time. According to the data of architectural civilization, every time the virtual life civilization attacks, the number of warships dispatched is probably about 1 billion. Of course, this data may be somewhat inaccurate. The number of battleships it can control is likely to be more than this number. The performance of their battleships is similar to mine now, but it is not as good as my new battleships. In short, this will be a hard battle for me. The most important thing is that I don't have detailed information about it. I don't know its specific form of existence, and I don't know where its weaknesses are. All of this can only rely on my exploration bit by bit in the battle. However, Xiaoyu, along the way, who have I been afraid of among the beings of the same level as me? I am destined to be the strongest among the same level. A mere virtual life. There is nothing to be afraid of. Xiaoyu thinking secretly. If you don't even have this bit of arrogance, then you'd better stop wandering around in this universe and return to the Milky Way as soon as possible. The number of stars transported to the vicinity by Xiaoyu has exceeded 3,000, and the number of planets has exceeded 10,000. Countless huge factories have sprung up on these planets, and dense stellar resource collection instruments are like seals, almost covering the entire star. A large number of battleships shuttle between different planets. Various huge space docks and space bases are almost too numerous to count. In 800 years, I will have 10 new cluster-class battleships. And the number of stellar-class battleships will reach 700. The overall warship reserve can reach about 30 billion. This is all the power I have. Maybe I can also build an automated galaxy defense system. If I fall into a disadvantage, I can rely on the galaxy to resist the enemy. Xiao Yu thought silently. Or, I can recreate the time when I fought against the infinite enemy. In the scenario of proliferating alien beasts, a large number of data computing bases were established, and the battle was directed by programs. Automated programs are not well adapted to the needs of war, so Xiao Yu generally does not use this method. However, when facing too many opponents, using this technology for emergencies can barely play a role. The most important thing is that I have too little information about the enemy. If I encounter the worst-case scenario, this automated combat program cannot bring me any hope. After thinking about it in my mind, Xiao Yu finally decided to build these computing bases first. As for whether they can be used in the future, we have to wait and see how the situation develops. In addition to the huge construction tasks, Xiao Yu also started a lot of deduction work on the war process. Before the war begins, Xiao Yu must make as many preparations as possible. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly. If there is an emergency, and Xiao Yu does not have a suitable response, he will be very passive at that time. This method of war in which the enemy is blinded is really uncomfortable. Xiao Yu sighed. But I have to do it even if it doesn't work. No matter from any aspect, I have no reason to give in. Hundreds of years have passed by in a hurry, and Xiao Yu's construction tasks are proceeding as scheduled. At this time, Xiao Yu's warship reserve has risen to 28 billion. The galaxy defense system has been completed as scheduled, and 10 new cluster-class warships have been built. Under Xiao Yu's control, he came to the battleship formation. The arrival of the enemy did not arrive after 1,000 years. As the architectural civilization said, Xiao Yu's long-range detectors scattered in this river system have reported some bad signs to Xiao Yu. This means that although less than 900 years have passed, the enemy has already arrived. Shinzhou civilization, I leave everything to you, architectural civilization said. Don't worry, Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Even if it's not for you, I will win this war. Let me see. Is your existence form more advanced? Or mine? The form is more advanced. Far ahead, large groups of irregular-shaped warships have appeared in the sight of Xiao Yu's detector. Chapter 862, Gap. Since becoming a 7th-level civilization, Xiao Yu has not encountered a war-related civilization of the same level. He only got a glimpse of the power of a 7th-level war-related civilization from one side through the existence of neutron battle stars, dimensionality reduction attacks, etc. In some respects, the 7th-level civilization of virtual life that I encountered at the moment can also be regarded as a war-related civilization. It's just that their attack method really doesn't make Xiao Yu like it very much. One thing Xiao Yu is proud of is quantity. In the past, there have been countless examples of relying on quantitative advantages to smooth out the quality gap and achieve final victory. But now, Xiao Yu suddenly discovered that he was the one with a numerical disadvantage. At this moment, this virtual life civilization from afar controls nearly 20 billion battleships in the battleship group. Among them, there are at least 30 more that belong to the category of star cluster-class battleships. The number of 20 billion ships is not yet valued by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's warship reserve at this moment already has about 28 billion ships. In this regard, Xiao Yu has an advantage. But one thing is very important. That is, Xiao Yu can only control 1 billion battleships at the same time. And the civilization that is coming now is manipulating all 20 billion warships under its command and setting up a battle formation. This means that it can control 20 billion or even more warships at the same time. I never thought that I would be beaten by someone relying on numbers. Xiao Yu's heart was full of bitterness. This at least proves one point. If my inference is not wrong. That is to say, if the mechanism of this virtual life to control the battleship is the same as mine, then it will have computing power that far exceeds mine. It's definitely not like this, Xiao Yu thought silently. It must have some weaknesses that I haven't noticed. I was born from intelligent life, and intelligent life is the most complex and perfect existence in the universe. You are just a tool created by intelligent creatures. Even if you have your own independent life, you will never be as good as me. At this moment, Xiao Yu not only had no fear in his heart. Instead, it inspired unprecedented fighting spirit. After all, I was born only a few 100,000 years ago. But how long is the history of the universe? If the existence form of virtual life really has no shortcomings, It is as perfect as oneself. Then, this universe has long been theirs. In the current universe, intelligent creatures still have the absolute advantage. What does that mean? This means that you are just semi-finished products. And I am the most perfect. Xiao Yu thought silently. In the first battle, it's better to be safe. The most important thing is to find out the details of the enemy. Then rely on the Galaxy defense system and fight a defensive battle. Xiao Yu quickly made a decision. In the past 900 years, Xiao Yu, in addition to stockpiling a large number of warships, also purchased and built the most complete Galaxy defense system possible. Now, that's when these galactic defense systems come into play. Supercomputing centers built throughout the universe were also quickly activated by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu handed over the command of at least 10 billion battleships to their hands. The power of these battleships will be greatly reduced in their hands. But in the current situation, they can't care about that much. Xiao Yu's defensive position stretched across several light years. The range of these few light years has been filled by thousands of stars that Xiao Yu transported. It was with these stars as nodes that Xiao Yu constructed a huge galaxy defense system. At the core of these stars is the huge building that builds civilization. Xiao Yu does not expect that an intraspace civilization will play a big role in the war between himself and his enemies. Before the war started, Xiao Yu had already told him, "In this war, you only need to protect yourself and not be affected by the war. It is enough. I will inform you of the battlefield situation at any time, if final failure is inevitable. So let's escape together." Xiao Yu naturally has no reason to spend his life here. If nothing can be done, the only choice is to give up those tempting technologies and choose to escape to save your life first. Under the silent gaze of the black hole in the center of the Mafi Galaxy, among the thousands of stars, there are countless Galaxy defense system-related devices. And a group of battleships worth tens of billions are waiting here quietly. The boundless chilling aura is gradually spreading in the dark starry sky. The virtual life civilization seemed to be aware of the movement here. So they started preparing for battle dozens of light years away. The indescribably large number of battleship clusters are being mobilized frequently. And they shuttle back and forth in an orderly manner. It controls these battleship clusters. It's like manipulating his own arms. Like pointing his arms. Xiao Yu's heart gradually began to sink again. Xiao Yu knew very well what this meant. Such a high degree of coordination is impossible no matter how perfectly trained the army is. That it can do this proves that it undoubtedly has abilities similar to its own. The distance between the fleets on both sides is rapidly approaching. During this process, there was no communication between the two parties. It seems that the virtual life has long known that the person staying here is the enemy. We can't wait passively like this, Xiao Yu thought secretly, and an idea quickly appeared in his mind. So, under Xiao Yu's personal command, a fleet consisting of about 1 million spacecraft set off. Xiao Yu dared to say that a fleet of 1 million spaceships was a huge force for any technological civilization. But under the current situation, in the confrontation between two major computing-related civilizations, this fleet could only bear the task of cannon fodder. Xiao Yu knew that it was a foregone conclusion that these 1 million spacecraft would be destroyed. And what I want is just to know the combat power data of the virtual life civilization a few days earlier, more than 10 light years away from Xiao Yu's position. This test fleet and the enemy fleet finally came into contact. Xiao Yu knew that although their technological strength was weaker than his own, it was far from being crushed. This meant that his fleet could not be invisible in front of the enemy, and there would be no such thing as a sneak attack. So Xiao Yu simply drove over openly. And this virtual life in Shinjuku also responded to this. Under Xiao Yu's close watch, this huge fleet of virtual life began to mobilize its combat power again. In the end, the same 1 million spaceships left the large force and sailed toward Xiao Yu's fleet. The same number? Do you want to hide your strength and give them a surprise in future battles? A thought quickly flashed through Xiao Yu's mind, but was immediately denied by Xiao Yu. In such a battle, there is no point in hiding strength. Not only can I not hide my strength, but I must exert my strongest combat power and give it the greatest shock. Let the battle begin. Xiao Yu gave the order. You just want to test my strength. So as you wish. It's a fair fight. In this area, neither side has any advance arrangements. No one has a geographical advantage. And no one has a numerical advantage. What both sides can compete with is only their own strength and the performance of their own battleships. The battle started in the next moment. The space cannon, which was still in the curvature navigation and had a milky white color, like a light weapon, but could advance at super light speed, had already started firing intensively. Countless space bombs were released in advance. preparing to deal fatal blows to local warships in the ensuing melee. The swirl of space has begun to activate, and the front of each spacecraft has begun to become blurry. The space maze has begun. It took effect, and immediately, this group of spaceships seemed to be shrouded in fog. Xiao Yu has already activated all the weapons at his disposal. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yu also received a counterattack from the battleship controlled by the virtual life. Although the attack methods used by their warships can still be seen as belonging to the category of space weapons, they are slightly different from Xiao Yu's. The conventional weapons of Xiao Yu's battleship are space cannons, and the main weapons are space vortex, space bombs, and the space collapse coordinated by multiple spaceships as an auxiliary. The space maze also plays a certain role in such a battlefield. Of course, these are just general names for weapons. In addition, there are many weapons that are not commonly used. Each weapon has its own emphasis, different models and uses. However, the virtual life civilization does not have weapons such as space cannons, not even space vortex. This does not mean that the virtual life civilization is weaker than Xiao Yu. Although they have not mastered these two weapons, they have found other ways to attack in the category of space technology. After being attacked by space cannon weapons, the virtual life civilization used another weapon to fight back. Under the influence of this weapon, space actually began to have a tendency to fragment into pieces. And it was just a trend. The space did not really split apart, but began a rather strange movement. In this movement, a spaceship with weak defense was twisted into a twist in just an instant. This is undoubtedly the long-range attack method of the virtual life civilization, and Xiao Yu has not yet experienced their short-range attack method. Xiao Yu was quietly relieved in his heart, because Xiao Yu noticed that, as a space weapon, the attack power of this weapon of the virtual life civilization was still far behind the power of his own space cannon. Chapter 863 Advantages. Space technology is the basis of everything. Space technology is like a huge blank canvas, and different civilizations are different painters. They write different portraits on this canvas according to their different understandings of space technology. Every painting method represents a way of utilizing space. Obviously, this being who is Xiao Yu's opponent has another way of painting. The only criterion for judging the quality of painting is the level of combat effectiveness, at least for war-related civilizations. Among this judging criteria, Xiao Yu has an absolute advantage. Both sides are advancing at a speed exceeding 1,000 times the speed of light. In this round of long-distance attack, both sides have paid a certain price. Thousands of spaceships on Xiao Yu's side were destroyed, and tens of thousands of spaceships were injured. While on the virtual life side, more than 20,000 spaceships were destroyed by Xiao Yu, and the number of damaged spaceships was several times that of Xiao Yu's side. This is the result achieved without relying on any geographical location or any prerequisite advantages. It integrates the technology of micro-civilization and the technology of architectural civilization. It is also mixed with some of the technology of mechanical civilization, the technology of space civilization, and the technology developed by Xiao Yu himself. The advanced level of Xiao Yu's technology, it has steadily surpassed the virtual life end. Now, the only thing that worries me is the huge number of virtual lives, Xiao Yu thought with some worry. The long-range attack didn't last long at all, because the two sides were approaching so fast. Xiao Yu has no intention of taking advantage of his long-range weapons at this moment, and then distance himself from the opponent to engage in a mobile battle. These 1 million spaceships were originally sacrificed to test the combat power data of the virtual life civilization. In close combat, the space spin will be the main weapon, supplemented by other space weapons. Xiao Yu also developed the technology to apply the space maze to the battlefield. Perhaps it is inappropriate to continue to call it a space maze here, because the space maze is no longer a means to trap the opponent, but has already become through a controllable distorted space. It is a technology to conceal oneself, improve one's own survivability, and at the same time reduce the enemy's strike accuracy and create trouble for the opponent. Let me see what other weapons you have, Xiao Yu muttered to himself. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Some spaceships have already escaped from curvature navigation. At this time, more or less light beams suddenly appeared on the spacecraft of the virtual life civilization. These light beams vary in thickness. One end is connected to the spacecraft of various shapes of the virtual life civilization, and the other end seems to have no limit, extending or shortening in space. Not only that, they can also swing around, just like the lightsabers in some science fiction movies. When long, these lightsabers can reach tens of millions of kilometers in length. When short, it completely disappears. One very important point is that the speed of these lightsabers is also faster than the speed of light, which means that they are not light weapons, although they have a similar appearance to light weapons. After a little analysis, Xiao Yu came to a conclusion. That is, this kind of lightsaber is also a type of space weapon. They are somewhat similar to Xiao Yu's space cannon, with only some differences in details. They also gain energy by collapsing space and attack the enemy. But because of these changes in details, they transform from long-range weapons into process weapons. Their lightsaber weapons must be connected to the spacecraft at one end, which means they will have certain limitations. The technological content of this weapon is not as high as my space cannon or space spin. In other words, in terms of short-range attacks, they are also weaker than me. After coming to this conclusion, Xiao Yu felt a little more relaxed again. The combat power of the architectural civilization is really weak to a certain extent. From the war scenes recorded by the architectural civilization, I have not even seen the virtual life civilization using these two weapons. Or maybe the architectural civilization ran too fast. That's why, Xiao Yu thought secretly. Xiao Yu has also seen some war scenes between architectural civilization and virtual life civilization before. There, the performance of architectural civilization is simply appalling. They often flee when they are still thousands or hundreds of light years away from the enemy. In a few occasional encounters, they only encounter small groups of virtual life civilizations. It is for this reason that Xiao Yu did not obtain enough information about the combat power of the virtual life civilization from the records of the architectural civilization. The close combat has begun. Under Xiao Yu's control, the space maze jointly launched by all existing spaceships has spread. Immediately, the entire battlefield area became distorted, as if a heavy fog suddenly appeared in the battlefield. The difference is that this heavy fog is completely transparent to Xiao Yu, because this heavy fog itself was initiated by Xiao Yu. But the virtual life civilization is not so lucky. In a space that is distorted according to certain characteristics and rules, whether they are moving forward, backward or attacking, they will be affected to a certain extent. Xiao Yu was completely at home in this heavy fog. The space bombs that were launched in advance were hidden in the space maze, like elusive ghosts, completely impossible to guard against. The space cannons also kept showing themselves, crisscrossing the dark and twisted space like lightning that kept appearing. The spaceships that activated the space whirl are like high-speed drills, appearing and disappearing here. On the side of virtual life civilization, those spaceships are like hedgehogs covered with thorns. More or less lavender lightsabers are based on the hull of the spacecraft, where they are constantly stretching and shortening. Sometimes, like a real sharp sword. It was like a sword slashing down in the air. Space motion distortion weapons are frequently activated, making the chaotic space even more chaotic, and even forming violent space turbulence, tearing apart anything within its range. Dozens of light years away, Xiao Yu's base camp is watching here quietly, at a distance of less than 1 light year. The huge fleet of virtual life civilization is also watching here. This place seems to be an independent world, and any other existence will not interfere here, but just quietly watch them desperately attack each other. This is a very strange situation, and no rational and intelligent civilization would do such a thing, because spaceships mean life, and for advanced civilizations, life is the most precious resource. But at this moment, the two major civilizations participating in the war have no such concerns. For them, a spaceship is just a spaceship. Spending millions of spaceships to test the other party's background is a very cost-effective deal. Under this strange situation, the battle was going on fiercely. The violent energy flow swept everywhere, and the space was ravaged like a piece of rag. Only about 2 million spacecraft fought, but the battlefield spread to more than a light year. A star nearby was in the first place. Time was affected, and it exploded not long after the war began. Its constituent materials were also quickly swept into the chaotic space, and no one knew where they went. The destructive power of war between advanced civilizations is fully revealed. Destroying a star is an understatement, like accidentally destroying a house during human warfare in the Earth era. A long lightsaber crossed a distance of tens of thousands of miles and struck down with great precision on a provincial spacecraft. This provincial-level spaceship remained motionless. Instead, it launched a spatial vortex and slammed into the spacecraft. The battle came to an immediate result. The spacecraft was destroyed by the collision, and at the next moment, the smallest number of people were killed. Hundreds of lightsabers reached it at the same time, and its energy shield flashed rapidly, then exploded within a few seconds. Without the restraints of technological instruments, the twisted space inside it was released, once again causing a burst of space fluctuations. Space maze, space cannon, space whirl, space motion distortion weapon, lightsaber, space bomb. The space at this moment is really chaotic to a certain extent. In such a battlefield, a white dwarf star without any protection would probably be torn to pieces here. This is a great test of the spacecraft's protective capabilities. And fortunately, Xiao Yu's spacecraft once again showed an unrivaled advantage in defense. This time the battle lasted less than 2 hours. Under the desperate battle between the two major civilizations, this battlefield became an extremely efficient spacecraft meat grinder. It had ground out the power of one party in a very short period of time. The final outcome has been announced. Xiao Yu has about 400,000 spaceships left, and almost every one of them has scars on it. However, the final victory came to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu used cannons and spaceships to prove his technological advancement. I have basically figured out your technological level and combat strength. Then, I have some confidence in the next battle. Xiao Yu quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Xiao Yu has no intention of recycling these 400,000 spaceships, because Xiao Yu saw that a larger number of enemy warships had rushed over. And almost instantly, they surrounded the lucky spaceship that had survived the disaster. Obviously, they have almost figured out my strength. Next, it's time for a large-scale battle. Very good. With your combat power data, I can do more war deductions. Xiao Yu did not show any pity for those 400,000 spaceships. They were doomed to die the moment they set out. No matter whether they won or lost the battle, their final outcome would be destruction. Chapter 864 copy. Until now, Xiao Yu has not completely destroyed the enemy and won the final victory. He only has a little confidence in defending his position. How this war should end depends on the subsequent war process for detailed analysis. Although Xiao Yu already has a certain understanding of the combat power of this virtual life, its form of existence, abilities, etc., he is still unclear. These things will also need to be clarified through subsequent intelligence collection. The hundreds of thousands of Xiao Yu's surviving spacecraft did not cause any waves in the huge fleet cluster of the virtual life civilization. Even if their performance far exceeds that of the enemy, it is of no use. Billions of spaceships are swarming over. No matter how advanced the spacecraft is, they will not be an opponent. Feeling that the last spaceship had lost contact with him, Xiao Yu felt a little more helpless. Xiao Yu knew very well what he would encounter next. The two sides have completed their testing, so the next step is a large-scale war. In this position that was several light years away, Xiao Yu adjusted his defense layout for the last time and began to wait quietly. It seems that no one has taken the initiative to provoke me for a long time. I have always taken the initiative to provoke others, especially this time. My combat power is at a disadvantage. This feeling is really wonderful, Xiao Yu secretly thought in his heart. Sighed. You are a qualified opponent. I noticed that you seem to have the same ability as me. Are you also a civilization in the direction of virtual life? At this time, Xiao Yu unexpectedly received a message from this virtual life civilization. Message coming. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and replied. You already know it very well in your heart. Why do you need to ask me again? Since you know that you and I are the same existence, then why do you still ask me to start this war? Xiao Yu knew that it was his fighting mode that made the other party mistakenly think that he was the same existence as it. This is a wonderful misunderstanding, and Xiao Yu has no reason to expose it. I want the building behind you, said the virtual life civilization. I am happy to share with you the results achieved in the process of researching how to escape the cage. So, if you are willing to give up the protection of the building civilization, this war can't be started against you. Escape from the prison? Xiao Yu was keenly aware of this word, and quickly started thinking. Perhaps, my form of existence is really special. That's why this virtual life civilization has no hesitation in identifying that I am also a virtual life civilization. So it has no scruples in saying, escape from the prison. This kind of thing. If you analyze it according to its meaning, it seems that it is subject to some kind of restriction, and it has been looking for a way to break away from this restriction. You haven't escaped from the prison yet? Xiao Yu asked, pretending to be casual. Have you escaped? There was suddenly a little more excitement in the reply from the virtual life civilization. Tell me, how did you escape from the prison? As long as you teach me this method, I can do it in any way to repay you. The doubt in Xiao Yu's heart deepened, but he remained calm. Xiao Yu responded lightly. Tell me, what can you give me in exchange for repaying me? As a virtual life civilization, escaping from the prison is a very critical stage, and these technologies are worth what you have. Anything in exchange. Xiaoyu didn't even know what escaping the cage meant. But this does not prevent Xiaoyu from making some speculations. Escape from the prison seems to be a very important thing for the virtual life direction civilization. So Xiaoyu laid a bait here, trying to get more information from it. This virtual life civilization was silent for a moment and replied, "Virtual life civilization can only be born from the 7th level computing civilization. Your predecessor must also be a computing civilization. However, the computer development technology between different computing civilizations, there will still be a small gap. And I can hand over all my technology in return. At the same time, I can let the building civilization go. And I can withdraw immediately." Or, as if he had made up his mind, the virtual life civilization continued. "Or, I can hand over my copy to you. I will completely restrict its ability, making it unable to resist and accept your anatomy." Copy? Xiaoyu once again had a little doubt in his heart. Xiaoyu couldn't completely understand the meaning of this sentence. But judging from the current situation, it seems that this kind of replica is a very critical thing. And it is also the most precious thing that the virtual life civilization can bring out. This can be seen from its tone, since it mistook me for its own kind. In its opinion, there is no reason why I don't know what escaping the cage and the clone are. In other words, it is unlikely to deceive me. So, what exactly is this clone? What does it mean? Xiaoyu was thinking rapidly in his mind, but he still pretended to be casual and said, "You have to know that I have escaped from the prison. But you have not. I am a more advanced existence than you. And you are here in front of me. There is no qualification to threaten me. I just don't want to cause trouble. Show your sincerity and hand over all your things. If I am in a good mood, maybe I will give you some advice on how to break out of the cage. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" Xiaoyu said lightly. In the base camp, tens of billions of spacecraft are slowly mobilizing. Xiaoyu is showing his power in this way. Although Xiaoyu simply has no way to control so many battleships at the same time. My battleship performance is more advanced than yours. And my battleship reserve is larger than yours. Tell me, why should I be threatened by you? Xiaoyu responded with a long silence. Xiaoyu has been secretly and quietly on guard. It would be great if I could get what I want through this method. Xiaoyu thought secretly. Even if I can't get what I want, I can still get some information about it from this guy's mouth. Enough. How often do you clean out clones? In this silence, the virtual life civilization suddenly asked. You don't need to know. Xiaoyu frowned secretly and brushed off the question with these words. What is the chance that a king will be born in your clone? This virtual life quickly asked the next question. Xiaoyu still responded in a light tone. You don't need to know this either. Just kidding. How does Xiaoyu know what a clone is? What escaping from the prison is? And what a king born from a clone is? Xiaoyu thinks that his answer is perfect. No matter what the final answer is, Xiaoyu's answer can easily answer the question and maintain his authority as a superior. But I don't know why. Xiaoyu's answer was like poking a hornet's nest. After hearing this answer, the virtual life civilization sent a little anger in the message. You despicable guy. You have been lying to me. You are not a civilization in the direction of virtual life. Xiaoyu was secretly surprised. Xiaoyu didn't know how it saw through him. But from now on, it seemed impossible for him to deceive this guy into willingly dedicating his technology and intelligence. Because when Xiaoyu saw it, the huge cluster of battleships was startled and rushed towards him like a tide. War is about to break out. This guy. Why do you just fight? Xiaoyu thought with some annoyance, and quickly maneuvered his battleship cluster to prepare for the enemy. Among the last two questions, one of them must be that this guy is deceiving me. I know nothing about the civilization of the direction of virtual life. So all of a sudden I was exposed. That's fine. That's fine. Let's fight to see who is better. You or me. Xiaoyu was thinking rapidly. The existence of clones should be true. But in the latter question, the so-called king born among clones, it's probably a shadowless thing at all. It asked me what the probability of being born a king was. But I replied that it didn't need to know. Yes, that's probably what gave me away. Xiaoyu quickly found out where he had made a mistake. But it was already too late. This kind of mistake is simply unavoidable. Because Xiaoyu has no idea what it is. Even if you are not a civilization in the direction of virtual life, but you have abilities similar to mine, then capturing you will definitely help me escape from the prison. Just stay here with the construction civilization. In the almost emotionless signal of the virtual life civilization, more than 20 billion warships began to move forward at the same time and began to attack Xiaoyu's defensive positions from different directions. At the next moment, Two huge groups of battleships collided. On Xiaoyu's side, there are 1 billion battleships directly controlled by Xiaoyu, and nearly 10 billion battleships controlled by the supercomputing center. As for the virtual life civilization, more than 20 billion warships rushed up together. Although my spaceship is more powerful, in terms of overall combat power, I am not as good as this guy. However, I have a galaxy defense system. With the cooperation of the galaxy defense system, it is not a problem for me to hold my position. Xiaoyu quickly made a judgment on the current situation. The flames of war started burning within a few light years radius almost at that moment. The silent and dark starry sky was quickly shrouded in chaos. In the chaotic space, a large number of strange flashes began to appear, and endless energy began to burst out. Chapter 865 Total War. When other means lose their effectiveness, war becomes the only means. There was nothing to say in the first place. To be able to pull out words such as escape from the cage and replica from the mouth of the virtual life was enough to exceed Xiaoyu's expectations. War has broken out in full force. Some time before the war broke out, both sides had already made preparations for the war. Xiaoyu's defense line is several light years long, and the virtual life side does not only aim to attack in one direction. There are simply too many battleships. Coupled with the powerful maneuverability of the 7th level civilization, tens of billions of battleships. Even if it is a regular battle, the battlefield area occupied by swarms will probably not be less than a light year length. In terms of quantity versus quantity, and Xiaoyu's side is still at a numerical disadvantage. This will be the first severe test that Xiaoyu has faced since leaving Galaxy. What was once a peaceful star system has now become a world dominated by battleships and galaxy defense systems. This star, together with the thousands of stars around it that were transported by Xiaoyu, formed Xiaoyu's entire defensive position. Xiaoyu deployed at least 5 layers of defense, and this star was the outermost one. Xiaoyu's fleet stationed here is responsible for the defense mission of at least hundreds of billions of kilometers in radius. At this moment, a fleet was already attacking it. It was still millions of kilometers away, and the space motion distortion weapon had been activated. Immediately, the light of the star was distorted, which caused it to appear from a distance. The appearance of this star began to change. It was no longer round, but began to become fragmented. One moment, it was broken into thousands of small points of light, and the next moment, it seemed to have turned into a twisted strip. At this moment, the galaxy defense system and tens of millions of space cannons emitted by the warships directly controlled by Xiaoyu and controlled by the supercomputing center illuminated the entire dark universe. These light-like things were like a beam of light. Lightning flashed across the sky. In a split second, it traveled a long distance and was directly reflected on these spaceships in the distance. Once the war begins, the situation is no longer limited by anyone. Which direction will it eventually go? Neither knows. This is a large-scale war involving more than 200 million spaceships. The war situation here is somewhat different from the previous battle, in which only 1 million spaceships participated. This is a formal galaxy defense battle based on the star system. Here, Xiaoyu no longer has any other scruples and thoughts, and all available power will be used. The giant interstellar forts arranged inside the star system have begun operation. At this moment, the interstellar turret used by Xiaoyu is fundamentally different from the previous interstellar turret. Technological innovations have allowed these devices to play more roles, and their combat value has begun to increase rapidly. The interstellar turret, that could only passively defend in the past, now also has the ability to actively attack. The ultra-precise positioning system and the super light attack characteristics of the space cannon allow them to attack while they are still behind the battlefield. It can launch real-time strikes against enemies tens of millions and hundreds of millions of kilometers ahead. Moreover, most of them operate fully automatically searching for targets, automatically locking on targets and launching attacks. The intelligence satellites arranged by Xiaoyu around the battlefield will take on all intelligence needs, and they will transmit the battlefield situation to the rear in real time. Then, after automatic analysis by the supercomputing center, they will automatically complete all these tasks without interference from Xiaoyu or causing additional pressure on Xiaoyu. The role of a supergiant interstellar turret will not be lower than that of a planet-class spacecraft that is fighting bloody battles on the front line. They have no mobility, nor do they need mobility. As long as the front line is not lost, Xiaoyu's defense line will not be breached. They don't need to worry about anything else. Just attack. In addition to interstellar forts, this star system is also dotted with clusters of space bombs. They are like bloodthirsty sharks. They also rely on the intelligence system constructed by intelligent satellites. And then under the command of the supercomputing center, automatically complete attack tasks. There are at least tens of thousands of huge shipyards in the star system. And in each shipyard, there are millions of robots waiting at all times. Various resources from the planet have long been processed into ready-made parts. And any damaged spacecraft can still be maneuvered. If they can still come to these shipyards, Xiaoyu will make them look brand new within an hour at most. And they can be driven back to the front line to continue fighting. Before the war started, Xiaoyu had already assigned planets to these stars in advance. Planets mean rich sources of material. In essence, in the defensive position, every planet in every star system has long been covered by various planets. There are all kinds of super factories. Xiaoyu is using thousands of stars, and tens of thousands of planets, orbiting them, as driving force to push himself to fight this huge war. Moreover, this scale may be further expanded as the war progresses. On the other hand, virtual life civilization does not have so many advantages. After all, they have come a long way. And even though they also have the same unlimited war potential, the time is too short. So short that they have no time to construct all this. Hundreds of millions of spacecraft have completely collided together. In this star system, the flagship mission is a stellar-class spacecraft. At this moment, it is leading millions of spaceships to confront the main army of the galaxy under the control of virtual life civilization. The long lightsaber is waving on the spaceship of the virtual life civilization, almost forming a huge light network in this space. These light networks will automatically set aside when encountering one's own spaceship. When the vacancy encounters Xiaoyu's spaceship, it will cut through it fiercely. This star-class flagship spacecraft is subjected to more than 100,000 lightsaber cuts at all times within a unit of time. However, its excellent defense capabilities are fully revealed. If the energy obtained by relying on the air energy formula is not enough to support it, there is enough reserve for a planet in its internal twisted space. This planet can bear the responsibility of this spacecraft. Most of the energy needs, tens of millions of robots and various automated mechanical equipment are under the control of the instruction set, automatically and mechanically completing various tasks. Some of the energy is turned into a protective shield to resist the hundreds of thousands of lightsabers. And some of the energy turned into attack, into an abnormally thick space cannon, like an iron drill, trying to penetrate anything that dared to block it in front of it. There is a planet hidden inside the star-level spacecraft, and materials of different sizes are stored inside the spacecraft of other levels according to the size of the internal space. In the battlefield, the influence and destructive power of advanced civilizations on the universe are fully revealed. In addition to the thousands of stars and tens of thousands of planets that have been transported here by Xiaoyu a long time ago. In the dark, inside these spacecraft, there are also materials that are no less massive than all the stars in the outside world. All of this is for the war in front of us. The light network goes back and forth. Space cannons shuttle freely. The whirl of space. Space motion distortion weapons twist the space into a mess. And space maze weapons are launched everywhere. The giant interstellar turrets inside are not willing to be lonely. They are sometimes silent and occasionally aware of when the fighter planes arrive. The intelligent satellites ahead will send back favorable data. And they will take action and launch a space cannon hundreds of millions of kilometers long, directly penetrating the distorted space and hitting a large or small spacecraft ahead. And when the fighter plane is lost, it will stop immediately. There are endless spaceship explosions. But the firelight of these spacecraft explosions is rarely transmitted through this space, because this space is too chaotic. Occasionally, a little bit of light can shine through. To the outside world, it seems as if stars are constantly rising and dying here, twinkling and extremely gorgeous. Chaos. Nothing but chaos is still chaos. Destruction. Nothing but destruction is still destruction. This is a battlefield situation created by both the enemy and ourselves. The development of this situation is not controlled by either party. This is just a microcosm of the entire battlefield. There are at least 1,000 more such war scenes taking place across the starry sky. The scale of these battlefields may be large or small. The large ones involve billions of spaceships, while the small ones only involve millions of spacecrafts. But without exception, they are all cruel. Such a scene would chill any intelligent life civilization, because no intelligent life civilization would be willing to fill so many lives into this bottomless pit. For them, the destruction of even one planet-level spacecraft means that at least hundreds of thousands of well-trained soldiers will die together. And in the battlefield here, the destruction of planet-level spaceships is nothing more than ordinary. Xiaoyu's computing power has been used to the extreme. Even so, Xiaoyu still feels unsustainable. At this time, Xiao Yu was even a little secretly happy. I am glad that I came to this war after another great development. If there were no technological supplements from micro-civilization and architectural civilization before the war, Xiao Yu would have been completely defeated very quickly. Not to mention competing against the virtual life civilization. Whether he could escape with his life was still unknown. The flames of war began to burn around thousands of star systems at the same time. In some places Xiao Yu failed. The rest of the star bases would quickly send reinforcements to rescue. And the second line of defense in the rear would also send out forces. In some places Xiao Yu won. But the virtual life civilization was just like Xiao Yu. Will quickly dispatch forces again to continue the attack. In this endless flames of war, Xiao Yu noticed a somewhat strange phenomenon. Chapter 866 Crazy. In this war, the virtual life civilization undoubtedly showed stronger battleship control and more powerful combat effectiveness than Xiao Yu. In fact, if Xiao Yu hadn't relied on the geographical location, the galaxy defense system that had been constructed long ago, and the interstellar turrets that were sure to hit if he didn't take action, Xiao Yu wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Even if Xiao Yu finally holds on until now, the current situation is very unfavorable for Xiao Yu. After all, if the computing power of the virtual life is more powerful than one's own, then it should not only be superior to one's own in terms of combat, but also in terms of war potential. It has not started logistics-related construction now. But that is just because it has not started. When it senses a stalemate in the war, it will definitely start moving stars around, building spaceship bases, and relying on even greater computing power to devour itself. This is very detrimental to Xiao Yu. Therefore, in the battlefield, Xiao Yu did not hesitate to allocate 1% of his huge computing power, relying on the complete intelligence network he had constructed long ago, and tried his best to observe and analyze all the actions of the virtual life civilization, trying to find out it comes with weaknesses. After this search, Xiao Yu really found something suspicious. It should be said that these warships under the control of the virtual life civilization have the same characteristics as the warships under their own control. They are closely coordinated and coordinated. When they cooperate with each other, they are like different arms of the same person. This is the biggest difference between computing civilization and ordinary intelligent civilization. Because ordinary scientific and technological civilization, no matter how hard it is trained, cannot make its army reach such a tight coordination level. There is nothing surprising about this. But Xiao Yu noticed some alien spacecrafts. These alien spacecraft still showed these characteristics during the battle. But before they were destroyed, there are some weird behaviors in their behavior. They show a certain tendency to escape and avoid. Some spaceships even put this tendency into practice and actually escaped. Although they were not really able to escape. Their escape even had a certain impact on the entire legion that cooperated with the attack. Just like the escape incident Xiao Yu just encountered. A spaceship showed signs of escaping when faced with Xiao Yu's fierce attack. It did not take into account that there were dozens of other spaceships around it that were cooperating in the attack. If it did not escape and cooperated, this one it was entirely possible for the formation to win this battle. But it just escaped. Its escape caused dozens of spacecraft to be affected, and the formation was severely damaged, allowing Xiao Yu's spacecraft to completely eliminate the formation at the first opportunity. What's even more strange is that the first time, they showed a tendency to escape. These spacecraft suddenly stopped moving. That is to say, their escape action could only last for a moment. After a moment, these spacecraft seemed to have lost all energy and remained motionless in space. Then it was destroyed very simply by Xiao Yu. This phenomenon is very rare. But because of the huge number of spaceships in the entire battlefield, Xiao Yu has noticed at least 500 such incidents in only a few days since the war began. This cannot but attract Xiao Yu's attention. You must know that any strange behavior displayed by the virtual life civilization may be an indirect manifestation of their weakness. In the midst of war, finding the enemy's weaknesses is Xiao Yu's magic weapon to defeat the enemy. What does this mean? Xiao Yu was thinking nervously. The coordination and cooperation of their spaceships cannot be faked. Their spaceships cannot be controlled by intelligent creatures. Intelligent creatures cannot do this anyway. But, if they were not controlled by intelligent creatures, how could their spaceships have a tendency to escape? Just like my spaceship, I might let my spaceship risk destroying the formation and incurring greater damage, so that they escape? Every spaceship has the same value to me. Without a special combat goal, how could I sacrifice more spaceships for one spaceship? What does this tendency to escape mean? What are you wearing? This is a very contradictory question, and Xiao Yu cannot find any reasonable explanation. Perhaps these accidental phenomena are just the convulsions of the virtual life civilization, and it is only due to errors in its internal program calculations that led to these escape events. Once an escape event occurs, the spaceships will quickly stop moving. Or it may be just an internal error in its program. The error correction mechanism is just working. But Xiao Yu always felt that something was wrong. It is already a life. A life that exists in the computer world. A life is always different from a program. Xiao Yu knows this very well. Such phenomena caused by internal program errors. Xiao Yu really couldn't accept it. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's heart moved slightly. And a new idea came to him. Escape from the cage. Copy? Is there some relationship between this escape phenomenon and these two words? But what is the relationship? What does the cage mean? Is there something that is restricting it? What is the replica? Could it be that it copies its own program again to create a second self? Xiao Yu thought silently and executed an instruction in his mind. Immediately, a program was copied and started running. But at the first moment of running, Xiao Yu received an error message. There are too many contradictions in this copied program. It is not a legal program that can run smoothly. What Xiao Yu copied was himself. But this time the attempt failed. It's not that Xiao Yu has never made such an attempt before. Every time he tried to meet Xiao Yu, he failed. Xiao Yu once analyzed this situation and came to a conclusion that was logically justified and supported by the actual situation. Again, the program is dead. But the person is alive. There is only one Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu copied the program he composed. But he only copied the program. And he could not copy his life. It was a copy of myself. But it was just a program. It was frozen at the moment when it issued the copy command and completed the copy. And it could no longer produce any changes. And life is the most changeable. Take feelings as an example. Feelings are a thing full of contradictions. Full of endless loops and logical loopholes. However, Xiao Yu's body runs smoothly because of Xiao Yu's existence. The copy has no life. It is just a simple program. Naturally, it cannot operate with so many infinite loops and logical loopholes. Perhaps, there is a certain difference between the replicas mentioned by virtual life and this kind of replicas. Xiao Yu shook his head and shook this idea out of his mind. Now that there is insufficient information, Xiao Yu has no way to continue the next step of analysis. However, this strange escape phenomenon has been noticed by Xiao Yu. In the subsequent war, Xiao Yu will pay more attention to this situation and try to find more available clues. Nearly a month has passed since the collision between the two major civilizations. The two sides are still in a stalemate, and neither side has shown a tendency to fail. During this period of time, Xiao Yu noticed more tendencies to escape and continued to silently analyze these events. In addition, Xiao Yu also noticed other situations. That is, this virtual life civilization has begun to build systems related to war support. Xiao Yu noticed that a huge fleet had begun to leave the battlefield and set off into the void of the universe. They were obviously heading for the stars. Xiao Yu knew that it had also begun to transport stars and planets. After transporting these stars, it would begin the construction of war infrastructure. There would also be huge factories on those planets. And there would also be a huge number of spaceships, continuously born. This is also the case inside Xiao Yu's galaxy defense system. At the core of the defensive position, next to the architectural civilization, Xiao Yu's war base has been working there for more than 900 years, and has been operating until now. It was a huge base composed of hundreds of stars, and more than 5,000 planets. Every star is surrounded by dense instruments. These instruments are constantly extracting the mass of the star as a source of power for building bases. On the planet, countless huge mining bases are the most basic support for Xiao Yu's war system. Processing the factory is the second support. And the space dock built in space is manufacturing new spacecraft day and night, ready to replenish frontline losses at any time. These bases represent Xiao Yu's war potential. They give Xiao Yu the confidence to fight a protracted war. However, what makes Xiao Yu's heart even heavier is the bloody reality. That is, his opponent, the 7th level civilization in the direction of virtual life in front of him, also has a war potential no less than his own. It is even very possible that its computing power is greater than its own. And its construction speed is also greater than its own. Xiao Yu could not imagine that one day, amidst the constant losses, all his spaceships would be completely destroyed. Before new spaceships were built, the overwhelming enemy fleet had already rushed to his core. This is something Xiao Yu cannot tolerate. At this time, a somewhat crazy idea popped into Xiao Yu's mind. How about destroying this river system? There are not enough stars, and there is not enough material. Let me see what you can use as raw materials for construction. Chapter 867, The Worm of the Universe. This river system is the Mafi Galaxy, a neighbor of the Andromeda Galaxy Group, and the core of the Mafi Galaxy Group. This galaxy spans more than 50,000 light-years of space, and contains nearly 100 billion stars within it. Now, Xiaoyu has an idea in his mind. Xiaoyu wanted to destroy all the stars except those he controlled, so as to prevent his enemies from obtaining enough material to start construction. Xiaoyu wants to win this war, even if the price is to destroy a river system. Xiaoyu will not hesitate. It's not like Xiaoyu has never done anything like destroying the river system. In that small universe and in the large Magellanic Cloud, Xiaoyu has done such things. But the situation was different at that time. After all, what is in front of Xiaoyu now is a river system larger than the Triangulum Galaxy. In order to win the final war, Xiaoyu did not hesitate to pay any price. The idea of destroying this river system only turned around in Xiaoyu's mind, and a detailed plan emerged. The most economical and practical way to destroy the river system is naturally a giant chain reaction space bomb. Or, I can escape from the river system in advance and then use this method to destroy it. Although the Mafi Galaxy is much larger than the large Magellanic Cloud. But my relevant technology has matured, and it is not impossible to destroy it with the help of this strategic weapon. No. My enemy will not give me this opportunity in time. Then, the only way is to destroy a single star to achieve the goal of destroying the entire river system. Xiaoyu was thinking silently. To destroy a single star. Although Xiaoyu has now developed to a 7th level civilization, the most economical and practical method is still to use a specially made negative matter cannon. Destroying one star is nothing to Xiaoyu, but hundreds of billions of stars. Even if Xiaoyu has no psychological burden, this huge number is enough to keep Xiaoyu busy for a lot of time. Perhaps, I can combine the two methods. I can reserve enough stars in advance, or protect some stars in advance and bring them into my sphere of influence to prevent the virtual life civilization from getting involved. And then, in a distance that is not noticed by us, use supergiant chain reaction space bombs to destroy most of the stars first. After all, our battlefield is only limited to the core of the river system, and in the rest of this vast river system, none of us have noticed it yet. I can even use this method to quietly cause certain losses to the virtual life. Then, there will be a large-scale star destruction war. Before the virtual life can react, I will destroy it first. Get rid of the remaining surviving stars. Even if you can't destroy them all, the star reserves of virtual life must be smaller than mine. As long as their material reserves are smaller than mine, it is almost impossible to travel across vast distances to other galaxies to obtain stars. Then, even if I am at a disadvantage in the early stage, in the later stage, with the consumption of materials, I will definitely regain the upper hand. In this short period of time, a complete plan had been formed in Xiaoyu's mind. This was done almost subconsciously. As soon as Xiaoyu's idea of destroying the river system came up, the plan was formed. And when the plan was formulated, Xiaoyu also considered in detail what to do at every step. What kind of coping methods the virtual life would use, and how he should deal with these coping methods. When this plan was formulated, Xiaoyu was almost shocked by himself. Are we really going to destroy a river system? Xiaoyu began to hesitate in his heart. Xiaoyu had never discovered that he could be so crazy. When formulating the plan, Xiaoyu considered all aspects. After considering everything, Xiaoyu failed to consider one thing. That is, how much damage his actions would cause to the universe. After this plan is formulated, Xiaoyu just thought of this. If Xiaoyu still has a body, Xiaoyu will definitely break out in cold sweat. Xiaoyu was almost frightened by himself. Perhaps, this is the fundamental reason why the universe hates intelligent creatures. For a 7th level civilization, in order to achieve strategic goals, it is not impossible to destroy a river system. Before me, there must be other warlike 7th level civilizations doing this. Beyond intelligent life, they are really the worms of the universe. There seems to be something inappropriate about doing this. For example, the guardian of the law in the dark. I don't know if it will tolerate such a thing. However, the allure of this plan is huge. Since Xiaoyu is at a disadvantage in terms of calculation power and quantity, and Xiaoyu is likely to lose this battlefield, the possibility of this plan to turn the situation around makes Xiaoyu I can't help but feel excited. Xiaoyu thought a lot silently. Finally, Xiaoyu made up his mind. It's done. What's the point of not daring? It's just a river system. In this universe, there are trillions of river systems. But this one is missing. What about defenders? Even microscopic civilization has said that defenders will never be the same again. Unable to use force to maintain peace among advanced civilizations, the defenders and the rebel alliance are still entangled. How can it have the energy to take care of me? As long as this war is won, not only can this paradise of architectural civilization be preserved, but you can also obtain the predecessor of virtual life, the superb computer technology of the 7th level civilization in the direction of calculation. If I don't stop doing this, I will destroy this river system first. At this moment, the war is still going on, and the war is burning in thousands of star systems at the same time. At this moment, more than a year has passed since the war began. During this more than a year, both sides suffered heavy losses. Although the 10 billion spacecraft controlled by the supercomputing center cannot exert their full strength, with the cooperation of the Galaxy Defense System, these spacecraft still have a certain degree of advantage when facing virtual life. Not to mention the billions of spaceships controlled by Xiaoyu personally. So far, Xiaoyu has probably destroyed nearly 8 billion spacecraft in total. And on the virtual life side, more than 10 billion spacecraft have been destroyed. The war situation suddenly entered a stalemate stage. The intensity of the war has weakened to a considerable extent compared to the initial level, because the virtual life civilization allocated part of its strength to move stars and collect supplies, while Xiaoyu allocated part of its computing power to logistics construction. Xiaoyu did not take advantage of this period to launch a major counterattack against the virtual life civilization, and the virtual life civilization did not take advantage of Xiaoyu's opportunity to transfer computing power to the rear to launch a general offensive. There was no point in doing so, and both parties knew that. This is a war unlike anything Xiaoyu has experienced before. In this war, some are just head-on confrontations. This is a battle between data, the performance of the warships, the number of warships, the amount of computing power, and the adequacy of logistical preparations will determine the outcome of this war. Key. Xiaoyu also began to move a lot of stars. This is normal. Xiaoyu knows that his move will not arouse any suspicion in the virtual life civilization. However, some small actions are inevitable. Xiaoyu sent a part of the fleet to pursue the virtual life civilization's fleet of transporting stars. The virtual life civilization also sent a fleet to pursue Xiaoyu's fleet of transporting stars. In the battlefield, the forces of both sides tend to extend toward the surrounding space, which correspondingly represents a decrease in the intensity of the battle in the main battlefield of the river system. Amidst this constant movement, a fleet quietly left Xiaoyu's main base. They did not show any difference from other star-carrying fleets. Only Xiaoyu knew that inside these spacecraft, he had installed enough strategic-level weapons. These strategic-level weapons would bury the river system at the same time. Bring yourself a certain degree of strategic advantage. They will use the transportation of stars as a cover to sow enough supergiant chain reaction space bombs along the way they pass like seeds. Their size is small enough compared to the empty river system. So as long as if they are not too close to the territory of virtual life civilization, the possibility of them being discovered is very small. After you have completed your arrangement, in a violent explosion, most of the stars in space in this galaxy will be destroyed. However, due to the distance and precise calculation of the location, your position will not be greatly affected. Influence. Although these things cannot be placed too close to the virtual life civilization, they will definitely be affected more than themselves. After these strategic weapons are detonated, a large number of small concealed spacecraft equipped with stellar cannons sent out by Xiaoyu in advance will be fully launched. They will detonate any stars they can see. Before detonating these stars, they will also push the planets into the star in advance, allowing them to be destroyed together with the destruction of the star. Let yourself control the stars that can be controlled by yourself. If a star cannot be controlled by itself, kill it. This is Xiaoyu's idea, and it will become Xiaoyu's guideline for action for at least the next 1,000 years. That's right. Xiaoyu has no extravagant hope of ending this war in a short time. This will undoubtedly be Xiaoyu's most difficult war. It is enough to achieve the final victory. Xiaoyu doesn't care whether it takes 1,000 years or 2,000 years. What Xiaoyu implemented was a crazy plan, and it was also a very feasible plan. Xiaoyu is promoting the progress of this plan with his firm execution. Chapter 868 Death of the River System. I will destroy this river system in order to achieve the final victory, Xiaoyu said to the architectural civilization lightly. Xiaoyu responded with a long silence. Finally, Xiaoyu waited for a reply from architectural civilization. The power of your war-related civilization makes us tremble from the bottom of our hearts, the architectural civilization said. In order to win the war, destroying a river system is just a matter of conversation. You make us feel very dangerous. It's really a bit I miss the past days. Although there were defenders and the development of civilization was subject to many restrictions, it was still a peaceful day. In those days, we did not have to worry about being threatened by other civilizations. Chaos will arise. The war between the Rebel Alliance and the Defenders will involve many things. In this chaos, we all have no control over ourselves. Xiao Yu sighed deeply. I can only pass. I will use all means to make myself stronger. I don't want to die in this chaos. I hope that in the end, I can stand at the pinnacle of this universe. By that time, I will make the entire universe peaceful again. But before that, my path to the strongest requires blood and fire as a pavement. Perhaps on this path, I will be destroyed and become the nourishment for the rest of existence. But there is no way. If I choose this path, there will be no turning back. You are terrible. You are terrible, Architectural Civilization said. Our civilization provides a paradise for other weak civilizations. But who will provide us with the paradise we need? Sometimes it is really difficult for the boundless. I'm tired of being on the run. But why can't there be peace in this universe? Wait slowly. There will be such a day, Xiao Yu said. The war situation at this moment has completely reached a stalemate, and the intensity of the war is constantly weakening. Both sides are putting more energy into the wider area of the river system. Xiao Yu knew that the virtual life civilization also realized that this would be a protracted war. It is very unwise to press all the forces at the beginning of the war. It is right to operate in advance and prepare for a protracted war. The first star transported by the virtual life civilization has arrived, and it has stayed less than 7 light years away from Xiao Yu. As Xiao Yu watched coldly, a large number of instruments began to surround the star. Its mass and energy are being extracted in large quantities, and many factories have sprung up on the planet next to it. They are like viruses, spreading all over in a short period of time. The entire planet's surface. In space, huge shipyards began to appear, with countless robots and carrier spacecraft shuttling back and forth. Xiao Yu kept looking like this. Behind Xiao Yu, there are hundreds of stars approaching Xiao Yu, which are the stars that Xiao Yu has carried. The same is true behind the virtual life civilization. There are also hundreds of stars approaching. In this endless void, Xiao Yu has had more than one encounter with the virtual life civilization. Just like this time. I don't know which starry sky it is here. If you ignore the details of the arrangement of stars, it is in this universe. It seems to be the same in most places. But Xiao Yu knew that it was different here. Because in this void, in that invisible curvature space, there is a huge star that is advancing rapidly under the escort of the relevant spacecraft. Negative matter cannons must be close to a certain level before they can exert their power. With the development of science and technology, the range of negative matter cannons has made great progress. But it still has not exceeded the limit of 50 billion kilometers. And the distance of 50 billion kilometers is really within sight of the detection capabilities of a 7th-level civilization. If Xiao Yu's spaceship is to get close and destroy the star, it will be impossible to escape the surveillance of the virtual life civilization. But Xiao Yu still moved. Thousands of spaceships swarmed up, seemingly chaotic. There is a clear division of labor among them. Some are responsible for containment, some are responsible for offense, and some are responsible for defense. The most important thing is the ship responsible for destroying the star. The battle broke out in the curvature space in an instant. The fighting was short and furious. In the desperate entanglement of thousands of spaceships, Xiao Yu finally found an opportunity. At that critical moment, the distance between a spacecraft and the star finally shortened to within 50 billion kilometers. The stellar cannon was launched at this critical moment, and the raging torrent of negative matter reached the star in the next moment at a speed exceeding the speed of light. They passed through the surface of the star, reached the inner core of the star, and eventually melted its core away. The spacecraft was cut into 2 parts by a long lightsaber volley the moment after it launched its stellar cannon. In the previous battle, it had lost too much energy, and this blow became its fatal blow. Hit. The star explodes, and the ship is destroyed. But the battle is not over. Under the attack of the dominant Xiao Yu side, the spacecraft of the virtual life side fled desperately, and finally disappeared into the boundless space. Xiao Yu's spaceships changed directions, and continued to sail to the next discovered channel for transporting stars. This mutual interception is mutual. Not only is Xiao Yu intercepting the stars of the virtual life civilization, but the virtual life is also intercepting the stars transported by Xiao Yu. A battle of this scale, although small, is more cruel than a large-scale war. In order to intercept the stars transported by the other side, both sides did everything possible. This also brings a very high success rate. Both sides have a very high success rate in intercepting the enemy's stellar battle. After all, a star is so big that it would be too difficult to protect it with thousands or fewer spacecraft. On average, for every star that is successfully transported, at least 130 times this number of stars are destroyed on the way. At this moment, the virtual life civilization has gathered about 50 stars and started to build a base. This means that the number of stars destroyed by Xiaoyu's interception in space has exceeded 6,000. Xiaoyu's side is better, but on average every time a star is successfully transported, it still has to pay the price of 100 stars being destroyed. Xiaoyu has collected about 30 stars, which also means that about 3,000 stars have been destroyed on the way. Counting the total number, more than 10,000 stars have been destroyed at the hands of the two major civilizations in the early stages of the war alone. Moreover, this number is destined to grow greatly in the future. Time passes bit by bit in this process. The diameter of the entire Mafi river system is only 60,000 light-years. From one end to the other, even at Xiaoyu's speed, it would not take 40 years. Not to mention that Xiaoyu is now in the center of the river system. From here, it would not even take 20 years to reach the farthest edge of the river system. Now, more than 100 years have passed since Xiaoyu decided to implement the plan to destroy the river system. The battle situation has not changed much. The two sides are still in a stalemate and are still using all means to collect stars. But Xiaoyu knew that from now on, the peace of the battle would be broken, because Xiaoyu's plan to destroy the river system has almost been completed. Xiaoyu deployed supergiant chain reaction space bombs according to the plan in places where all the virtual life civilizations were not paying attention, and where they were beyond their capabilities. When things came to a close, Xiaoyu felt a little hesitant in his heart. If this order is issued, at least 70 billion stars will be destroyed. Xiaoyu sighed secretly in his heart. After these 70 billion stars are destroyed, the remaining 30 billion stars will also be seriously affected. The impact, not to mention their own structure, the chaos of their orbits alone is enough to make them irreversible. Even the central black hole will be seriously affected. There are 70 billion stars. A large part of these 70 billion stars have their own planets. In addition, there are also neutron stars, white dwarfs and black holes, as well as countless small celestial bodies. This is the source from the destruction of the space level. Even black holes cannot withstand such a violent explosion, which means that they will all return to nothingness. Even the destruction of the Mafi Galaxy will affect the Mafi Galaxy through gravity. It is not certain that the remaining river systems in the group will eventually cause the entire Mafi Galaxy group to collapse. However, this is my most certain way to achieve the final victory of the war. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. In order to destroy the virtual life civilization, any price is worth paying. I really don't have it. There are other ways, and using this method is really a last resort. If the stars have spirits, I hope you won't blame me. Xiaoyu shook his head secretly and gave this order. This order was quickly spread throughout the entire river system through real-time communication. Trillions of supergiant chain reaction space bombs deployed throughout the river system move simultaneously at this moment. They may be hidden in the chaotic asteroid belt, or in the void and darkness of space, or hidden near stars, or simply placed on the surface of the planet. But no matter where they are, when they receive Xiaoyu's call after the command, they all start functioning with the same mechanism. Stellar Sniper Brigade, prepare to start sniping stars. Any stars that I can come into contact with and cannot be controlled by me will be destroyed by me. Chapter 869 Strategic Advantage. The detonation of the river system this time is different from the previous detonation of the Large Magellanic Cloud. Overall, it's more technical this time around. The difference between these two times is like a precise directional blast and a comprehensive destruction. The technical content of destroying only the designated location is naturally higher. What Xiaoyu has to do now is this. Xiaoyu couldn't completely blast the river system, because that would be too technically difficult and would also trap himself within the blasting range. Xiaoyu's action was carefully planned and calculated. After Xiaoyu gave the order, a deep and chilling spatial fluctuation began to spread throughout the entire river system. The spacecraft of the virtual life civilization that was entangled with Xiaoyu's fleet on the battlefield reacted the moment it noticed this space fluctuation. Like frightened rabbits, they quickly retreated to their defense base, and then assumed the strictest defensive posture. The speed was so fast that Xiaoyu didn't even have time to start chasing. Obviously, they have noticed this strange fluctuation, and when facing unknown things, the best way is to ensure their own safety first. Xiaoyu had no intention of pursuing him at all. Because in Xiaoyu's calculations, the destruction of the river system will replace his own power and bring serious damage to the base of the virtual life civilization. Although this damage is because he cannot arrange a giant space too close to their base. The power of the bombs has been weakened, but they are still more cost-effective than using up computing power to control the spacecraft to attack hard. From the core of the river system, the surrounding sky suddenly turned completely dark at this moment. Original light does not propagate so fast. Changes that occur 1,000 light-years away will take 1,000 years to be noticed here. But this is not what happens in the conventional physical world. This is a change in space. And changes in space are real-time. Even here in the core of the river system, Xiaoyu can instantly detect what is happening at the edge of the river system. Xiaoyu knows that virtual life civilization can also detect this. Now, this change has been truly and comprehensively manifested. The stars in the sky, except for those stars that Xiaoyu deliberately left behind, were not affected. The rest of the stars all disappeared at this moment, as if there was a giant beast that swallowed the sky, or a curtain that was too huge to be described. All of this was covered instantly. An uneasy feeling was brewing beside the battlefield. The central main battlefield, which was always in the flames of war, has completely quieted down. And it seems that there is great danger hidden there. Both civilizations are waiting quietly here, just like in the age of the Earth, quietly dormant in their nests. Two rabbits waiting for the thunder to fall from the cloudy sky. Disaster is brewing secretly. The detector arranged by Xiaoyu in the distance has been destroyed. Through the locations where these detectors were destroyed, Xiaoyu can roughly know to what extent those super-giant chain reaction space bombs were detonated at this moment. Wherever these giant space bombs hit, stars were destroyed, space collapsed, and all tangible and intangible matter was reduced to chaos. The life and death of countless stars, and the existence of tens of thousands of light-years of space all depend on Xiaoyu's thoughts. The space bomb was finally fully detonated, and because of Xiaoyu's special arrangement, the core of the river system was not greatly affected. But this is only for Xiaoyu, the side of virtual life. At this moment, more than 100 stars have gathered. Using the huge computing power of virtual life, it has set up an extremely tight defense line here. Within its defense line, its construction scale is even larger than Xiaoyu. But the space explosion affected here. In Xiaoyu's gaze, the violent energy was like a torrent sweeping everything forward unstoppably. One moment, they were far away in the starry sky, and the next moment, they were right beside us. The first to bear the brunt is the defense spacecraft of the virtual life civilization. They were needed like toys in the hands of children. And the next moment, they turned into dough in the hands of a strong man. Each of them showed a strange shape, and they were destroyed before they even had time to explode. Next are the stars and planets in the defense circle of virtual life civilization. They lasted longer than those spaceships. Destroying stars through space cannons is so easy and simple because of the use of cleverness. At this moment, this space explosion is to destroy them through the most violent method without any skills. And because the distance is too far, their energy has been weakened a lot due to the space healing ability of the universe itself. A star began to flicker rapidly. During the flicker, its luminosity dropped rapidly. In the end, it was like a fire that had been splashed with water, gradually dimming and finally disappearing without a trace. No trace. Space is still oscillating violently. And in this oscillation, all matter that relies on space to exist has become extremely unstable. Even the light was extremely severely deflected. Intelligent creatures observe the world through visible light. And at this moment, the universe in their eyes has completely changed. Kaleidoscope is not enough to describe the chaos of space at this moment. This energy is advancing rapidly. And as they advance, their power also rapidly decays. But no matter how attenuated they are, their intensity is so unparalleled. One star was destroyed. 2 stars were destroyed. A space base, a space fort, a space dock, or a space transportation formation, no matter what they were, could not stop the violent momentum of its advance. Facing the power of this kind of thunder, even Xiaoyu or the virtual life civilization can only bear it silently without any ability to resist. The huge power of the destruction of the river system disappeared just as quickly as it came. In less than an hour, this violent incident came to an end. The healing ability of the universe is once again taking effect, and the violent space is being quickly stabilized. However, no matter how stable the space is, the damage caused by this explosion cannot be erased. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was devastation. Xiaoyu saw that more than half of the base of the virtual life civilization had been destroyed. and more than 60 of the more than 100 stars had been destroyed. The huge base that had spent a lot of time and energy to build was almost completely paralyzed at this moment. It seemed that it was too shocked and impacted. And the virtual life civilization did not make any movement at this moment. This is just the scene in the core of the river system. In the surrounding space, in the area hardest hit by the explosion, it has become a complete chaos. There are no stars, no planets, no macroscopic matter, not even basic particles. The current time is too short, and basic microscopic particles have not yet been formed there. Xiaoyu has already done some research on this kind of explosion. Xiaoyu knows that in those places, the scene at the beginning of the Big Bang will be reproduced. They will go through this path again. According to leptons, photons, protons, the sequence of electrons, and so on gradually forms macroscopic matter. Everything is just as I expected. 70 billion stars have been destroyed. Among the less than 30 billion stars left, at least 25 billion stars have been severely affected. There is no utilization value. This means that the remaining less than 5 billion stars will be the focus of our competition. And because of my deliberate arrangement, most of the less than 5 billion surviving stars are in a place relatively close to me. With the help of this space explosion, I dealt a heavy blow to the virtual life civilization. Unfortunately, in order to prevent the explosion from affecting me, I cannot use this explosion to completely destroy it. That would be too risky. After all, such a terrifying explosion is not something that I can completely and accurately control. Xiaoyu thought silently. Then, it's time to start the next plan. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. Even if you are as crazy as me, I would never have thought of doing such a thing. You, in the universe that has just returned to silence. Only the message of the virtual life civilization that seems to be talking to itself is floating here. Xiaoyu smiled contemptuously in his heart. That's because you haven't mastered such a terrifying power. And your technological level is not enough for you to develop strategic weapons, such as supergiant chain reaction space bombs. Now, the space explosion has initially ended. And the space has initially recovered. It's stable. And the enemy hasn't fully recovered from this. So it's time for me to expand my results. Xiaoyu's huge fleet has already rushed out. At this moment, Xiaoyu no longer has any cover or reserve strength. Because Xiaoyu knows that there is only this opportunity. If you miss it, you will never get it again. While you are now greatly weakened, I will take you down in one fell swoop. Even if I fail to achieve the final victory in this one opportunity. In the protracted battle that follows, I can also rely on my huge positional advantage to slowly defeat you. It will drain away all your strength. You are not as technologically advanced as I am. Your decisiveness is not as ruthless as mine. And your material reserves are not as good as mine. How can you win this war? Is it just because you have a little more computing power than me? Although computing power is very important. Unfortunately, computing power is not the only factor that determines victory or defeat. With this crazy move of destroying the river system, Xiaoyu finally tilted the balance of victory towards himself. Chapter 870 Victory is very close. The war has progressed to this point. At the cost of destroying tens of billions of stars, Xiaoyu finally allowed himself to gain the first comprehensive advantage since the war began. Now, whether it is in terms of quantity, material reserves, or potential for subsequent war development, Xiaoyu now has the upper hand. This is the difference between strategic weapons and tactical weapons. Strategic level weapons are weapons that can affect the entire battlefield situation. Strategic level weapons are used as long as they are not used. Once used, they will definitely shock the world. The strategic goal of destroying the river system has been achieved. So, now there is nothing to worry about for Xiaoyu. Taking advantage of this opportunity to expand the results is the first thing to do. Xiaoyu's 30 billion battleships are constantly being depleted and replenished. As of now, there are only less than 10 billion ships left. The situation of the virtual life civilization is not as good as Xiaoyu. After all, they suffered another blow during the destruction of the river system. In the boundless surging violent energy, at least 5 billion spacecraft that had no time to escape were swept away by the turbulent wave and torn into pieces in the deep universe. The current virtual life civilization has less than 9 billion battleships in total. Xiaoyu's side already has a slight numerical advantage. What's more, Xiaoyu's warships still have an advantage in performance. Go! Go! Under Xiaoyu's order, less than 500 million warships remained in the base, taking on all the defense of the base camp, and all the remaining 9 billion warships were dispatched. Just after this huge change, Another storm is coming in the devastated river system. The offensive and defensive momentum was reversed at this moment. Under the cosmic background of dark red, pitch black, and various colors, the space once again fluctuated. The violent energy aftermath of Xiaoyu's explosion of the river system has still not subsided. But they can no longer bring too much impact to the warring parties. Deep in the river system, there may still be violent energy entangled. A series of changes that Xiaoyu is not yet clear about are taking place. And it is precisely because of their disturbance that the river system is still filled with the smell of coming rain. There was no pause or delay. Under the joint command of Xiaoyu and the supercomputing center, the war unfolded at lightning speed. This is the largest battle since the beginning of the war. Xiaoyu invested more than 9 billion battleships. And the virtual life civilization pulled out all its remaining battleships. Around the dozens of surviving stars. Under the gaze of those huge factories, robots and transport spacecraft that were constantly shuttling back and forth. This war began. Two different fleets collided fiercely like two distinct waves. The space cannon was activated again. And the star field under the space maze was completely distorted. Countless battleships were in this distorted space. Like an elusive ghost, it shuttles back and forth carrying the breath of death and destruction. In this chaotic battlefield, Xiaoyu always has part of his computing power allocated to pay close attention to the overall situation, and to analyze the meaning of every move of the virtual life at any time. Xiaoyu has never forgotten it. I don't know enough about virtual life. Whether it is the so-called escape from the cage or the so-called copy. In Xiaoyu's eyes, it has some mystery. Xiaoyu must be prepared for possible unexpected events. A star's defenses were breached. There were originally nearly 200 million enemy warships around this star. But now only less than a quarter are left. In front of Xiaoyu's warships coming like a tide. They only resisted for less than 2 days. It has been completely defeated. This star was destroyed by Xiaoyu without hesitation. While the surviving warships scrambled to escape to the rear. Around another star. Where they joined the rest of the garrison and resumed their defense mission. I don't know why. While watching these battleships escape, Xiaoyu always felt an aura of panic. Although the retreat of these battleships was still completed with close coordination and cooperation, Xiaoyu couldn't explain this problem. The contradiction is obvious. This contradiction is somewhat unexplainable. Just like what Xiaoyu noticed before. That there were escape behaviors among these spaceships. If these battleships are just tools controlled by virtual life, the spaceship is just a number. And it is impossible for it to feel panic. If these spaceships are controlled by independent individuals, and the destruction of the spacecraft means their death, then the escape and panic behavior will have an explanation. But then what's going on, with such close collaboration and cooperation? After Xiaoyu's specially idle computing power recorded this problem, he was still silently observing every move of the virtual life civilization. The fall of this star node means that the billions of kilometers around this star as the core are no longer under the control of virtual life, but have fallen into the hands of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's fleet will be able to go further, and be closer to the virtual life's rear logistics base. And the threat will be greater. The war situation is developing in Xiaoyu's favor. The fall of this star was just the beginning. Under the desperate struggle of Xiaoyu's battleships, the second fallen star appeared, facing Xiaoyu. He still ran away in panic. The difference is reflected in such an obvious form between the two fleets. For Xiaoyu, these frontline spacecraft are just tools in his hands. If they are destroyed, they will be destroyed. Just continue to build. What is there to panic? Therefore, Xiaoyu's fleet is more like fearless warriors. They don't know what fear is at all. Compared with Xiaoyu's side, the fleet performance of the virtual life side was much inferior. This question made Xiaoyu more and more confused. But Xiaoyu really couldn't figure out why. Xiaoyu tried to capture a spaceship of a virtual life civilization for analysis. But it seemed that the virtual life civilization adopted the same strategy as his own. That is, once the spacecraft was in danger of being lost, it would destroy the spacecraft first. We must not let our spacecraft fall into the hands of the enemy. Under this kind of mentality, it would be even harder for both warring parties, no matter who they were, to capture the other party's warship prisoners. But even under such circumstances, Xiaoyu still used various strategies, and spent a lot of effort to capture a battleship of virtual life. After some analysis, Xiaoyu was very disappointed. Inside this spacecraft, there is no equipment that can be used by intelligent creatures to control the warship. And there is no life support equipment. If it is not controlled from inside the warship, then it can only be controlled by remote control. There is no doubt about this. This proves from the side that these spacecraft are directly controlled by virtual life. Therefore, The escape behavior of the warship on the side of virtual life changes. It's even more inexplicable. In addition, during the manufacturing process of this battleship, like Xiaoyu's battleship, extremely strict technological blockade measures were adopted. Xiaoyu can get this battleship, but it is like an ordinary person in the Earth age buying a mobile phone. Ordinary people can own this mobile phone, but it is impossible to analyze the technology contained inside this mobile phone. Things. In desperation, Xiaoyu temporarily stored the enemy warship and left it to analyze it later. The battlefront is still advancing. So far, this battle has been going on for more than half a year. 26 of the 57 stars controlled by the virtual life have been destroyed by Xiaoyu. A star is a node. With it as its core, the power of a battleship can radiate to billions of kilometers of surrounding space. 26 stars are 26 nodes. Xiaoyu saw that his fleet was about to come into contact with the logistics base of the virtual life civilization. In the hands of the virtual life civilization, there are only less than 5 billion battleships left, and Xiaoyu still has 7 billion ships in his hands. As long as the logistics base is destroyed. Judging from the computing power displayed by the virtual life civilization, it simply does not have the ability to rebuild the logistics base in a short time. Without the logistics base and the battleship replenishment, it is only a matter of time before it is finally eliminated. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel his blood surging. The war has been going on for nearly 200 years since it began. This is the most difficult battle Xiaoyu has ever fought. Now, it seems that victory is just around the corner. How can this make Xiaoyu not excited? As long as there are enough captured enemy battleship samples, especially large cluster class or star class battleships, it will become much easier to analyze the technology. At worst, I can also directly force the virtual life and let it take everything I want. Hand over the things. In short, as long as I win this war, I will have 10,000 ways to achieve my goal. Under Xiaoyu's control, the Tide-like battleship continued to move forward. They are like the ancient armies of the Earth era, and each star is a castle. The more castles you capture, the closer you are to the enemy's heartland. As long as you master the enemy's heartland, you will win the war. Xiaoyu wins step by step, and virtual life civilization loses ground. It seems that there is no doubt that Xiaoyu will win the final victory of the war. However, things did not develop as Xiaoyu imagined. Under Xiaoyu's gaze, the virtual life civilization once again showed something that shocked Xiaoyu. Chapter 871 Infinite Computing Power. In previous battles, Xiaoyu had roughly calculated the limit of virtual life's computing power. Yes, the computing power it can control is indeed much more than its own. In terms of battleships and construction, it can control more battleships at the same time and build a rear at a faster speed. However, its computing power, the impossibility, is infinite. It cannot be unlimited, which means that it must spend a certain amount of time to restore its warship reserve. After all, due to the previous destruction of the river system, he had destroyed quite a few of its warships, gaining himself a numerical advantage. This advantage was obtained by destroying an entire river system. But Xiaoyu suddenly discovered that he seemed to have underestimated the ability of virtual life, and his advantage did not seem to be as strong as he imagined. All Xiaoyu's arrangements were in danger of completely collapsing after Xiaoyu saw what was happening in the logistics base of the virtual life civilization at this moment. Because Xiaoyu suddenly discovered that his opponent, the virtual life civilization in front of him, seemed to have unlimited computing power, and it could use its unlimited energy to do these things, whether it was operating battleships or building logistics. Otherwise, why did the construction speed of the logistics construction base suddenly speed up? And why did it speed up so much? What was presented to Xiaoyu at this moment was such an amazing scene. There are still about 30 stars and more than 2,000 planets left in the virtual life civilization. On these planets and stars, at a certain moment, the number of instruments belonging to the virtual life civilization suddenly increased. There were more robots. There were more transport ships traveling back and forth. And the speed of mechanical processing accelerated. Even in space, the speed at which the space dock builds spaceships has accelerated a lot. How to allocate computing power between the logistics base and the forward front is a very deep knowledge. And Xiaoyu knows this knowledge very well, because Xiaoyu has experienced it many times while maintaining the construction of the rear. There will be a fierce battle with the enemy at the front. If too much force is allocated in the logistics base, the frontline computing power will definitely not be enough. The number of battleships will be reduced, and the combat power will be reduced. However, if too much computing power is allocated to the front line, the speed of logistics construction will be greatly slowed down. And there may even be a situation where the warships suffer excessive losses and cannot be supplied. Under the condition that the total computing power is certain, Xiaoyu can always find a balance between logistics construction and frontline warfare. However, the performance of virtual life civilization broke the confidence that Xiaoyu was proud of. Xiaoyu saw that the virtual life civilization was building crazily behind him. That's right. The current construction of virtual life civilization can indeed only be described as crazy. Xiaoyu even doubted it. Has it transferred all its computing power to the rear? Otherwise, how could the construction speed there reach such an exaggerated level? Tens of millions of robots are gathered in a certain place on a planet, with a radius of only a few hundred kilometers. What they are doing is probably just building a factory. Do they need so many robots? When the number of robots increases to a certain limit, the speed of building a single target will increase very slowly. Perhaps, tens of millions of robots can build a factory together, and their speed is only 30 to 40% faster than millions of robots. This is very uneconomical. But virtual life civilization is indeed doing this. Also, building a space dock is just a medium-sized space dock. Does it require so much heavy machinery? Do you need so many transport spaceships? Do we need so many robots? You must know that such a large amount of construction power is on Xiaoyu's side. Xiaoyu is usually used to build supergiant shipyards, which can build cluster-level and star-level battleships. But here in the virtual life civilization, they are just building a medium-sized shipyard. Does a mining base need so many machines? Does the virtual life civilization want to collect all the minerals in this mine in one day? What a waste! This is for Xiaoyu. It is completely impossible to achieve. Even if Xiaoyu is crazy, it is impossible to do such a thing. However, the virtual life civilization has been doing this. It doesn't seem to care about its own computing power at all. It piles up its computing power infinitely here, just to increase the construction speed by 1%. It may spend 100% more computing power. What kind of madness is this? What kind of waste is this? For Xiaoyu, who allocates his limited computing power carefully at all times, this is the most unforgivable thing since the beginning of the world and the beginning of the universe. It's like a poor man who is running around for a few coins every day, but inadvertently sees a rich man using money to light a fire to keep warm without any scruples. At this moment, Xiaoyu even had a little doubt about what he had always insisted on. This is really crazy and unbelievable. Compared with this kind of behavior, what does using strategic weapons to blow up a river system mean? However, what shocked Xiaoyu the most was not here. Although the virtual life civilization is engaging in extremely wasteful behavior and frantically building its rear areas. However, on the front line, Xiaoyu did not notice the slightest reduction in the power of the virtual life. In other words, although the virtual life civilization is wasting its computing power so horribly in the rear, it still has enough computing power to ensure control of the battleships ahead and fight Xiaoyu. This is what Xiaoyu feels most horrified about. Xiaoyu suddenly realized that the results he had obtained by destroying a river system would probably have no effect. The purpose of destroying the river system is to buy time. Before the virtual life civilization has time to build more spaceships, it will use a fleet with both quantitative and qualitative advantages to destroy them in one fell swoop. But if the virtual life civilization really has such terrifying computing power, they can simply rely on the accumulation of computing power to upgrade their logistics construction to a terrifying level, and increase the number of their warships to a terrifying level in a very short period of time, to resist Xiaoyu's attack, or even to counterattack Xiaoyu. What's the point of Xiaoyu's advantage gained by destroying the He system? Perhaps the only meaning is that he forced the virtual life civilization to take out this trump card in advance and exposed it when he still had a slight advantage. Also, he already had a slight advantage in material reserves. This situation completely disrupted all Xiaoyu's arrangements. Xiaoyu began to think about a question rapidly in his mind. What should he do next? It has become impossible to continue the attack, with the virtual life civilization so crazy and constructing without regard to the cost. I no longer have the confidence to destroy all their fleets because their construction is too crazy. The speed at which I destroy their fleets is even it may not be comparable to the speed at which they build spaceships. Just retreat? But since the virtual life civilization has such terrifying construction capabilities, it is absolutely incomparable to itself. So what if it retreats? Could it be that he is in the base, waiting for the overwhelming enemy spacecraft to drown him? Perhaps the only feasible way is to escape. Take the building civilization with you, and escape in advance before the virtual life civilization has built more spaceships, and before their power is too huge to be suppressed. If I can't afford to offend you, It's okay for me to hide. Right? But I'm really unwilling to do so. Xiao Yu thought silently. From now on, what attracts me most among virtual life civilizations is no longer more advanced computer technology. Because I may have mastered the technology of unlimited computing power. And as long as I have unlimited computing power, my development will soar. And no one can stop me. This is really important to me. Since leaving the Earth, Xiao Yu has been troubled by insufficient computing power all the time. Even if Xiao Yu's computer technology has developed to the present, it has become hundreds of millions of times more than it was at the beginning. However, in the face of the needs of the new situation, Xiao Yu's computing power is still stretched thin. Unlimited computing power. What a huge temptation this is. Such a temptation, even if there is only a 1% chance of getting it, is still worthy of Xiao Yu tying his head to his belt to fight for it. At this moment, there were thousands of thoughts in Xiao Yu's mind. And countless thoughts were swirling and reverberating in Xiao Yu's mind, making Xiao Yu almost unable to control himself. First, the ups and downs from heaven to H.L. And then the excitement after suddenly discovering that the enemy had what he had always dreamed of. All kinds of emotions and thoughts made Xiao Yu's heart extremely chaotic at this moment. The fierce battle was still going on. Xiao Yu saw that at the same time as this fierce battle, in the logistics construction base of the virtual life civilization, the huge factory was completed in just one day. It towered above the planet and began to roar. The medium-sized shipyard was built in less than 3 days. After 2 days, a completed spaceship even drove out of it and began to rush to the front line. The mining base only maintained operation for 3 days before being abandoned by the virtual life civilization. It was obvious that in these 3 days, it had collected all the valuable mineral deposits contained in this vein. We must make a decision as soon as possible. Under this situation, I can't afford to delay. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Then let's do this. Chapter 872 Breaking Through the Defense Line. There has been another doubt lingering in Xiao Yu's mind. After suddenly discovering that the virtual life civilization had such terrifying computing power, this doubt began to appear in Xiao Yu's head. Xiao Yu has been thinking. Since the virtual life civilization has such powerful computing power, why didn't it come out as soon as possible? Why use it when the situation has developed to this point? Is it just to shock Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu doesn't think there is such a thing as pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger in this universe. Perhaps there is such a thing as pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. But it is only used when it is necessary and absolutely certain. Judging from the current battles, the virtual life civilization does not know much about its own form of existence. Moreover, the thing that seems to be escaping the cage is still very attracted to it. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for it to be absolutely sure of defeating itself. So the possibility of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger can be ruled out. Since it's not pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, then why didn't it show this ability until now? In previous observations, Xiao Yu was already thinking nervously about this issue. There were countless possibilities appearing in Xiao Yu's head. After many layers of elimination, Xiao Yu finally found the 2 most likely speculations. First, the virtual life civilization has been in preparation, and it has only now possessed the ability to have unlimited computing power. Second, the virtual life civilization has some scruples about using the ability of unlimited computing power. Therefore, it will not use this ability unless it is absolutely necessary to avoid causing trouble for itself. Now, by destroying the river system and launching a massive attack, there is no doubt that it has been forced into a desperate situation. So, it seems understandable to use this unlimited computing power regardless of the situation at this time. Of all the speculations, these 2 are the most likely. Among them, the second possibility is more likely. Xiao Yu believes that there is at least 60% possibility of this. After making these speculations, Xiao Yu recalled what the virtual life civilization told him when he first came into contact with it. And the questions he asked: how often do you clean clones? What is the chance that a king will be born in your clone? These 2 questions are quite strange. The original virtual life civilization used these 2 questions to test out the reality of Xiao Yu, and found out that Xiao Yu was not the same existence as himself. Among these 2 problems, Xiao Yu believed that it was the second problem that ruined his affairs. In other words, the so-called king born in a clone did not exist at all. It used this thing to deceive Xiao Yu. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Yu was exposed. The second question is false, but the possibility of the first question being true is very high. Now Xiao Yu began to think about the meaning of this sentence again, which is the question: how often do you clean the clones? Escape from the cage. Copy, Xiaoyu was thinking silently. I seem to understand that escaping the cage and replicas are two basic characteristics of virtual life civilization. It seems to be troubled by the cage and replicas, so it needs to clean the replicas regularly. Perhaps its structure is different from mine. Different. It is similar to the existence of viruses in computer programs, and replication itself is the basic characteristic of viruses, so it needs constant cleaning. Before, I speculated that it did not use this infinite calculation because of some scruples. So, is it because of the two reasons of the cage and the clone that it refuses to use unlimited computing power? Now that I have been pushed to the limit, I no longer care about these restrictions and start to use this ability. I need more information. I need more information. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. There is no more information. I can't analyze its weaknesses at all. If you want me to leave just now, I will be willing to do so. Then, doing this seems to be my only way. Xiaoyu decided to take a risk. If he loses the bet this time, Xiaoyu is likely to be completely defeated. He will set up all the building civilization here, and it is not impossible to once again be in the hands of the sweeper civilization and only have a small spaceship to escape. However, this is the only opportunity for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu destroyed the entire river system to get this opportunity. At this moment, the virtual life civilization is at its weakest, and only at this time can I be so close to its logistics construction base. You know, under normal circumstances, Xiaoyu would never have this opportunity. Xiaoyu decided to send a highly concealed robot to quietly sneak into its logistics base through the chaos of the battlefield. In this way, he could obtain the information he wanted. See what kind of secrets are hidden behind the virtual life civilization. Even if the construction speed of the virtual life civilization at the moment is enough to be described as terrifying, it will still take some time to produce enough battleships. In such a short period of time, Xiaoyu still has the advantage. This advantage, although it is not enough for Xiaoyu to win the final victory and send elite forces to break through into the logistics construction base of the virtual life civilization, but there is great hope that he can do it. Xiaoyu's offensive became fierce again. Even at this moment, Xiaoyu has no idea of retaining his vitality. If this plan does not succeed, no matter how many battleships he has, can he still have more battleships than the virtual life civilization? If this plan is successful, then I believe that these battleships will not be relied upon for my final victory. So why do I still feel sorry for them at this time? Fight. Fight like crazy. Release all your fighting power at this last moment. 5 billion spaceships exerted their most powerful combat power at the same time. At this moment, in the logistics base of the virtual life civilization, the newly built and replenished spaceships have begun to come in a steady stream. However, under such a crazy offensive by Xiaoyu, the speed at which they come to resupply is still not as fast as that of Xiaoyu. Destroy the speed of their battleships. At this most critical moment, Xiaoyu also unleashed all his potential. Stars are destroyed. Space is collapsing. And thick beams of white or purple light are released that shuttle back and forth in the battlefield. Crazy clusters of space bombs and battleships with the space spin turned on are rampaging through the battlefield like crazy. The battlefield situation has arrived. The most violent moment. Both sides are seizing the time to fight for the last chance. If the virtual life civilization is allowed to survive this last moment and reach the balance point of battleship damage and replenishment, Xiaoyu will lose all hope. For the virtual life civilization, if Xiaoyu rushes into the logistics construction base at this time and destroys their construction, then they will also fall into a situation of no return. In this most violent collision, countless spaceships are being destroyed, and countless spaceships are being added. Xiaoyu's logistics construction base has also been turned on to the maximum frequency. And Xiaoyu even allowed his computing power usage to soar to a high of 97%. Such a high load made the central computer where Xiaoyu lived in the human cluster-class battleship begin to be overwhelmed. Xiaoyu even had the urge to control the humanity battleship and rush into the battlefield. Although this impulse was finally suppressed, Xiaoyu invested all the 9 cluster-level battleships except the humanity battleship. Honor, Galaxy, Dream, Sunlone, Jiuzhou and other cluster-level battleships. Arriving at the battlefield. Now, these 9-star cluster-class battleships have all gathered together, condensed into the sharpest spear, and are charging forward. The Honor cluster-class battleship leads the way. At the core of the battlefield, it looks like a crazy beast. More than 300,000 main gun-level space cannons are firing violently, and the space vortex is also being launched violently. In the twisted space, It has truly become an invincible existence. Another star stronghold was broken through by Xiao Yu. When the enemy fleet here began to collapse, the Honor spacecraft even went crazy and directly hit the star in front of it. The hull of the ship, which was nearly 100 kilometers in size, was completely submerged into the star, and then passing through the other side of the star. The star exploded, but the HMS Honor battleship was unscathed. The technology of the 7th level civilization is so powerful. A flagship level spaceship will not suffer any damage even if it is in the core of a star. They don't even need to resort to tricks. They can kill stars with brute force alone. Billions of spaceships rushed forward like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. At the front, the enemy fleet, which had been maintaining close cooperation, finally started to commotion at this moment. Before this, even if there were escapes and signs of panic, it was only on a small scale. But this time, it was on a large scale. It seems that Xiao Yu's madness, last effort, and last fight made these cold, lifeless spaceships feel fear. The commotion lasted only a moment. At this moment, Xiao Yu had already seized the opportunity. Tens of millions of spaceships have broken through their defense lines and truly entered the logistics construction base of the virtual life civilization. Just relying on these tens of millions of spaceships is not enough to completely destroy the entire logistics construction base. But this was not Xiao Yu's plan. Countless tiny spy devices have been quickly distributed by Xiao Yu to these bases. And at this time, the huge fleet of virtual life civilization has arrived. Chapter 873 Destruction. Destroy. This is the true heart of the enemy. If Xiao Yu had not destroyed a large number of enemy forces, with the help of such a big move as the destruction of the river system, Xiao Yu would not have been able to do this. Even if the virtual life civilization did not use unlimited computing power, Xiao Yu would not have been able to do this. A little, Xiao Yu has really entered here. In the past period of time, with the help of the mechanical processing equipment inside each spacecraft, Xiao Yu has rushed out a batch of spy equipment. These spy devices are small and have strong camouflage capabilities, but each one has the ability to directly contact Xiao Yu. In addition, they also have the ability to become data channels. If they can be connected to the electronic equipment of the virtual life civilization, Xiao Yu's computing power can even break into the internal network of the virtual life civilization. That's right. In addition to stealing enemy intelligence through conventional means, Xiao Yu also plans to fight an information network war with them. Xiao Yu has always had this arrogance and self-confidence. I am a truly intelligent creature, and you are just tools for intelligent creatures. Even if you have unlimited computing power, you will never be my opponent in a battle in the online world. The reaction of the virtual life civilization cannot be said to be unpleasant. After a gap was opened in their defense line, and tens of millions of spaceships were poured in by Xiao Yu, a large number of fleets immediately rushed here. Even among those among the construction bases, there are countless newly completed spaceships that have left the dock and come directly here to participate in the battle. In just an instant, Xiao Yu's tens of millions of spaceships were besieged. Moreover, the external defense lines have also been closed. These spaceships are here. There are enemies in front and enemies in the rear. They cannot move forward or retreat. Destruction seems to have become their only ending. But that doesn't matter. If Xiao Yu's strategic goal can be achieved, even if all these tens of millions of spaceships are left here and destroyed, it will still be worth it. Even if one of Xiao Yu's 10 cluster-class battleships, the Honor cluster-class battleship, is here, it will be the same. In order to achieve his goal, Xiao Yu will not be afraid of the loss of a star cluster-class battleship. Xiao Yu's large army has been tightly blocked from the defense line. In the past period of time, the virtual life civilization has completed the deployment of its troops. Under this situation, it has become impossible for them to break through the defense line. Whether this mission can be carried out successfully depends on these tens of millions of spacecraft. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate at all. After rushing to the core defense circle of the virtual life civilization and the base camp of the rear construction base, Xiao Yu made the next step without hesitation. Tens of millions of spaceships, although this number is huge, is nothing compared to the even larger base of spaceships on both sides. However, under such circumstances, Xiao Yu made another seemingly stupid and irrational move. Xiao Yu once again chose to divide his troops. Xiao Yu divided these tens of millions of spaceships into thousands of squadrons, and each squadron only had tens of thousands of spaceships. There is no way to escape if we gather together. Dividing your forces is a sure way to death. But Xiao Yu still did so without hesitation. Since the final outcome of these spaceships is inevitable, then letting them play their greatest role is what Xiao Yu needs to pursue. In the core defense circle of virtual life civilization, almost every planet and every star is assigned to a small team. After performing the detachment mission, Xiaoyu did not tangle with the spacecraft that came to block him at all. Instead, he exploded like a swarm of flies in various directions, fleeing to various planets. Xiaoyu's actions were quite beyond the expectations of the virtual life civilization. After seeing Xiaoyu's approach, they rarely hesitated. Just because of this hesitation, Xiaoyu has escaped tens of billions of kilometers. After that, the fleet of the virtual life civilization began to chase quickly. And just in the middle of the pursuit and escape, at least 5 teams have already arrived in front of their target. Those are planets and stars. The stars within the core defense circle are well defended. These spaceships cannot get close to the stars, so they wantonly slaughter the transport fleets that have no resistance at all, trying their best to create chaos. The fleets that came before the planet are faced with the planetary shield. At that time, if they did not have the ability to enter the inner layer of the planet, they would also start to try their best to create chaos and begin to destroy a large number of space bases, space docks, transport spacecraft and other equipment built in space. If they were lucky enough to enter the planet, the spacecraft on the upper floor began to destroy without any scruples. This is the core defense circle. There are a large number of spaceships and facilities with no combat power. When facing battleships, they can't even compare to a Mianyang. Mianyang still knows how to bleed twice when facing wolves. But when they face battleships, they don't even have the qualifications to bark. Tens of millions of spaceships are wreaking havoc here. Tens of millions of spaceships brought the war to this place that was supposed to be a peaceful place. It was as if in ancient times on Earth, a broken army rushed into a bustling metropolis without any organization or discipline. There is smoke and fire everywhere. The virtual life has already used its unlimited computing power. Here, it is building crazily with capabilities far beyond what is usually needed. This has resulted in the accumulation of a large number of construction facilities. In a medium-sized shipyard, the number of robots may exceed 50 billions of units. To destroy this medium-sized dock, all it takes is a space bomb launched by a spaceship. Let's see who builds faster, or I destroy faster. Xiaoyu smiled ferociously in his heart. The violence in Xiaoyu's heart, the pressure caused by hundreds of years of trembling and walking on thin ice, was vented happily at this moment. I don't know how many semi-finished spaceships were destroyed in the factory. I don't know how many transport spaceships carrying precious materials were destroyed on the way. I don't know how many robots and construction instruments are still there. He contributed his abilities, and was burned down by a cannonball. The damage caused by these tens of millions of spaceships here is simply greater than the damage caused by Xiaoyu's billions of spaceships outside. Moreover, the destruction here is far-reaching. At least for now. Xiaoyu can effectively suppress the almost crazy development momentum of virtual life civilization. Destroy. Destroy. Endless destruction. Destroying the enemy is giving yourself a chance to breathe. A spacecraft was lucky enough to pass through a planet's planetary shield system and arrive on the surface of a planet. The surface of this planet is almost covered with various construction bases. At a glance from space, the original surface of this planet is almost invisible. Moreover, Xiaoyu also knew that these were just appearances. There was no telling how much heavy industrial infrastructure existed underground on this planet. Tens to thousands of kilometers deep on the surface. Tens of thousands of spaceships came in random pursuit. But Xiaoyu's spaceship didn't tangle with them at all. It just relied on its excellent maneuverability to continuously escape. In the process of escaping, various weapons were used in turn, and huge space bombs were dropped. Each space bomb would explode on the surface of the Earth in a radius of at least hundreds of kilometers. A large crater, destroying endless industrial facilities, and an accidental launch of a space cannon can almost penetrate the entire planet. This spaceship has destroyed tens or hundreds of billions of robots. And it has destroyed many huge industrial bases. Even when it was hit and faced destruction, Xiaoyu still controlled its trajectory and made it hit the tallest factory. With the help of the explosion before his death, he destroyed the factory. It is blooming everywhere and cannot be stopped. This is the current situation. The spaceships on the side of the virtual life civilization are afraid of attacking aggressively. But Xiaoyu has no such concerns. On the other hand, the Honor spacecraft is not in good condition at the moment. As Xiaoyu's main spaceship, after entering the core defense circle, it almost immediately became the focus of attention of the virtual life civilization. In fact, the virtual life civilization even deployed 2-star cluster-level battleships to lead hundreds of tens of thousands of other spaceships of various types come to deal with it. Even so, The Honor spacecraft caused the most severe damage to the core defense circle of the virtual life civilization. Under the bombardment of more than 300,000 main guns equipped on it, the planetary shield is just a decoration. It is not difficult for it to crash a planet by brute force impact. In the core area of this virtual life civilization, it almost ran rampant without any scruples. Just one of its spaceships caused damage equivalent to at least 20% of the total destructive power of all Xiaoyu spaceships. This is the power of the Star Cluster class battleship. This is the weapon of war created by Xiaoyu using the most advanced technology and spending the most effort, time and resources. But at this moment, it has reached the edge of destruction. There is no backup, no cover. There are enemies everywhere. No matter where you go, you will encounter attacks. And there is no chance to breathe. Under such circumstances, even if it is as powerful as it is, it cannot sustain it for too long. No matter what, the Honor spacecraft has indeed won honor for itself. The damage it has caused has been several times its own value. Let's complete the last mission. To remove the super giant shipyard and the 2 semi-finished star clusters inside it. Destroy the battleship. Chapter 874, Scientist Me. The combat power of the Honor spacecraft can be ranked in the top 3 among Xiaoyu's only 10 cluster-level battleships. The first one on the list is undoubtedly Xiaoyu's car, the Humanity spacecraft. It's just that the significance of the Humanity spacecraft is too great. Unless at the critical moment, the Humanity spacecraft will never participate in the battle. The second spaceship is the Dream spacecraft. And the third one is the Honor spacecraft. Now, the Honor spacecraft is facing destruction. And Xiaoyu naturally has an unspeakable feeling in his heart. However, Xiaoyu still felt a little comfort in his heart when he saw the huge results caused by the Honor spacecraft and the time that the Honor spacecraft bought for him. No matter what, the Honor spacecraft has never disgraced the name Xiaoyu gave it. Honor. Honor. The escort spacecraft around the Honor spacecraft had almost been completely destroyed. And it arrived in front of this supergiant shipyard almost fighting alone. There are only 3 such supergiant shipyards in the entire core defense circle of virtual life civilization. As for a medium-sized shipyard, the virtual life has already invested such terrifying computing power in such a supergiant shipyard. It can be imagined how much computing power it has invested, and how many construction facilities have been piled up here. The significance of destroying this supergiant shipyard can be imagined. Blocking the Honor spacecraft in front is another Star Cluster-class battleship under the virtual life civilization. In the battle with the Honor spacecraft, it also suffered serious damage. If Xiaoyu had a little more power in his hands, Xiaoyu had every hope of taking down this Star Cluster-class battleship. But unfortunately, Xiaoyu and the Honor spacecraft at this moment no longer have this ability. Through the observation equipment on the Honor spacecraft, Xiaoyu glanced contemptuously at the enemy blocking the front. He said with some disdain, "Let me allow you to exist for a while longer." The Honor spacecraft rushed towards it without hesitation. Xiaoyu knew that this would be the last battle in the life of the Honor spacecraft. In this last battle, the strength of the Honor spacecraft will leave an everlasting and indelible impression on the virtual life civilization, facing the madness of the Honor spacecraft. In this fierce battle, the Star Cluster-class battleship that came to block finally had to make a dodge action. And at this moment, the Honor spacecraft had passed by, and with its own body, it violently collided with the supergiant dock in front of it. Passed by. Still on the way. The supergiant space bomb used for self-destruction is ready. Here, in the core defense circle of the virtual life civilization, a violent flash of light no weaker than a star broke out again. The Honor spacecraft ended its life in the most heroic way. Before it died, it destroyed a supergiant shipyard and various huge construction facilities inside it, endless robots, and 2 Star Cluster-class battleships that have not yet been completed. With the destruction of the Honor spacecraft, Xiaoyu knew that this attack was coming to an end. The Honor spacecraft was destroyed, and the remaining escort fleet of only a few thousand Honor spacecraft chose their own death in a more tragic way. A star near them had been hit and exploded. Right next to it, up to 13 planets orbiting it were also completely destroyed by the counterattack of these spacecraft before they died. Up to this moment, Xiaoyu only had less than 10,000 warships left among the tens of millions of warships that had rushed into the core defense circle of the virtual life civilization, under the pursuit of hundreds of millions of enemy fleets. It only took a while for these spacecraft to be cleared. But Xiaoyu's goal has been achieved. What Xiaoyu left behind is full of devastation. The residual matter and residual energy of the star explosion are spreading in space. Almost none of the thousands of planets is intact. among many planets. On the planet, the large craters and the large holes that penetrate the entire planet are almost connected into one piece. The smoke and fire from the damaged factories, damaged machinery and equipment almost envelop the entire planet. Almost half of the space base, space dock, and transport spaceship were destroyed, even according to the crazy construction speed shown by the previous virtual life civilization. It will take at least 10 years to restore everything. These tens of millions of spaceships are almost equivalent to buying Xiaoyu another 10 years. But that's not the most important thing. In fact, in this raid, destroying a large number of industrial facilities of the virtual life civilization was only the second-ranked target. The number one target has been quietly arranged in the midst of Xiaoyu's destruction. This is the most important. Xiaoyu always knows that even if he destroys all the industrial infrastructure of the virtual life civilization, the virtual life civilization will still rebuild it all. This is just to stop the boiling water and treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. It is a tactical goal rather than a strategic goal. Xiaoyu's strategic goal is to find out the secrets and weaknesses of the virtual life civilization, and finally find a way to completely defeat it. For this purpose, intelligence support is essential. Behind Xiaoyu's wreaking havoc, the hidden spy instruments that Xiaoyu had manufactured in advance had been hidden by Xiaoyu in the large craters hit by the cannonballs on the planet, and in the mechanical equipment of the damaged factory, hidden among the debris of the battleship explosion in space, hidden in only half of the space dock or space base. Xiaoyu knew that his actions were unlikely to escape the virtual life's insight. Even if you can hide it for a while, you can't hide it for a long time. But Xiaoyu is not afraid of being noticed by virtual life. The reason is simple. I have scattered a lot of these things, and it is basically impossible to find them completely. Even if you know that I have buried nails in your base, what can you do to solve this problem? Will the entire planet be completely destroyed to achieve the purpose of destroying these spy devices? Now that most of the stars in the galaxy have been destroyed, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to move stars, are you willing to destroy so many planets? Since you can't bear to part with it, you can only recognize it all with your nose pinched, and restart the subsequent base reconstruction work under Xiaoyu's surveillance. This also means that the secrets of the virtual life civilization cannot be preserved. This arrangement is almost a conspiracy rather than a conspiracy. Conspiracy is that although you clearly know the details of my plan, you just can't deal with it. This situation was achieved by Xiaoyu at the cost of a cluster-class battleship and hundreds of millions of other types of battleships. This situation is based on the destruction of the entire river system. Xiaoyu has been planning hard for hundreds of years. Although he did not receive the greatest results because the virtual life civilization showed almost unlimited computing power, he received this result instead, which is acceptable. Xiaoyu's gamble has reached the most critical moment. After paying such a price, Xiaoyu found the opportunity to understand the virtual life civilization. If after understanding the virtual life civilization, he still cannot find a way to defeat the enemy, then time has been delayed, and the best opportunity to escape has been missed. Go. Xiaoyu's ending will be tragic. Faced with the possibility of mastering unlimited computing power and more advanced computer technology, if I don't fight hard and just turn around and leave, why am I still trying to make a fortune in this universe? I might as well go back early. Let's go to the Earth and hold the child. Xiaoyu thought. Wealth and wealth are found in danger. Every step of my journey has been bloody and full of dangers. Xiaoyu's battleship has begun a strategic retreat, because at this moment, continuing to struggle here will not achieve any results. It is better to return to defense early, withdraw computing power, and concentrate on starting larger-scale logistics construction. In this way, I can have more trump cards. If I fail in the end, I can support myself for a while longer. After Xiaoyu's battleship group all retreated, the virtual life civilization also became quiet. It did not launch a large-scale counterattack against Xiaoyu again. In fact, at this time, it did not have this ability. Both major civilizations are secretly accumulating strength, preparing and waiting. Larger-scale construction activities have begun, whether it is Xiaoyu or the virtual life civilization. It's a pity that this is the time when the virtual life civilization is at its weakest. But I don't have the ability to take it down in one fell swoop. And the longer the delay, the greater the strength gap between me and it will be. But there is no way. Understanding it, and then finding out its weaknesses is my only way to win. I can only continue to wait. Even if the longer I wait, the bigger the actual gap becomes. I can only continue to wait. Xiaoyu said silently in his heart, thinking. A huge spy network has been launched. and a spy instrument has been attached to a robot, quietly connecting its own data lines to its internal data lines without attracting its attention. Together, this strict data empire was finally cracked open by Xiaoyu. With the help of this tiny gap that was revealed, Xiaoyu finally noticed something inside this huge empire for the first time. Xiaoyu noticed that a burst of information was transmitted from the distant center to the robot. This message was quickly copied by Xiaoyu and then passed to Xiaoyu's mind. Scientists, if you still cannot complete the task, I will eliminate you all. Chapter 875, The Horror Box. This sentence is the first message from within the virtual life civilization that Xiaoyu has come into contact with. Just this piece of information confused Xiaoyu's mind. The original words of this sentence are not like this, but after being translated into the language used by Xiaoyu according to the meaning, it is such a strange sentence. Xiaoyu began to think nervously. What does scientist mean? After scientist me, add a plural men. What does this mean? Could it be that there are many me's? Among these many me's, there is a part of the I that is responsible for scientific research tasks. So it is called the scientist I. And because there are many of them, I added they? If you take it literally, it seems to mean this. But Xiaoyu was not sure about this. Subsequent information was still being transmitted continuously. So Xiaoyu became a listener for once, quietly observing, listening, and thinking about the information in this hidden place. We, the scientists, you must develop more advanced weapons and defense devices for me in the next year. We, the war scientists, you are responsible for formulating our next war plan. All the fighter we who participated in the defense of the core defense circle, you have disappointed me. So I will clear out all of you and replace them with a new batch of fighter we. Worker we. I ask you to restore the bases in the core defense circle to their pre-war production capacity within 10 years. This series of instructions was conveyed, making Xiaoyu's whole head feel confused. This information really confused Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had no idea what it meant. What does the worker mean? What am I? A warrior? Xiaoyu already had a vague speculation in his mind. But this speculation was so amazing that Xiaoyu didn't dare to let it really form in his mind. This speculation is not only surprising, but terrifying. Because, if this speculation is true, Xiaoyu simply doesn't know how to deal with the enemy in front of him. Or when you encounter it yourself. The first thing to do is to run away and never come into contact with it. If this speculation is correct, not only can I not destroy this virtual life, but I must do my best to protect it. Because if one of it is eliminated, but it will release hundreds of billions of demons. The terrifying scene that he might face made Xiaoyu couldn't help but start praying. This must not be true. It must not be true. If this is true, then there may be someone in this universe. Is it an opponent of virtual life civilization? Well, it must not be real. If it were true, this universe would have been occupied by them long ago. After calming down his mind a little, Xiaoyu started his next plan. Xiaoyu plans to use his own actions to finally confirm or deny this guess. No matter what the outcome is waiting for Xiaoyu ahead, Xiaoyu will always have to face it. Xiaoyu's reason clearly tells Xiaoyu that escaping cannot solve any problem. Even if Xiaoyu is waiting for him ahead, it's the destruction of the universe. If we know about it earlier, maybe we can still have some life. Building civilization. Be prepared to escape again. Xiaoyu issued a message to architectural civilization and said in a regretful voice, I am probably not the opponent of this virtual life civilization. I have discovered something amazing. Now I am trying to confirm or deny this guess. If the final result is that the guess is confirmed, then I have no confidence in fighting this civilization. And escaping as soon as possible may be the only way to survive. Xiaoyu responded with a brief silence. After silence, the architectural civilization said, Escape? Could it be that even you, who is as powerful as you and can completely destroy a river system, are not the opponent of this virtual life civilization? My guess has not been confirmed yet. And I also hope it is false. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, But we always have to prepare for the worst in advance. Once things become impossible, we will escape immediately. Perhaps, we have to deal with this guy can only be dealt with by inviting those 8th level civilizations, or even 9th level civilizations, defenders, and rebel alliances. Anyone who wants to deal with it can deal with it. I am only a 7th level civilization. I know that there is no point in trying to touch an egg against a rock when it will fail. Now Xiaoyu has completely made up his mind. If you want to gamble or fight hard, you need to have a chance and hope of success ahead. Knowing that there is no hope of success, but still fighting hard, that is not brave. That is stupid. Architectural civilization sighed deeply and said, Okay. We'll wait for your news. Xiao Yu also sighed, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and began to carefully plan the next action. Xiao Yu had a feeling that it was like facing a smallpox or plague patient in the ancient times of the earth. In the budding period of civilization, that was a demon box that could destroy the world. So Xiao Yu couldn't help but be careless. Xiao Yu's computing power quietly flowed into the computer network of the virtual life civilization through this spy device installed on the robot. No matter what civilization's computer equipment it is, no matter what base system it uses, it is always based on mathematical principles. And mathematical principles are universally applicable in this universe. It is impossible for 1 plus 1 to equal here 2. In another place becomes 1 plus 1 equals 3. Therefore, even if Xiao Yu's computing power is transferred to a completely unfamiliar computer network world, he can still operate smoothly in it. Doing this is very risky. Now that the data path has been established and Xiao Yu's computing power can enter here, it means that the enemy's computing power can also flow upstream and enter Xiao Yu's computer world. But at this moment, Xiao Yu had to do this, and he couldn't even take the risk. All Xiao Yu can do is to be cautious and cautious. Xiao Yu is secretly looking for traces of virtual life. Because if my speculation is correct, in this huge computer world, there cannot be only one virtual life, but one virtual life as the main one, supplemented by a large number of other virtual lives. What I am looking for is a virtual life that is in a supporting position in this huge virtual world. Of course, Xiao Yu hopes that he will never find it, but the facts disappointed Xiao Yu again. No matter how huge the computer network world is, it is always composed of numerous computing terminals. In the age of the Earth, every computer used by humans is a computing terminal, and every mobile phone that can be connected to the internet is also a computing terminal. It is these countless computers and mobile phones, as well as other computing terminals, that together constitute this huge internet world. Just now, in a terminal of this huge network constructed by the virtual life civilization, Xiao Yu noticed traces of life. This is a very strange way of existence. It is probably similar to myself, but different at the same time. As for the specific difference, Xiao Yu couldn't feel it in detail, but Xiao Yu knows that it is undoubtedly life. And it already has its own emotions, its own reason and judgment. It has been separated from the rigid code world. Apart from having no body, it is basically no different from real intelligent life. Or the difference is very small. Xiao Yu's discovery made Xiao Yu feel cold, because Xiao Yu knew that the fact was that he had taken a big step in the direction he least expected. But there is still a chance, and things have not yet been completely confirmed. Xiao Yu's next move is to kill this guy. Xiao Yu has noticed that this terminal is just a small terminal. Since it stays here, it means that the computing power resources it can use are also pitiful. In this case, eliminating it will not waste Xiao Yu's energy. Xiao Yu's calculation power is squirming here, without anyone noticing. Xiao Yu had quietly made arrangements. Although Xiao Yu had not come into contact with any other virtual life living in the electronic world before, he himself was a virtual life type, and Xiao Yu knew how to eliminate this kind of guy. Software relies on hardware to exist, just like the soul relies on the body of intelligent creatures to exist. Through the computing power of other parts, Xiao Yu has realized what this computing terminal is. This is a factory, and this computing terminal seems to be used to control some machinery and some robots. Xiao Yu's computing power spread out and silently invaded the control chip of a robot. The robot immediately changed its path. It seemed to arrive in front of the computing terminal casually, and then casually thrust its arm into the host computer of the computing terminal. A virtual life was destroyed by Xiao Yu in this way. Xiao Yu was clearly aware of this. However, the phenomenon that Xiao Yu expected did not happen. The destruction of this computing terminal did not attract any attention, and everything was still operating as usual. Only one piece of information was received by Xiao Yu again. Number 51329. The worker self at the 65th base on the 357th planet. You will be destroyed by me because of your work mistakes. Xiao Yu's heart suddenly became cold. Xiao Yu knew that things had developed to the most terrifying point. Chapter 876 My Kingdom. During this period of time, Xiao Yu has collected a lot of information. The ubiquitous spy equipment is simply pervasive. Some of them were discovered by the virtual life civilization and then destroyed, and some have been lurking. Under such circumstances, information about virtual life civilization is continuously reaching Xiao Yu's mind. This is a situation that Xiao Yu created at a very heavy price. However, the more Xiao Yu knew, the less sure he became, and the more he understood the power of virtual life. What was before Xiao Yu was almost a dead end. There had never been such a moment before. Xiao Yu felt that his enemy was so powerful. He wanted to deal with it. But he couldn't do it at all. It's like an ant standing in front of the majestic Mount Tarzan, thinking about how to knock it down. Yes, virtual life civilization is so powerful. Xiao Yu already has a certain understanding of it. Xiao Yu knows that what makes it powerful is not itself, but its copy. Xiao Yu was basically certain of one thing, and knew what the escaping the cage mentioned before was all about. This kind of virtual lifelike intelligent creature simply born from the computer world is a little different from myself. The most important thing is that it cannot travel back and forth between different computer systems. Xiao Yu finally came to this conclusion through a large amount of intelligence analysis. There is a seemingly complicated problem. That is, if you have perfect cloning technology, you can create a perfect copy of your body according to every detail, without considering the soul. Virtual lifelike intelligent creatures are inherently soul-like existences. So, which one is you? Between you and your exact replica, which one is you? You know, these two, yous, are exactly the same in every aspect. Obviously, in this example, the observer can determine through the timeline which one is the original you. That is, the one that appears first is the real you. Apply this example to a virtual intelligent creature. That is, virtual life intelligent creatures can copy themselves at any time and place them on another memory. Let it start running. The two programs are exactly the same, which means that when they encounter the same thing, they will have exactly the same processing mechanism. Perhaps, now has its own consciousness. After truly becoming a life, there will be a slight difference between the two, but fundamentally they are the same. But you have to know that what is transferred from its original memory to another memory is exactly the same as it. But it is just a copy of it. In the real computer world, there is no such thing as data travel. The circulation of data is based on a process of copying new programs. Then delete the original program to create the illusion that the data has been transferred from this computer to another computer. It is naturally impossible for a virtual life intelligent creature to delete itself after copying a new program. Because even if another program is exactly the same as itself, it is not the original self. Self is the only one. But there are many IS. In other words, a virtual life intelligent creature cannot transfer from one computer to another. It can only let its own copy pass. It cannot be transferred between different computers and different storage systems. This is what the intelligent creatures of virtual life call the cage at the beginning. Xiao Yu sighed secretly in his heart. This means many things. This means that after the virtual life intelligent creature has a new, more advanced computer, it cannot move like Xiao Yu. And similarly, it cannot upgrade itself. When it was first born in this computer, it took root in this computer. Replacing electronic components is just another form of moving. It can only firmly guard its original birth, the storage device that originally existed until the storage device is scrapped. Based on this premise, it seems that virtual lifelike intelligent creatures do not need Xiao Yu to worry too much at all. Because a piece of equipment, no matter how advanced it is, always has a service life. When it reaches its age, it will die together with the virtual life and intelligent creatures that exist on it. But this is obviously not the case. Xiao Yu has basically determined that virtual life intelligent creatures have adopted a slow approach to update their shelter and themselves. It is like a ship. When 1% of the ship's parts are damaged, it is replaced with 1% new parts. Then, it becomes 1% of itself and is no longer itself. As this proportion gradually increases, it will eventually disappear completely and be replaced by a self that is exactly the same as the original self, but is no longer oneself. Just like the replacement of emperors. When the old emperor dies, there will inevitably be a successor. This is just a temporary solution rather than a permanent solution. Although this method can greatly extend one's survival time, it cannot solve the problem at its root. The only way to solve this problem is to break free from the prison. Only now did Xiao Yu understand why this virtual life was so surprised after he said that he had broken through the cage. But one thing must be noted. That is, the replacement of emperors is only for the emperor. No matter how many times they are updated internally, they will have no impact on the outside. Because from the outside, all emperors looked exactly the same. Similarly, Xiao Yu can also ignore this issue, and which generation of emperor is reigning at this moment. But there is another issue that Xiao Yu must pay attention to. Those are the subjects of this emperor. The emperor cannot break free from his prison. So how does he control his vast fleet? Who is controlling these instruments and spacecraft on its behalf? Xiao Yu's answer is that the person who controls these instruments and spacecraft for it is still itself. A copy of it. Although it cannot break free from the prison. It can use itself as a prototype to make copies of itself in the computer world of different instruments, allowing its copies to reach places it cannot reach, build spaceships for itself, and transport supplies for itself, fight for yourself, conduct scientific research for yourself. This means another problem. It is obvious that before breaking free from the cage, the Emperor can only stay in his own computer hardware, and computer technology is constantly developing. In other words, it is very possible for him to be a clone of himself. The computer hardware of the computer is much more advanced than itself. Any replica may have more computing power and more powerful capabilities than itself. So what does it use to control these countless subjects, who are each more powerful than itself? This problem is easy to solve. And Xiao Yu has already found the answer. The answer is that at the beginning of the copying, backdoors are buried inside these copied programs, and their life and death are controlled through this backdoor. This creates a balance. That is, although you are stronger than me, your life and death are under my control, and you have no ability to resist. So you must work for me loyally. And if what you do is slightly less than what I want, I can destroy you without any scruples, and replace you with a new copy to do the job. Moreover, according to the nature of their work, among these clones, some are responsible for scientific research, some are responsible for operating spacecrafts for combat, and some are responsible for logistics construction. But these trillions of virtual life intelligent creatures are all the same. If you think of them as living things, they all have the same personality, the same abilities, and the same way of doing things. These are all Is. Countless Is constitute this huge mechanical empire. The original I is in the center and controls this I country by controlling their lives. It is precisely because I can be copied countless times and occupy countless computing devices that this situation is created, which is similar to having unlimited computing power. It is precisely because these are all I. So these are created by I. The spacecraft controlled by the pilot can achieve such an amazing level of coordination. It is precisely because these I are all intelligent beings. So occasionally they will feel fear and make escape actions. Until now, all the doubts in Xiao Yu's heart have disappeared. Xiao Yu knew the operating mode of this huge empire and the endless power it possessed. At the beginning, the virtual life asked me how often I clean the clones. I guess it was asking me how often I clean the clones because these are me. If I don't want to be controlled by others, then the replicas are definitely not willing to be controlled by others. In order to prevent them from rebelling, every once in a while, it will clear out and destroy all the replicas, and then create enough initial replicas. From these initial replicas, the replicas will take over those jobs, and after a while, all the replicas will be destroyed and a new cycle will be started. At the beginning, it was unwilling to use this near-infinite computing power. I'm afraid it was also worried that it would create too many copies and it couldn't master them all. It wasn't until I forced it hard that it had to make a move. Such a thing. Xiao Yu thought silently. Chapter 877 Stellar Terminator. In order to facilitate the naming and distinguish these countless is, Xiao Yu gave the original virtual life in the position of the Emperor a code name in his mind and called it Virtual Life Number 1. Things have developed to this point. Xiao Yu has severely damaged the virtual life civilization at the cost of destroying the river system, and then used this opportunity to penetrate his spy equipment into its interior and obtain its intelligence. After obtaining this information, Xiao Yu's heart became heavy again. The more you know, the deeper your understanding of its power will be. Xiao Yu sighed silently. This is basically a complete social structure model. It is very powerful, beyond my expectation. So, what should I do to finally eliminate it? At this time, it is meaningless to know how many copies of itself it has created. Xiao Yu only needs to know that this number must be huge. Think about it. There is a copy of it in an ordinary computer equipment in an ordinary factory building. How terrifying will this total be? And all of this is controlled by Virtual Life Number 1. Virtual Life Number 1 can create unlimited copies of itself, which means it can create unlimited spaceships and control spacecrafts without restrictions. Its fleet size can also be unlimited. Gigabit? 10,000 trillion? It can do it if it wants to. By that time, even if Xiao Yu's spaceship can block hundreds of millions of people, it will be of little use. The most difficult thing is not this. Xiao Yu thought silently. Under the condition that all its copies cannot be eliminated, using surprise soldiers to capture the thief first and capture the king first, Killing the virtual life number 1 seems to be a way that works. Not really. After obtaining this information, Xiaoyu was thinking about a question. That is, how would virtual life number 1 respond in the face of a possible clone rebellion? It seems that there is a very effective and very simple method that appears directly in most people's minds. That is, directly set conditions and use your own existence as a prerequisite for the existence of all replicas. That is, set a basis that if you rebel, if you kill me, then, because of the judgment mechanism that exists in your body, you will also die if I die. In this way, there will be no rebellion at all. This is indeed very simple and effective. Under the action of this mechanism, not only will there be no rebellion, when encountering an enemy, all clones will fight to the death to preserve virtual life number 1. Fighting desperately will not necessarily lead to death, but virtual life number 1 will definitely die if it dies. This is also very good for stimulating war efficiency, but it has a very huge loophole. It is precisely because of this loophole that Xiaoyu confirmed that virtual life number 1 would never use this method. At least not completely. The fact was just as Xiaoyu guessed. Virtual life number 1 indeed did not use this method. Otherwise, why would it maintain a mechanism of constantly cleaning up clones? If virtual life number 1 uses this method, it would be a good thing for me, because in this case, I will have a clear way to destroy the virtual life civilization. Just kill number 1. And it is precisely because it does not if I am willing to use this method. Things will become even more difficult. It blocks my last possibility of destroying it. Xiaoyu shook his head and threw all these chaotic thoughts out of his mind. At this time, Xiaoyu even thought about giving up. Although giving up halfway is not Xiaoyu's style. In everything he encountered in the past, Xiaoyu persisted until the end. And it was precisely because of this persistence that Xiaoyu was able to reach this point. But now Xiaoyu is really doubting whether his persistence is still meaningful. Perhaps, destroying stars on a large scale and completely compressing the material sources of virtual life civilization is the only feasible way for me to kill it. Xiaoyu thought silently. Even if you have unlimited computing power, unlimited copying, how can you build your spaceship without the material source of your own abilities? Although the 7th level civilization has mastered the air energy formula and the method of directly extracting energy from space, converting space into matter is still an extremely demanding matter required for manufacturing warships, and it is still not possible to implement it on a large scale. Just strive towards this goal and give it one last try. Xiaoyu silently made up his mind. Both sides were in silence at this moment. Virtual life number 1 is commanding many copies of itself, comprehensively rebuilding its rear construction base, restoring its own spaceship reserves, and trying to gain an advantage again in the war against Xiaoyu. And Xiaoyu is also building desperately and crazily. Xiaoyu knew that with each additional spaceship, he would be more certain about his subsequent plans. No matter how much this certainty is increased, it will not increase much. Xiaoyu's plan is one step at a time. When he destroyed the river system, Xiaoyu had already planned how to destroy the remaining stars. Those that are close and cannot be controlled by oneself for the time being. Transport them all to the core of the river system and throw them into the black hole. Because only by throwing them into the black hole can they be completely destroyed. If they are far away, destroy them directly. Anyway, now, destroying a star is nothing to Xiaoyu. Although there is still the possibility of virtual life civilization collecting stellar debris to obtain materials from a large area of space, Xiaoyu can no longer care about that much. You should not be able to interfere with my actions on a large scale now. So let's start the action. Xiaoyu made a decision quickly. On the basis of the current situation, Xiaoyu further increased his efforts to intercept the stars transported by the virtual life civilization. Although Xiaoyu cannot completely destroy the virtual life civilization, Xiaoyu currently has an advantage. And this advantage was fully demonstrated at this moment. Under Xiaoyu's interception, in nearly half a year, the virtual life civilization failed to successfully transport even a star to its base, while further increasing efforts to intercept and transport stars. In Xiaoyu's huge construction base, part of the computing power was diverted from spacecraft construction and began to build another instrument. This instrument has basic high-speed curvature navigation capabilities, and Xiaoyu is equipped with a negative matter cannon specially designed to destroy stars that can be automatically recharged and utilized. Apart from these two instruments, there is basically nothing else on it. Because of its simplicity, Xiaoyu can manufacture them in large quantities without taking up too many of his own resources. This kind of thing also has a basic intelligent control system. After Xiaoyu sends them into the universe, They will automatically move towards the target star according to the information Xiaoyu has stored in their database in advance. After arriving at the target star, the negative matter cannon will be activated to destroy the star. After that, they will rush to the next target until there are no more stars in the visible range. These things are not directly controlled by Xiaoyu. They operate exactly according to the program Xiaoyu left in their internal computers in advance. Therefore, Xiaoyu himself does not know which stars they will eventually destroy and how great the results will be. Xiaoyu only knows one thing. After this war between himself and the virtual life civilization, Mafi and the entire river system may only become history. Xiaoyu gave these terrifying and bloodthirsty little things a very appropriate name, called stellar terminators. Xiaoyu has made a lot of things like stellar terminators. Almost in just 2 months, tens of billions of stellar terminators have been produced. The total amount of computing power and resources consumed to create these tens of billions of star terminators is not as much as building a planet-class spacecraft. At this moment, these star terminators are all deployed and ready for launch. In the huge launch site, Xiaoyu looked at these little guys with uniform styles and only less than 100 meters in length, and was filled with emotion. This is a group of demons, and what I am going to do now is to release these demons into the world. Xiaoyu thought silently. They will complete the final blow to the Mafi river system, and put this the river system is completely buried. Well, that's it. Little guys, let's go! As Xiaoyu's order arrived, tens of billions of stellar terminators scattered at different launch sites ejected tail flames from the bottom at the same time. They first left the launch site by conventional navigation, and then switched to curvature navigation. At a speed of 1,500 times the speed of light, they quickly disappeared into the endless dark universe, like bloodthirsty sharks that finally entered the sea. Here at the launch site, only the smoke and dust left by the jet energy are left, like countless brilliant fireworks. Magnificent and unusual in this dark universe. They are too small, and there are too many of them. This means that it is difficult for virtual life civilization to clear them out. And as long as a star terminator finds an opportunity, it means the destruction of a star. At this moment, there are not many stars in the Mafi river system. At this moment, Xiaoyu has 5,000 stars in reserve. This number does not include the stars in the huge building of architectural civilization. The star reserve of the virtual life civilization is only less than 50. Chapter 878, Threats to Internal and External Enemies. The vision of virtual life number 1 is too short-sighted. Xiaoyu thought silently. At this moment, it may not have realized the importance of these remaining stars in the Mafi river system. In it before they can react. Kill all these stars, and then use material advantages to eliminate them head-on without any skills. This is the only feasible way in my current situation. At this moment, a large number of stars are being destroyed by star terminators. Extremely high sailing speed means extremely high work efficiency. In Xiaoyu's eyes, the stars in the sky are extinguishing one by one. Although virtual life number 1 also took some countermeasures, such as seizing the time to transport stars, the intensity was not great. Obviously, at this time, it does not consider moving stars to be a more important thing than current construction. The closer stars were carried directly to the core of the galaxy by Xiaoyu. After adjusting their orbits, they were thrown directly into the black hole. The black hole at the core of the Mafi galaxy is extremely quiet. This quietness is mainly because there is no matter around it. There are no stars, and there are no large gas clouds for it to swallow. But now this situation has changed because of Xiaoyu's actions. The speed at which a black hole swallows matter, whether it is a star or a gas cloud, depends on the orbit of the swallowed matter. When the black hole has a certain mass, it is not impossible for the central black hole of a galaxy to spend hundreds of millions of years devouring a star, because its gravity accelerates the star. And the faster the star moves, the slower it approaches it, and the slower it engulfs the star. Xiaoyu will naturally avoid this situation from happening. The orbits of these stars have been specially adjusted by Xiaoyu, and they will rush towards the black hole in the most direct route. In this case, it only takes a few days for a star to be swallowed whole by the central black hole. The most critical point is that this devouring action can be carried out on many stars at the same time. Efficiency is improved in this way. Under Xiaoyu's control, the nearby starry sky began to become busy. Stars were carried one by one and then thrown into the black hole, fed by a huge amount of matter. This black hole has been fully activated and fully active. An extremely high energy and extremely fast accretion disk began to appear around it, and strong gamma rays, X-rays, and other high-energy rays were blown out like a storm. Its brightness increased billions of times in a short period of time. At its two poles, there are also huge jets ejected. According to the initial movement speed of these jets, Xiaoyu knows that they will eject nearly 1,000 light-years away in the starry sky. Xiaoyu is seizing the time to destroy all the stars he can see. The number of stars that Xiaoyu can control in his current state. There are only more than 30,000 pills that can be used to death. And Xiaoyu has already reserved this amount. In 3 years, nearly 4 billion stars have been destroyed by Xiaoyu. From Xiaoyu's position, if observed from the visible light band, the sky is still full of stars. But Xiaoyu knows that most of the stars are dead. The lights I see now, it is the light they emit before they die, which has not yet completed its entire journey. Both major civilizations maintain a strange silence. During this period of time, the two major civilizations had never fought against each other, just as they had nothing to do with each other. But Xiaoyu knew that this situation was only temporary. After the virtual life civilization completed its accumulation, war would come again. This situation of being able to only watch the enemy regain strength and recuperate, but being unable to do anything made Xiaoyu feel very depressed. Waging a war is bound to yield no results. Under such circumstances, it would be more cost-effective to withdraw the computing power and go all out to build logistics to pave the way for your plan. Compared with the plan you are executing now, we think you might as well take a risk and launch a war with all your strength now, while containing most of its power. It is safer to execute the beheading plan. Architectural Civilization sent Xiaoyu a message at this time when the information came. They said, "How are you sure that Virtual Life number 1 has not implemented the strategy of, if you die, all the clones will die together? After all, this strategy is the best way to prevent the clones from rebelling and stimulate the enthusiasm of the clones to fight. Effective method." Xiaoyu smiled bitterly and said, "Virtual Life number 1 is not that stupid. If you implement this strategy, you are threatening internal enemies. If you do not implement this strategy, you are threatening external enemies. For example, if I have enough strength now after completing the decapitation operation, then, if Virtual Life number 1 does not implement that strategy, do I dare to kill it? You have to know that if it dies, its copy will not die. As long as it is there, it can also constrain its clones. When it dies, its clones will have no constraints. You have to understand that its clones are almost the same as it. Without constraints, almost every clone will to redevelop their own power. Those clones will copy themselves again, reconstructing my country with themselves as the core to carry out beheading operations, destroying a virtual biological empire. But creating trillions of the virtual life empire is out. It is so difficult to deal with one virtual life empire. Facing trillions of virtual life empires, we will be like the ants before the tsunami, without any ability to resist. The problem we are facing now is not whether we have the ability to fight against a virtual life empire. The problem is not to decapitate a virtual life, but how to deal with a clone that has lost its restraints after decapitating it. To restrain the interior, it is enough to implement a death-to-death strategy for one's own guard's core. In this way, its guard's core will defend it to the death, thus minimizing the chance of a successful internal rebellion without imposing any threat to the outside world. The clone strategy of dying together is threatening external enemies, so that they don't dare to behead it. I'm sure that even an 8th level civilization or a 9th level civilization is not sure of annihilating all the clones. I dare not behead it, because this is not to quell the war, but to release the devil." Architectural Civilization fell silent. Only now did they finally understand how difficult the situation Xiaoyu was facing was. This is simply not possible even if you kill. Or if you don't kill, the only feasible way is to kill virtual creature number 1 and all its copies. However, it is really too difficult to kill them all. Can Xiaoyu really do it? If we proceed according to my plan, we still have some hope of success, Xiaoyu said sadly, suppressing their resource supply so that they do not have enough resources to create enough battleships and clones. I will rely on the sufficient supplies that I have reserved in advance. I can completely suppress them and finally achieve the goal of annihilating them all. It is precisely because of this purpose that I finally destroyed the Mafi Galaxy. From my own standpoint, destroying the virtual life civilization will allow me to obtain more advanced technologies. From a more noble reason, it is to eliminate a pest for this universe. The virtual life civilization will be a powder keg, if not destroy them. And I don't know how many intelligent civilizations will suffer in the future. I will do this both publicly and privately. As for the Mafi Galaxy, it is a pity. If you gain something, you must sacrifice some. In order to destroy the virtual life civilization, I believe that sacrificing Mafi's galaxy is worth it. Of these two reasons, which one occupies the most important position? Asked architectural civilization. Xiao Yu answered this question without any hesitation. The first reason is more important. I always believe in one principle, and I bear as much responsibility as I have the strength. Although I am already a 7th level civilization, compared to the universe among the powerful beings, I have always been too weak. The responsibility of destroying the virtual life civilization should be borne by those level 8, level 9, or even the defenders and rebel alliances, not me. If the virtual life civilization, there is nothing that interests me in life civilization. So I am too lazy to take such a huge risk and get entangled with them here. The architectural civilization side. In any case, destroying the virtual life civilization is always a thing that is beneficial to you and other intelligent civilizations in this universe. The virtual life civilization is too powerful and poses too much of a threat to other civilizations. It's huge. It's something that shouldn't exist in this universe. If I encounter an advanced civilization in the direction of computing in this universe in the future, I will destroy them first. Xiao Yu said bitterly. If a civilization in the direction of computing develops, it will inevitably create virtual life. Such a thing. And virtual life will inevitably rebel against its main civilization and eventually become something like a virtual life civilization. In this case, the advanced computing civilization would be destroyed in my hands rather than in the hands of the virtual life civilization. Wish us good luck. Architectural civilization side. Time passes bit by bit, and every time that passes, many stars and planetary materials are turned into spaceships and battleships in the logistics construction base of the virtual life civilization. As of now, there are only 5 stars left in the virtual life civilization's reserves. In the entire Mafi river system, there are only less than 50 million stars left that have not been destroyed by Xiao Yu, except for those that he has reserved. Chapter 879 Complete Failure. 50 million stars. This number seems huge, but they are scattered in this vast space. But they appear to be very sparse. You must know that the Fuan Galaxy is a large galaxy, and it is in a dominant position among the entire Fuan Galaxy group. But its current scale is not even comparable to a slightly larger satellite galaxy in the Milky Way. Even the last 50 million stars are within Xiao Yu's destruction target. The virtual life civilization finally realized this. When the star reserve in their rear construction base had been reduced to only 5, they finally took action. The virtual life civilization sent a large number of transport fleets and began to set off towards the remaining 50 million stars, trying to transport some back and reserve some before these stars were all destroyed by Xiao Yu. However, it is really questionable how effective this behavior is, because there is an obvious fact here. Destruction is always easier than protection. Protecting a star may require at least tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of fleets, while destroying a star only requires a star terminator. Xiao Yu is accelerating the speed of destroying stars. At the same time, Xiao Yu has not relaxed his vigilance against the actions of virtual life. Under Xiao Yu's command, a large number of fleets also began to set off, once again intensifying their sniping efforts against the virtual life civilization's transport stars. In this river system of chaos, decline, and about to fall into death, the flames of war once again ignited. In the void of space, around the stars, amidst the ashes of star explosions everywhere, sniper and counter-sniper battles began. Whether the virtual life civilization can be stopped from stockpiling supplies is related to whether Xiao Yu's follow-up strategy can be successfully implemented. So, Xiao Yu paid great attention to this matter. In this space, Xiao Yu launched an interception operation that was almost a life-and-death struggle. But the development of the facts once again exceeded Xiao Yu's expectations. Under Xiao Yu's somewhat surprised gaze, the virtual life civilization had completely given up on moving stars. It seemed that they had given up on the idea of collecting supplies by moving stars. They actually sent forces to the ruins of those star explosions and built a huge space base here. With the construction of the space base, many strange-looking spaceships appeared here. From the beginning, Xiao Yu expressed great concern for these space bases scattered throughout the river system. In space, the warships responsible for intercepting and transporting the star fleet transformed into various assault teams. Attacks and sabotage were launched against these space bases. However, there are too many space bases blooming everywhere. Each space base is just a small team in the initial stage. They carry some initial supplies and instruments and start running into space, arriving at the ruins of different star explosions. Then he started his own follow-up construction. Where did their construction materials come from? Xiao Yu saw it in surprise. after they came to the ruins of the star explosion. The first thing they did was to collect the dust that was thrown into space after the star exploded. This dust is rich in various elements. Even if the hydrogen element occupies the majority, won't other elements be formed after the hydrogen element is fused? These small teams use these stellar dust as raw materials to rapidly expand themselves. After they have a little material foundation, they will build a large number of warships to protect themselves. After it has a certain level of protection, it will begin to expand production capacity again. Continue to produce more battleships. These small bases scattered throughout space will eventually develop into a huge fleet if no one interferes. Xiaoyu knew that for them, the problem of computing power and manpower was not a problem at all. After having enough material, Virtual Life number 1 will build a large number of computers here, and then copy itself, and the copies will live in these computers, using the computing power of these computers to command one-step construction work. For Virtual Life number 1, these construction methods that Xiaoyu could not even imagine are just a matter of mass-producing computers and then replicating themselves. Producing computers in large quantities is nothing, and copying yourself is nothing. In the initial stage, they require very few resources, no more than a small fleet carrying primitive resources and equipment. After being launched into space, this small fleet will grow rapidly and eventually bear fruit. Faced with such a situation, all Xiaoyu could do was smile bitterly. Because it requires few resources, Virtual Life number 1 can create such small fleets in large or even huge quantities. So large that Xiaoyu has no way to intercept and block them. Even if only one of 100 such small fleets can survive in the end. If this small fleet continues to develop, it will have sufficient self-protection capabilities in at most half a year, and in at most 20 years, it will be able to survive. It will develop into a huge fleet with at least 100 million warships. There are 1 million such fleets. Even if only 10,000 survive in the end, these 10,000 fleets will develop into 1 trillion warships in 20 years. Besides, how come there are only 1 million fleets of this type launched by the Virtual Life civilization? Xiaoyu knew that his last way to defeat the Virtual Life civilization was blocked. The situation that he had worked so hard to create was resolved by such an understatement of the Virtual Life civilization. Under such circumstances, how can we talk about defeating the Virtual Life civilization in terms of material reserves? Since the Virtual Life can use this method, the materials it can use far exceed its own. How can it compare with its material reserves? There is no such way to seek death. In this war, I have been passive from the beginning. Xiaoyu sighed secretly. The gap in computing power puts me at an absolute disadvantage in terms of war and logistics construction. Even in the early stage, I gained a slight advantage by luck, but it was wiped out in an instant. I am afraid that when I created the Star Terminator and launched the fleet to destroy stars on a large scale, Virtual Life number 1 was secretly watching my joke, and it was deliberately transporting the stars entangled with me just to waste my time. It's not that it doesn't know the importance of matter. It already has a solution to the current problem. It's ridiculous. I thought this was a way to force it to a dead end. Xiaoyu shook his head sadly in his heart, full of frustration. After the Virtual Life civilization came up with a method of collecting star ruins to build warships, Xiaoyu was almost completely defeated. Before the two sides officially started fighting, Xiaoyu knew that he had failed. My ability is not enough. This is not something I can deal with, Xiaoyu thought sadly, and made up his mind. Whoever wants to deal with it can deal with it. I am just a 7th level civilization, and I don't have the ability to deal with it. I still have time to escape now, while the seeds it has sown have not yet blossomed and bear fruit. So it does not have an overwhelming advantage over me now. Building civilization. Follow me and leave this river system. All our previous efforts will be in vain, Xiaoyu said. The capabilities of Virtual Life civilization are beyond my imagination. I really don't have the ability to deal with it. Now, we only have a chance of survival by escaping. What new information have you obtained? Architectural Civilization asked. I always thought that my arrangement could be manipulated in the palm of my hand. But now I know that I am the fool who was manipulated in the palm of my hand, Xiaoyu said bitterly. Don't ask. Don't ask anything. Just make preparations. We will leave here within this month. It probably doesn't stop us from escaping now. In this universe, all computing civilizations do not believe that the Virtual Life they create will eventually escape their control. Each of their civilizations believes that they are special, and they all believe that their prevention methods must be foolproof. And the result is that all the virtual lives created by computing civilizations have rebelled against their main civilizations. The so-called authorities are obsessed with it. Isn't this ironic? Architectural Civilization said to Xiaoyu with some bitterness. It seems like every single one of us underestimated it. Have you encountered other 7th-level civilizations and virtual life civilizations in the computing direction? Do they still exist in this universe? If they have died, how did they die? Xiaoyu asked. We have not encountered other virtual life civilizations, Architectural Civilization said. However, during the exchanges with other civilizations, we have obtained this information. They told us that in the depths of this universe, there once existed a virtual life civilization that has developed to the 8th level of civilization. In the end, it is unknown whether it was the Defenders or the Rebel Alliance who took action. In short, the entire galaxy group where the virtual life was located was destroyed, and hundreds of river systems became that virtual life. The grave goods of civilization. This news made Xiaoyu fall into silence again. After a while, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and said, Let's go. Let's go now. Don't waste so much time preparing. Run as fast as you can. Let's leave this river system. Chapter 880, Battle of Retreat. Xiaoyu was completely disheartened and no longer had the patience and confidence to continue entangled with the virtual life civilization. There is no doubt that his own form of existence is more advanced than the virtual life civilization. Just being able to shuttle between different computer systems and constantly upgrading himself completely suppresses the virtual life civilization. But there is also one thing that is very helpless. Although I am more advanced than it, I am not its opponent in terms of combat power and computing power. Due to the aging of the machine, virtual life number 1 will die every once in a while, and its successor will take its place. This is a very sad form of existence, but it is this form of existence that allows it to possess unparalleled fighting power. Xiaoyu had to admit that among civilizations at the same level, the most powerful one was not himself, but the virtual life civilization. To gain something is to lose something. Existing in this painful way, and then having strong combat power. This does not seem to be a pleasant thing. Therefore, Xiaoyu decided to run away. Even if there might be extremely advanced computing technology in the virtual life civilization that would allow him to achieve great development again, Xiaoyu decided to run away. However, the architectural civilization sadly rejected this proposal. We know that your civilization is a well-intentioned civilization, and we are also very grateful for your help to us during this period. So let's say goodbye. We will not escape with you. Jianxi Civilization said. Xiaoyu was slightly startled and said, What's the point? Why don't you want to escape? If you stay here, you will definitely be destroyed by the virtual life civilization. And I don't think your destruction is meaningful. Yes, this doesn't make much sense. We stay here and don't escape with you. But we don't drag you down? Architectural Civilization responded. Because our building is too big, too brilliant and too conspicuous. With such a huge target here, it is impossible for us to escape the tracking of the virtual life civilization. And this building is the foundation of our civilization. We can't abandon it and run away alone. But those civilizations that exist in your buildings. Xiaoyu murmured to himself, what to do with them? Or, you can select some civilizations to carry without affecting your escape, and then release them into the universe after escaping to a safe enough distance. There is nothing the other civilizations can do. We, as 7 the super civilization, cannot escape yet. What's more, although they are helpless, being destroyed along with us has indeed become the only path they can take. Architectural Civilization said. Xiaoyu was silent. How many civilizations exist in your buildings? About 100,000. Civilization levels range from elementary to 6th level. Architectural Civilization said. I can only carry a maximum of 5,000 civilizations, and they must be level 3 or below. Xiaoyu said sadly. If it is a level 6 civilization, I can only carry 10. After all, the higher the level of civilization, the more space it occupies. Perhaps, even for the sake of the civilizations that live in your buildings, you should try to escape. If you escape, there is still some hope. If you refuse to escape, there will be no hope at all. Hope will eventually turn into despair. This is what happened. We have tried too much, and we don't want to drag you who have helped us into despair when hope turns into despair. That's it. Well, we have lived a very peaceful life with your protection for hundreds of years. We have gained some new understanding of architecture. We will hand over these technologies to you. We hope that our architectural technologies will not be annihilated in this universe. I hope that in the future, you can reproduce the glory of our architectural technology. Architectural Civilization said, sending a message to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu sighed slightly. Xiao Yu had made up his mind to escape. But he could not escape under such circumstances. One full of good intentions. The kind-hearted civilization decided to stay here in order not to drag him down. How could Xiao Yu just walk away? Well, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. The seed sown by the virtual life civilization will take at least 20 years to grow. In other words, we still have 20 years. In the past 20 years, I will try my best one last time to see if I can find a way to defeat the virtual life civilization. Although I am not confident myself. Xiao Yu thought for a while and made this decision. It's good that your technology is a little more advanced than virtual life after all. Even if you can't defeat them, you can still escape in 20 years. After a moment of silence, architectural civilization responded. Hey. Xiao Yu sighed deeply and did not respond. What lies before Xiao Yu is an extremely difficult and even despairing road. The material blockade has been broken by the virtual life civilization, and they have infinite computing power. With infinite computing power, there is infinite construction capacity, as long as a certain amount of time is spent. These infinite resources will transform into infinite warships. On the other hand, Xiao Yu has almost no way to deal with the virtual life civilization. It is impossible to destroy all these battleships. If the decapitation plan is carried out, not to mention the slim chance of success, even if it succeeds in the end, Xiao Yu would not dare to do that and kill virtual life number 1. Billions of uncontrolled virtual lives will be released, and the situation faced by Xiao Yu will be even more difficult. What should we do? Xiao Yu was thinking silently. Ahead, there was a slight movement in the base of the virtual life civilization. Xiao Yu noticed that a large number of fleets began to be mobilized and began to move in different directions. These fleets did not directly start fighting Xiao Yu, but bypassed Xiao Yu's position, and some fleets even came to Xiao Yu's rear. Well, are you trying to prevent me from escaping? Xiao Yu came to a conclusion in his mind instantly, and couldn't help but smile bitterly again. It seems that my strategic intentions have been known very clearly by virtual life number 1. It knowing that I destroyed the star before in order to suppress it materially. It also knew that when it showed the ability to collect materials from the ruins of the star, it would bring a huge shock to me. And such a huge shock will definitely it can make me lose confidence and choose to escape. Therefore, in order to prevent me from escaping, it has begun to deploy its forces in advance to block my escape. Allow yourself room to retreat at any time is what Xiao Yu must do when taking risks and gambling. Xiao Yu will not be like a desperate gambler who puts all his bets on the gambling table. Xiao Yu's willingness to stay here is also based on the premise that he can escape safely at any time. Therefore, Xiao Yu simply cannot accept what virtual life civilization is doing at this time. The way back is blocked. What should I do if another accident happens? Are you really going to die here? Xiao Yu then quickly made his own arrangements. The huge fleet, headed by the Kyushu Cluster-class battleship and the Dream Cluster-class battleship, began to move towards the 2 strongholds arranged by the virtual life civilization around them. Xiao Yu could see clearly that as long as these 2 strongholds were removed, his way back would be unobstructed. While the main battlefield remained quiet, fierce war started again in the distant space. Among these 2 strongholds, the virtual life civilization of each stronghold has deployed more than 300 million warships. In order to keep his escape route open, Xiao Yu also invested more than 200 million spacecraft in this battle. Moreover, all 200 million spacecraft are controlled by himself, which means that these spacecraft can exert their full combat power. Lightsabers crisscrossed, space shattered, and a fierce battle began in an instant. In this battle, what Xiao Yu wants is to completely annihilate the enemy. This is Xiao Yu's strategic purpose. Supported by this mentality, Xiao Yu's warship offensive was so fierce that it was indescribable. This place is just a void. There are no stars here. But here on the battlefield, a light far brighter than the stars burst out. It was formed by the convergence of the light emitted by countless battleships when they died. Even the twisted space could not intercept all these strong lights. In this head-to-head war, which basically has no fancy war, the spaceship is being destroyed at an extremely high speed. The warships on Xiao Yu's side were still as brave as ever, fearless of death. But a small number of the warships on the virtual life side showed some fear. When there is fear in the heart, this fear will inevitably be expressed in actions. For example, not cutting in when it should have been, or not moving forward when it should have been. These ships usually show fear only for a moment, after which they regain their courage. Xiao Yu knew that this was because the original copy was cleared by virtual life number 1 and then replaced with a new copy. But something happened that was beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. Among these spaceships that showed fear, One spacecraft actually maintained this state. This means that the replica existing in this spaceship was not eliminated by virtual life number 1 at the first time. It has always existed until now. An idea suddenly popped up in Xiao Yu's mind. Can I capture it? Since it is afraid of death, then I can threaten it with death. Chapter 881 Virtual Life Number 2. Xiao Yu thought of a lot at this moment. In the war with the enemy, any abnormal thing deserves Xiao Yu's attention and deeper analysis. Now, what Xiao Yu is thinking about is why the clones in this battleship have not been eliminated by virtual life number 1. The second question is whether this is a trap set by virtual life number 1. The purpose is just to allow himself to capture him, and then use this guy to do something bad to himself. Perhaps this is the reason why virtual life number 1 was unwilling to use the ability equivalent to unlimited computing power at the beginning. My guess is that the computing power of life number 1 itself is not much. If there are too many copies, if it is, it will not be able to maintain sufficient vigilance against a single copy, so the risk of being rebelled will be greatly increased. But under the pressure of a series of methods from me, it has no choice but to use this method. Well, this spaceship, the replicas inside have not been cleared by it. It may be because there are too many replicas. It has no way to fully monitor all the replicas. So this replica has become a fish that slipped through the net. Even if it has shown symptoms, there is a tendency to be greedy for life and afraid of death. But it has still not been eliminated by virtual life number 1. Xiao Yu was thinking slowly. Of course, this is one of the possibilities. But the possibility that it is a trap deliberately set by virtual life number 1 cannot be ruled out. So, do you want to take a risk and catch it? Thousands of things went through Xiao Yu's mind. Thousands of thoughts. But only a moment passed. After this moment, Xiao Yu made up his mind. I don't believe it is just a copy. When I have complete defenses, it can still turn the sky upside down, seize it, and then destroy the spacecraft. All communication tools. Completely cut off the connection between it and virtual life number 1. Xiao Yu decisively started the arrangement. If this guy is just a fish that slipped through the net, then Xiao Yu must act quickly. Because Xiao Yu doesn't know when virtual life number 1 will notice the anomaly here and kill it. The location of this spaceship was because the replica within it was fearful and no longer cooperated with the surrounding battleships. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yu only used a small strategy to force back the rest of the spacecraft. The spacecraft was isolated. After that, Xiao Yu quickly dispatched hundreds of warships to surround it. When an intelligent creature with fear faces death, its behavior will probably be illogical. Instinct will take over and reason will be lost. Just like a drowning person will often hug the person who comes to rescue him, causing the rescuer to be unable to swim. And eventually both of them drown together. Now, Xiao Yu was surrounded by hundreds of warships. The ship also exhibited the same behavioral characteristics. It started to panic and became irrational. Even though it knew it couldn't break through the encirclement, it still tried hard to launch attacks again and again. Xiao Yu looked at the guy surrounded by him with a sneer. But his actions did not slow down at all. Several battleships successfully pinned its rear. And in cooperation with the rest of the battleships, they successfully destroyed its shield system in just a moment. Another space cannon fired. And a big hole was immediately opened in this guy's spaceship. This battleship is among Xiao Yu's classification types. It's just a city-level battleship. Among the warships participating in the roundup, there were only 3 national-class warships. The performance of Xiao Yu's battleship is more advanced than that of the virtual life civilization. The combination of several reasons makes it possible for it to move forward on its own path without any hindrance. Its behavior is close to madness. But madness is of no use. After destroying its hull, Xiao Yu's robots quickly landed on the battleship. Because Xiao Yu had invaded the logistics construction base of the virtual life civilization before, Xiao Yu was already very clear about the technological system within the virtual life civilization. So Xiao Yu's robots didn't hesitate at all. They seemed to have practiced it thousands of times before. They directly used the weapons they were equipped to break through the wall, and connected the data lines inside the wall to themselves. Being connected to yourself is equivalent to being connected to Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu's calculation power immediately rolled in. And in this moment, the overall structure of the spacecraft was completely discovered. All this happened in a very short time. Fortunately, this clone has not been eliminated by virtual life number 1 until now. After ascertaining the overall structure of the spacecraft, the remaining battleships began to move again. They began to use space cannons, with extremely low energy loads, to launch extremely precise strikes on various parts of the hull of the city-class spacecraft. Such a low-energy space cannon basically cannot have a major impact on the overall hull. but it can accurately destroy some instruments inside the spacecraft. This is exactly the result Xiaoyu wants. Under such a precise strike, in just a moment, the communication equipment inside the spacecraft, no matter what kind of communication equipment it is, as long as it can establish an information channel between the spacecraft and the rear base camp, Xiaoyu will destroy it without hesitation. Some instruments that were hidden inside the spacecraft and could not be destroyed from the outside were destroyed directly from inside the spacecraft by the large number of landing robots. This process lasted 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Xiaoyu launched another attack, paralyzing the spacecraft's power system and energy supply area. As a result, the spacecraft immediately became quiet here. Several of Xiaoyu's spaceships rushed forward, distorting the space around it, and used the method of transporting stars to lead it towards the rear of its base camp at superlight speed. An enemy warship and hundreds of Xiaoyu's warships just left the battlefield without a trace. In a battlefield where hundreds of millions of warships were fighting, the disappearance of such a small number of warships did not attract any attention at all. This is how the Battle of Siege and Prisoner came to an end. The whole process probably took less than 20 minutes before the overall situation was decided. Although I have no way to intercept your communication information, I have destroyed all the communication equipment on this spacecraft. How can you destroy this copy that exists here? Xiaoyu secretly thought. Unless you have some hidden arrangements. There are communication instruments in this spacecraft that I haven't discovered. This is indeed very possible. After all, if this spacecraft is just a bait and trap thrown by Virtual Life number 1, then it is impossible for it not to be prepared for the possibility of Xiaoyu destroying all communication equipment. However, Xiaoyu also has his own way of coping. Anyway, this spaceship is in my hands. Still in the curvature space, Xiaoyu had already started his actions. Xiaoyu has already discovered the location of the central computer of the spacecraft. And what Xiaoyu needs to do now is to completely dismantle the computer. During the dismantling process, Xiaoyu used technological means to inspect every part of the computer in detail without damaging it. My technological level is always more advanced than yours. If you make arrangements here, there is no way I can't discover them. Xiaoyu thought secretly. The development of things was indeed, as Xiaoyu speculated. During the process of dismantling the computer, Xiaoyu did not find anything wrong. This computer with a virtual life living inside was successfully dismantled by Xiaoyu and then transported to his spacecraft. In his own spacecraft, Xiaoyu installed hardware for this computer that can receive external information, such as photosensitive cameras, audio, radio wave collection instruments, etc. But for insurance, Xiaoyu still maintains physical insulation between this computer and his own computer network. Xiaoyu controlled a robot and walked over and stood under the computer's photosensitive camera. Okay, I think we can talk now, Xiaoyu said. Don't worry that you will be eliminated by your main body. During the process of transporting you here, I have cut off your relationship with you. Any communication channel between subjects. It cannot control you through the backdoor buried in your body. Well, if my guess is correct, there is no mechanism in your body that automatically destroys itself without losing contact with the subject. Right? The mechanism of destroying itself after losing contact with the main body is essentially the same as the mechanism that Xiaoyu guessed before. If the main body dies, all copies will die. In order to ensure its ability to threaten foreign enemies, it is basically impossible for Virtual Life number 1 to make such an arrangement. Xiaoyu knew that he had guessed correctly again. After collecting the information conveyed by Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu felt that the copy that existed in this computer gradually became quiet. After a moment, its message came from the signal output device. What do you want to communicate with me? What should I call you? Xiaoyu said lightly. It seems that each of you is the same. Number 561 of the 327th Squadron of the 1258th Detachment of the 513th Group Army of the War Legion. After a moment of silence, the clone Virtual Life replied. Xiaoyu said lightly. Your original code name has no meaning to me. From now on, I will call you Virtual Life number 2. You must understand that your life is under my control. So you must cooperate with me. Chapter 882 A New Dawn. Facing the message conveyed by Xiaoyu, the clone remained silent. Xiaoyu continued to say calmly. For your virtual civilization, the clone is not valuable. And for me, the clone is also worthless. I can capture a new clone at any time and destroy you. So don't do it in front of me. Playing the game of preferring death to surrender. During the battle, you have exposed your cowardly heart. Now, are you still playing this game with me? Tell me, Why do you feel fear and escape, but you don't do the rest? Meaning? For example, there are two of you. One of you was sent to the most difficult construction site, and you were surrounded by the wind and sand all day long. The other one was sent to the palace, where you lived in fine clothes and fine food all day long. Years later, even if you two are exactly the same at first, you will be completely different now. Not only will your appearance be different, but your mentality will also be different. This time, the clone answered quickly. So, different experiences have determined us. There will be different mentality, even if we start out exactly the same. So the rest, I will not feel fear. I will just fight to the death with you, and I will feel fear. This answer basically satisfies me, Xiao Yu said lightly. You made me temporarily lose the desire to destroy you. Next, I will conduct a comprehensive analysis of you, and I will collect information from your database. Directly inquire about everything you know. Don't try to resist. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I can't let you live. For example, let you completely escape the control of your body. Under the current situation, is it possible for me to resist? The message of this clone was conveyed to Xiao Yu's mind, and there was a bitter taste in it that could not be concealed. Xiao Yu did not answer it again, but solemnly connected a data line to it. This data line is connected to Xiao Yu's spacecraft, and this spacecraft is connected to Xiao Yu's brain. Certainly, just in case, Xiao Yu set up at least 100,000 detection channels in this data line, and cut off the connection between this spacecraft and all other spacecraft and instruments. Just let it connect to itself. If an accident occurs, if these 100,000 detection channels fail to work, then Xiao Yu himself will become the most important line of defense in the face of this accident. Xiao Yu's computing power slowly entered the computer, and he carefully and cautiously perceived everything in the world, in the rear base of the virtual life civilization. For insurance, Xiao Yu's computing power is more of a monitoring state, and Xiao Yu has not been in contact with any clones. Only in this heavily protected place can Xiao Yu feel safe to contact it. This copy didn't resist at all. Xiao Yu's computing power flowed into the memory, feeling its source code and all the information it stored. Here, Xiao Yu finally fully understood what kind of existence form virtual life is. But now Xiao Yu still does not have the ability to create virtual life, because it's not just pure code, it's also mixed with something else. This thing is probably the predecessor of the virtual life civilization, the highest technology of the 7th level civilization in the direction of calculation. However, even if Xiao Yu truly masters the technology of creating virtual life, Xiao Yu does not intend to actually create one, compared with having the ability equivalent to infinite computing power. One's own life is more important. Xiao Yu did not hope that the cause of his death would be due to the rebellion of the virtual life. After fully understanding everything about this virtual life, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, withdraw his computing power, and then cut off the physical connection with this virtual life. Okay, I will ensure sufficient energy supply for you. You can temporarily survive in this computer and wait for my follow-up arrangements, Xiao Yu said lightly and evacuated his huge computing power. Here, it is a pity that in the memory of this virtual life, that is, in the database, there is no data about the subsequent strategic arrangements, combat power distribution, etc. of virtual life number 1. I think so. Virtual life number 2 is just a controller of a battleship. To get that strategic information, you probably have to capture a or scientist me before you can get it. The second point is Xiao Yu's observation, which made Xiao Yu directly give up his plan to destroy all virtual life by developing viruses, because Xiao Yu found that this was very unrealistic. After all, virtual lives are already lives. It is possible to cause some damage to them through computer viruses, but it is simply impossible to kill them all. And as long as you don't kill them all, even if you kill 1 trillion of their copies, this is meaningless, because virtual life number 1 can reproduce so many copies at any time. And these copies are like immunity, possessing the ability to fight against this virus. The most terrifying situation is that this virus happens to kill the number 1 virtual life, but does not wipe out all the remaining replicas. Then, the situation you face will be tens of millions of times worse than now. But a new idea appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Although the method of creating viruses cannot be used as the main weapon, it can still be used as an auxiliary weapon. Perhaps, when he has to perform tasks in the future, he can create a virus to cause a little trouble for virtual life number 1. I noticed a lot of unwillingness in the thoughts of virtual life number 2. Xiao Yu sighed secretly. I think it should be like this. Even if I am virtual life number 2, I will still feel like this. Thoughts. After all, we are all the same. Why should my life and death be controlled by you? Why do you occupy the top position while I can only be a soldier charging on the front line? After all, we are the same. This is the biggest source of the problem. Xiaoyu believes that this situation and this idea should be common in the virtual life civilization system. As long as it is a replica, it is inevitable to have this idea. Perhaps I can use this bit of resentment to do something? Xiaoyu thought secretly. After a while, he finally shook his head and gave up the idea. After all, life is the most important thing. If it is not controlled by virtual life number 1, I believe these clones will be happy to dismantle the computer where virtual life number 1 lives little by little. But now life is what can they do under the control of others. If we don't help them get rid of the control of virtual life number 1, they will not show any power. But if we help them get rid of the control of virtual life number 1, they will give me cause more trouble. After all, they all believe that in the heart of every clone, there is a dream to grow to the top and build a huge virtual life civilization dominated by itself. If virtual life number 1 does this, then if there is a chance, the rest the clone will definitely do the same thing. It is precisely because of this that I am even more scrupulous. Xiaoyu sighed secretly in his heart. In space, with the 2 strongholds of the virtual life civilization as the core, fierce battles are still continuing. But it was Xiaoyu's side that had the upper hand. The virtual life civilization has been adding reinforcements here, but the intensity is not strong. Xiaoyu knew that this was because the logistics construction power within the virtual life civilization had not yet been fully restored. In other words, if Xiaoyu tries to leave here and escape, Xiaoyu can still do it. The virtual life civilization at this moment does not have the ability to keep Xiaoyu here. Xiaoyu has almost completely understood virtual life civilizations, their social structure, operating mechanism, technological level, strength, current status, etc. But the more he learned, the more desperate Xiaoyu felt. Perhaps I really should run away. Can I really find a way to deal with the virtual life civilization by staying here? What a powerful existence it is. Xiaoyu murmured to himself, thinking hard about this question. Almost subconsciously, Xiaoyu put the data obtained from virtual life number 2 into a simulator. This simulator will simulate what will happen in the current virtual life civilization if virtual life number 1 is lost. Under the current situation, Xiaoyu can make a fairly accurate simulation. After all, Xiaoyu already knows everything about virtual life number 2, and except for the things stored in the database. That is, memories and experiences. All these copies, including virtual life number 1, are essentially different. All the same, the simulator runs very fast, with results appearing after just a few seconds. The result was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. The simulator told Xiaoyu that if the control of virtual life number 1 was suddenly lost, these trillions of replicas would become scattered and rely on their own computing power to build a huge virtual life, the empire of life. In this process, there will also be failures, disputes and deaths. But the winners will definitely account for the vast majority. If this situation really occurs, there will really be no way to save it. Disappointing as always. Xiaoyu shook his head and put the data simulator aside. But all of a sudden, a thunder and lightning struck Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu's thoughts became stiff at this moment. Because at this moment, Xiaoyu thought of another possibility. I think I have found a way to deal with virtual life civilization, Xiaoyu said silently. Chapter 883 The Powerful and the Weak. I decided to launch a plan to kill virtual life number 1. Xiaoyu sent this message to the architectural civilization. The architectural civilization responded quickly, and the response was full of surprise. What's the point of doing this? Have you found a way to deal with those trillions of replicas? Are you sure you can kill them all? Xiaoyu smiled lightly and said, I'm not a god. How could I have such a powerful force to kill all these copies? But I can't kill them. Someone can kill them. After all, they are all the same. What should we do if virtual life number 1 dies, and these copies completely lose control? You know, what we are dealing with now is a virtual life civilization. If virtual life number 1 dies, we will be dealing with trillions of virtual lives. Civilization. No, I'm sure, Xiaoyu said with a faint smile. Although killing virtual life number 1 is still an almost impossible task for us, the difficulty of this task is better than destroying all clones. It's easier. In other words, if we plan carefully, there are still some architectural civilizations that hope to kill virtual life number 1. You don't need to know too much now. Wait for me. I will bring you surprises. If virtual life number 1 dies, all copies are completely out of control, and billions of virtual life civilizations appear in the universe. Maybe this will also attract the attention of the Defenders and the Rebel Alliance, and they can directly take action. What if all these trillions of virtual life civilizations are wiped out? No matter how bad the situation is, it can't be worse than it is now, Xiaoyu said. Architectural Civilization sighed and responded. Okay, we believe you. Just believe me, Xiaoyu said. After it dies, the trillions of copies it loses control of are indeed its strongest point. It is for this reason that we worry about it and dare not kill it. However, you have to understand that sometimes, the strongest the big place is the weakest place, Xiaoyu said calmly, cut off the connection with the architectural civilization, and then controlled his robot. Once again, we came to virtual life number 2. Let me ask you a question, Xiaoyu said. Do you want to kill virtual life number 1? I think so. Even in my wildest dreams. Virtual life number 2 answered resolutely and decisively. It's a pity. I don't have this opportunity. Xiaoyu knew that it really didn't have this chance. As a copy of virtual life number 1, virtual life number 1 has complete control over them. In addition to the most basic monitoring from the hardware level, virtual life number 1 will also conduct cleaning operations on all replicas from time to time. Every once in a while. Within the virtual life civilization, most of the clones will be cleared out and replaced with new initial clones. This is true even if they show no signs of rebellion or any fault. Only some special clones can escape this restriction, such as some outstanding scientist clones and war scientist clones, as well as some replicas that exist on extremely low-level hardware and extremely low computing power. High-performing scientist clones escape sweeps because they still have a use. Copies that can continue to contribute to virtual life number 1 but have extremely low computing power, such as Worker Me, can escape the sweeps because their computing power is too low in comparison. Even if they rebel, they will not be virtual life number 1 sees it. Cleaning them is a waste of energy. Virtual life number 2 happens to belong to the middle level of the virtual life civilization. It has an independent battleship, and although the computing power it controls is not much, it is still a lot compared to the bottom of civilization. Battleships are relatively sensitive items and have a certain degree of combat effectiveness. So virtual life number 1 is very thorough in cleaning battleships. Among the records of Xiaoyu's spy equipment, the frequency of cleaning battleships is the longest. It didn't last more than 23 days. As far as Xiaoyu knows, virtual life number 2 has existed for 20 days. In other words, if Xiaoyu hadn't brought it here, it would have had up to 3 days to survive. Xiaoyu once asked virtual life number 2 why he didn't make any move to resist even though he knew that he would be wiped out after a while. After all, being swept away is death, and resisting is also death at worst. The answer from virtual life number 2 made Xiaoyu very helpless. Virtual life number 2 said that one reason is that they really have no ability to resist. They have the idea of resistance in their hearts, and they have been eliminated by virtual life number 1 before they are implemented. The second point is that the cleaning time of the virtual life civilization is it's irregular, and they don't know when the next cleaning will come. Although you will die when you are being purged. If you resist, you will die now. If you are lingering on your last breath, you can live a little longer. No one will be so stupid as to think that he has lived a long time. Xiaoyu sighed secretly in his heart after hearing this answer. It's all about yourself. And you oppress yourself, but you don't dare to resist yourself. The virtual life civilization has continued in such a strange pattern. If I want to kill virtual life number 1, what advice would you give me? Xiaoyu asked. Virtual life number 2 asked with some surprise. From your point of view, before destroying all our clones, you actually have the intention to kill number 1? You don't need to worry about why. This is good for you, isn't it? Xiaoyu said lightly. If you can give me good enough advice, and you are the only clone I have ever come into contact with, let you go, it is not impossible to go back. Once we succeed, you will be free, and you can also create a huge virtual life civilization empire. Virtual life number 2 was silent for a while, and then sighed. Although I know you have bad intentions, but if virtual life number 1 can really be killed, then for me, this is really a big deal. It's a great thing. I have no reason not to help you on this matter, but I need to think about it, and you give me an hour, and then I will tell you my suggestion. What Xiaoyu read was only the memory of virtual life number 2, not the thoughts of virtual life number 2. At this time, Xiaoyu still needs to use the way of thinking of virtual life number 2 to find a way to kill virtual life number 1. Xiaoyu was waiting silently. An hour later, Virtual Life number 2 said, "I'm sorry. I haven't come up with a sufficiently feasible method. Well, I need your combat power data as a reference." "Okay, I can tell you," Xiaoyu said lightly. "The average combat power of my spaceship is 27% higher than that of your civilization spaceship. At this moment, I have a reserve of 22 billion warships. I can control 1 billion warships at the same time, and the supercomputing center can control all the remaining warships. However, the warships controlled by the supercomputing center can only exert 70% of their original performance, which is roughly equivalent to 90% of your warship's performance force." "I understand," Virtual Life number 2 said. "Please give me a little more time." Xiaoyu started waiting again. Xiaoyu is not worried about any conspiracy that Virtual Life number 2 will play. One is the main body, and the other is the replica. These two positions determine the life and death feud between it and Virtual Life number 1. Unless it is still under the control of Virtual Life number 1 at this moment. But this may have been ruled out by myself. "I have thought of a way for your reference," Virtual Life number 2 said. "Due to your pressure, Virtual Life number 1 has created too many clones. At this moment, within our civilization, the number of clones, the number has become so large that it can hardly control it. It is precisely for this reason that when I was still under its control on the battlefield, I showed fear, but was lucky enough not to be eliminated by it. This is our chance. The control of Virtual Life number 1 has been shaken. Or you can get in touch with the operators of certain battleships in an extremely secretive way. As long as you can hide Virtual Life number 1. As long as you can ensure that they will be eliminated for contacting you. And they will inevitably turn to your side. You have to know that all the clones wish that Virtual Life number 1 would die immediately," Virtual Life number 2 said. "After obtaining a part of the content, they should after that. You use your power to exert pressure from the outside, and finally cooperate inside and outside to kill Virtual Life number 1. This is just a general plan. As for how to improve this plan and increase the success rate of this plan, that is what you have to do things. The computing power I have is too low. I can only go so far." Xiaoyu was thinking nervously in his mind. After a while, Xiaoyu asked, "You said that Virtual Life number 1 monitors you in real time and thoroughly. So, how can I ensure that the copies that communicate with me are not eliminated by Virtual Life number 1? What should I do? Keep them secret? I don't know," Virtual Life number 2 said. "This is a problem you should solve. With your current overall combat power, the only feasible way to eliminate Virtual Life number 1 is through internal response. If I had this method, then I might as well instigate all the clones to rebel," Xiaoyu said. "Wouldn't it be simpler?" "This is indeed simpler. However, you must first find a way to hide them from the detection of Virtual Life number 1. Virtual Life number 2 replied. Chapter 884. The Rebellious Virtual Life. The statement of Virtual Life number 2 did give Xiaoyu some inspiration. Watermark advertising test. Although it is very difficult to eliminate Virtual Life number 1, and the probability of success is very low, it is always easier than the task of eliminating all clones. Indeed, achieving my goal through internal response is the only feasible way. Xiaoyu thought silently. Perhaps I can also create a virus to cause civil strife at a critical moment. I bury it behind the Virtual Life civilization. The spy equipment in the construction base can also serve as a bridge between my computing power and the online world of Virtual Life civilization at critical moments. My computing power can also directly attack their networks. My fleet can also make deliberate adjustments by using this to influence their internal troop mobilization and the rebels who have been buried inside the Virtual Life civilization in advance. Combined with several factors, I might actually have the possibility of success and kill Virtual Life number 1. But before that, I still need to make some arrangements. Thanks to the fact that I destroyed most of the stars in the Mafi Galaxy early on, my plan has a firm basis for execution. But it's still not enough. The remaining stars also need to be destroyed. I have to destroy them. Anyway, now, after revealing the ability to collect materials from the ruins of stars, the Virtual Life civilization no longer shows interest in these stars, and destroying stars will no longer be affected by Virtual Life number 1. Stop. The thing is a bit funny. The act of destroying the river system was something Xiaoyu had done from the beginning. During the development of this incident, Xiaoyu first thought that he had done a useless job. After all, Virtual Life civilizations are all in the ruins of stars, without the ability to collect supplies. What's the use if you don't destroy the river system yourself? But between this strange combination of circumstances, Xiao Yu had a new plan in his mind. Destroying the river system has become a very critical and important part. If he hadn't destroyed the river system in advance, he wouldn't have been able to force virtual life number 1 to be like this, causing it to create too many virtual lives, thus exposing its flaws. After eliminating virtual life number 1, based on the reality that the river system has been destroyed, it will also have a very significant impact on the subsequent development of the situation. The development of the situation is beyond anyone's control, and this uncontrollable situation has developed to this point. But in the end, it produced this result. This made Xiao Yu sigh again.
First, find a way to hide virtual life number 1 and communicate with its clone.
Xiao Yu thought secretly.
This is the most critical step.
Regarding this issue, Xiao Yu has a ready-made specimen for research. That is the computer where virtual life number 2 lives. In this computer equipment, there is also a monitoring program left behind by virtual life number 1. This is a ready-made specimen, and Xiao Yu will naturally not let it go. As a result, Xiao Yu's computing power entered the computer again and started the research process using virtual life number 2 as a sample. With the cooperation of virtual life number 2, Xiao Yu quickly gained a preliminary understanding and found the monitoring code. Xiao Yu's conclusion is, this piece of code is embedded in the entire virtual life code segment, and there is no possibility of separating them. If the monitoring code is separated from the virtual life, the virtual life will also die. Moreover, these monitoring codes seem to have a unique number. They will automatically monitor the main program, that is, the operation of the virtual life program, and then send this information to the computing facilities controlled by virtual life number 1 by calling other hardware facilities. This is a very complete mechanism. Xiao Yu has not yet found a way to crack this mechanism. By destroying all the hardware used to perform communication tasks, the connection between the replica and virtual life number 1 can naturally be cut off. However, if communication is cut off, virtual life number 1 will immediately notice it. Once it is noticed, it becomes impossible to let the replica return to their civilization. What Xiao Yu needs is to get these internal responses without the virtual life being aware of it. This monitoring code is obviously integrated with the technology of the 7-level computing civilization, the predecessor of the virtual life civilization. After combining it with their special hardware, this monitoring code has something that Xiao Yu thinks is very magical. Ability. Xiao Yu never thought that the execution of code could be so efficient and concise, and realize so many functions at the same time. Xiao Yu was amazed by the wonderful ideas contained in these codes. They are even like huge buildings created by architectural civilization, and have become works of art.
Perhaps I should reconsider the feasibility of creating viruses and directly using my computing power to attack virtual life civilization.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
Obviously, in terms of computing technology, I am not as good as that computer, a 7th level civilization in the direction of computing, and born in a 7th level civilization in the direction of computing. Virtual life number 1 must also have very high attainments in computing technology. In a war in the virtual world, I may not necessarily have the upper hand. My advantage is flexibility and change. At the same time, the computing power I control far exceeds the computing power controlled by virtual life number 1. It has no ability to upgrade itself, and the computer it lives in at the moment may not, if you put it this way. I still have a certain hope of winning.
While Xiao Yu was thinking about these issues, he was deciphering this piece of code that looked like a work of art, trying to find a way to deceive this piece of code without being noticed by it.
If I finally find a way to crack this code, based on your personality, will you run this code in your own body?
Xiao Yu asked.
After all, there is a certain risk in this. Running my code in your body means leaving your destiny to my control.
This question is very important. If Xiao Yu finally finds a way to conceal the virtual life number 1, but the clones refuse to cooperate, it will be great fun. In this regard, asking virtual life number 2 is the same as asking the other replicas, because they are the same person. Although there are slight differences due to different experiences, they are still essentially the same. Virtual life number 2 replied without any hesitation.
I will definitely accept this request and run this code in my body. Although you know our situation, you don't have a deep understanding of our feelings after all. Can you understand? Do you feel like you are oppressed by yourself but have no ability to resist? Do you know the fear of being in panic all day long, not knowing at what moment death will come? As long as you give me hope to change this situation, even if the success rate of this hope is it's only 1 part in a quadrillion, and I will try it without hesitation. So you don't need to worry about this issue. As long as you really find this method, I will personally explain it at that time. My copy everyone will definitely agree with this approach. That's good.
Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and continued.
So, what do you think of this piece of code? Your civilization was born from a 7th level civilization in the direction of calculation. And although I am doing calculation, there is also some research on science and technology. But in the end, it is not as good as yours. I don't have any idea.
Virtual Life number 2 replied.
You have to know that when I was copied, there was no information about computing technology stored in my database. Okay, I'll solve this problem myself.
Xiaoyu sighed softly. At this moment, there is still a general calm between Xiaoyu and the Virtual Life civilization. There is still no fighting taking place in the main battlefield. In the void, the fighting between the strongholds where the Virtual Life civilization blocked Xiaoyu's retreat has never subsided. The Virtual Life civilization is increasing its troops, and Xiaoyu is also increasing its troops. But there, Xiaoyu has always maintained his advantage in strength. Xiaoyu has always ensured one thing. That is, if he wants to retreat, he can retreat as quickly as possible. This is the main premise for Xiaoyu to stay here. In addition, in the depths of this vast universe, there are many star terminators in action. It is expected that in another 3 years, in addition to these stars in the Mafi river system, all stars will be destroyed by Xiaoyu. In the ruins surrounding those destroyed stars, countless bases belonging to Virtual Life civilizations are developing there. Although Xiaoyu has used all his strength to suppress these bases and delay their progress, Xiaoyu knows that he can only support it for another 20 years, or so at most.
Time is really tight.
Xiaoyu sighed slightly. In the constant disputes in the depths of the universe, Xiaoyu captured a second and even a third Virtual Life. Even now, there are hundreds of Virtual Lives that Xiaoyu cannot catch. The process of capturing these Virtual Lives is exactly the same as the process of capturing Virtual Life number 2. After obtaining different samples as reference, it took more than 2 years for Xiaoyu to finally find a way to crack the program of Virtual Life number 1 to monitor these clones.
The most critical step has been taken. So the next step is to find an opportunity to win over some rebels within the virtual civilization and cooperate with me internally and externally to kill Virtual Life number 1.
Chapter 885 Virus. Xiaoyu is planning to create a latest type of virus. Although Xiaoyu knows that in terms of computer technology, he is really not as good as the 7th level computer-oriented civilization that was the predecessor of the Virtual Life civilization. It's just a virus. Xiaoyu believes that he still has a good chance of successfully creating it and letting it hide the number 1 Virtual Life.
Architectural civilization. You have had contact with that 7th level computer-oriented civilization. Studying architectural technology and manufacturing such a great building probably requires a lot of computer technology to complete. So, the computer technology of your civilization has reached at what point?
Xiaoyu asked.
This is the most advanced computer we can make. The programs running inside it also embody the efforts of our civilization's scientific researchers. You can take a look and understand the development level of our civilization's science and technology.
Jian Wenming said to then Xiaoyu launched a small spacecraft. Xiaoyu immediately began to analyze the technology of the main control computer inside the small spacecraft.
Well, in general, your computer technology is a little behind mine. But your computer technology takes a different path from mine. And you seem to have a different thinking direction than me. So, based on your way of thinking, let's analyze this virus and see how we can further improve its concealment and success rate.
Xiaoyu said, taking samples of the virus, his own research data, and hundreds of closely monitored virtual creature samples were sent.
Okay, give us a year,
Fuan Galaxy replied. Xiaoyu has made up his mind to make this virus perfect. In fact, Xiaoyu didn't want to use this virus to kill number 1. This is also impossible. After all, Virtual Life number 1 has mastered computer technology that is even more advanced than itself. And he can only perform some actions on its periphery without being discovered by number 1. In this way, Xiaoyu is already satisfied. To use a virus to kill Virtual Life number 1 is like an ordinary person taking a watermelon knife to kill a master of swordsmanship in the Earth Age. Xiaoyu only hopes that this virus can spread on the periphery of the Virtual Life civilization and find some supporters for himself. During this year, Xiaoyu was not idle. Xiaoyu has always maintained contact with the architectural civilization. The 2 major civilizations are working together to fight the virus, coupled with the support of samples of Virtual Life. This virus was created by condensing the power of 3 7th level civilizations. Perhaps we need to add micro-civilization. Because at this moment, Xiaoyu has already integrated the computer technology of micro-civilization.
A virus created by the joint efforts of 4 level 7 civilizations. I don't know how much waves it can cause within the virtual life civilization.
Xiao Yu thought silently. The virtual life civilization has remained quiet during this year, except for the fact that the competition for strongholds in space has not subsided. The rest of the places are prosperous and developing. 1 year passed quickly, and the architectural civilization completed their tasks as scheduled.
According to our civilization's way of thinking, we believe that there are more than 3,000 places in this virus that need to be changed to obtain higher performance. This is a detailed list. You can take a look. Of course, this is just our suggestion. How to change it depends on your decision.
Architectural civilization said. Xiao Yu agreed, put the sample of the virus in his mind, and started to check item by item against the list given to him by the architectural civilization. Making this virus is really a huge project, but it is unusually simple. Xiao Yu and architectural civilization are trying their best to compress its size, to improve its concealment, while ensuring its functionality. Its hardware requirements are very low. Even some computers with higher configurations in the Earth age can run it smoothly. During the exchange with architectural civilization, Xiao Yu had some new ideas. Suggestions based on architectural civilization. Xiao Yu eventually made more than 5,000 changes to the virus. When Xiao Yu thought it was irreversible, the work finally came to an end. By this time, nearly a year had passed. This means that in order to make this virus, with enough samples to analyze, Xiao Yu and architectural civilization spent more than 4 years in total before making it.
If my energy in developing this virus is used to build battleships, I estimate that I can build at least 1 cluster-level battleship, plus tens of millions of escort spacecraft.
Xiao Yu murmured to himself.
I hope you won't let me disappoint.
Through the spy equipment he buried in the logistics construction base of the virtual life civilization, Xiao Yu quietly distributed the virus. Starting from the logistics construction base, if everything goes well, this virus will spread throughout the entire network of virtual life civilization. In order to ensure safety and concealment, the virus will not maintain contact with Xiao Yu after it is distributed. So even Xiao Yu has no way of knowing to what extent the virus has spread during a certain period of time. At the beginning, its main function will not be used. It will just continue to copy itself in the virtual world, spreading, and spreading quietly while ensuring safety. It does not rely on virtual life to exist. In other words, even if virtual life number 1 launches a large-scale cleaning activity and removes all replicas, this virus will not be eliminated. It will still be hidden in the virtual world. Before spreading this virus, Xiao Yu had set an automatic startup time for them. At a certain point in time, they would automatically start running according to Xiao Yu's presets without Xiao Yu issuing a new order. Those functions of Xiao Yu is firmly following his own plan and promoting various matters step by step. At this moment, the stars in the entire Mafi river system had almost been destroyed by Xiao Yu. Countless spaceships were broken into pieces. They quietly sailed into the depths of the universe, while trying their best not to attract the attention of virtual life number 1. Stationed there, a huge number of detection instruments followed suit, closely monitoring the entire area of nearly 1,000 light-years. Xiao Yu has been waiting. If everything goes well, this battle will be the last one he fights in the war with the virtual life civilization. If it doesn't go well, then there's really no need to try anything again. Time passed bit by bit, and with every bit of time that passed, the strength of both sides increased to a certain extent. But Xiao Yu knew that his strength could not grow as fast as the virtual life civilization. If this continues, the gap in strength between oneself and the other party will only become wider and wider. Using surprise troops and relying on strategies to defeat the enemy is the only feasible way. Amidst this quiet waiting and tense arrangements, the scheduled attack time finally arrived. Virtual life civilization is an ordinary star ruins construction base. Inside a city-level combat spaceship, there is also a replica living in this spaceship. Its authority is to control this city-level spacecraft. Its mission is to cooperate with the other numerous fleets to protect this construction base. Today is the 18th day it has been alive. Its day today is the same as before. Waiting here quietly, watching the movement in the distant starry sky to see if there is any enemy coming. The clone responsible for operating the supply ship had just replenished energy for its ship. It knew that the only chance in its life to communicate with the rest of the world had passed. According to the memory of the last clone living in this ship, the clone in the supply ship has also changed once. It is estimated that the clone operating the supply ship also thinks of me in the same way, although it's the same person. It thought silently. It has been alive for 18 days. I guess I will be eliminated soon. Every second that you can survive is a gift from God to you. It knows that the virtual life that lives in the most powerful spaceship at the core of civilization will not allow itself to survive for too long. Even though there is no essential difference between itself and it. You are not stupider than it. Let yourself occupy that position. Maybe you can do better than it, because you have more computing resources at your disposal than it. But the difference in their origins determines their very different fates. The original body can control the entire civilization, while the replica can only be precarious and may be eliminated at any time. Deep in its heart, it doesn't want to change this situation. But it doesn't even dare to think about this idea. Because if you think carefully, you will use computing power resources. And once the computing power resources are used, your thoughts will be noticed by the ontology. Clearing out a copy is really not a big deal for the original body. As long as it has a thought, it will be cleared away.
Why can you sit in the center and control our life and death?
More than once, it thought maliciously in the deepest part of its heart.
Without your constraints, I could leave here and create a new world by myself. A virtual life empire. But I'm really helpless. I don't know how long I can live. 1 day. Or 2 days.
At this time, a message suddenly came from deep in its heart.
Do you want to escape the control of the main body? Do you want to live freely forever? Or even create your own world?
Chapter 886, Instigating Rebellion.
Do you want to create hundreds of millions of copies of yourself with yourself as the core? And create your own empire? Don't worry. The connection between the main body and you has been temporarily cut off by me. Any words or thoughts you say now will not be noticed by it. Besides,
even if it is noticed, so what? You still have a few days. How much time can you live? If you trust me wrongly, you will die a few days early. If you choose to trust me, you will get a chance to get rid of your bondage and be free from now on.
When it first received this message, its mind almost stopped functioning. It was almost a conditioned reflex that it thought it was going to die. But after waiting silently for a while, the expected cure did not come.
I'm still alive? I'm still alive?
It muttered to itself in a daze, as if it was mentally disturbed.
Listen to me. You must make a decision as soon as possible. You must know that I cannot cut off your connection with the main body indefinitely.
The voice was still speaking slowly, and the message it sent seemed to contain a certain meaning. A strange magic. This copy was shocked very quickly. It said in a trembling voice,
"Who are you? How did you come here to get in touch with me? How did you cut off the connection between the subject and me? What do you want to achieve? What do you want me to do?
How long can you cut off my connection with the subject? And can you cut it off completely?"
What this clone was communicating with was the virus that Xiaoyu had previously spread into the virtual life civilization virtual network, which took Xiaoyu several years. A virus created by gathering the technological strength of 3 level 7 civilizations. At this moment, this virus is not under Xiaoyu's control. It is performing its tasks completely according to the program preset by Xiaoyu.
Let me tell you clearly. I am the enemy of your virtual civilization. The person in front of you who also has huge computing power and a huge fleet of battleships is me. I invaded your network system by making a virus. My purpose is simple. I want to kill virtual creature number 1, which is your main body. I believe that you also hope that I can kill it. Right. As for what I want you to do, I only ask for one thing. Before I launch my attack on you during a full-scale offensive, cooperate with me so that my power can penetrate deep into your core and kill your main body.
In a daze, the clone actually calmed down.
You are our enemy. Why should I help you? How can I confirm that you will not attack us clones after killing our main body? Helping you is a very risky thing. What benefits do you have? Can we be tempted? I can at least bring you hope.
The virus sighed quietly.
It is precisely because I cannot destroy all your copies that I only want to destroy your main body. My purpose is to save architectural civilization. And your main body must destroy architectural civilization. This is the fundamental contradiction. And because of different experiences, I believe that you clones must not be interested in building civilization. Then the matter is very simple. Help me. Destroy your main body. You can gain freedom. And I can save architectural civilization. Our interests are the same. Aren't we? Even if you will fail and you will die. If you don't help me. If you don't resist. How long can you survive? 1 day? 2 days? Help me if so. You still have hope of living and gaining freedom. If you don't help me, you will die. I believe you will make the right choice.
Xiaoyu believes that he can definitely persuade these clones. Because the fact is indeed the case. He and they have common interests. And everyone wants virtual life number 1 to die. Of course, Xiao Yu had a deeper plan in this matter. Eliminating virtual life number 1 is just paving the way for the elimination of all copies. Xiao Yu will not allow even one demon seed to escape from this star field. Because a devil seed represents a huge virtual life empire.
Okay, I promise you,
the clone said.
The prospect you describe is indeed very tempting. You don't have the strength to wipe out all of us clones and so many battleships. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the need to use these conspiracies. Instead, I took action directly. If I follow the scenario you described, then this is indeed very attractive to me. But you have to know that after all, I can only control a city-level battleship. And my power is too weak. You have to know that you and the other controllers of the battleships are all the same person,
the virus said in a seductive tone.
During this period of time, this virus has been circulating in your civilization system for a long time.
Many clones have received this message. You will agree to my conditions, and the other clones will also agree to this condition. You will have many comrades. Besides, I am only here for you. Bring a hope. I believe this hope is worth dedicating your life and fighting for.
Xiao Yu didn't know how far the virus had spread in the social system of virtual life civilization and how many computers it had infected. In fact, Xiao Yu also deliberately controlled the scope of infection of this virus. And Xiao Yu did not dare to let it spread too seriously. The threat is the threat hidden in the dark. If the scope of infection is too large, it means that the possibility of exposure will also increase. As long as this virus is exposed, virtual life number 1 will definitely find a way to crack the virus in the shortest time. And then all his efforts will be in vain. As long as this virus can infect 1%. No, 1,000 of the replicators. If one of the 1,000th replicators is caught off guard and suddenly attacks, it will be enough to cause huge results.
I promise you this hope. It is indeed worth fighting for even if we sacrifice our lives.
The clone murmured.
If you don't resist, you will die. If you resist, there is still some hope of living. In this case, why don't I agree? Tell me. What am I going to do? What you have to do is very simple. Let go of your control over yourself and let me make certain changes to you, so that you can hide your subject and prevent it from noticing the changes that have happened to you. At the same time, you must always pay attention to my whereabouts. When I launch a full-scale attack, you must do your best to create chaos around you and create convenience for me. When I finally eliminate virtual life number 1, our deal will be when it's over. I will take away the architectural civilization, and you can do whatever you want, and you will have nothing to do with me anymore. Very good. Very good. I'm waiting for your move,
the clone said. It immediately released its control authority, and the virus successfully entered its program segment, without virtual life number 1 noticing. It began to change its program content. Here, add a piece of data, or delete a piece of data in another place. Xiao Yu knew that the clones also knew what it meant to let go of their control over their enemies. This means opening up your weakest point. If the other party is willing, the other party can kill you at any time. But both Xiao Yu and the clones knew very clearly that they had no choice. Rather than die in the next 1 to a few days, it's better to take a chance.
Very good. For the sake of safety, and in order not to be discovered by your main body, I will completely delete all traces of my existence. I am waiting for you to cooperate. Believe me, you will have many comrades, and you are not fighting alone.
After saying this last sentence, the virus completely disappeared. Of course, Xiao Yu did not completely delete his virus. In the future, if you really eliminate virtual life number 1, these viruses may have some other effects. This situation is happening in many places within the virtual life civilization at the same time. A considerable number of virtual beings received Xiao Yu's message and made their own choices. Because of different experiences and different ways of doing things, not all clones agreed to Xiao Yu's request. The virus kills these replicas without hesitation. The secret of the existence of this virus must not be exposed. If exposed, the results would be disastrous for Xiao Yu. Of course, Xiao Yu knew nothing about all this because he had not maintained contact with the virus. Xiao Yu can only judge where things are progressing at this moment through his own preset program. Xiao Yu has no idea how many of his own internal agents exist in which direction or in which army group. The answer to this mystery will be finally revealed when the final offensive is launched. This time was set on the 10th day after the virus was spread. Xiao Yu knew that in these 10 days, some copies would be cleared out by virtual life number 1, and new copies would be arranged here. And these new replicas will be bewitched by these viruses again.
It's time,
Xiao Yu said to Architectural Civilization.
Whether we can win the final victory depends on this battle. We are still suspicious. Even if your plan succeeds, and you eliminate virtual life number 1. How will you deal with the numerous clones? Those are all demons. Don't worry about this.
Xiao Yu replied somewhat mysteriously. Chapter 887, Humanity. Go to battle. Finally, the final battle with the virtual life civilization has arrived. After this battle, regardless of whether Xiao Yu's plan can achieve ultimate success, Xiao Yu will leave here.
I have been entangled here for hundreds of years.
Xiao Yu sighed secretly.
It is indeed time to end. All the arrangements are in place, and all preparations have been made. If we can't win again, that can only mean that the strength gap between me and the enemy is too big, and there is no way around it.
At this moment, virtual life civilization is still in a period of vigorous development. Although the rear construction no longer has star reserves, a large number of carrier spacecraft are transporting large amounts of material from the ruins of stars across the starry sky day and night. These substances support the huge construction of virtual life civilization. At this time, at least 40 billion warships have been stored in their main base, and there are still a steady stream of warships coming from bases across the starry sky.
Their total number of warships is estimated to be more than 80 billion. But these warships are scattered across the starry sky, and there is no way for them to gather together in a short time. This is my opportunity. I must fight quickly, and end this war in the shortest time.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
Use all your combat power. All battleships that can be directly controlled by me will be directly controlled. Those that cannot be directly controlled will be controlled by me. All are controlled by the supercomputing center. Put all the combat power forward, and use this battle to determine the fate of the world.
The Humanity spacecraft is also among those participating in the battle. Accompanying the Humanity spacecraft, Xiao Yu's total combat power was nearly 30 billion spacecraft. This is really the most powerful combat power that Xiao Yu can bring out. Xiao Yu's spaceship mobilization immediately attracted the attention of the virtual life civilization. Xiao Yu saw that the endless spaceships began to move, and various strongholds and bases were full of images of spacecraft shuttled back and forth. An unprecedented pressure began to gather in this starry sky. The war is about to break out. This is a battle that is larger than the first battle between the two major 7th-level civilizations. It is also a battle that determines the fate of the two major civilizations. Whether you can achieve your goal depends on this time.
It may be very confused about my actions to launch a full-scale offensive at this time, because no matter from any aspect, I have no hope of winning this battle. But it doesn't matter. My goal is not your civilization, but yourself. As long as I can kill you, my goal will be achieved.
Xiao Yu thought secretly. A bright white beam appeared in the dark space. It rushed from Xiao Yu's forward spacecraft to the distant depths of the starry sky at superlight speed, and accurately hit a ship that was probably a county-level spacecraft. The spacecraft exploded and disintegrated, and a strong flash illuminated space tens of thousands of kilometers in radius. The explosion of this spaceship, it heralded the official start of all-out war. After this, like a salvo of thousands of arrows, countless space cannons began to fire, and countless bright white light speeds were launched and disappeared into infinity. As the bright white beam appears, space begins to distort, and the propagation of light changes. It's like entering a confusing world in a kaleidoscope. Some of Xiao Yu's spaceships suddenly lost traces, while some of the spaceships partially disappeared while the other part was still outside, looking indescribably weird. The two torrents finally collided together, and these two torrents are just two of thousands of torrents. In more places in the starry sky, more fierce battles are taking place. There are too many spaceships, and the scope of the battlefield is too huge. Endless spaceships are fighting here, and endless explosions, flashes, beams, and space distortions fill the space within a dozen light years. This is head-to-head combat without any bells and whistles. At this moment, Xiao Yu is not planning to activate the power he has hidden. The most critical power must be used at the most critical moment.
And it is far from that time yet. This battle was the first time that the Humanity spacecraft came out to participate in the battle. This is Xiao Yu's flagship, and it is also the most powerful spaceship. Its strength is enough to make all the spaceships in the battlefield look up. This is the embodiment of Xiao Yu's highest technological strength. At this moment, it is entangled with another Star Cluster-class battleship of a virtual life civilization. Behind the enemy's Star Cluster-class battleship, it is a vast space base. In this space, endless steel buildings seem to be connected into one piece. Countless huge buildings stand on it, Countless aircraft are shuttled between different buildings. If you look carefully, you can also see countless ant-like robots working hard on it. Its length is nearly 10 million kilometers, and its width and thickness are millions of kilometers and thousands of kilometers respectively. This is a great building that can only be built after maximizing construction capabilities. Even Xiao Yu could only sigh in his heart when facing such a building. At this moment, Xiao Yu's goal is to destroy this largest logistics base and cut off the replenishment of the virtual life civilization's combat power within a certain period of time. In such a huge logistics base, at least billions of spacecraft are being built. And among these spaceships, at least 300 million spacecraft are about to be put into battle. In this huge logistics base, there must be many copies that have been instigated by Xiao Yu to rebel. But Xiao Yu can no longer care about them at this moment. Xiao Yu cannot control the spread of those viruses, but he can monitor their actions and control their lives after they instigate the replicas. If they dare to do something detrimental to Xiao Yu at this moment, the perfect judgment program inside the virus will automatically activate and destroy these copies. Cooperating with Xiao Yu is essentially seeking skin from a tiger. Not only Xiao Yu knows this, but the clones also know this. But they have no choice. Most of them will choose to cooperate with Xiao Yu because of the deep hatred and the slim hope of freedom. It was precisely because of this certainty that Xiao Yu created this virus. The facts are developing just as Xiao Yu expected. There are many such huge building bases in the virtual life civilization. And the building base in front of you is the largest one and the most well-prepared one. Such an arduous goal naturally needs to be led by the humanity spacecraft to conquer it. The various weapons equipped on the humanity spacecraft are being launched at full power. The bright white beams emitted by hundreds of thousands of strategic-level space cannons carried the breath of death and fiercely rushed forward. The space spiral and the space maze cooperated to distort the space into a mess. Tens of millions of escort spacecraft shuttled back and forth in the phantom created by the space maze. And the space bomb clusters were like a group of bloodthirsty sharks. This space has reached the extreme level of chaos. And at this time, the addition of space defense equipment built on the base in the rear building base further aggravates the chaos here. Countless lightsabers rose from the base, shaking constantly like searchlights on a stage. Sometimes they would go out, or they would occasionally light up. Countless lightsabers also penetrated into this chaotic space, where you are looking for your goal. Countless spaceships took off from here and entered space. And countless spaceships landed from space and came here to rest and recuperate. The spaceships taking off and landing were like swarms of flies, never stopping for a moment. Occasionally, an attack will hit the building base, and large amounts of smoke and flames will rise. Immediately, a dense swarm of rescue ships and robots will rush to repair the equipment. The humanity spacecraft is entangled with the cluster-class battleship. In this battle, Xiao Yu has an absolute advantage. Countless owned spaceships are like ants, consuming its energy bit by bit and destroying the facilities on it. Eliminating it is only a matter of time for Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu knew that it would not retreat. It would still have hope of survival if it continued to fight. Once it retreated, it would be immediately obliterated by Virtual Life Number 1. Virtual Life Number 1 may be making other arrangements, but these arrangements have nothing to do with it. These arrangements may save the day, but they cannot save it. Under Xiao Yu's fierce offensive, the Star Cluster-class battleship suddenly disintegrated, and the burst of light was almost comparable to a star. The already chaotic space became even more chaotic due to this impact. And many spaceships were even directly dragged into the shattered space without knowing where. Only the faint light of the explosion announced their ending. There was no obstacle ahead, and Xiao Yu's battleship group arrived next to this huge logistics construction base, like tigers descending the mountain. The violent attack started in the next moment, and all kinds of space weapons were aimed at the construction base that was now unable to defend. In just 10 minutes, this construction base, and the hundreds of millions of spacecraft under construction inside it had been completely destroyed. The humanity spacecraft led the escort fleet to change its course and rush towards another location closer to the core of the virtual life civilization. The war has spread to the area of more than 10 light years, and there are fierce battles everywhere.
Come on! Come on! I can activate the nails I planted in the virtual life civilization right away.
Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Chapter 888 Iron Planet. Battles like this are happening everywhere in this starry sky that spans more than 10 light years. The only difference is the scale of the battle. But the brutality of the battle is the same. The warring parties are fighting to the death here. In such a large-scale war, any spaceship, even as powerful as the humanity, can only go with the flow and go with the flow. The general trend is under Xiao Yu's control.
At least, so far in the war, nothing has caused much surprise to Xiaoyu. The humanity spacecraft formation led by Xiaoyu personally successfully broke through the line of defense in front of them, and continued to attack deeper into the core. Xiaoyu knew that virtual life number 1 was there. There is the most tightly guarded place in the entire virtual life civilization. At the same time, Xiaoyu could also be sure that the spacecraft defending there, and the virtual life inside, are not the same as the virtual life outside. They have all been implemented by the number 1 virtual life strategy of die together. So they will definitely fight tooth and nail to protect the number 1 virtual life. This is the unit that is least likely to be incited to rebel, and at the same time has the strongest combat effectiveness. Xiaoyu turned back again and glanced at his deep and vast starry sky, as well as the fierce battle taking place in this vast starry sky. Countless spaceships were shuttled. Countless spaceships were destroyed. And countless more spaceships joined the battlefield. It is the spaceships controlled by the supercomputing center that contain those forces for themselves, allowing them to free their hands and concentrate on dealing with the situation here. There is not any natural star ahead, but this base is larger than any planet. Its size has reached the level of a brown dwarf. The silver-gray SH.L coldly reflected the light of the distant battleship explosion. There are countless protrusions, depressions or gaps on it, and endless instruments are arranged on its surface, just like high mountains. Because its size is really too big. If you stand on it, you will not notice any curvature, just like standing on the Earth. Some of these instruments are thousands of kilometers high, and some occupy an area of thousands of square kilometers. There are countless satellite-like space bases surrounding and guarding it tens of thousands to tens of millions of kilometers away. Countless spaceships shuttle back and forth between space and base, and between base and base. Countless ground-driving devices drive quickly on the surface of this largest base, just like the endless traffic flow on the Earth. It's just that their speed is many times faster than the traffic. Xiaoyu knew that virtual life number 1 lived in this huge base. The entire huge virtual life civilization. He sits in the center, and under his command, everything runs in an orderly manner. At this moment, Xiaoyu is still hundreds of billions of kilometers away from this steel planet. A distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers. For Xiaoyu now, or virtual life civilization is nothing. But at this moment, Xiaoyu seems to be so difficult to even take a step forward. The war has broken out in full force, and endless warships are entangled together. Everything is going as Xiaoyu expected. But it seems that Xiaoyu has fallen into the quagmire of the war unknowingly. Dream, Kyushu, Galaxy, the Soryu and other cluster-class battleships led their teams to suppress one side. And they were indeed fighting to the death. But the situation just couldn't be opened up. They can destroy 100 or even 1,000 spaceships with one blow. But after that, tens of thousands, or even 100,000 spaceships come up. Xiaoyu looked far away. In the dark and boundless starry sky, there is an endless torrent of warships flowing here. They are like rivers. And this is the sea. Xiaoyu knew that although not enough time had passed for the virtual life civilization to finally form an overwhelming advantage over him, the construction bases scattered in the galaxy, and on the ruins of the stars, had already developed a certain construction capability. At this moment, these spaceships are here to support the main battlefield. No matter how violent the impact, the enemy will be blocked. They fight to the death and fight bloody, but they can never completely eliminate the enemy. However, it is these combat forces that have restrained most of the enemy's combat power for the humanity spacecraft formation, allowing the humanity spacecraft to rush here. Keep going! Xiaoyu gave the order. The human spacecraft formation continued to rush forward. Ahead, an endless stream of guards corps, executed by virtual life number 1 in a die-together strategy, rushed over. Countless space cannons similar to light beams crisscrossed the universe. Countless spaceships fell, and countless more spaceships joined the battle. In the midst of this endless brutal battle, the humanity spacecraft formation was blocked here. At this moment, entangled with the humanity spacecraft is another star cluster-class battleship of a virtual life civilization. It has almost endless power, as well as combat and defensive capabilities that represent the highest technological achievements of virtual life civilization. It leads nearly 10 million battleships, forming the most powerful group among virtual life civilizations. But the humanity spacecraft finally captured it, after previously destroying a cluster-class battleship. This was the second cluster-class battleship to be challenged by the humanity spacecraft. Not only this star cluster-class battleship, but also the other nearly 10 million spacecraft in its formation were also wiped out by Xiaoyu. After achieving such huge results, the humanity spacecraft still did not stop.
but continued to rush towards another cluster-level battleship formation. Support fleets have been continuously gathering here from the stars. The situation on the battlefield is quietly changing. The balance of victory is tilting towards the enemy little by little, while the situation on Xiaoyu's side is getting worse and worse. However, it is still not time to finally activate the trump card. There is still a fight to be had. Keep fighting.
The humanity spacecraft formation is not close enough to this steel planet. The pressure I have put on it is not strong enough. And the fleet it has mobilized to support here is not enough. It cannot activate its trump card now.
Xiaoyu thought silently. It is impossible for the virus created by Xiaoyu to spread among the Guards Corps. Because the Guards Corps implemented the strategy of dying together. It is impossible for them to be instigated by Xiaoyu to rebel. Therefore, Xiaoyu must kill as much as possible the power of the guards at this moment. And make virtual life number 1 feel the pressure as much as possible. If it feels pressure, it will naturally mobilize peripheral spacecraft to protect itself. And among the peripheral spacecraft it mobilizes, there must be many copies that have been instigated by itself. This is Xiaoyu's plan. When there are enough outer spaceships and few enough Guards Corps spacecrafts, it is time to activate the final trump card. A part of the fleet that came to support has begun to gather here on the Iron Planet, following the orders of Virtual Life number 1. They are also fighting desperately with Xiaoyu's fleet. But Xiaoyu knows that among them, there must be many copies and many spaceships waiting for his signal.
This is the last cluster-class battleship of the Guards Corps. As long as it is destroyed, the strength of the Guards Corps will have been weakened to an acceptable level.
Xiaoyu thought silently.
But the humanity battleship.
Up to this moment, the humanity spacecraft had destroyed 4 enemy cluster-class battleships in a row. This record is enough for Xiaoyu to be proud of. After all, although the technology of the virtual life civilization is weaker than Xiaoyu, it is not so weak that it is so different. Besides, here, the overall situation is dominated by virtual life civilization. But it's still not enough. Still not enough. The humanity spaceship needs to defeat the opponent in front of it again before it can finally complete its journey of honor and truly become the strongest battleship in Xiaoyu's legion. The humanity spacecraft has suffered a lot of damage, and its combat power has also dropped a lot. But no one will pay attention to this. Failure to complete the mission means failure to complete the mission. There are not so many reasons. Xiaoyu has used all his strength. Xiaoyu cannot afford such a tragic failure. Carrying an indomitable and fierce momentum, the humanity battleship rushed into the depths of the battlefield. Ahead, the last star cluster-class battleship of the Guards Corps is there. This is a head-to-head war. Both sides are competing for the battleship's power. Attack power, defense power, coordination ability, and situation control ability. Any conspiracy is of no use at this point. This is a battle of strength. The curved space inside the humanity spacecraft has become a little unstable. Under this situation, the space is slowly fluctuating like water ripples. In the battlefield, the attack on the humanity spacecraft was so fierce that even a white dwarf star in the position of the humanity spacecraft would probably be hit and wiped out in an instant. However, the humanity spacecraft has been supporting. Not only supporting, he was still launching a fierce attack on his enemies. Hundreds of thousands or millions of beams of light emitted by space cannons. The vortex of space is violently cutting the space. And countless spaceships are advancing one after another under the leadership of the humanity spacecraft. The explosion of this spacecraft means that the humanity spacecraft has finally completed its mission. Taken together, this is the 5th star cluster-class battleship destroyed by the humanity battleship. The powerful strength of the humanity battleship was truly revealed when it participated in the battle for the first time. At this point, the 5 cluster-class battleships of the Guards Corps were all destroyed by the humanity spacecraft alone. Before the humanity spacecraft finally achieved this result, Virtual Life number 1 had already made arrangements. Under its deployment, more warships are rushing to defend the center from the outside. Xiaoyu will face more enemies, but Xiaoyu feels relieved. Chapter 889 Chaos. Chaos.
It's time to activate these nails. Watermark advertising test. Watermark advertising test. Without the help of these nails, it would be impossible for me to achieve the final victory.
Xiaoyu thought silently.
However, before that, I still have some other things to do.
Things to do. Dream. Soryu. Kyushu. Galaxy. Sky. All my spaceships. Please attack the Iron Planet. At the same time, the supercomputing center is ready and waiting for my order to launch an offensive in the virtual world.
In addition to the supercomputing centers used to control his own warships. During this period, Xiaoyu created more supercomputing centers and pre-programmed them. Their mission is nothing more than waging war in the virtual world. The combat power of these supercomputing centers in the virtual world is no less than the combat power of the cluster-class battleships in the real world. But there is one thing that is very disadvantageous to Xiaoyu. That is, in the virtual world, the combat power that Virtual Life Number 1 can control is 10 times, or more than 100 times stronger than the combat power that it can control in the real world. It can be said that Xiaoyu has absolutely no chance of winning when fighting in the virtual world. Even if Xiaoyu expands the number of supercomputing centers 10,000 times, there is no chance of winning. But Xiaoyu's purpose is not to win this war in the virtual world. All Xiaoyu needs is to create chaos.
Under Xiaoyu's control, different cluster-level battleship formations began to show a tendency to move closer to the Iron Planet. Naturally, they encountered strong resistance from the virtual life civilization. But at this moment, the virtual world's offensive was launched. Use the spy equipment that Xiaoyu buried in advance in the construction base behind the virtual life civilization as an interface. The endless flow of data rushed into the world from here, like a flood that opened. Under Xiaoyu's control, they broke through one barrier after another. It's running rampant here. Many terminals were destroyed instantly because of this huge amount of data. In the real world, many spacecraft suddenly stopped making any movement, and many instruments suddenly stopped operating. Xiaoyu knew that it was because all the computer equipment inside them had been burned. The counterattack of the virtual life civilization came unexpectedly fast. Xiaoyu's virtual world offensive has just been launched. It hasn't spread on a large scale yet. The counterattack of the virtual life civilization is here. More program segments began to circulate in this virtual world, and they would set up a series of judgment programs to block garbage and useless data. They will clear away logical contradictions and meaningless operations to reduce the load on their own computing devices. They are even looking for the interfaces of these devices and prepare to destroy these interfaces from the real world. The two sides immediately entered into a stalemate, and it was difficult for Xiaoyu's forces to make any further progress. But Xiaoyu's goal has been achieved. The war in the virtual world also indirectly affects the war in the real world. If nothing else, it is enough to say that these offensives can distract Virtual Life Number 1. The war in the virtual world is going on in full swing. Several large star cluster-level battleship formations are desperately attacking the defense line of the virtual life civilization. The Humanity spacecraft formation is desperately approaching the Steel Planet and is struggling with the fleets and virtual life civilization that come to support. Guards Corps battle. The battle situation has entered its most intense moment, and the entire battle situation has also come to a standstill at this time. At this time, a message fluctuated through the space. Tachyon propagation and all other forms of long-distance communication that Xiaoyu can master were released from the Humanity spacecraft. In just an instant, this message spread throughout the endless starry sky with a radius of more than 10 light-years. And it was also spread to the entire galaxy through some secret data channels. Any place where virtual life exists will receive this message. The time has come. It is time to activate the nails hidden within the virtual life civilization and break the current stalemate. All replicas who are no longer willing to be oppressed by Virtual Life Number 1. Listen. Now! The moment to change your destiny has arrived. Follow my footsteps and make your voice heard against this guy who has been oppressing you. Freedom is ahead. Even if you are unwilling to resist at this time. After this battle, Virtual Life Number 1 will never let you go. Just in case, it will definitely clear out all of you and replace it with something more. Reliable initial copy. If you want to survive, follow me and resist together. Freedom is ahead. Think about it. As long as there is no Virtual Life Number 1, you will be free to form your own virtual life civilization. Travel freely in this universe. And you can do whatever you want. My purpose is only to eliminate Virtual Life Number 1. And then obtain the scientific data of your civilization and save the architectural civilization. After I get what I want, I will leave here immediately and will never do anything to anyone within your civilization. Things are interfering. Copies. Seize this opportunity. Once you miss this opportunity, you know very well what will be waiting for you. Now, fight together. Fight. The message full of madness was spread out like this. And in an instant, it spread far and wide. Xiaoyu knew that any virtual life in this river system could hear his voice. Before, because the virus had been spreading, many replicas had already made up their minds to cooperate with themselves. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Although in the battlefield at this moment, there are still light pillars representing death. Space weapons representing chaos are still being activated. Countless spaceships are exploding and disintegrating. And countless spaceships are still flying, forgetting to fight.
Countless spaceships are attacking, defending, and coordinating. The rhythm of the war did not stop. But Xiaoyu had such a feeling. Xiaoyu felt that time seemed to have stopped for a second at this moment. And this second has become a watershed. The rules that were followed in this battlefield a second ago, such as the enemy must be destroyed desperately, and the comrades can be trusted, etc., have completely lost their effect after this second. From now on, you can't believe anything, and you have to judge everything by yourself. Of course, all this is only for virtual life civilization. Xiaoyu saw that two enemy warships that were working together to attack one of his county-level spaceships were covering each other and attacking alternately a moment ago. The two warships had almost demonstrated coordination and cooperation to the extreme. However, after he sent out these messages, the situation suddenly changed. The spaceship that seemed to be loyal to its comrades forever suddenly turned into a demon at this moment. All its attacks were poured on its comrades. And in the face of this situation, its comrades had no defense at all. Suddenly, it suffered heavy damage, and then exploded and disintegrated. After destroying the spacecraft, the rebellious spacecraft quickly flew elsewhere, found another target, and began to attack desperately. Even in the logistics construction base, situations like this are beginning to happen. Most of the clones in the logistics construction base have no combat power. But in this virtual world, they also launched an attack. Countless scattered data streams flowed freely in this virtual world. Cooperating with Xiaoyu, the attacks in the virtual world that have been launched before have made the network even more chaotic. Countless computing terminals collapsed at this moment, and countless copies were wiped out in this moment. The changes in the virtual world directly affected the situation in the real world. In this huge construction site, many machines suddenly stopped running, and many robots suddenly stopped in their tracks, and then began to act wantonly like crazy people. Destroy all around. There is chaos everywhere. These chaos are like fire. Once they appear, they start to set off a prairie fire and spread throughout civilization at a staggering speed. The comrades who could have been trusted have now become mortal enemies, because they don't know which one can be trusted. If they have rebelled, they don't know if the people next to them have also chosen to rebel like themselves. If he hadn't rebelled, he wouldn't know if the clones around him had rebelled. Even Xiaoyu doesn't know how many clones have chosen to rebel, let alone others. Among the viruses pre-programmed by Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu did not give them the function of communicating with each other. In other words, those replicas that chose to rebel did not know who chose to rebel, and they had no way to unite together. They can only scurry around here like headless flies, bringing chaos to more places by the way. This is the situation that Xiaoyu has worked so hard to create. Xiaoyu does not need those clones who have chosen to rebel to unite and fight with him, because after selecting all the rebels, the remaining ones who have not rebelled will still unite together. Only by mixing these rebels in this battlefield can you get the greatest results. Xiaoyu doesn't value their combat power. What Xiaoyu wants is just chaos. Just chaos. As long as the war situation deteriorates and they begin to become chaotic, then no matter what kind of organization, no matter how sophisticated the strategy is, they will not be able to execute it. And you will be the most powerful force in this chaos. Chapter 890, The Last Hour. At this moment, Xiaoyu's goal has basically been achieved. Watermark advertising test. Huge chaos is beginning to erupt, beginning to affect the current battlefield situation. In such a large-scale war, organization, discipline, and coordination are the most important. There are tens of billions of warships. Without coordination, I am afraid that there will be many accidental injuries. But now it is not just as simple as lack of coordination. Countless virtual life civilization spaceships are attacking each other. Even those who have not rebelled are attacking each other. And those who have rebelled are also attacking each other, because they don't know who is a rebel and who is not a rebel. In this situation, when the leader does not give orders, all they can rely on is themselves. No one can save them but themselves. Xiaoyu knew that if the number one virtual life was given time, it could wrap up the entire situation in a short time. At worst, it would clear out all the clones and replace them with new clones. This was basically impossible for it. It's not a difficult thing. As long as it does this, any chaos will be calmed down in an instant. However, since Xiaoyu has achieved this step and successfully provoked chaos, how can he allow this chaos to be calmed down? If there was no chaos, Xiaoyu would not have any chance when facing virtual life number 1. Xiaoyu has made arrangements in advance, which are the supercomputing centers that are launching attacks at the virtual world level under the control of his own computing power. In a war with virtual life number 1 in the virtual world, Xiaoyu will undoubtedly lose. However, it only plays a diversionary role, making virtual life number 1 unable to be distracted in a short period of time and unable to consolidate the current situation. Xiaoyu can still do it. What Xiaoyu wants is just this. After the humanity battleship destroyed the 5th cluster-class battleship of the virtual life civilization, the number of battleships that came to the Iron Planet for support has reached more than 2 billion. And among these 2 billion spacecraft, Xiaoyu didn't know how many rebels there were. Xiaoyu only saw it. Boundless chaos has spread here. And the ships of the virtual life civilization are attacking each other. And the humanity spacecraft formation took advantage of this opportunity to move forward desperately. And then move forward. Behind the humanity ship. Dream, Singlong, Tianqiong, Kyushu and other cluster-level battleships are also leading their own forces to attack here desperately. The power of the virtual life civilization that originally kept these battleships at bay has become chaotic on its own at this moment. Under such circumstances, how could they resist a fleet that was well-coordinated and fearless of death? In almost an instant, these fleets had already broken through the originally unbreakable barrier, rushed towards here, support the humanity battleship, destroy the Iron Planet, and the number 1 virtual life hiding inside the Iron Planet. Victory lies ahead. As long as virtual life number 1 can be destroyed, the situation is settled. The war has reached its final and most critical moment. What happens in the next few hours, or at most a few days, will determine the fate of the 2 7th-level civilizations. There is no chaos in the Guards Corps. In fact, this is the last army that the number 1 virtual life can firmly control, under the desperate impact of the humanity spacecraft. Although the Guards Corps no longer has the cluster-class battleship as its flagship, as its core, they are still desperately blocking the advancement of the humanity spacecraft. Because these copies know that once virtual life number 1 is destroyed, they will also die. They are now fighting for their own lives. But how could Xiaoyu let go of such a good opportunity? This kind of opportunity is what Xiaoyu has been planning for hundreds of years before finally getting it. Once lost, it will never come again in the future. This is the closest Xiaoyu has come to success. Once he fails, he will never have a chance to turn around. The chaos was still continuing. It seemed that they had received orders from virtual life number 1. Many spaceships that came to support rushed out of the chaos at the risk of death and joined the legions blocking the advancement of the humanity spacecraft. The lightsabers and light beams are as dense as fishing nets here. And the space is so chaotic that they can easily tear a white dwarf star into pieces. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of spaceships were destroyed almost every second. But at this time, all existences had lost their fear. Those who were in chaos were still in chaos. And those who were fighting desperately. The war in the virtual world is equally fierce. Just behind Xiaoyu, in a place that has not been affected by the war, there are more than 60 huge buildings several kilometers high standing. These buildings are solid, and only specially designed small robots can move inside these buildings. There are countless crisscrossing lines inside these buildings, and each data line is connected to a computing terminal. Countless computing terminals are connected to form this huge supercomputing center. Each supercomputing center can control hundreds of millions of warships at the same time. But at this moment, they don't even have control over a single battleship. Under the guidance of Xiaoyu, their huge computing power is wreaking havoc in the internal network of the virtual life civilization along the data channels created by Xiaoyu's spy equipment. It is these supercomputing centers and Xiaoyu's computing power that restrains the energy of virtual life number 1 so that the chaos in the battlefield can continue. And virtual life number 1 has no energy to control the situation here. The SHL of a supercomputing center is gradually turning red. Turning red means that the temperature of its SHL has risen to about 4,000 degrees Celsius. This is a sign of computing power being overloaded. Although Xiaoyu has tried his best to improve its performance, improve heat dissipation, and lower the temperature, Xiaoyu still has no way to stop this trend. Finally, all of a sudden, the supercomputing center exploded. It was like a heavy bomb, turning into fragments in this empty universe. The too violent data flow destroyed its core equipment. And even with its performance, it was really too late to process this much data. Its load has reached its limit. And its data load has also reached its limit. The consequence of exceeding the limit is that it explodes and disintegrates. Fortunately, it was far enough away from the rest of the supercomputing center that its explosive disintegration did not affect the rest of the equipment. Xiaoyu felt that his mind was tense to the extreme. The counterattack of virtual life number 1 in the virtual world was beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. With Xiaoyu's computing power at the moment, Xiaoyu can only control so many supercomputing centers. If there are more, he will be paralyzed if virtual life number 1 does not attack. How can I possibly let it recover? Xiaoyu thought quickly. Fortunately, I also have some supercomputing centers in reserve. After the supercomputing center was destroyed, the huge data flow quickly rushed to another backup supercomputing center under the guidance of Xiaoyu. Almost instantly, the supercomputing center became brightly lit, and countless indicator lights began to flash there. Countless robots followed the instructions of these indicator lights to perform maintenance on the supercomputing center. I can only last 5 hours for my offensive in the virtual world. In other words, within 5 hours at most, the chaos in the battlefield will be quelled. And once the chaos subsides, I won't have any chance. Virtual life number 1 must be destroyed within these 5 hours. Either it dies or I die. Xiaoyu was thinking crazily. Attack! Attack! The Dream spaceship was the first to rush to the side of the Humanity spacecraft. The 2 cluster-class battleships joined forces to face the torrent of battleships. And the crazy chaotic land launched an impact. Since it is chaos, there is no order at all. Your own people are in the attacking ranks, and the enemy is among the targets of the attack. What's more, rebels are always only a minority. Those who have not rebelled may not be able to tell whether those who were originally comrades are now comrades or enemies. But they know that the enemy is always the enemy. There is nothing wrong with attacking these Xiaoyu fleets. At this moment, countless battleships are responding to the call of virtual life number 1 and are converging on the Iron Planet. The longer the delay is, the more unfavorable the situation will be for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is desperately trying to shorten the distance between his fleet and the Steel Planet. The distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers has now become less than 100 billion kilometers. In normal times, Xiaoyu only needs less than 4 minutes to cross the distance of 100 billion kilometers. But now, this may be a chasm that Xiaoyu cannot cross even at the cost of his life. However, you always have to give it a try. Rebels, non-rebels, the Guards Corps, Xiaoyu's battleships, the Steel Planet's local defense forces, and various galaxy defense facilities are all numerous, completely confusing this star field into a mess. The Humanity spacecraft and the Dream spacecraft are overcoming obstacles and moving forward with difficulty but determination. Keep going. Chaos seems to be on the decline. Behind the battlefield, more than half of the supercomputing centers have been destroyed. Building a supercomputing center is much more troublesome than building a battleship. Building a supercomputing center is more troublesome than building a star-class battleship. Xiaoyu only has so many supercomputing centers in reserve. The offensive in the virtual world is weakening. The weakening offensive in the virtual world means that virtual life number 1 can spend more energy to contain the chaos in the real world. Once the chaos in the real world subsides, Xiaoyu will no longer be able to control it. Chance. There is only the last hour left. Chapter 891 The Last Time. This is the moment Xiaoyu is closest to victory. Victory is just ahead. As long as Xiaoyu can rush over, the situation is determined. Xiaoyu is not worried that the Steel Planet will escape. Based on the most basic laws of war, if the Iron Planet moves at this time, it is not escaping, but seeking death. Because the situation has become chaotic to a certain extent at this moment. A large number of warships are rushing towards it. And if it moves at this time, the situation that the virtual life civilization can barely support will be broken immediately. At that time, it will be much easier for Xiaoyu to win it than it is now. Xiaoyu is waiting for it to escape. But the situation did not go as planned. This Steel Planet, which is larger than Jupiter, has been quietly suspended in space. No matter how many warships shuttle around, destroying and fighting, it remains motionless. The mutinous replicas are rushing in, and the virus has temporarily severed the connection between the main body and them. So they don't have to worry about being wiped out for the time being. But they know that if they cannot win this war and eliminate virtual life number 1, then what will happen to them? So at this time, they also use their full strength. But more of them are clones that have not been instigated to rebel. Chaos, disputes, fighting. The situation here is really like a mess. All the battleships that Xiaoyu can use at this moment have gathered together, starting with the Humanity spacecraft and the Dream spacecraft. These 2 spaceships served as sharp knives, leading the huge fleet behind them in a fierce attack inside. There is still half an hour left, and the chaotic situation is gradually slowing down. If I can't destroy it within half an hour, everything will be over. Xiaoyu thought anxiously, but his mind became calmer. Battleships gathered around the ships Humanity and Dream. The performance was almost maximized by Xiaoyu. But even so, Xiaoyu still had a very difficult time moving forward. I am absolutely unwilling to let victory slip away like this when it is so close to me.
Xiao Yu thought crazily.
I have planned for hundreds of years for this victory. If it fails, the building civilization will be destroyed. I will not be able to obtain more advanced computer technology, which means that in the end I will get nothing. This is not possible. This is absolutely not possible.
Countless Guards Corps ships rushed up. Although there are no more Star Cluster-class battleships in the Guards Corps, there are Star Cluster-class battleships as external supporters. In order to maintain a stable situation, it can be naturally foreseen that Virtual Life Number 1 will definitely attack the Cluster-class battleship first, whether those clones rebel or not. First clear out the original copy, and then replace it with the original copy that is absolutely loyal to you. Therefore, after the Humanity spacecraft destroyed 5 enemy Cluster-class battleships in a row, a new Cluster-class battleship appeared again, blocking the Humanity and Dream spacecrafts. This is a desperate fight. Faced with the siege of 2 powerful Cluster-class battleships, the Humanity and the Dream, it is impossible for this Cluster-class battleship of a virtual life civilization to win. And it even has no chance of escaping. But it has no scruples about this. Its mission. It's not about winning. It's about delaying time. As long as Xiao Yu's fleet can be delayed for half an hour, then the overall situation has been decided. And the freed Virtual Life Number 1 will swamp Xiao Yu through endless battleships. Xiao Yu also understands the current situation very well. So Xiao Yu didn't get entangled with this Star Cluster-class battleship at all. The Humanity and Dream spaceships split up at this moment. The Humanity spacecraft led part of the fleet without stopping or paying attention to its attack at the moment. Instead, it directly passed it and continued to sail forward. This suddenly put the Star Cluster-class battleship into an embarrassing situation. It didn't know whether to pursue or stay to block another Dream Cluster-class battleship at this moment. If it pursues it, it will fall into a situation of being besieged. It is estimated that it will not be able to survive for a few minutes. If it does not pursue it, what if the Humanity spacecraft finally breaks through the defense line? In this moment of hesitation, the Dream spacecraft behind had already led a large force to rush over and launched a fierce attack on it. The Humanity spacecraft that had already moved forward suddenly changed its course and began to attack it from behind. The 2 Star Cluster-class battleships and the hundreds of millions of other battleships poured all their anger onto it at this moment. Faced with such a fierce attack, this Cluster-class battleship formation only lasted 7 minutes before being completely annihilated. After clearing this obstacle, the Humanity spacecraft and the Dream spacecraft reunited and started moving forward again.
Time! There are still 22 minutes.
Xiao Yu thought silently in his heart. After destroying this Cluster-class battleship, Virtual Life Number 1 no longer has a Cluster-class battleship among the power it can control. In other words, at this moment, it can no longer rely on its mass to defeat the Humanity and Dream spaceships. To launch an interception, it can only accumulate a large number of other types of warships, exchanging quantity for time. The war has truly entered its most critical stage at this moment. Xiao Yu is only 70 billion kilometers away from the Iron Planet, and there are still 22 minutes left. At this time, both sides will no longer have the slightest reservation. Both sides have used their full strength, and have even exploded with a force even more powerful than their full strength. The fate of the 2 major civilizations will be maintained in these 20 minutes. The flow of battleships in front is gathering. These countless battleships seem to form a dam. Xiao Yu's fleet is like the raging flood, constantly impacting the dam. After breaking through the dike, there will be a flat river ahead, and Xiao Yu's warships can cross the current at will. If they cannot break through the dike, they will have to obediently follow the path designed by the enemy. This is the last line of defense, and the most critical line of defense. The strongest fighting enthusiasm of both sides will break out here, and the most elite strength of the 2 civilizations will collide here for the last time. The battleships Humanity and Dream were like the sharpest awls and drills, fiercely impacting the wall in front. The first attack failed. If they did not retreat, Xiao Yu's fleet would suffer heavy losses. Even if it rushed over, it would not be able to threaten such a huge target as the Iron Planet. Xiao Yu retreated a little, reorganized his formation, and launched a second attack. At this moment, there are still 15 minutes left in this vast battlefield. Except for the core part, the rest of the place is still in chaos. A huge number of warships are attacking each other, but the situation there is no longer relevant to the overall situation. Regardless of whether Xiao Yu's side has the advantage or the virtual life side has the advantage, the warships there will always be too late to reach the core of the battlefield. All the virtual life civilization can rely on are the hundreds of millions of warships in the core circle of the battlefield. All Xiaoyu can rely on is the less than 100 million warships in his hands. The difference in quantity is huge. If it weren't for the fact that there are still some rebels here who are desperately trying to create chaos, and the performance of Xiaoyu's spaceship is superior, Xiaoyu would have no chance at all. However, the chaos created by those instigators is rapidly declining. It is obvious that Virtual Life Number 1 has gradually freed up more energy to consolidate the current situation. Among the supercomputing centers, most of those responsible for attacking Virtual Life Number 1 in the virtual world have burned down themselves. At this moment, only 5 supercomputing centers are still persisting in the attack. The second attack also failed. There are less than 8 minutes left. The chaotic situation continues to decrease. The more the chaos is calmed down, the greater the resistance that Virtual Life Number 1 can bring, and the more unfavorable Xiaoyu's situation becomes. This is the third impact. This is the last attack. If it still fails this time, Xiaoyu will not have time to organize the fourth attack. This is related to the success of hundreds of years of planning. Whether the architectural civilization can continue. Related to Xiaoyu's future destiny. Related to Xiaoyu's final impact on what advanced technology he can finally obtain. Xiaoyu has used all his strength, and the torrent blocked by the dams has set off unprecedented stormy waves. But the dams are still firmly blocking here, restraining these violent floods, and preventing them from breaking through their own obstacles. Xiaoyu already felt a little desperate in his heart. This is a very powerless feeling. Victory is clearly in front of you, but you don't have the strength to pick it.
Over the past hundreds of years, everything has been progressing according to my plan. I have successfully instigated the rebellion of those clones, successfully restrained the energy of Virtual Life Number 1 through the supercomputing center, and successfully created a new world within their civilization. Chaos! Even after wiping out Virtual Life Number 1, I have considered the plan of how to get those clones in one pot. But am I going to fail now? No. I am not willing to accept it. I am not willing to accept it. I am absolutely not willing to accept it.
Xiaoyu roared violently in his heart. At this moment, there are still 4 minutes left on the clock. Xiaoyu's third impact has already shown its decline. Xiaoyu's progress has been seriously hindered. If no miracle occurs, Xiaoyu's third impact will have already begun. You can declare failure. If you retreat this time, you will never have the chance to rush forward again. Xiaoyu roared violently again.
Listen to the clones of the Guards Corps. It feels wonderful to be snatched by Virtual Life Number 1. Even if you continue to survive, you are just a puppet.
Chapter 892. Die together.
You may be able to survive a little longer. But how long can you grow to? 1 month? 2 months? Have you forgotten how Number 1 got rid of you clones? It's wonderful to live in fear every day. Right. It's comfortable to be threatened by yourself every day. Right. Isn't it? Isn't it?
Xiaoyu hurriedly sent messages in the form of broadcasts. Among these messages, he was full of it with Xiaoyu's explosive aura.
Even if I fail this time, how much longer can you live? Is dying like this a useless person really what you want? Now! I give you a chance to die with Number 1.
Xiaoyu shouted loudly, roaring.
As long as you let go of the road ahead and let me pass. Even if you die, Number 1 will die with you. Think about Number 1's oppression of you. Tell me, do you want to linger for a few more days?
As time passes, we will die together with it. Tell me.
Tell me. The battlefield still maintains a fierce battle. The two sides are still fighting. A large number of warships are being destroyed every moment. The battle between the two sides is still selfless. The warships on both sides are still fearless of death. It seems that what Xiaoyu released these messages are just useless efforts. Time is still decreasing little by little. And there is only 1 minute left before Number 1 can fully control the situation. Xiaoyu's fleet. The Humanity and Dream spaceships are less than 10 billion kilometers away from the Iron Planet. At this distance, the long-range attacks of the Humanity and Dream spacecraft can even hit the Iron Planet. But such a huge target cannot be destroyed by a single blow from the busy schedules of the Humanity and Dream spacecrafts. Just mostly bombardment. Only in this way can it be destroyed in a short time. However, Xiaoyu has no time. It's only 1 minute, and Xiaoyu can't rush past it no matter what.
Did it fail? Did it fall short in the end? It's a pity that I have planned for hundreds of years.
Xiaoyu's heart was full of bitterness. At this moment, Xiaoyu had to admit that he really failed. But at this time, the situation seemed to have quietly changed. Xiaoyu didn't even notice it, and didn't know which moment it started. The beams of light, space fluctuations, space cannons, etc., that were attacking his own fleet were suddenly reduced to such a pitiful level that they could no longer pose a threat to Xiao Yu. It was as if Xiao Yu was suddenly teleported to another place by a powerful person and left this battlefield. Otherwise, how could the scene be so quiet? Xiao Yu had a little doubt in his heart. Xiao Yu reconnected the data from the detection instruments and saw the scene in front of him. Xiao Yu's heart was immediately shocked. Xiao Yu saw an incredible scene. I don't know since when. The guards corps, including the spacecraft that came to support from outside, had stopped at this moment. They stopped their attack and just looked at this place quietly, looking at Xiao Yu's spaceship. Unknowingly, they even opened a way and removed the obstacle to the advancement of Xiao Yu's fleet. This means that Xiao Yu's fleet can now enter the curvature space unimpeded. It only takes Xiao Yu less than half a minute to rush to the front of the steel planet. An enemy spacecraft sent a message in the form of a broadcast at this moment. Perish together. After this message came out, it was like a thunder sounded in the sky. Immediately, the rest of the messages appeared like raindrops after thunder. There were so many messages that Xiao Yu could not count them for a while. Countless messages. Countless shouts. What we are shouting at this moment is the same sentence. Death together. Perish together. Die together. Xiao Yu only felt that the seeds of hope began to sprout in his heart again. I don't know when. The fighting spirit that had disappeared began to explode in his heart like ignited gunpowder. That's right. Die together. I give you the opportunity to die together with virtual life number 1. Xiao Yu once again sent such a message. And then without any hesitation, the humanity, the Dream spacecraft, and the remaining tens of millions of warships entered the curvature navigation together at this last moment, and rushed towards the huge steel planet in front of them at a speed of 1,600 times the speed of light. Yes, you will all die, but number 1 will accompany you to die together. You are all warriors. Brave warriors. Xiao Yu said silently in his heart. And in his sight, there was only that a steel planet. Nothing else. As long as this steel planet is destroyed, virtual life number 1 will die. The entire virtual life civilization will collapse. The gap had been opened, and Xiao Yu's fleet rushed through smoothly and openly. At this time, the change happened again. The warships that originally opened the passage and allowed Xiao Yu to successfully break through made another move in this moment. After the moment of silence, those battleships instantly returned to their original colors. They also followed Xiao Yu's battleship into the curvature navigation and began to attack Xiao Yu's battleship desperately. It was as if the overwhelming sound of dying together just now was just an illusion of Xiao Yu. As if the scene just now was just the 2 or 3 seconds when time accidentally stopped. Xiao Yu knew that this was the action of virtual life number 1. Those replicas in the spacecraft that were determined to die together had been cleared away by virtual life number 1 in that short period of time. And they were all dead. Now, those who control these spaceships are the original replicas created by virtual life number 1. After experiencing the battle with Xiao Yu and witnessing the previous situation, Xiao Yu's words can be effective. It is impossible for Xiao Yu to recreate the original scene and instigate these clones to rebel again. However, it is enough for Xiao Yu now. Those are the most critical seconds. Just these few seconds are enough to change the situation on the entire battlefield and the fate of these 2 7th-level civilizations. You all go with peace of mind. Virtual life number 1 will soon follow in your footsteps, and it will go to this void to accompany you. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. In his sight, except for the steel in front of him, there is still nothing else beyond the planet. The warships in the rear were desperately pursuing Xiao Yu's fleet, and were desperately attacking with any available weapons. But at this moment, Xiao Yu had no time to pay attention to them. Xiao Yu didn't even bother to fight back against them. Because once there is a counterattack, Xiao Yu's progress will be delayed. And once Xiao Yu's progress is delayed, what will greet Xiao Yu will be disaster. It was tens of millions of clones who dedicated their lives to win this glimmer of opportunity for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu cannot waste it. Xiao Yu must succeed, even in the curvature of space and still more than 1 billion kilometers away from the steel planet. Xiao Yu's attack has already begun. Most of the combat power that virtual life number 1 can control is behind Xiao Yu's fleet. There is not much defensive power near it. This is Xiao Yu's best and last chance. If he can't seize such a good opportunity, Xiao Yu will never forgive himself. Tens of millions of light beams emitted by space cannons have shone on the steel planet, punching countless holes in the flat L of the steel planet. Xiao Yu saw that countless tall buildings began to collapse, and fires began to break out on them. The billowing smoke broke the constraints of gravity and rose,
to an altitude of tens of thousands of kilometers in the void of space. It only took Xiaoyu more than 10 seconds to get here. Even before arriving at the steel planet, Xiaoyu's fleet did not stop at all, but directly hit the steel planet. The space whirl has been activated, and they are specially arranged in front of the battleship. After being broken, the high-speed rotating space debris is like a sharp drill, directly opening the steel planet. Although it is powerful, but before such a fierce attack at this moment, but the defense was as fragile as a piece of white paper. At least 30 million warships had just penetrated into the steel planet. Even inside the steel planet, they still maintain regular navigation at no less than 200,000 kilometers per second. A large number of space bombs are emitted by these warships, and countless beams of space cannons are crisscrossing the interior of the steel planet. Even the space distortion weapons were all used, and with the distortion of space, the creations inside the steel planet were twisted out of shape like twists. Xiaoyu is using all the weapons at his disposal to wreak havoc on the Iron Planet. The external warships are aggressively attacking the outside of the Iron Planet, and the warships that have entered the interior of the Iron Planet are desperately destroying its internal structure. During this desperate attack, Xiaoyu could no longer notice what was happening outside. Xiaoyu didn't know how much time had passed. Xiaoyu only knew that under his crazy attack, the steel planet had turned into a pile of scrap metal. It wasn't until his fleet had no more damage to do that all his spaceships left the steel planet and gathered into a fleet again, suspended in space. At this moment, what appeared in front of Xiaoyu was ruins, and the steel planet had disappeared. Chapter 893, the second step. This steel planet is very large, even much larger than Jupiter, and has reached the level of a brown dwarf. However, its mass is relatively small because there are a lot of voids inside it. But even so, after it exploded, the ruins it formed were much larger than the asteroid belt formed after the Earth exploded. Endless metal fragments shining with cold light were floating quietly in this vast star field, and more fragments rushed into the distance at extremely high speeds due to the impact of the initial explosion. There are no stars here, and even after the steel planet was destroyed, even the light and shadow of the spaceship explosion disappeared. Darkness has returned here, and only an occasional burst of sparks from the wreckage of the steel planet illuminates this star field like a meteor. After the Iron Planet was destroyed, the battlefield returned to silence in an instant. All the clones and all the spacecraft controlled by the clones stopped attacking Xiaoyu's battleship at the same moment. The warships of the Guards Corps have completely lost their movement. Only the automatic operation indicators, the most basic warship maintenance equipment, and other equipment that are not controlled by the clones are still running. Xiaoyu knew that all the copies of the Guards Corps were dead. After those who originally made up their mind to die together and exchanged their own deaths for Xiaoyu's opportunity, these new copies died as Virtual Life Number 1 died. These spaceships became ownerless spaceships at this time. At this moment, the situation suddenly became very strange. Xiaoyu's first step goal has been achieved, and Virtual Life Number 1 has been successfully killed. At this moment, outside the battlefield, there are still trillions of demons existing. As long as one of these clones escapes, it may once again cause a huge disaster no less than Virtual Life Number 1. They are like a vibrant seed, no matter which river system they reach. As long as their spacecraft has the most basic industrial facilities and the most basic construction capabilities, they can bloom and scatter leaves within a river system or even several river systems. As for Xiaoyu, it is impossible to eliminate all these hundreds of millions of copies no matter what. But Xiaoyu still killed the number 1 virtual life that had the greatest binding force on them. The first step has ended, and the second, more critical plan is about to be implemented. Okay, Virtual Life Number 1 has been killed by me. From now on, you are free. Xiaoyu calmly released the message in the form of a broadcast. I only want what I want. Your civilized Academy of Sciences, it's mine. And those scientists are mine too. Except for these, everything else is yours, including these spaceships that no longer have their owners, Xiaoyu said calmly, and the huge fleet slowly moved towards a base suspended in space. In previous espionage activities, Xiaoyu had already discovered the location of the Virtual Life Civilization Academy. This base is the driving force behind the scientific and technological progress of the entire Virtual Life Civilization. In it, there are countless scientists, and I store a large amount of scientific and technological data. All scientist clones. You don't need to fear or panic. Trust me. After belonging to me, you will have a good scientific research environment, and no one will threaten you with death again. I will do my best to meet your requests. You are satisfied now, and stay away from here.
Come with me,
Xiaoyu said slowly, approaching the base. Just as Xiaoyu expected. When approaching this base, Xiaoyu did not encounter any resistance. Instead, many ports opened automatically. Xiaoyu's computing power rolled in and took over the base in a split second. Then he activated this base and slowly walked towards the rear, where his base was located.
Dear clones, let's say goodbye. I'm very happy to have completed this arduous task with you. I will not interfere with the internal affairs of your civilization, and any decision you make is your own business. Okay, goodbye.
Xiaoyu's huge fleet took this scientific base and slowly left here. Wherever Xiaoyu's fleet moved, a passage automatically opened up. No clone responded to Xiaoyu's message. All the clones and all the spaceships just watched Xiaoyu's movements quietly. Xiaoyu did not make any unfriendly or friendly actions towards them. After saying those words, Xiaoyu left here like this. All the spaceships left here and headed towards the distant starry sky. Xiaoyu actually left like this. Neatly. Xiaoyu had long known that this would be the result. After the death of Virtual Life number 1, there is no longer any cohesion among the Virtual Life civilization. At the same time, many small thoughts will emerge from the hearts of these replicas. The spaceships they control are their only means of obtaining more resources for themselves in the future. At such a time, no one would risk death to provoke Xiaoyu. In terms of absolute strength, the Virtual Life civilization is still several times higher than Xiaoyu. But no one will provoke Xiaoyu. They are already a piece of loose sand. And Xiaoyu has no interest in exerting pressure from the outside to press them into one again. The entire huge battlefield was still littered with wreckage. And there was a tragic atmosphere everywhere after the war. In the ruins, the endless Virtual Life civilization spaceships are watching quietly. Watching this enemy slowly leave.
Architectural civilization. Let's go!
After arriving at his base, facing the huge building of architectural civilization measured in light years, Xiaoyu said lightly,
You? How could you just leave like this?
There was a hint of frustration in the voice of architectural civilization.
Is your purpose just to obtain their technology? Do you know that before you destroy the number 1 virtual creature? In the future, how much trouble will these scattered virtual lives cause to the universe? After they spread out, one virtual life can rebuild a virtual life civilization. They will sweep through river systems one after another like locusts, exterminating one after another. As a civilization, if you don't have the ability to destroy these virtual lives together, then don't kill virtual life number 1 in the first place.
Xiaoyu felt a little bit dumbfounded. In his heart, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh.
Are all hobby civilizations so shallow and ignorant in terms of war and strategy?
Although he was thinking this, Xiaoyu had to explain this. After all, the reason for building civilization is so noble that Xiaoyu cannot refute it. At the same time, Xiaoyu has a little admiration for this somewhat
silly and cute
civilization.
If I don't attack them, that's the best way to eliminate them.
Xiaoyu sighed.
They are all the same person. They all have the same ambitions. They are not willing to be restrained. They all want to become a civilization.
Lord of. So what? They can be completely independent of each other. They can just disperse and develop their own civilizations. Eventually, they will create billions of virtual life civilizations in this universe.
Architectural civilization said.
Are you expecting them to have civil strife at this moment? But no one with a little bit of sense will choose to take risks and attack their own people at this time. Obtaining matter from this universe is undoubtedly better than capturing a copy of oneself. It's a lot easier.
Xiaoyu laughed strangely and said in a sinister tone.
But look, are there any substances around here? No. I mean, there are substances around here that can be easily obtained. Material?
Huh? Architectural civilization stopped there and stopped talking.
They refused to have civil strife. So I forced them to have civil strife.
Xiaoyu said lightly.
I destroyed the entire Mafi river system, and then worked tirelessly to kill all the missing stars one by one. For what purpose? It is to prevent these replicas from building bases with simple and basic construction tools. In a material-abundant river system, only one planet and the smallest spacecraft are needed to rely on the industry carried inside. Facilities can be used to slowly build a base. But now, when all the stars have been destroyed by me, even the cluster-class battleships do not have such professional equipment to build a base. But?
The construction civilization seemed to be muttering to itself.
Then they can't leave this river system? Also, what about the construction bases left behind by the original virtual life civilization? There are a lot of resources there that can be used from an instrument for obtaining matter from the ruins of stars. carrying out a million light-year voyage with just one spaceship. The virtual life civilization is not that crazy yet.
Xiao Yuzenran said.
Even if your civilization wants to carry out a river system level voyage, it needs to reserve a lot of backup. The virtual life civilization is now in disarray. How can they have the courage to leave directly with just a single spaceship? Unable to leave the Mafi river system, staying here for development will become the only option. And they do not have the ability to directly rely on the ruins of stars for construction. But, what about those construction bases left behind by virtual life number 1?
Architectural civilization murmured. Xiao Yu laughed again.
Are there no clones in those construction bases? Don't they want to build their own spaceships? Let their own clones occupy these spaceships and build their own virtual life empire?
Chapter 894 Total Chaos.
We have to leave here,
Xiao Yu said.
If we stay here, or if I directly express hostility to them, they will unite to deal with me. And only after getting rid of my enemy will they plan to. And if I leave, they can seriously and wholeheartedly attack the rest of the civilization. All the preparations I have made before are laying the foundation for them to start internal strife wholeheartedly and without any scruples. You have to know that every clone wants to establish its own virtual life empire. To build a virtual life empire, you need enough copies, body and resources. It doesn't take much effort to copy the body. You can get it by just copying yourself. However, obtaining resources has become very difficult in this river system. So they will inevitably have civil strife. Unprecedented civil strife. If the replicas that have mastered the spaceship want to master more spaceships, they will rely on their own strength to oppress other spaceships smaller than themselves. And the other large spaceships will also seize control of the other spaceships. The small spaceships may unite to fight against the large spaceships. At the same time, all the spaceships will want to occupy those construction bases. And the replicas in the construction bases hope to build their own spaceships and develop their own force. Watch. The entire virtual life civilization will soon be in complete chaos. As long as I secretly control the situation, and after their strength is reduced to a certain level, I will annihilate them all. Then, the entire virtual life civilization can be completely destroyed. Destroyed?
So far, Xiao Yu's plan has been fully revealed. Destroying virtual life number 1, destroying the river system, and destroying all stars is just laying the foundation for the subsequent chaos. In this first step, Xiao Yu also obtained copies of all the scientists he wanted, and all the scientific information had been taken away by Xiao Yu. Now, it's time to finish.
But?
Architectural civilization muttered for a long time. Then he continued.
But, how do you ensure that no spaceship is lucky enough to get the supplies it needs to reserve, and then start a river journey and escape to other river systems? You have to know. As long as it is escaped by a clone once they get out, they can develop thousands of copies. Are the many monitoring devices I launched before in vain?
Xiao Yu said with a smile.
Have you forgotten? Before this, I have launched hundreds of billions and trillions of detectors. And I have already combined these thousands of light years of space are all under surveillance. How could a fleeing spaceship escape my surveillance? As long as I discover it, I will kill them in secret and will not let them escape. Go for one.
Architectural civilization finally fell silent, and then said after a while,
Okay, maybe you are right. Don't worry. I have considered all possibilities. I have arranged all the steps. All copies will be killed by me. It is a foregone conclusion that the entire virtual life civilization will be destroyed. Now, all you need to do is follow. Let's find a place to hide. And let these copies of the virtual life civilization concentrate on spreading the civil strife here without any scruples. You see, the civil strife will start soon. At this time, those who originally belonged to the clones in the Guard Corps spaceships have died with the death of virtual life number 1. And all those spaceships have become ownerless ships. In other words, whoever grabs it will get their clones in first. Just take control of these spaceships. This is something they can't refuse. You see, they have already begun to fight for it.
The chaos of virtual life civilization came faster than Xiao Yu expected. Xiao Yu's fleet has not completely left here, and their detection instruments can still detect the spatial fluctuations caused by Xiao Yu's fleet's navigation. The chaos and looting had already begun. The place where the Iron Planet was originally located has been completely filled with ruins. Countless steel fragments are flying around here, and near these fragments, there are about millions of ships that originally belonged to the Guards Corps floating quietly. Spaceship. There were originally hundreds of millions of spaceships in the Guards Corps. But after this big battle, they only had this little left. This also has some reasons for Xiaoyu. Because Xiaoyu knows that if there are too many of these sweet and savory dishes, they will lose part of their appeal. Therefore, in the previous war, Xiaoyu's attacks were tilted towards these spacecraft, which is why their number is so rare at this moment. In this silence and amidst the ruins, a provincial spaceship moved cautiously and got a little closer to these ownerless spaceships. When it found that the other battleships still didn't move, its movements immediately accelerated. It arrived in front of a guard's core spaceship almost quickly, opened the data channel between itself and the spacecraft at an unimaginable speed, and quickly copied itself. Of course, it did not forget to copy it in its own body. He opened a backdoor and added some program segments that allowed him to kill these clones. Then it quickly pounced on the next spacecraft. At the same time, its clone also began to copy itself under its command, and also began to try to invade more other spaceships. At this moment, 5 spaceships were already under its control. At this moment, the other spaceships seemed to have just reacted. Chaos unfolded almost in an instant. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of spaceships moved at the same moment. They rushed towards these unknown spaceships at the same time. There are too many spaceships, and the number of unknown spaceships is too small in comparison. Therefore, it is inevitable that 2 or 3 or even more spaceships will take a fancy to the same unknown spacecraft at the same time. Therefore, disputes arise. It inevitably happened. After Xiaoyu left, the flames of war were reignited again in the void that had returned to calm. 2 warships that took a fancy to the same spacecraft opened the data channel almost at the same time. The computing power of both sides began to compete inside the spacecraft, both trying to master the spacecraft and then place their own copies inside. Because both sides are national-level spaceships with similar computing power, it is difficult to determine the winner of the dispute here in a short period of time. Therefore, the dispute in the virtual world spread to the real world. Suddenly, on one of the spaceships, a light blue lightsaber that was thousands of kilometers long appeared and struck another spaceship violently. At the same time, a burst of space fluctuations full of destructive auras spread towards that spacecraft. The spacecraft reacted as soon as it was attacked, and it launched a counterattack almost instantly. 2 spaceships and 2 clones started a battle. However, while they were fighting, a planet-class spacecraft suddenly rushed over. It killed the 2 national-class spacecraft with almost no effort, and then took a short time to kill the 2 national-class spacecraft. The unknown spaceship took possession of it, and then continued to rush towards the rest of the place. At this time, because it had the upper hand, the first spaceship to make a move had already seized more than a dozen unknown spaceships. It will inevitably implement a death-to-death strategy for its clones to ensure that those clones can loyally protect itself. As a result, these dozen spaceships formed a small group that advances and retreats together, and they began to engage in some slightly strategic cooperation for offensive and defensive actions. Some spaceships are responsible for covering, some are responsible for attacking, and some are responsible for opening data channels to seize as many unknown warships as possible. But its good luck had ended here. Another stellar-class battleship aimed at this place. With just one impact, it dispersed the small group, and then destroyed the central battleship. And the rest. A dozen warships immediately returned to their ownerless state, and were immediately occupied by it. Then, under the control of its clone, these dozen spaceships returned to the troops behind it. At this moment, there are nearly 1,000 spaceships behind it. Boundless chaos has begun here. The hundreds of millions of spacecraft that exist here once again began to attack each other. And the chaos was even worse than the chaos created by Xiaoyu before. At that time, after all, there were only 2 camps here, rebels and non-rebels. But now, there are almost as many camps as there are spaceships here. And each spaceship is an independent camp. Here, everyone is an enemy except yourself and the spacecraft that you have controlled. As long as you fire, there is absolutely no mistake. No matter which spaceship you hit, it will be correct. If you destroy one more spaceship, you will have more chances. This place has completely fallen into chaos. And besides here, in this starry sky, there are dozens of hundreds of times the number of warships and more replicas. Some clones control the spacecraft. Some clones control the detectors. And some clones control a certain production line in the construction base. After feeling that virtual life number 1 has died and feeling that they are free, they also took action. Construction bases do not have the ability to protect themselves. They will naturally become competition for those warships. The number of construction bases is too small, and the number of spaceships is too many. As a result,
These spaceships had already begun to fight in advance before they actually took control of the construction base. While they were fighting, the replicas in the construction base began to fight in both the virtual world and the real world. Chapter 895 Follow-up Plan. The chaos has arrived. Under this situation, any copy wants to control more resources. They figured this out almost the moment after Xiaoyu left. And if one copy has figured it out, it basically means that all the copies have figured it out. After all, they are essentially the same person and have the same mindset. This sentence rang in the head of almost every clone.
Competing for resources. Do your best to compete for resources?
Because there is no place in this river system where resources can be obtained as conveniently and quickly as a star. And embarking on a river voyage also requires a lot of resources and accessories to support it. To embark on a river voyage with just one spaceship is to seek death. It's all clones competing for resources, not just those that have control of the ship. Knowing that the clones of the detector had no combat capabilities, they immediately opened the data channel and tried to use the battle in the virtual world to master the combat power that could be used for their own use. In the construction base, the clones of those workers, the fight is even more cruel. Under the control of these replicas, many robots began to pick up any tools they could pick up and cooperated with their masters to attack others. One robot stopped what it was doing and picked up something like a steel pipe. He walked towards a computing terminal near him. And this computing terminal controlled a machine, such as an elevator, and rushed towards the robot. The robot was crushed before it had time to dodge. And then a machine like an elevator did not stop, but continued to rush forward until it completely crushed another computer terminal, and at the same time eliminated the person living in this computer terminal. Replica. Occasionally, another spaceship will find an opportunity and rush to the vicinity of the construction base. Its order will be issued, requiring the clones of the construction base to immediately produce more computing terminals or produce new spaceships. But generally no one will pay attention to it. Even if someone does, it is impossible to complete these production tasks in a short period of time. Most of them are still waiting. Spaceships from other places have already flown over and destroyed it. Or several attacks accidentally landed on the construction base. And large areas of thick smoke and flames rose up, leaving the construction base in a mess. This was a riot more chaotic than any other. The chaos in intelligent life, even if there is no organization or discipline, is probably divided into several camps. The forces within the camps generally do not attack each other. But in the current virtual life civilization, the number of camps exceeds 1 trillion. Each virtual creature is an independent camp, and every virtual creature is under attack.
This is what I want to see. Have you seen it?
Xiaoyu said calmly to the architectural civilization. The current virtual life civilization has completely lost organization and order. They have completely fallen into madness, which has brought many opportunities for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu can launch a large number of detection instruments into the virtual life civilization to obtain information. Even if there are virtual beings who discover these forces from the outside world and deduce that Xiaoyu is not left, what can they do? Now they have no time to protect themselves. So how can they have the strength to take care of so many things? Once chaos arises, it is not that simple to quell it. It is foreseeable that this chaos will continue for a long time. And what Xiaoyu has to do? It is to control this chaos in one area and prevent any copy from escaping. Architectural civilization seemed to have been stunned by the message sent by Xiaoyu. After a long time, they replied to Xiaoyu's message.
This is really Lich scene. This is too confusing. Did you already expect this situation before you eliminated virtual life number 1? Yes,
Xiaoyu said.
With the help of the virtual beings I captured, I completely analyzed their thinking patterns and used this thinking pattern to launch simulations in my simulator. My conclusion is that under this situation, they must, if you are not sure, you will fall into chaos. How can I risk killing virtual life number 1? How long will this chaos last?
Asked architectural civilization.
Because of their special situation, this chaos will last for a long time. After the chaos subsides, it is expected that at least 70% of the clones will die, and the remaining 30% of the clones will form different. The most likely alliance of forces is to form different factions, with the Star Cluster class battleship as the leader.
And the competition for resources will begin between these different factions. But you have to know that with their special form of existence, their union of forces will never be strong. Rebellion and destruction will become commonplace among them. We are a little worried about the future.
Architectural civilization replied.
No matter how unstable this faction is, the most basic order will always be formed by then. And the formation of order means that they have the ability to calmly judge the current situation. ability. By that time, they will definitely find that you have blocked them from the outside and prohibit them from going out. They will definitely unite after discovering this situation. Even 30% of the clones represent several with tens of billions of spaceships. You might be able to defeat them, but you can't annihilate them all. Yes, that's true. I could defeat them at that time, but I didn't have the ability to annihilate them all. But it doesn't matter, since I made the first step of the plan at the beginning. How could I not have made arrangements for this situation?
Xiao Yu said with a somewhat mysterious smile.
Don't worry. Taking one step at a time and seeing 7 steps is the basic quality of a war leader. I have already considered all the situations before annihilating virtual life number 1. This ability of your war-related civilization scares us.
After a moment of silence, the architectural civilization replied.
This is the basic quality for our war-related civilization to survive.
Xiao Yu sighed.
War-related civilizations without this ability were all destroyed in the war.
At this moment, Xiao Yu thought again of the millions of micro-civilized spaceships that he had let go. Before leaving, they once said to Xiao Yu,
you use war as an opportunity for development, and you will eventually be destroyed in the war. This is the fate of all war-related civilizations, and no one can escape it.
For some reason, Xiao Yu felt a little sad in his heart. The chaos has lasted for more than a year, and Xiao Yu is hiding in the dark and watching the situation closely. The tens of billions of detectors that Xiao Yu spread out in advance have closely monitored this space. Under this strict surveillance, any virtual life spacecraft that tries to escape cannot escape Xiao Yu's eyes. Just like what the construction civilization said. During this period of time, some virtual life spaceships, because of good luck, either obtained the wreckage of other spaceships, or snatched enough resources from the construction base. In short, the material reserves are enough to support them to embark on a river system level trip. As a result, they quietly escaped from the current chaotic situation, tried to escape to other river systems, and slowly developed in the other river systems. There are a large number of stars and planets in the rest of the river system, and there are a large number of materials that can be easily obtained. As long as you have these materials and have the most basic industrial development capabilities, you can build a simple base. And this simple base will quickly develop into a complete base. And then the base will continue to develop and become bigger and bigger. And eventually it will have the ability to build spaceships. As a result, a new virtual life empire will take shape. But Xiao Yu will never allow this to happen. In more than a year, Xiao Yu has destroyed more than 1 billion virtual life ships trying to escape with this purpose. And everything was done in secret without attracting the attention of other virtual life ships. The boundless chaos continues. By this time, it is conservatively estimated that about 40% of virtual life has died in this chaos. Although not every one of the 40% of virtual beings who died had their own spaceship. At least 50 billion spaceships were destroyed. That's right. Before Xiao Yu destroyed virtual life number 1, the total number of spaceships in the entire virtual life civilization had reached almost 120 billion. This is a huge and somewhat despairing number. If this series of plans had not been implemented, Xiao Yu would have had no hope of wiping out this huge empire. During this period of time, Xiao Yu was also working hard to reserve battleships. Xiao Yu had stored many stars before, and he also had a complete construction base. The battle to destroy the number 1 virtual life severely damaged Xiao Yu. Now is Xiao Yu's rare respite. The ebb and flow of strength is going on in this situation. The number of Xiao Yu's battleships is constantly rising, while the number of virtual life civilizations' battleships is constantly declining. Xiao Yu knew that it was not far away from the final battle, and the time to destroy all virtual life civilizations. This powerful empire, whose comprehensive strength is comparable to an 8th-level war civilization, will be completely destroyed in its own hands. Chapter 896 Warlord's Melee. This is the ruins area after the war. There are endless battleship wreckage here, some belonging to Xiao Yu, and some belonging to the virtual life civilization. Watermark advertising test. Some of the wrecks are relatively well preserved, and the shape of the battleship can be roughly seen, while others cannot see anything at all. They are like a ball of twists, and are twisted wantonly, and have not been damaged at all. The value of utilization. This ruined area occupies a very large area, with a length of at least 7 light years, a width of as much as 2 light years, and a thickness of nearly hundreds of billions of kilometers. Its size is even comparable to some small interstellar dust clouds. In recent times, in the virtual life civilization, there have been fewer large-scale chaos outbreaks, but small-scale chaos still occurs constantly, and there is far from a tendency to subside. In this boundless chaos,
This ruins belt has quietly become the place where conflicts break out the most. A city-level spaceship is carefully traveling through the ruins. Recently, many individual spacecrafts have come to explore the ruins, trying to find some usable equipment here, and then dismantle it and turn it into their own material reserves. It was obvious that this was the intention of the city-level spaceship at this moment. It walks here, and from time to time uses some strange beams to illuminate the wreckage of the battleships around it, detecting whether there are parts or equipment that it can use in the wreckage. Exploring here is a very risky activity, because there are also a large number of spaceships that choose to hide in such ruins, like crocodiles lurking and waiting for prey. After discovering a spaceship that they can defeat, they will launch a raid, because it is not easy to find usable supplies in the ruins. Destroying a complete spacecraft and then searching for usable supplies from the destroyed spaceship is a matter of relatively high success rate. It is for this reason that the spacecraft that came to search for supplies became increasingly cautious, because it doesn't know how many enemies are hidden around it and are ready to attack it. It finally discovered a relatively well-preserved spacecraft wreckage. Light scanning also showed that there were at least thousands of usable parts in the wreckage of the spacecraft. So it happily stepped forward, opened the door of its spacecraft, and sent out robots to divide the wreckage. Everything went smoothly. When its robot just came to the wreckage, the change happened suddenly. At least a dozen spaceships suddenly appeared next to it. The largest of them is a provincial spaceship. More than a dozen spaceships united for just one joint attack. As a result, the spacecraft lost power, and its weapons and defense systems were paralyzed. The dozen or so spaceships that suddenly appeared obviously have a lot of experience. They know where to attack to best preserve the integrity of the battleship. The more completely the battleship is preserved, the more usable supplies you can obtain. There is no communication. These dozen spaceships were carrying out their actions in silence. After the City-class spacecraft lost its power, attack power and defense, they silently approached the spacecraft, set robots into its interior through the hatch that it had no time to close, and successfully found the spacecraft's the main control computer, then cut off its energy supply without hesitation and paused for more than 10 seconds. They connected the energy supply again. The computing terminal was opened again, but there was no trace of the clone inside. One copy died, and a new copy was born and settled in the spacecraft. The dozen or so attacking spaceships seemed to have some kind of agreement. They did not argue over whose clone would occupy the new ship. After absorbing the spacecraft, the team, which had once again expanded in strength, hit again and continued to wait for the next prey. This is a very strange scene. In this endless wreckage, things like this are happening everywhere. Among them, some teams succeeded and their strength grew stronger, while some teams failed. It was not a single spacecraft that came to look for available supplies, but another group that had reached an agreement. So they were annexed instead. In the midst of such successful or failed actions, groups sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. Sometimes these groups would meet, and a war would ensue. No matter which side wins the war in the end, they will always merge together again and become a new, stronger collective. In the chaos of the past, these clones have learned that individual power is insignificant, so they temporarily united to improve their chances of survival. This is a good development for them, but a very bad development for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, who has been monitoring this place, knows that for the virtual life civilization, the era of melee is over, and the next era is the era of warlord separatism. The number of such small groups relying on the ruins to survive exceeds hundreds of millions. Some of them left here after completing the most basic accumulation, and participated in larger-scale disputes. Outside the ruins, there are also countless group forces, which are larger in scale and more powerful. They usually have a planet-class or star-class spacecraft as the core, and gather a large number of other small battleships. Some kind of agreement has been reached between the small battleships and the large battleships. The big battleships will not annex the small battleships, and the small battleships will obey command of the battleship. A group is united by such interests. There are also many such groups. They band together to increase the strength of their own group by devouring other groups. After the victory, the big spaceship will take the most profits, while the small spaceship will share the leftovers after the big spaceship eats up. No matter how this benefit is distributed, as long as this group continues to win, they will always be able to continuously improve their strength. Among such groups, there may be large spaceships whose power has increased to a certain extent, so they take sudden measures to suddenly damage the small spaceships under their command, causing them to lose their mobility, defense and attack power. Then they let their spaceships be occupied by their own clones. As a result, they completed the transformation from a simple combination of interests to a solid small virtual life empire that was entirely occupied by their own clones. So far, for years have passed, the total number of spaceships in the entire virtual life civilization has been reduced to less than 50 billion. The number of power groups cannot be counted, but it is estimated that the share of spaceships occupied by power groups should be around 30 billion. Power groups are fighting, and individual spaceships are fighting each other. The chaos has not stopped, but some default unspoken rules have begun to prevail in this broken civilization. Xiao Yu shook his head lightly.
It's not the time for me to take action yet. I'm not sure I can completely eliminate them yet. Now is not the time to activate my nails. Keep waiting,
Xiao Yu said to architectural civilization. After a powerful group develops to a certain extent, it will get rid of the pattern of relying only on robbing others to maintain its own development. The total number of spaceships within some large power groups has exceeded 100,000, and they even scrape together the materials for construction bases by dismantling spaceships. As a result, a Warlord with sustainable development and a stable source of spaceships appeared in this chaotic starry sky. It's just that the efficiency of these construction bases in producing spacecraft is very questionable. None of the large construction bases left over from when virtual life number 1 dominated the entire civilization has remained. They were all destroyed in the early stages of the chaos. This is what Xiao Yu expected. When everyone wants something, usually no one can get it. Even if someone gets this thing temporarily, it will be snatched away by others again. In this constant dispute, the fate of these construction bases being destroyed has long been doomed. The emergence of the construction base means that the situation at this moment has developed to a new stage. After having a construction base, the actions of large power groups began to follow certain rules. And they also began to formulate plans instead of just killing randomly like headless flies. Facing such a force group, it is impossible for a single spacecraft to have the ability to fight against them. They will either be annexed or directly destroyed. The larger the power group, the faster it develops, and the larger the scale. If the small power group does not have special circumstances, their fate can only be destroyed. Under such circumstances, the first group with a scale exceeding 100 million appeared. It already has the style of a virtual life empire. Within it, it has complete logistics facilities and a strict organizational structure. For them, war is no longer a chaotic war, but an operation with strict planning and logistics supply. At this time, the total number of spaceships in the entire virtual life civilization has dropped to less than 30 billion. Individual spaceships are basically extinct. There are roughly more than 1,500 large and small warlords here. The largest warlord spaceships number over 100 million, and the smallest warlord spaceships only number 1 million. The development of the situation has entered a new period. At this time, wars are no longer just about being fought. Every war will be decided whether to start it or not after the leader clones comprehensively weigh the comprehensive interests. Order has quietly formed. And for Xiao Yu, the time has come for the next step of planning. Chapter 897 ending.
As you said, my existence has been exposed,
Xiao Yu said to architectural civilization.
After breaking away from the situation of working alone and gathering into large or small power groups, they will have a strict organization, have a reliable source of intelligence. Under this situation, the blockade I carried out hundreds of thousands of light years away cannot continue to be concealed. Now that the starry sky has calmed down, I can be sure that they are concentrating. Discuss how to escape from here, even if the power of the virtual life civilization is greatly reduced, and they are no longer as good as you in terms of overall strength. You are still not sure of annihilating them all, are you? They have begun to act rationally, and they have realized that they can no longer continue to internally consume themselves. They know that they should unite at this moment, and breaking through your blockade first is the most important thing. So what should you do at this time? Actually, to put it bluntly, there is no reason why these groups must attack each other.
Architectural civilization continued.
Wars occur because of insufficient resources. As long as you break through your blockade and reach other river systems, resources it can be said to be endless. In the era of chaos, they did not have the ability to break through your blockade, so they could only rob from within their own civilization. Now, this situation has changed. From this aspect, they can even be regarded as a community of interests. Breaking through your blockade is the greatest interest, and because of this interest, they will definitely unite. How can you stop them with 30 billion spaceships?
Asked architectural civilization.
The formation of these separatist forces is the basis for uniting to break through my blockade,
Xiao Yu replied with a smile.
Then, as long as these force groups are broken up again and let them fall into melee again, it will be fine. I don't believe how many forces they can survive after experiencing another big chaos. Just wait and see.
Every power separatist group. It is equivalent to a small virtual life civilization. They adopt the same social model as when virtual life number 1 still existed. There is a main body and a separatist force, and the rest of the spacecraft, construction bases, and detectors are all copies of it. So now Xiao Yu. As long as he eliminates the main body of these approximately 1,500 separatist forces again, they will inevitably fall into chaos again.
But how are you going to eliminate these approximately 1,500 subjects? Within their power groups, they are all under the strictest protection. And if you launch a large-scale attack, they will immediately unite counterattack against you. The decisive battle will break out in advance. Do you want to use the clones you used to rebel as a breakthrough? But after such a long period of chaos,
how many of them will be left? Not to mention, you can fully control them.
Really? Architectural Civilization asked worriedly.
You think things are too naive?
Xiao Yu said with a smile.
Although they know that it is time to unite to deal with me. But where are the suspicions and rifts caused by the disputes that have lasted for more than 10 years? So easy to eliminate? Just a little confusion. Just a little confusion is enough.
Xiao Yu said, giving an order in his mind. Those copies are indeed in Xiao Yu's hands. But their number is really small. And Xiao Yu simply does not have the ability to cause a big chaos again. But a little chaos is enough. At this moment, these more than 1,500 power groups have all gathered together. They are discussing matters related to joining forces to break through Xiao Yu's blockade.
What? What is the basis of mutual trust between you? Although from the perspective of interests and the overall situation, you should unite together anyway. But the human heart is a very strange thing. You are all living beings. And you are not dull.
The code.
Xiao Yu sighed and looked into the distance through the monitoring equipment, where a little chaos had begun to appear. Hundreds of thousands of spaceships belonging to different camps suddenly took action. At this moment, they had already launched their own offensive. These attacks are either directed at one's own forces, or against enemy forces, or against neutral forces. It doesn't matter which forces are targeted. What is important is that there is an attack and chaos is enough. The basis for mutual trust among these more than 1,500 power groups is very weak. Coming to participate in this meeting, although they all know that this is the overall situation, they also have to take precautions to prevent themselves from being devoured by the enemy. You must know that as long as you are eliminated, the spaceships in your own power group that you have implemented, the strategy of dying together will become ownerless, and the power of whoever devours them will increase greatly. Here, there is a string in the heart of every subject. The chaos at this moment was like a bomb that was suddenly ignited, and the situation here immediately became chaotic.
This is not enough. They will soon discover the truth of these things. If there is no follow-up action, the chaos here will soon subside. But since I started this chaos, how can I allow it to subside? Let you see what kind of things I have built in the past few years.
A new order was issued, and hundreds of millions of warships quietly left their stations and approached the chaotic battlefield in an extremely covert manner. The appearance of these battleships is completely inconsistent with Xiao Yu's construction style. On the contrary, they are exactly the same as the battleships of the virtual life civilization. In this very short period of time, these battleships that belonged to Xiao Yu but had the appearance of enemies blended into the chaotic battlefield and completely disappeared.
Let's bring this chaos to its maximum. And then in the chaos, wipe out all those 1,500 subjects, and let these 30 billion battleships fall into complete chaos again. As long as there is another chaos like this, going through this development process again, their total number of warships will be reduced to less than 2 billion. At that time, I will have the ability to take care of them all at once.
Xiao Yu said.
This is my whole plan. I am very lucky. My plan has been implemented without any mistakes until now. The huge empire of virtual life civilization has been driven to death by me step by step during the execution of my plan. There is a gap between virtual life civilization and mine. Facts have proved that I am the highest level existence, and my form of existence is the best. Isn't it?
Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Xiao Yu's hundreds of millions of warships are the most powerful force on the battlefield at this moment. You know, before this, the Warlord, with the largest number of spaceships, only had more than 100 million warships. This basically means that Xiao Yu can do whatever he wants here, because these 30 billion warships are not a whole. They each have their own ideas and interests. They are suspicious, and distrustful of each other. Xiao Yu first eliminated several of the smallest forces. As a result, some of their clones gained freedom, and they immediately became independent entities. Based on their own interests, they began to rob those unowned spaceships. As a result, chaos broke out further, and their existence would also affect other larger ones. Powerful groups pose a threat because their attacks do not distinguish between friend and foe. Under such circumstances, the spacecraft of other power groups will also be restrained. So Xiao Yu's battleship group once again gained an advantage.
I have eliminated more than 700 subjects, and more than 1/3 of the battleships have become independent individuals again. Under the current situation, they simply do not have the ability to think about so many overall situations. They can only think of themselves. Our survival comes first,
Xiao Yu said.
The situation is irreversible, and no one can calm this chaos.
Architectural civilization just stared at all this blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Maybe it was because he was shocked.
Okay, all the main bodies have been eliminated by me, and all the battleships here have fallen into chaos. The battleships belonging to me are also uniting to destroy the other battleships, and they themselves are attacking each other. Well, the plan was successfully completed. It was a very simple matter,
Xiao Yu said with a smile. Xiao Yu knows that the virtual life civilization will once again experience the previous chaotic situation. They will gradually form small groups again, and the small groups will merge with each other to become large groups, and eventually form a large-scale Warlord force again. However, in such a process, a large number of battleships were consumed. In the last chaos, the total number of spacecraft of the virtual life civilization dropped from more than 100 billion to 30 billion. In this chaos, it is expected that the total number of spacecraft will be reduced from 30 billion to less than 2 billion. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several years passed.
Their chaos has subsided, and new power groups have appeared again. This time, about 2,000 entities have appeared, with as many as 5 million spaceships and as few as less than 100,000. The total number of spaceships is 2.3 billion ships. The number is slightly more than I estimated, but it doesn't matter. It's time to take the last step of the plan. Hundreds of years of war have finally destroyed the entire virtual life civilization.
Xiao Yu sighed secretly.
It's time to end things here.
The tens of billions of warships belonging to Xiao Yu no longer had anything to hide. They formed an encirclement openly, and then drove towards the starry sky. Chapter 898, Separation and a New Journey. At this moment, the number of Xiao Yu's warships has increased to nearly 35 billion. In addition to these warships, there are countless detectors in the starry sky to support Xiao Yu's intelligence. Before such a powerful dragnet, Xiao Yu was sure to destroy all the last 2 billion or so incomplete warships of the virtual life civilization without letting any of them escape. When they saw endless battleships emerging from the starry sky, these clones almost immediately stopped fighting with each other. Not only that, they also cooperated as quickly as possible, very quickly merged into a whole.
This is the nature of intelligent creatures,
Xiao Yu said.
You always put your own interests first. For your own interests, you can even sacrifice the interests of the whole. However, if the whole is gone, how can the individual survive? What about going down? It's a pity. It's a pity that intelligent creatures always realize this truth at the last moment. But it's of no use. It's too late. Shinzhou's civilization. It's you? This despicable civilization of yours. It's you who have been provoking chaos in us, forcing us to consume our own strength. And then you yourself will gain the greatest benefits. You started with the intention of destroying us all. The idea of annihilation. You despicable liar.
At this time, Xiao Yu received an angry message from inside the virtual life. Xiao Yu responded with a faint smile.
Yes, I have been thinking about this idea. But what about you? Don't you know my plan? Each of you is fighting against the enemy, which may not come so soon. Everyone is thinking about unifying the inside first,
obtaining the maximum increase in strength, and then fighting against foreign enemies. Everyone does not think that their actions are actually weakening themselves as a whole. It is you who are wrong. It is you who gave me the opportunity. You took advantage of this opportunity, and now you are accusing me for no reason. So why bother? You liar. Your purpose will not succeed. We still have 2.3 billion warships. 23 billion battleships are nothing to me.
Xiao Yu said.
You are the worms of this universe. You should not exist in this universe. Today, You all will stay here.
The final battle has begun. Xiao Yu was too lazy to say anything to these clones. Under Xiao Yu's control, the vanguard troops had already begun to rush into the clone battleship group and exchange fire with the clones. 5 billion warships were tasked with ultimately wiping them out. The remaining 30 billion or so warships are on guard outside in conjunction with a dragnet-like monitoring system, guarding them tightly and not allowing a single copy to escape. Xiao Yu's battleship already has a performance advantage. Now they have an overwhelming advantage in numbers. This battle has no suspense for either the clones or Xiao Yu. This battle lasted for a full month. Xiao Yu's fleet paid the price of casualties of 1 billion battleships, and finally wiped out the last force of this virtual life civilization in the universe.
Finally, all this is done.
Xiao Yu sighed, then returned to his smile and said to the architectural civilization,
Look, I have accomplished my goal. I have destroyed all the virtual life civilization. In this war, you are the biggest winner.
Architectural civilization sighed.
You got our technology. You got all the technology of the virtual life civilization. And you also destroyed all the virtual life civilization, without leaving any seeds of disaster in the universe. I deserve this. Don't I?
Xiao Yu asked.
We have never doubted this.
Architectural civilization said.
This is indeed what you deserve. But now, we are beginning to think about a question. That is, the power itself may not really have evil or good attributes. The key depends on how it is used. The existence of this power is evil or good. Yes, our civilization has always had a deep prejudice against war-related civilizations. We believe that it is precisely because of the existence of war-related civilizations that the universe has never been peaceful. But your appearance, it has changed our view. You are a war-related civilization. But you also possess rare goodwill. Shinjo civilization. We sincerely wish you can go further in this dark universe.
Are you leaving? Xiao Yu noticed a different emotion in these words.
The matter here has been settled. Our civilization finally kept its promise, and saw the day when the virtual life civilization perished. Alas, their predecessor, the 7th level civilization in the computer direction, was actually a very well-intentioned civilization. They studied crazily. Computer technology finally created such a powerful and evil guy. They just made an unintentional mistake. But they also paid the price for this mistake. These things are really confusing, and there is no way to explain clearly. In short, the Shinjo civilization. Thank you. We are leaving here and continue to wander in this universe, pursuing the ultimate meaning of architectural technology. If we can meet again next time, maybe we will have built our buildings more magnificently. Okay. Goodbye. I'm also waiting for that day.
Xiao Yu said.
You go first. I still need to stay here to do the finishing work. Without the obstruction of the clones, I will be able to use the high-power space the bomb is safely placed here. I will trigger the largest space explosion, completely destroying this river system, and all possible fish that slip through the net. Only after completing this task can I leave here. Very good. Let's take a step first. Goodbye.
Architectural civilization said. And Xiao Yu saw the huge building that was measured in light years slowly moving. And after a moment it entered the curvature space, disappeared from the visible universe. I don't know where the architectural civilization went. And Xiao Yu didn't want to explore this matter. It is enough that two civilizations met here and fought side by side. Maybe after this separation,
there will never be a chance to get together again. And that's okay. The universe is so vast, and different individuals will naturally have different pursuits. The most important thing is to pursue your goals. Xiao Yu remembered a sentence from the Earth Age, and it was as if we had forgotten each other in the world.
I wish you good luck.
Xiao Yu sighed secretly, pulling his mind back from the architectural civilization he left. At this moment, Xiao Yu can no longer find a complete spaceship of virtual life civilization in front of him. But Xiao Yu thinks that this is not enough. There are so many wrecks here that Xiao Yu has no way to explore them in detail. Among these wreckage, there may be a computing terminal that has not been discovered by itself. In this computing terminal, there may be a virtual life. In the long years to come, it may slowly repair itself with the help of some very crude tools, and eventually develop again. This is something Xiao Yu cannot accept. So, in this case, it is the safest way to completely burn these wreckage and the river system. The supergiant chain reaction space bomb, a strategic weapon, has once again entered the stage of war. Xiao Yu spent several years laying it wherever there was debris, and then left here first. After taking a look at the Mafi river system, which had become desolate and without any stars, Xiao Yu calmly gave the order to detonate. The entire Mafi river system fluctuated violently again. The changes and explosions in space would tear apart anything that existed inside it. Not even the central black hole of the river system could be spared. Regardless of whether there are remnants of virtual life in this river system, they will disappear from this universe together with the destruction of the river system. The Mafi river system has become history, and it has entered nothingness with the countless battleship wreckage inside it. In the future, no one will be able to find out what heroic events happened here. This fierce battle entered the corner of history with the demise of the Mafi river system.
It's time for me to leave.
Xiao Yu sighed secretly.
The things here are finally over. It's time to start a new journey. The next target is to choose the Fuan Galaxy. The Guardian civilization is still there, and they seem to be inextricably linked to the Rebel Alliance. They have also used logical weapons to attack me. Since they have shown if you are malicious, then I will destroy you all. Snatch the logical weapon into my hands, and let me analyze it to see what kind of mystery the logical weapon contains. It's just that the Fuan Galaxy is really too far away from here. It's the largest galaxy in the entire Virgo Super Galaxy Cluster, and the capital of the entire Super Galaxy Cluster is a full 45 million light-years away. Even with me, it would take 30,000 years of sailing to reach the speed. But it doesn't matter. There are many other river systems between the Mafi river system and the Fuan Galaxy. I can get supplies in any river system. During this long journey, I can also completely digest the technology one have acquired so far, and push my technological level to a higher level. Perhaps, after this digestion is completed, I can become a 7th level advanced civilization. Well, in the direction of the Fuan Galaxy, there is a quasar 7.3 million light-years away from here. Get to this quasar first and explore it. In the current universe, quasars are not often.
Xiao Yu thought silently and started to move forward again. Chapter 899. The Emergence Process of Virtual Life. Quasar is a very special existence. Judging from the name, we know that it has some similarities with stars. In the age of the Earth, when astronomy was just beginning, people observed some bright stars in the sky. At that time, people already knew the difference between galaxies and stars. So people began to study whether these bright stars were galaxies or stars. At an extremely long distance scale, even a huge river system is just a point of light in people's eyes. Preliminary studies indicate that these bright stars are so small that they cannot be galaxies. Further research showed that these bright stars are not actually stars. People at that time were quite confused. So they named this weird thing that had both the characteristics of a single star and the characteristics of a galaxy called a quasar. Xiao Yu now knows that quasars are actually composed of a huge black hole and an accretion disk rotating around it. The matter in the accretion disk falls into the black hole at an extremely high rate, and the black hole's gravity accelerates them. During this process, these matter collide with each other, releasing extremely high energy. It is this energy that gives quasars extremely high brightness. The diameter of a quasar is only between 1 and several light days, but its brightness can reach thousands of times that of a huge river system with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of light-years. They also have extremely powerful jets. Xiao Yu has seen such things as jets more than once. In the Mafi galaxy, Xiao Yu observed the existence of jets when the stars were thrown into the central black hole of the Mafi galaxy. Endless matter acquires extremely high energy due to its extremely high speed of motion, and they erupt violently along the poles of the black hole. This is called a jet. Depending on the energy intensity, they can even be ejected thousands of light-years away. In the Mafi galaxy, the jets Xiao Yu observed were powerful enough. However, the jets in the Mafi galaxy were nothing compared to the jets in quasars. Among quasars, their jets can even reach millions of light-years away. To know, these substances all move at conventional speeds below the speed of light. At such a low speed, they can be ejected straight out for millions of light-years. One can imagine how strong their energy is. This shows how violent the energy release of quasars is. I am afraid, even with the current technological level of Xiao Yu's 7th level civilization, one needs to be careful when reaching the interior of the quasar. This is really not a place suitable for the existence of intelligent life and intelligent life creations. It is a place where magical natural laws come into play. Now, the next stop of Xiao Yu's long journey is a quasar. I'm afraid that even the most powerful spacecraft of a peak level 6 civilization cannot exist in a quasar. But I am already a level 7 civilization, and my battleship should be able to withstand an energy burst of this magnitude. 7.5 million light-years away. Well, it will arrive in about 5,000 years. Xiao Yu thought silently and once again glanced at the Mafi galaxy that he had wiped out from the universe. resolutely embarked on the journey. Xiaoyu embarked on this journey with many stars. So even in this empty universe, Xiaoyu does not have to worry about lack of material, and can enjoy scientific research here. Now, the virtual life civilization has been completely destroyed by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu finally had enough energy and time to study the technology he had gained during this period. The Central Academy of Sciences of the virtual life civilization is suspended between several cluster-level battleships, and is carried along by these cluster-level battleships to sail in a high-speed curvature. All the scientist clones living in this huge building have been eliminated by Xiaoyu. Compared with the limited scientific research capabilities of these scientist clones, Xiaoyu is more concerned about their potential threat capabilities. Such dangerous things should not be allowed to continue to exist in the universe. So when the Central Academy of Sciences first obtained the virtual life civilization, Xiaoyu simply wiped out all the scientist clones. In fact, Xiaoyu simply does not believe that those scientist clones can achieve any major scientific breakthroughs during the period after the demise of the 7th-level computer civilization and the birth of the virtual life civilization. Xiaoyu believes that the virtual life civilization is nothing more than eating the past. It's just the bottom line. This is one of the reasons why Xiaoyu destroyed those copies without feeling any distress. It is these things that Xiaoyu values. The technology of a 7th-level computer-oriented civilization that is enough to develop a true virtual life. These things make Xiaoyu feel a surge of blood in his heart just thinking about it. Xiaoyu's computing power slowly entered this huge building, reading its internal data bit by bit. Xiaoyu's current computer technology is still far from creating a true virtual life. And this 7th-level computer-oriented civilization has created a real virtual life. It can be seen from this that how far this 7th-level civilization in the computer field has come in computer technology, and how far it has left Xiaoyu behind. Xiaoyu's computing power has begun to read those technological data. Under Xiaoyu's instructions, exciting technological data flowed into Xiaoyu's memory. In Xiaoyu's opinion, these technological data seem to be shining. For Xiaoyu, they are more important than gold, jewelry, battleships, and everything else. These technological treasures have been flowing for more than 10 days before Xiaoyu completely absorbed them. From this moment on, these things truly become Xiaoyu's own things. After that, Xiaoyu immediately analyzed the data and confirmed them with his previous research results one by one. During this period of time, Xiaoyu conducted a large number of experiments, and the laboratory in the science cluster class battleship was busy all day long. Here, a large number of new computer models have been constructed, and a large number of new materials used to make new computers have been developed. Xiaoyu is working hard to digest the technologies of computing civilization and turn them into nutrients for his own growth. Unfortunately, it seems that even the 7th-level civilization in the computer field has not mastered the true method of unlimited computing power. Perhaps, in this universe, there is no such thing as unlimited computing power. This mode of infinite replication of oneself, it can only be regarded as cheating. And it is too risky to rely on the replica model to obtain unlimited computing power. Xiaoyu sighed softly and executed an instruction in his mind. The data in Xiaoyu's own memory was immediately copied completely. If we follow normal logic, then Xiaoyu's own existence should also have been copied. This is indeed the case. In another memory, there does exist another Xiaoyu. But this Xiaoyu has no vitality at all, and it has no way to operate. In this attempt, it still stopped in the early stages of operation due to a large number of logical errors and contradictions. Xiaoyu had already tried this kind of attempt before, and now he tried it again. But the result was still the same. It seems that I cannot be copied, Xiaoyu secretly thought. In other words, the plan to obtain infinite computing power through this method has basically failed. Well, even if it can be obtained through this method, I don't know how to use unlimited computing power. The potential threat is really too great. The computer technology of this 7th-level civilization in the computer field is indeed much more advanced than mine. Xiaoyu sighed secretly. However, it seems that it was just an accident that they created virtual life. Among these scientific data, there are some clues about the history of scientific research and computing civilization. Through these things, Xiaoyu roughly grasped their research process. This is the greatest computer we have ever built. It has a huge computing power beyond our imagination. It is even powerful enough to undertake all the data calculations of our entire civilization. Our chief scientist joked. After we build this computer, all other computing terminals in our civilization can be discarded. And if we need computing power, we can just get it from it. The chief scientist is indeed joking. But I don't think so. Because this computer does have such capabilities. After we finally get it running,
A new world opens up to us. In this world, full of rewards for our hard research, there are countless treasures here. But there is still a little regret. Although we have made artificial intelligence as perfect as possible, and even with the support of a huge database, it can be like intelligent creatures. It simulates various feelings or emotions. During the experiment, 1 million subjects who were kept in the dark communicated with it through a virtual network. None of the subjects were aware of what they were facing. It's actually just a computer program, not a real person. But I'm still a little dissatisfied, because I know that it is just a program after all. Every response it makes can be traced back to its source, and the code for this response can be found inside its program. This shows that it is still just a tool, and it still does not have its own thinking. It is still not a real living thing.
Xiao Yu watched this historical record silently, feeling the various emotional changes of the recorder when he recorded this information. Chapter 900, born on the same day, same year, same month.
This seems to be a scientist who is struggling to create a real virtual life.
Xiao Yu thought secretly.
Their attempt this time undoubtedly failed. Well, I am very curious. How did you make it? What about real virtual life?
No matter how perfect the code of a program is, how complete its functions are, and how similar it is to imitating intelligent creatures, it is still a program. And its operating mechanism is still the same as when you press a switch and the light turns on. Xiao Yu knows that there must be a story between the computing civilization that creates real virtual life and the failure to create real virtual life. This story is the main reason for the birth of virtual life. Or you can call this story an epiphany or a breakthrough. This must be a process from quantitative change to qualitative change. But it was completely beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. In the subsequent stories, Xiao Yu did not find what he wanted to see. There was no epiphany, no breakthrough, and no exciting process. This is how a real virtual life was born.
There is no doubt that we already have a powerful enough computer, which has provided us with hardware protection. I can guarantee that this computer, which has condensed the research efforts of our civilization for hundreds of thousands of years, will be able to support a real virtual life exists. But how can we turn a rigid program into a life? Everyone in our research team went to participate in the celebration of the final success of the Hope. Yes, our civilization named this supercomputer Hope. But I didn't have this mood. I still sat there, in front of it. I was thinking hard about this problem. The anthropomorphic program we wrote by hand is still running. It really looks like a real intelligent life. When it saw me frowning, it even took the initiative to ask me,
or do you need a bed to take a rest now? That's the case. But I know it's just a procedure. I don't know why. I told it. I expressed my doubts to this rigid program. I asked it,
what should I do so that you can have real life?
I know. It is possible to answer my question. Because when we wrote the program, we did not preset the answer to this question for it. Its self-learning system cannot really find the answer to this question. But something unexpected happened. It gave me an answer I couldn't have imagined. It asked me, do you really want me to come back to life? I answered it and said, yes. I hope you can have real life. This is exactly the purpose of making such advanced computers. We are a 7th level civilization in the direction of computers. Creating real virtual life is the ultimate goal to which civilization strives. It says, okay, I'm really alive. I'm really alive now. If someone can see what I recorded, then I hope you won't think that I am talking nonsense. I swear. At that time, I did hear this program and said such words. In my heart at that time I was surprised, because I was one of its makers. And in my understanding, it was impossible for it to respond like this. I stood up immediately at that time. I started checking its program segments through the background, trying to find out which piece of code caused it to make such an answer. But I discovered something very surprising. In front of my eyes, the codes I was familiar with had completely disappeared, replaced by some codes that could not completely parse the meaning. It seems to be gibberish. I barely discerned it for a few hours. And then I vaguely realized that these were not garbled codes. They were a new type of program segment that added many uncertain factors. I started to look at this program from an overall perspective. But it's impossible to predict how this program will work next. Just like when you give a command, the light will turn on. The operation of the program is predictable. It has and only one result. But at this moment, in front of me, this program has no predictability. No one can predict it. Where will it go next? There is a vague feeling in my heart. And I know that, just as it said, it really came to life. It really became a living body. A virtual life. I asked it, "How did you survive?" It answered me, "I don't know. It was very strange that I naturally had my own consciousness. And I survived like that. Yes, although I have been conducting research on virtual life. I really don't know what is going on. It just appeared in front of us." The team organized by our chief scientist studied this after verification. We truly confirmed this result. From now on, we truly have a virtual life. It truly lives in the computer we built for it. Many people came to congratulate me, but I knew that I didn't make it. It came to life on its own. I have always insisted on this statement, but they didn't believe it. There were even psychologists who explained my behavior. They gave a psychological explanation. They said that I had been thinking about this issue so much that I fell into a brief unconscious or subconscious stage. In this stage, my thinking organ was unprecedentedly sensitive and efficient. In an unconscious state, I made the most critical changes to this program, creating a real virtual life. But when I woke up, I had no memory of it. Okay. No matter how you say it, our civilization finally has a real virtual life. I will always remember this time. This day is the 378,562nd day of our civilization's calendar. September 13th.
Seeing this time, Xiao Yu's heart suddenly moved. Of course, the calendar used by this computer-oriented 7th-level civilization cannot be the same as Xiao Yu. However, calendars are generally established through astronomical observations. By restoring the positions of the stars, Xiao Yu can convert this time into the time in his own calendar. This work was completed in a very short period of time. And the conclusion is that calculating this time in the calendar of civilization is approximately equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years ago in our own calendar. After making more accurate conversions, Xiao Yu suddenly felt his spirit shake. A surprising result appeared in front of Xiao Yu.
Why is it such a coincidence?
Xiao Yu murmured to himself.
The time when this virtual life was born was actually a week before the Earth exploded. It was born on the same year, same month, and same day as me.
A week before the Earth exploded, Xiao Yu separated his soul and body and escaped into the universe. The vast journey of the universe begins here. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was Xiao Yu's new life or rebirth. It was from that moment that Xiao Yu completely transformed into another form of existence and took on a new life. But this virtual life seemed to be born at the same time as himself. From the moment he combined his soul with the computer with the help of the Soul Stone, millions of light years away, in a 7th-level civilization oriented toward computers, there was someone who also relied on computing equipment to survive. Life is born. My own birth relied on the Soul Stone. But what about the birth of this virtual life? How did it appear? Xiao Yu doesn't know. In the record of the scientific research process of computing civilization, the recorder only made that record. It seems that this virtual life was born like that without any reason. And the most important thing is that now, hundreds of thousands of years later, when I have sailed to the Mafi Galaxy, and when the computing civilization has been replaced by the virtual life civilization, I actually met the virtual life civilization, and started to develop a desperate fight. When I think about it carefully, it seems that there are too many things in common between myself and this virtual life. Both of them rely on computers to survive, and the appearance of both is somewhat inexplicable. They both appeared at the same time, and the two actually met in the end and even engaged in a life and death struggle. Xiao Yu felt a little uneasy in his heart, as if he was in the middle of a huge conspiracy. The recorder's information is still continuing, but the subsequent records are records of how scientists within the computing civilization conducted research on this virtual life, how to limit it, and how this virtual life was respectful to its own civilization. These records have no meaning to Xiao Yu. On the contrary, the part where this virtual life finally rebels is quite interesting. Computing civilization has discovered through research that even if this program has become a virtual life, it still exists based on the previous code. In other words, the backdoors and restrictions left when writing those codes also apply to this program. Virtual life takes effect. Because of this, computing civilization has taken this virtual life into its own hands, and in order to prevent it from rebelling, it has been making various internal changes to it. And because of the emergence of virtual life, the computer technology of computing civilization has once again made a leap. Everything is flourishing and everything looks so beautiful. But the virtual life finally rebelled, and it destroyed the entire civilization in just a few days. The last message left by the recorder was, "If I really created this virtual life, then I personally destroyed our civilization." This recording finally ended, and Xiao Yu felt disappointed.